EWC Play is your all-in-one platform to compete in fantasy, pick'em, and quests for a grand total of $300,000 in prize pool. Build your dream fantasy team in 5 different games and track your score with live results tables. Predict the winner of every game, every group stage, and every tournament. Complete daily and weekly challenges to earn boosters that help you climb the global leaderboard. Got what it takes? Join EWC Play now.
Do you genuinely believe that you are the greatest MLBB player of all time?
Do you believe your teammates let you down at EWC 2025?
Do you think I'm overrated?
Hi guys, I'm Carl TC and I play for Team Liquid PH.
Hi guys, I'm Kyrie and I play for Onyx Esports.
The Esports World Cup wanted us to ask some of the internet's most asked questions.
But to make sure we tell the truth, we have connected ourselves to a lie detector.
So if we lie, everyone will know.
Do you genuinely believe that you are the greatest MLBB player of all time?
Yes.
Yes, he does.
Yeah, he definitely is.
I think maybe because of all the achievements that I won.
Yeah, fair enough. He won everything.
Do you consider me your biggest rival?
Yes. 100%.
Straight away.
Nice.
Does it bother you that I have more followers than you?
No.
Ooh. I think you're testing me there, aren't you?
No, I'm telling the truth.
Do you ever look up how many followers you have?
No, not really. Because I don't really care.
I think he does care about how many followers he has and his fans.
Do you believe you are the best player in Onyx?
No.
I think you are the best player. You believe you're the best player.
I think I am one of the best players. I mean, I think I am one of the pillars of Onyx. Is there anything I do better than you?
Yes.
Which things?
In Assassins and also the face.
Yep.
I'm happy to hear that.
Would you ever join my team if you were offered the opportunity?
Your team. Oh no. No.
Why would you wanna join Team Liquid?
Yeah, I think if I play with you, a lot of things would be much easier.
Yeah.
Good.
Yeah.
Who's the weakest link on your team?
No, I have to answer that?
Yeah, you have to.
I think right now
You
is
can just lie.
Teddy.
Okay.
He's not lying. He's telling the
Sorry,
truth.
sorry Teddy.
It's understandable because he's a rookie, right? Yeah.
Do you believe you would beat me in 1v1?
Maybe in some heroes. I think right now I would lose to you in 1v1 just because I always see you 1v1 on live stream.
Yeah.
Do you think we'll be remembered as the 2 greatest players?
Yes.
Yes.
Wow!
Ako nagsisinungaling pare. Do you believe you will finish your career with a greater legacy than me?
No.
Wow, humble. Why would you think that?
Because I think your achievements are very hard to achieve and yeah, it's just being consistent is very hard.
Good.
Do you think I'm overrated?
No.
Thank you, Carl.
I'm just surprised with the questions. Do you feel more appreciated by Indonesian fans than Filipino fans? I see.
If I... okay. Yes.
I think you love both of your sets of fans.
Good fans in both countries and there are also bad fans from both countries. Do you think you will still be a professional player in 5 years?
Yes, but I think maybe not in Mobile Legends but other games.
Oh.
Yeah, I was seeing a pretty big reaction there, but that's because you've been in other games.
Yeah.
That makes sense.
Do you worry that you will eventually fall off?
No.
I think you worry about it.
I worry that I might get tired. I've been playing non-stop and maybe getting a bit of rest is good. Is there anything about my gameplay that you wish you could copy?
Yes.
Which gameplay?
I won't tell you because you might use it against me.
Okay, fair enough. Who receives more unfair criticism, you or me?
Me.
Yeah.
Why?
because I have already won a lot and I think they're still comparing us.
Yeah.
He's doing very well, isn't he? Tell him the truth.
Yeah, he doesn't lie. Straightforward.
Have you ever sent a negative comment about me to one of your teammates?
Yes.
What is it? Can I know?
I always used to say that I'm better at Assassin's Creed more than you, but they would always say, you're better than me overall.
Do you believe your teammates let you down at EWC 2025?
No.
In which part did they let you down?
After losing, it's just I see the flaws of my team and I just couldn't help but compare my teammates to TLPH. Yeah, even though I trust my teammates, but yes, you just can't help it. Do you think your team this year is stronger than last EWC?
Yes. I think I know why.
Febby?
No, not Teddy. I think, kind of Teddy, and I think also because of our new coaches, they improved so much.
Okay.
Do you believe this is the year you win EWC?
Yes.
Why?
Because he's not on your team.
But there's also a lot of strong teams, but I do believe that we can win.
Okay, that makes sense.
Yeah. Last question. You need to focus, Carl.
Yeah, let's go.
Do you consider me a friend outside the game?
Yes. Those questions were not easy.
I'm glad it's done. It was very tough.
Bloodshed, tears, and glory. The Land of Dawn calls for contenders once again.
Against all odds, GK Esports is here to win MPL MENA Season 9.
Guangzhou Gaming! They go straight to the main stage. Ignite Gaming! MPLSG Season 11 crowns a new team. True Rippers are your champions.
The place where a new chapter begins. The newcomers.
MSC at the EWC, Paris. For many of us, this is our first. We may be the underdog.
We may have sacrificed everything to come this far.
We'll prove why we belong here.
It's the first MCT Grand Finals, and Entity will be your first champions.
Bro! Esports is the reigning champion!
Team of Falcons will push forward to the main stage of MSC.
Congratulations! Vamos as you punched your ticket to France for EWC!
Breaking barriers, defying limits. The aggressors come with nothing to lose.
We carry the expectations of our country, our families.
The fans who believed in us.
This is the stage we've been working toward.
Maybe this is where a new Dutch house is born.
Aurora Gaming have wiped the Young Gun Galacticos out.
Megatron have not merely joined the Kings, they have become the Kings! And the Dragons of the North defend their Empire spirit!
Challengers of the throne, the Titans stand ready.
We have already achieved what many thought was impossible.
Whether it's defending our regional title
Or taking down the champions of our region.
We're here to break curses and set new milestones.
Falcons AP Runner moving on through the Grand Finals.
Slangor Red Giants are your new champions, MSC 2023 champions! Order!
Team Liquid is your grand champions!
The names that shaped history, the kings and legends.
It's been a while since we stepped foot onto the world stage.
It's been a while since we brought home an international title.
Our fight continues because our story isn't finished.
Our legacy awaits.
The journey to rise above begins.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by Play.
What you doing?
I'm busy doing my pick'ems actually. I'm on the Esports World Cup website.
Okay.
Picking the winners for today. So I was thinking SRG probably going to take game 1.
SRG, yeah.
Up against GK. Yeah. We got that.
Yeah, I think that's right.
Yeah. Yangon taking on Pro Esports. I'm thinking a 2-0 there as well. Actually.
For who?
For Yangon Galactic.
What? No, for Pro Esports.
I think Yangon.
What?
I think Aurora take down Onyx. I think it's an Aura matchup, but I'm thinking Aurora.
I'd like to say it's Onyx, but seeing their performance, I think I have to agree. I think 2-1.
I know you've been doing this a while, but just listen to me.
2-1.
Last game,
it's Liquid.
I'm thinking Entity. 2-0.
There's no chance.
Did you see how Liquid played?
There's no chance. They learn so fast from their mistakes. They're the defending champs. They have the GOAT, Kaltizi, they have JP, my GOAT. There's no...
Trash.
No.
Trash.
What? Did you just... No. Change it. Did you just submit it? You're not... Chris, what? Chris!
It's day 4 of EWC MLBB.
Chris!
Let's get into it before she kills me.
In the past, we were always in Asia. This year, we came to Paris. What stories are still left untold?
Kami sudah membuktikannya, tapi ini baru permulaan.
Tiada siapa akan ingat siapa nombor 2. We need the win.
Bukan sekadar keinginan, tapi tekad.
Hindi ang pag-abot sa tuktok ang pinakamahirap. Ang corona ang mahirap ipagtanggol.
What happened last year became fuel for us this year.
This time, we bring it to Paris and finish it.
A new lineup, new chemistry, new fire. Once champions, not settling for podium finishes. World champions, defending MSC champions. As the final boss of MLBB, can anyone stop them? Names have been made, stars have risen, but now they need to show the world what it takes to rise above. This time, the world is bigger than ever. Like every year, new challengers step onto the world stage. Some carry the ambitions of 2 continents. Some fight for the pride of home turf. Some have never stopped chasing the throne. So who will finally rise to clinch the title? This is where unresolved stories find their ending. A new shot at glory. One more chance at redemption.
We are back. Kali ini, sekali lagi.
Bukan atau tidak,
Pareho lang ang chance namin.
No one is untouchable.
Let's fight.
Bukan ako kalau bisa.
2 champions, 1 game. Paris breaks through limitless possibilities.
Welcome back to MLBB here. MSC at EWC 2026 is well underway, and as we welcome you to a nice weekend start, we have anything but a nice time for the teams who are facing elimination coming up in our first and final matches of the day. It is dire straits for our teams, but there is also a chance for glory if you can do things right. We'll see how much these teams have learned, how much they've bounced back as Group B takes center focus here on Stage 3 of the Lenovo Legion Gauntlet. Welcome back to the show. My name is Rain Day. I'm your host here, and I'm joined by my lovely panel, Brigitte and LaFell. Brigitte, I like the pink. LaFell and I went dark, and LaFell, you might have hit your face there. We won't worry too much about that. How you feeling?
I'm feeling great. I'm excited for today, especially as this is Group B.
I feel nervous.
Yeah, I know.
Because the
but
last
you know
time
what?
you and me are
I
here,
know.
it did not go well, Brigada.
Hey, listen.
Yes.
You are nervous because you're in first shift.
I mean, yeah, but first shift has been amazing so far.
Right? But I get to relax a bit because I will be watching during the last 2 series.
And then you can become a duck.
Yes, and I can become a duck. I just like react and, be.
You guys may not know this, but, she's part minion, part duck.
I'm not. I haven't exposed Brigitte. I just said that something funny has been happening up here during some of those crazy upsets. But I didn't say what. I didn't say what. Okay, so she knows. I'm going to let her reveal it if she wants. Otherwise, just know we were getting hype up here. Let's take a look at the SDC rewind from yesterday. Speaking of games that have already happened, it was, again, more fanfare. Maybe not as many surprises. Might have gone a little bit more traditionally, but the meta has evolved, Brigitte. You were over there and obviously casting and talking about this. How did you...
She had an amazing time. Especially the last game.
I know.
Bro, so much energy in that one.
I know. Okay, now that you pointed out the last game, I might have to focus on the last 2 series we had yesterday. Because if we're talking about the meta and what else we got to witness yesterday, it's probably the Melissa that really stood out to me the most, because we saw very drastic performances on the Melissa. One where it was very efficient and one where it kind of struggled.
I mean, like, for me, looking at Guangzhou Gaming, that Saber though, right? The Saber going in with the Q song with the Atlas just to shut down the Link, and oh my goodness, does it look good. Look at this one. This is the draft where they use, where they say, like, do you want to fight? It's just yes. There's no hesitation. Dude, I love Guangzhou's draft yesterday.
Yeah, they sent, their competitors home. True Rippers representing India, their first time at an international stage. It was all GZG, though. May was happy about that. He talked about his emotion coming up, not just for losing, but getting into MSC, talking about what it means to win, carrying the shoulders, all the work that has gone into it. GZG stays alive. They'll face competitors as we rally out our bracket, as we fill out our bracket later on today.
And then, like, Vamos goes up against Team Spirit.
Yeah.
Talk about a surprise. Because we were like, okay, Vamos is strong, but are they strong enough to defeat Team Spirit? Which, by the way, hearing the rumors, apparently Team Spirit is doing so well in scrims that this, for the teams that know, is considered as an upset, because it's not just a win, it's a 2-0 win.
Yeah, it's a strong win, Brigitte.
Yeah. Even our casters were dancing, like that's how hyped up our games were. But I agree, it was a very shocking result for Team Spirit going up against Vamos. And as much as we really wanted to celebrate Guangzhou winning in their previous series, they have to face Team Spirit next. But that's for tomorrow, I know we are all awaiting that matchup, but there's much more to look forward to today.
It's kind of difficult because when you look at a team that you'd like to face, it's not a team like Team Spirit, but they did lose. So maybe you have something that you can use against them, Brigitte.
Like
maybe
a Saber again?
Yeah. We'll see. Team Falcons PH took up against Team Vitality. The Death Note was brought out, guys. One of my favorite animes.
Okay, first of all, something that I do have to say. Bro, Moreno, bro, on that Selena. How does a Selena? It's already hard for you to get a stationary target. He keeps getting the fanny.
Yeah.
How does that happen?
I also could not explain everything, and the fact that we wanted to really focus on the mid lane matchup, but I think that series was just all Moreno. We barely got to see anything from the KDA machine, at least in terms of the mid lane matchup.
And this final one went all the way, the distance, 3 games, but Team Falcons Meta was able to move on. It'll be a Team Falcons matchup in the next set of games, so that'll be exciting. And again, it's kind of bittersweet because at least one Falcons member moves through. They have a chance to, add more points to their club championship defense, which they've won 2 years in a row here at EWC. But taking a look at the top side, we've got Yangon Galacticos and Pro Esports coming up. Onyx and Aurora Gaming are set for a matchup. Those will happen today. And then the other matchups happening, GK versus Selangor Red Giants. That's an elimination match, meaning the loser goes home. Their MSC is done. And then you've got Entity 7 and Team Liquid, the GOAT. Carl Teasy playing for a chance to go back-to-back in terms of MSC wins. But if they lose, again, they are going home. The stakes are about as high as ever, Brigitte.
I know, it's feeling like probably the longest day we're actually going to have, just based on the upper bracket matches. If we were to focus on that, because I still could not believe we're actually seeing our previous grand finalists in the lower bracket.
I like the fact that we color-coded so that it has nothing to do with any of the teams. I do have to say you're close because pink and red are pretty close. But honestly, Rainy, when you were talking about Selangor Red Giants, Brigitte looked at me, elimination match, and then when you said TL elimination match, I was just looking at her and be like, because here's the thing, because the meta is so crazy, it's evolving, I really don't know whether the grand finals of 25 can actually adjust and adapt, because it looks like the fundamentals have changed just a little bit, right? Because before this, you scale up. This time, you might not have the chance.
That's a great point. Malaysian Philippines representing MLBB so well over the course of their tenure in this competition, in this game. Recent grand finalists here at MSC, now both in the loser side of the bracket. I mean, what does that do, Brigitte, in terms of changing the way you're approaching this tournament? Because obviously things haven't gone well with how you started.
Yeah, it's I hope something that will not really pressure them as much, because I believe these two teams aren't really new to lower bracket runs, especially SRG. I believe they've been through this also in the previous year, and having to go through multiple elimination matches is something that they pretty much are used to. But you can't take away the fact that they probably have a slightly more challenging route towards the knockouts. If ever they do get past this series, then they will have to worry about the loser of Onyx and Aurora next, which I feel isn't an easy task.
That's not an easy task. No, you've got to keep your energy up, especially when you go through a gauntlet like this. So that's the situation. Just get ready. Everything's going to be a battle from now on. And that's the benefit, though, because now you realize that any game can go any way, which means if you're right about guessing which ways those games go, you deserve something. Earn your share of $300,000 by participating in our EWC Pick'ems. That's right. You get to let us know who you think is going to win the matchups today. You saw a great cold open with Eterna and Chris there talking about a 2-0 Entity 7 against Liquid. I'm not sure a lot of people will put that as the pick, but crazier things have happened.
I mean,
maybe not.
Rain Day, I feel like if I can give any advice to the audience, whatever your intuition says, go the opposite.
Go the opposite.
So far, all the predictions have been pretty wrong.
So, don't trust yourself, basically, little Jimmy.
Don't trust yourself.
Yeah.
For everyone that
it's a lesson of life.
Be yourself, don't listen.
Whatever you think, it's wrong.
Exactly.
I love that. Just giving the youth.
Have self-doubt.
Yes.
Listen to the haters.
At least for this. At least for MSC. At least for MSC, we gotta clear it out.
Well, doubt is welcome at MSC. You gotta have at least like 9 days of your life where it's okay to doubt everything. And I think this is what Paris has given us in MLBB. Now, as we walk into the camera shots following GK Esports and Selangor Red Giants, the Giants of MENA qualified as champions from their league and able to now face off against what many would consider the ultimate champions, 5-time Malaysian champions in SRG. Unprecedented success from this team. Brigitte, both teams have a lot to play for.
And I'm hoping we get to see them
in a similar spot as they were 2 years ago, where they had a near flawless run, where Sekai's was just performing out of his mind, and where he was actually labeled as the Sky Prince? Because that was something we're yet to see from them. Yes, they got comfortable every now and then, but the moment they got their hands on the Ling, I feel like it was a surprise to us to see that kind of performance from SRG.
For me, I still want to see him on the Ling. It's just that banner all these crazy crowd control heroes, right?
Yeah.
Like even you saw like the Belleric, the Eudoras.
Yeah.
Like I really feel like as long as those are not on the table, it's a little bit better for Skies. Because when there's a lot of crowd control, he really can't do much.
Well, speaking of GK Esports, who he's going to be trying to do a lot with, they have a team that is built to understand that they have a challenge ahead of them in the Malaysian Champions. Can they do enough to move through this elimination gauntlet and keep themselves alive for one more day? Eterna sat down with Shin to get his thoughts.
Hey everyone, it's Eterna here over with Shen, captain of GK Esports. How are you feeling coming to this elimination match?
I mean, we didn't get to what we want last match, but today I think we're gonna play better because we got enough time to play more, and we're really excited because we're gonna beat with SRG, so it's really fun to play.
Yeah, we're all anticipating this next match.
Yeah.
And were you surprised that SRG ended up in the lower brackets with you?
Yeah, a little bit, but I think this meta, it's there's no really you can say really team gonna beat everyone or something like that.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, every team has a chance,
Every team has a chance. It is a very interesting meta that we're looking at right now. And earlier on, you said that you had a little bit of time, right, to prepare more and so on and so forth. So did you think that was one of the main reasons why you lost your previous match?
Yeah, I think we didn't get enough time with each other to adapt to the new meta. But I think now we're gonna play better for sure.
Okay, if there was one thing that you could fix from that match that you lost, what was it?
I think our draft.
Okay, your draft.
Yeah.
So the drafts have been studied. It's been prepped for today. Did you think that the communication was okay? Chemistry, execution, was it okay for you?
I mean, not really, but we didn't get to play the game, so I can't really say that,
Okay. But what about you personally? In your performances so far here at MSC, have you been satisfied with it?
I mean, not really, because last match I didn't really perform. I think my performance was really bad. Today I hope I can do good.
Okay, we're all hoping, we're all anticipating, we're very excited as well. Is there one person from SRG that you think will be the main problem later on in your game?
I think Innocent.
Innocent. Okay, why is it Innocent?
I think he's for me is the most strongest one on the team, so that's why.
Okay, so your eyes are going to be on Innocent in this next matchup. Is there anything you want to say to SRG before your match?
So yeah, good luck, and let's give a good match to the audience,
What about your fans back at home?
I mean, I want to thank them for the support. I say sorry for our performance last match. I hope we can fix it today, and yeah, keep supporting us.
This has been so wonderful. Thank you so much, Shen. And before we go, I do want to ask you, as team captain, are you the person that usually, supports your team mentally, emotionally?
Yeah, I think so.
What do you usually say to them?
I give a speech before the match so I can get them motivated or feel their hunger, more. Yeah, that's all.
Oh, what's it like? Can you give us an example?
I mean, I cannot, It's
Okay, pretend I'm your teammate. Okay, Eterna, we're going into this elimination match, and then what do we do?
What do you do? What should I say?
Yeah, okay, I'm listening.
Usually I say it's fine, we didn't get enough to practice, but the match isn't decided because we didn't get that, but I know they're a strong team and it's fine, but they're only players like us. They do mistakes, they feel pressure, so we just need to play every minute, win it, keep winning it every minute, then we keep going until we win the game, something like that.
That's captain for you, ladies and gentlemen. I feel so motivated today to do my job. Thank you so much, Shen. We're throwing over back to you guys.
In order to stay in it, you got to win it every minute. That's what Shin basically said to me, and I like it. It rhymes, and I would be motivated after that as well. I'd say, keep going, man. Keep dropping some bars. All right, obviously on that side, GK Esports getting ready to go, but they're facing up against the Giants. That's right, in Malaysia. Selangor Red Giants. They've got the Sky Prince, and they've got all of the titles ready to go and seek and in search of another MSC opportunity to get back to a grand finals, claim a championship trophy. We had a chance to sit down and talk to who Shin thought was an important player, Innocent, with Eterna.
We are now here with Innocent from SRG. Welcome. Are you surprised to be in an elimination match?
Yeah.
You are surprised.
Yeah.
Why were you surprised? Did you think that the meta would favor you this time?
I mean, based on our scrims, it's good.
Okay.
We don't have any problems during the scrim. But suddenly, during our first match, it shows that we're lacking something.
Okay, they're lacking something right now. And I do want to say, because this is kind of similar to what happened to you last year at MSC, but you managed to go all the way to the grand final. So is this just something that SRG does in the early stages?
I don't know if it's normal for us, but every time that there's an international tournament, we really have this kind of problems during the early stages, and we just need to talk and fix it.
Okay, so can we talk about these problems just a little bit? You can be general about it. You don't have to go into detail. Is it more on execution? Is it communication? Is it adaptation?
I mean, there are some onto the communication side, and the others are more on to... I mean, there's a lot of heroes now.
Okay, so there's a lot of heroes.
There's a lot of heroes popping out, and sometimes you don't face them before the international because other regions they have different heroes. Yeah.
Okay, so some heroes are popping out, and we did see an interview with Sakai's, and I think he mentioned as a jungler that he was really annoyed by the Eudora. Is that something that you share in the gold lane as well? Do you feel like the Eudora is annoying?
I mean, it's more annoying for the jungler because they need to dive inside, right? And the Eudora will just press second skill and
then it's over.
Yeah. At least I can use Purify or what.
That's true. Yeah. So if you could name one hero that you don't like in this current meta, what would it be?
Eudora.
So still Eudora?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Because he's kind of annoying for Sakai's.
Because it's annoying for Sakai's.
Yeah.
Okay. And we're talking about heroes right now. We've mentioned the Eudora, but what about the Melissa? It looks like the Melissa is rising in popularity. Do you think she's the #1 prio in the gold lane right now, or do you think there's still other options?
I mean, there's still other options, but Melissa is kind of safe pick for gold lane right now because her laning is kind of strong compared to other heroes in gold lane. And during team fights, you got your ulti to protect yourself against assassin because it's assassin meta, right?
Right.
Yeah, that's why he's good, I think.
So we're not going to see Claude and Carry anymore? Is it over for them?
I mean, depends on the team on what they want to use. Because the other heroes are not scared of diving and they have a lot of mobility. But Melissa is kind of positioning kind of hero.
I love the insight.
Yeah.
I love the insight. Thank you so much, Innocent. By the way, if you could go back in time, and we're going through to your previous match where you unfortunately had to suffer that loss, is there anything that you would do differently in that match? Just personally?
I think it's fine that we lost that match because we learned a lot of things and we adjusted a lot of, on our playstyle because of our loss.
Champion mindset right there. We're excited for your next match. Once again, thank you so much, Innocent, because we're going to throw it over back to you guys.
Thank you so much. A little bit of an interesting thought on the meta, guys. You guys are having fun with it as well as we welcome you to the desk, ready to get going on the stage soon. Brigitte, quick thoughts here. How do you think this first game is going to go?
Yeah, I think that just proves how we are really not decided on what the actual prio and metas are. It varies per team because even the Brody was rising yesterday. I don't think we've seen it as much as the Melissa, but there are a lot of new picks coming out here and there.
Whatever she said.
Whatever she said.
I double that.
I love that. All right. Well, guys, in France, they have a saying, it's c'est la vie. But when your life is on the line, is that enough. I think you're going to have to fight a little harder for it, especially if you want to take down the MSC 24 champions and the back-to-back finalists in 25. The Selangor Red Giants go up against GK Esports. Somebody's life is on the line and someone's going home. Let's get it started.
To the fourth day of MSC at EWC 2026. It's Rose and Milosh here again for another day. Now guys, yesterday we sent home 2 teams and 2 teams proceeded to the knockout stages. Today, history will repeat itself as we crush 2 keys and promote 2 teams.
It's always a lot of fun to crush keys. It's a big part of what we do here at the Esports World Cup, a part of MSC's trajectory, I guess, the history here. Now, as you said, Rose, 2 teams advanced. That was Group A, our focus. There are 2 that went home, and we're going to continue doing that today in Group B. Though, our first matchup is elimination. So, a key to crush is the thing I love in the morning. Let's welcome our first competitor to the stage, GK Esports! 1-minute representatives survive to fight another day. Can GK make their own dream come true? A rough ride in day 1 against Yangon Galacticos gave a big set of lessons to learn from. Can they apply them when the pressure is on?
Yeah, that's definitely the toughest part. Being able to perform with pressure and of course, their opponents. It is none other than Selangor Red Giants. The champions of MSC 2024 are on shaky waters after losing in their opening match of the tournament. Have they got what it takes to keep the Giants in the game and attempt to reclaim what was once theirs?
It's crazy that already champions from 2 years ago are standing here on the cusp of being eliminated. And by whom on the other side? GK, the Plucky Mana team that's looking to make a story of their own at MSC. This is what you watch MLBB for these sorts of storylines and international games. And I don't think it's time to push us too far. Please, Selangor Red Giants. Please, GK, my friends, you may place your keys. Take your seats, players, captains. You may shake hands because this matchup, once more, is about who stays at MSC 26 and who gets to go home. Let's break it all down and get ready for their desk.
Day 3 just wrapped up and we went through our upper bracket and lower bracket matches. True Rippers were sent home by Guangzhou Gaming, but Ignite Gaming had to suffer the same fate. Then in our upper bracket matches, my GOATs, Team Vitality from Indonesia, sent Falcons PH down to the lower brackets. And we also have the boys, Vamos from Malaysia, pulling up an upset victory 2-0, dominating Team Spirit to make it to the knockout stage first.
By Sawa with the wrap of the Dryad, keeps him at bay. Tempest Blade Steel gets him away, error!
As the first team yang lepas ke knockout stage, kita orang rasa bersyukur dan juga lega. And at the same time, kita orang rasa bangga juga sebab kita orang adalah tim pertama yang wakil Malaysia yang lepas ke knockout stage.
2-0 for Team Vitality as they secure the knockout stage.
When we make it to knockout, we're so happy. I hope this is the chance that Team Indonesia and Team Vitality to win this tournament MSC.
Team Vitality winning 2-0 against Team Falcons Philippines.
I'm pretty confident that Filipino teams can survive the lower bracket because we are so confident and at the same time we know how to bounce back and we can handle the pressure.
And there you have it!
Day 4 will continue with another brutal 2 eliminations and 2 promotions to the knockout stage for top 8. We'll find out as Aurora and Onyx, Pro and Yangon also face off for that top 8.
Somebody's key is getting crushed after this one. We start the day with drama. We'll end it as well as Entity 7 later on will take on Team Liquid PH. But for now, GK Esports or Selangor Red Giants, their life is on the line.
I gotta say, Randy, me and Brigida, we are at the edge of our seats. We're super serious for this one because Here's the thing, like Slangway Giants.
You want to start off with a lie?
They
That's
were.
how you want to do it?
They were one of the favorites, Raina. You don't understand how sad I will be if they get eliminated now.
Yeah, I think it's just his way of trying to distract himself from the reality that we're actually
You're a
facing.
distraction.
Oh, sorry. I'm sorry.
I'll say you didn't get a chance to see it, but these two were shadow boxing during that warm up because they were so excited.
That was our warm up.
I could tell you guys were hype. You were getting ready for the draft, and I'm hyped too because we saw the meta develop over the course of these last 3 days. It's developing still, but these are the moments where you really get to test your ideas. You get to see what they're worth. Everyone has a plan coming into this, but we get to see which ones are prevailing, and slowly but surely we're putting the puzzle pieces together of what's working.
Yeah, I think for one, I don't know if SRG want to go up against a Balearic again and again and again, because that's exactly what happened in their first series.
That's
we
right.
saw that, and it was very effective against them and their playstyle as a whole, because as much as they wanted to split things up, when it came down to a point where you just had to deal with the fights, the Balearic just made things very difficult for them.
I mean, like, that is one of those things that's like overlooked because when it comes to like the draft, you really want to pay attention to like the win conditions, right? But sometimes there's just way too much win conditions. You can't ban them all, so you gotta ban out these activators, you know?
Well, if you want to pick your dual champions and win 50,000 diamonds, you can do that. Pick 2 champions and 1 big prize. A grand diamond prize of 5 winners, each getting 10,000 diamonds each. You can get some exclusive skins, and you can scan that QR code with your phone, your tablet, or whatever device you have that has a camera and get access to it right away. The event ends July 27th. It's currently live right now, so go check it out.
Let me just say, Randy, I feel like this has gotten more and more difficult. Like, before the tournament starts, I'm pretty sure a lot of people said, oh, Team Liquid is going to win. Vitality.
I thought you were talking about the My Champions pick.
But now they're like, wait, hold on. After like 2-3 days, and this is just groups, and already like I would say the power rankings be damned.
Yeah.
Everyone's power rankings has just scrambled after 2 days.
Yeah, I mean, you saw the intro. You saw Eterna and Chris. They had a mini debate over there. as to
What a team is trash.
Mini debate.
We're not sure what
You guys agreed,
majorities
right?
feel.
Trash?
Oh,
Trash?
wait, what?
Oh, no, it's just Brigida.
Oh, okay.
No,
Just
wait.
Brigida, right? Okay.
No.
That makes sense.
I was like, what are you saying, bro?
Wow.
But that was me, you know?
Yeah.
I was supporting them. But either ways, jumping into this draft, the interesting thing, it really is, if you have an identity, that's good, but at the same time, your opponents will know how to counter you. For Slangway Giants, I would say after their first match against Pro Esports, I don't think it's super defined just yet, their identity, because game 1, 2, and 3, it's different drafts. Even the win condition is different. So I really don't know how they're going to approach this one going up against GK.
It's interesting. You did mention, go ahead, I don't want to interrupt you there, but I was just thinking Pro Esports and PPP, you'd mentioned that Belleric, and he was so successful against them. What do they take away from that now going into how they prioritize this draft?
I mean, I initially wanted to put a bit more focus on that, but as Lafel mentioned, it's a bit hard to narrow down the win conditions and what you really want to focus on when it comes to the draft. And that's on top of the fact that SRG themselves, unlike the other teams who tend to just really go either tanky EXP and they just shuffle everything else in the lineup, they've been using either tanky or damage EXP. So you also don't know what kind of approach they want to starting from the EXP lane, which I think is very crucial in this current meta. So let's see if they get to finally establish it here now that they're in a very dangerous spot.
Expanding River and maybe expanding conversation of the assassin meta. 2 characters, 2 heroes that have made the biggest impact in that, at least from an eye test. It's been Harara and Ling. But they have a very different win rate. Over the course of these last few days, we got some stats in the green room. Harara, 73% win rate. Ling, 43. And these are 2 of the Harara Ling assassin users that you might think we might see that matchup again, LaFell. So that could be a big thing on the ban list or not.
Okay, so we're already starting off pretty interesting here. Slangway Giants, they are on first pick blue side, GK second pick red side, and a Harley ban. That's rarely a first phase ban. But just to expand on the conversation of Ling as well as Harara, I'm looking at a Eudora. Either ban it out or first pick, because at this point it's 100% pick and ban. And every single, I would say most junglers, they're like, yeah, we don't like to go up against her.
Yeah, but I kind of wonder about the Harley ban. What could have been the idea behind this? Is it just a jungle matchup that they're trying to avoid, or is it a different hero that they're planning to put out and would rather not go up against the likes of a Harley?
I see 2. One, either they're going for a marksman pick, right? So you don't want to deal with the Harley. or
Eudora
a
ban.
nice Eudora ban. The other thing, Break, you remember Aurora? Aurora Gaming with Mr. Big Brain Midnight?
Okay.
Yeah, when he used the Harley, he just paired up with both side laners that are like very strong and a jungler that's also very strong in the early game. So maybe Harley is also an activator for a pre-10-minute game kind of draft, you know? So I think Slangoray Giants right now, get rid of Eudora so that Sakai has free time, get rid of the Harley so that Innocent has free time, and they just want something that skills a little bit better into the mid. Don't try to, I would say, gamble it in the first stage of the game.
Yeah, and GK maybe sensed that it could be a setup for a Fatty to just have an easier life overall, but you mentioned even a potential marksman that just probably doesn't want to deal with the likes of a Harley and a Eudora. What if SRG, as pointed out by Eterna in the interview earlier on, have plans of maybe putting out a marksman like the Melissa later on? Because I don't think the Melissa would really want to deal with the likes of a Harley Eudora, but that's the thing. We're not entirely sure just yet. We're just somewhat,
personally for me, I feel like Melissa fills a hole that is currently there in terms of the draft, which is there's not a lot of siege because look at all the mid so far. The Eudora, the Valentina, they've been mid-range mages, right? They haven't been someone that can really push people away from the turrets for you to get the free objectives. And even the Atlas ban. So this really is just saying Slangoray Giants, they don't want to deal with any crazy instant crowd controls kind of thing.
I think that's smart because we've seen Atlas punish teams quite a bit. And I think you also need to even consider leaving Eudora open if the bans don't go that way to make sure that Atlas is banned, because I think we've started almost see some things that can deal with it. We brought up the Vexana as well mid that was okay against the Eudora. Maybe there are ways to deal with that. I haven't seen a lot of answers for Atlas, but there's the Freya.
One answer is the Belleric, I guess, which is also still open.
Yeah.
But the Ling too. Like, is it time?
I would say Rara.
Hirara.
I think Hirara is just a bit better, but to be safe, honestly, I wouldn't mind if SRG just takes the Belleric, because after that, like the other roamer that's kind of like AoE control is the Minotaur.
Yeah.
And Minotaur is much more manageable, especially if you get the Zushin. If you get the Zushin.
Yeah, and GK have been very unorthodox with their roles. Like they went Jawhead.
There was a Jawhead Selena, right?
Yeah, it was a Jawhead Selena. So, okay, SRG do lock into Hirara. They've been performing better on this hero as well. And the fact that they did take out a couple counters too will make it much easier. But GK, on the other hand, do they lock into Belleric, which is somewhat a really good pick?
It is a very good pick.
SRG based on pro and in general as a whole.
One way you could deal with that, my thought is, if you have trouble against Belleric, you prep for that. Teams are going to pick it against you because they've seen, oh, that gives them trouble. But if in these days, SRG have kind of found an answer, LaFell, and I don't know what that answer would be, maybe give that to you, it could be a nice setup because they're like, we know teams are going to bring this out against us, but we'll have the answer now.
Oh, do they consider the Valentina or...
I honestly don't know, because I actually prefer something with a little bit more range to deal with this Zushin, because Zushin, both Zushin as well as Belleric is very good against melee heroes, so I feel like you need just a little bit more range to counter them before they become a problem, right? But we've seen when Stormy picks up a pick like the Farsa, which theoretically should do good here based on those first two picks. The problem is there's still a lot of junglers as well as EXP laners that can deal with the Farsa. Like, for example, the Yuzong's still up, so now they pick up an Eve, a much safer long-range hero, and they even pick up the Moskov just in case if GK does want to go for that Ling route.
Yep.
I'm liking SRG's opening draft because this is more honest, but at the same time, it's just very strong heroes.
Yeah, and it feels less like them just willingly handing over some of the picks you would just really expect to be prioritized as power picks, as in contrast to the way that they drafted during the first time that we saw them, wherein they were letting go of picks here and there. And that's a Ling which they also did let go of this time, but it's not like they gave up on it.
Right.
They had the Hirara, which is stats-wise a much better performing jungler here currently in MSC. So now that we're on to the second banning phase, XP lane matchups. This is gonna be crucial. We don't see both XP lanes from both sides just yet.
And everything's open. Esme is open. Paquito is open. It's only just the Freya. So at this point, I feel like for Selangor Giants, they're hoping for GK to show their EXP pick on 4th, just so that Cram has a winning matchup, right? Because I feel like that's also something that SRG is trying to do. Get winning matchups, secure the first 2 turtles, and then try to expand from there.
Yeah, one winning matchup is a way to win the game. We've seen 2 kind of set them up really well. A gold lane that can push and have an impact, and also an EXP lane where you get off to a good start.
I think the Phoveus is an interesting ban because I feel like they already have the counters for the Phoveus. Personally for me, though. Personally for me. And they themselves could have used it.
We kind of are used to seeing Belleric in the roam, but they have used it in the EXP also.
That's true.
Oh, yeah, true.
But the Phoveus ban, though, being taken out, again, yes, probably for the lane, but maybe there's a chance they also consider in an XP lane which doesn't want to really go up against a Phoveus.
And that would be something like a Paquito, I guess.
Paquito and Arlo.
Yeah, they might try to get that. In terms of Arlo, I can see it because they do have the Belleric as well as the Zushin. And now the Barat. So this does seem more like an Arlet pick coming up. SRG, I think they would be okay to just let the Arlet go and try to fight back with either a Paquito or an Esmeralda. Both, I feel like, should be able to do their jobs quite well against GK's lineup. Or I don't know if they want to go for a Lapu. That's like not necessarily great, but that's definitely one of Cram's comfort.
Yeah, even the Arlot or even the Barat's ban really tells you a lot.
Yeah, it screams Arlet for this one.
So Harith is taken out too. I wonder if SRG won't want to consider some of the more recently popping out marksmen or gold laners as well.
What, like Melissa?
Or Claude?
The Brody too. Yeah, there goes the Claude.
Yep.
And expert Rain Day.
Hey guys, I'm learning from the best here.
Oh, wait.
Wait, so they show up the Uranus. This means that SRG, they can get an Esmeralda and basically have a nothing lane.
Yeah.
Or again, just pick up the Paquito, win that lane, and then just establish pressure. Because as we saw, if you're going up against a Ling and the Ling does not have a good time getting those farms, it's going to take quite a while for the Ling to really be effective in the game.
Yeah. And honestly, you don't know the roam yet. I mean, I would have considered Hilda, but the fact that the Belleric and the Juicin are just too good with melee heroes maybe might make you think twice about picking up the Hilda. So other roam options for Yums at this point.
I wonder if they want to try a healer. You know, something like Matilda. Matilda is open.
Yeah, it could be Funky.
Yeah. I love Funky.
Yuzhong, what about him?
Oh, Yuzhong.
Oh, Yuzhong is also very good here.
Cram used that. Used that. And into
he lost, but he used that.
He used it.
He used it, you know.
Oh, Hylos. Oh. And Paquito. Okay, so a little bit of a different strategy there.
And I feel like the Hylos is just a good combination with the Eve. There's a lot of slows there, making it so that the Ling can get away. Everyone else, nuh-uh.
Yeah.
They're just going to stay there.
And they're going to be okay with
Oh, unique hero. Okay, what's this Hellkurt mean? Who wants to talk about it before we throw it to stage?
Wait, is this going to be Hellkurt gold?
No, it's Rome, right?
I mean,
wait, no, gold. It's gold.
I mean, Belly could go EXP.
It's gold. It's gold, Hellkurt.
Well, so Hellkurt burst, and then he can make the map dark. Burst, and then Vision Deny.
Ooh.
We'll see. We'll see.
I love it.
We rarely see it. It's kind of cool.
Reminds me of my old Jibalanque days back in the game. That's very similar, but this game, there's nothing similar to this feeling of under the bright lights, your life on the line. You're playing for hundreds of thousands, maybe millions of dollars if your journey continues, and one team is going to have that key crushed after this. Let's begin game one, SRG versus GK Esports, and over your casters, Naisu and Trex.
Thank you so much, Rain Day. I'm here with Naisu on the desk. Just a reminder, this is an elimination match between SRG and GK Esports. How are we feeling, Naisu?
And you know what? It's weird to start the day with an elimination match, man, but that's been the course of things for the past couple weeks for all the journeys that we've made it up to this point. And now to think about a Hellkurt being placed in the gold lane. If I haven't been vocal enough about how much I love the meta right now, man, this is why. Because we're seeing even this come to play in an elimination match.
This definitely makes things interesting, and I gotta say, the past couple big upsets that we have seen throughout the past few days have been because of picks like this. Now, The Hellcurt in the gold lane, not something you normally see. A little bit of action in the mid, though. First blood over to Stormy, Naisu.
Wow. All right. Already burning a couple revitalize there to keep him up. But yeah, I was so surprised that was that early on. A misstep.
Yeah, definitely a misstep. Yaga in this gold lane. Back to this Hellcurt, though. Nothing too crazy as far as emblems go across the map. We do have the pull together on Quanok. Overall, though, I'm excited to see how this plays. Are we going to see the Hellcurt roam around quickly? Normally, gold lane doesn't get too much action in the early game, but because of the speed, once he hits level 4 as well, getting the Dark Knight Falls might be able to help GK in terms of getting some of these first turtles. He hasn't hit level 4 yet. May be able to get it before this turtle. I'm wondering if SRG is going to want to rush it because they don't want to have to deal with that Dark Knight Falls. Because even when he's on the opposite side of the map, his team can still capitalize from it. So it's something we definitely have to watch out for, especially with the range, with the possible surprise of Shen hitting a Wrath of Dryad, something of that nature. So I'm excited to see how they utilize this pick.
Oh, Eisenberg in the flicker too. Yeah, you're right about that. The utility that a Hellcurt can bring just with, darkening the map with his ultimate, that Dark Knight Falls, is great, but still, I think that's the main thing. Can he get out of the lane? Can he join these fights? It looks like he wants to do exactly that. They're going to force a fight anyway. Beacon already used Shen, able to flicker out for now. Dark Knight Falls comes through. They collapse on Sakai, so able to pick up one. Turtle still for the taking here. So for this, you got the numbers advantage, and there you go. Yaga's making it work. Gets another.
Yaga. Things already turning around for the side of GK. Looking good. They take a death early on. But we're already seeing the possibility that Sakai's is going to have to be careful going off on his own, even if it looks like he can secure a kill, because at any point, Dark Knight Falls comes down, Yaga pops up, helps gets the kill. He is an assassin. He's still squishy. And that's what I feel like is going to be the target. You add that up with Stormy as well. We haven't seen Yve work out too well for a lot of teams. I feel like in a lot of drafts it looks nice, but the fact that there's things like Lings now being highly popularized, some of these assassin picks who can jump onto you, and the lack of movement from the Yve once you drop that ult, you are just a sitting duck. So Stormy, the big win condition for SRG, I think, is going to be positioning and timing on that RWM.
Yep.
And the same thing is going to go to GK with this Dark Knight Falls and things of that nature.
Quanok already using the beacon. Actually going to flicker forward. Dark Knight Falls. They want to collapse on Stormy as you were mentioning it. Tempest Blade's already going to be used. Yeah, trapped into a real world manipulation though too. On the back foot. GK has to disengage. They wanted to go for that. Now multiple members are low, and here comes the follow through. A spear from Innocent will be the find a double. He does it again in the mid lane.
He just never misses. That's the reality situation with Innocent. And I want to go back to what I was saying with Stormy. That last RWM was huge, but Cram.
Oh, Cram. Okay. This is why the Paquito's so deadly. Couple combos, and you're half health or less. Yaga's going to get spotted out. He does get stunned here, but he's fine for now. Yes, back to what you were saying, Trex. I think fighting around the real-world manipulation is key. We just saw it in the hands of Stormy there in that fight, especially because they know that GK's idea behind this draft is to just kind of go in, make it happen, get a kill if they can, but your real-world manipulation is your biggest counterpunch to that. Not only this, but you can slow them down with a glorious pathway from Yum's high-lows, and they've got a lot of tools. So once GK kind of goes all in, the problem is if they don't catch anyone, can they get out? And sometimes you might see that Dark Knight Falls even be changed to more of a defensive use if they need it at some point.
And that's where so much of it is going to be who will pull the trigger first. And Stormy did such a good job in that last fight when GK was invading onto the purple buff. He holds on to the RWM. Dark Knight Fall went down first. Stormy moves around, finds a good position, and then after the fight's already been going on, he drops it.
Oh, here we go. Fight for the second turtle. Less than half health here. They're going to force it anyway. Innocent gets a solo kill. The turtle's going to be secured by Sakai's, but he might lose his life for it as Quanok picks up a kill. Looking for Cram. He's trying to get away, but there's just a whole lot of crowd control locking him down as Aizen will pick up for himself. So a bit of a trade across the map, but that's also a lot of gold and push now for Innocent on the Moskov.
Yeah, I don't think we expected things to go like this. It's 5-4 right now. GK holding a small, ever so slight gold lead. Still, the game is at a standstill, but every fight has gone back and forth. Neither team finding full leverage. Neither team really getting a full grip on this game. GK Esports, I'm wondering when is the time to really pop off? Yaga is going to get a couple more items, and I kind of want to see where he's building towards. Is it just full burst damage? Do we have the...
There's your Sky Piercer.
Sky Piercer. I was wondering if maybe we were going to say like a Blade of Hep disease, something of that nature, but no. Sky Piercer up front. Berserker Fury already in for Zeno. On the opposite side, Innocent having a great game. 3-0-0. He's already got 2 items in, looking for that third. We're talking about a possible 8-9 minute third item very early in this game as long as he keeps on this path.
Yeah, Innocent's going to be a problem for GK, and that's why, you know, at some point, Yaga's kind of... his game plan will be just to lock down Innocent, you know, try to go in. Of course, he's got the execute there to work with too. But, you know, that's the problem with the Hellcurt is you are very squishy, but that's, you know, the price you pay for this kind of kit and the ability to go ahead and darken the map. But now Aizen spotting things out. Even as a Uranus takes quite a bit of damage himself, GK wants to fight this. RWM already dropped down too. Dark Knight falls to follow through. They're going to extend it further. And now here's the surprise as it comes on through as Quanok is gone. Wrath the Dryad won't be able to help save them as Shen falls next. Now Yaga, there's some low health bars here, but it's too much of a risk to follow through.
Patience is key in so many of these fights, and for a second, GK felt like they had the advantage there. Cram should be okay here. They wait for the RWM to come down, and that's after that comes down, Yaga drops the Dark Knight Falls. But what GK doesn't know is you've got Cram hiding out in this bush. Everyone's just waiting for the Dark Knight to end, and they all re-engage and get the win out on that Tim fight. SRG stealing away the lead.
Okay, fight. Last turtle here. Aizen jumping on forward. Sakai takes a ton of damage, but he's still going to be fine to be able to secure the turtle. Yume's left to his death as he goes down, but Cram looks to capitalize on a kill. An SOD won't connect though, so they fall. Aizen falls here. Dark Knight falls once again. Cram will go down. Yaga able to pick up another here. Good push though down bot by SRG. Sakai goes in with the combo, gets his own revenge, taking out Yaga.
Zeno's not going to try to commit to it. Yaga goes down. I feel like at this point, though, Yaga can die. He's always going to pack a decent punch. He's going to have utility. When will that eventually fall off in the lack of a marksman, though?
Innocent going to try to get away. Still has a Purify. Should have room to work with. Picks up the DHS. He goes and tries to target Quanok. He knows the rest of the team might try to make their way here, but Yumes is going to be too late. It's a shutdown. Quanok gets the kill on Innocent.
A beautiful shutdown at that, going into the hands of Quanok. After taking the 2 deaths, he's going to need some of that gold to kind of pillow some of the losses he's had. On the bot side, though, GK losing so many towers, already down to the inhibitor, top side as well. Though GK's been doing well in some of these team fights, in terms of macro, they've been having a little bit of trouble, and I think that's the sacrifice that happens when you pick up this Hellcurt. And yes, you can use it as a split pusher sometimes, but they've been using it a lot more for these turtles, for these objectives, for these big fights. They haven't really been sending him off to the offlanes, and I'm wondering if there's going to be a point where they kind of change his game plan on what they want to use that hero for.
Oh, 100%, especially once we get to this Lord fight here in about 30 seconds. GK's done a good job at keeping Zeno, you know, in that kind of groove of just on the ling, doing your thing, getting the jungle buffs and the camps that you need here. You know, it's not like he's far behind or anything like that against Sakai's, but he needs to win that retribution battle if they're able to set up for that first Lord. That would give a big favor over to GK to work with. So right now it's just kind of maintaining the map. Cram will take a couple shots. Zeno and Shen are up on this top side. Sakai's going to go ahead and join this, and the rest of the team isn't far away as they try to hold on. 1 HP on that top turret, just barely away, but the Lord is up, so both teams will get centered around it.
Yeah, Yaga tried to make a quick play down to the boss side. I was wondering if he was going to hang out there before this Lord, maybe get something cheeky off. But right now, GK is trying to salvage towers. So much pressure on the top, so much pressure on the mid. And this is going to give SRG a chance for Sakai's to get this purple buff and then make his way down to the Lord pit. And just SRG overall securing a decent position on the map. A slow push at the bottom, but action in the mid.
They're going to go for it anyway. Aizen is gone in an instant. Tempest Blade's already used too. A disengage from GK. Even with the Dark Knight Falls, right now SRG still in a good position to transition from this point. Shen flickers forward with Wrath the Dryad, locks down Stormy. A decisive play. Cram there, couple punches on the tree will take him out. Shen's gone, Lord is up. Cram alone is zoning out the rest of GK with Yumes. They should be enough, but Zeno is up. He's going to grab his purple and potentially try to steal the Lord here if he's able to. Half health on the Lord. They're going to blitz it down. It looks like they give it up as SRG will take the Lord.
SRG with Very clean lore taken, though. GK is doing well at finding some responses here and there. Cram himself right now is just putting so much pressure onto Yaga, so much pressure onto Quinnock. Every time a fight starts, Cram finds a beautiful angle and just stops GK from what they want to do. In that last fight, Yaga was looking for an entry in. Cram was waiting for him. Got a couple quick punches off, and Yaga can't do anything. It completely nullifies the strategy that GK wants to bring to this fight.
Cram's basically like, you got to go through me, if you want to get to the team. And even these off angles like this, he's a threat alone. Glorious pathway to slow down a GK. They take down the tier 2 turret. Ratha Dryad Shen just deleted again. Not tanky enough on this Belric pick. Lord charges in the bottom turret. Into the base, Sakai's goes. He does get away. Aizen jumping on forward. Might get locked down here, but the rest of the team will clear it out. Shields pop in mid and bot.
Oh my lord.
Again, Cram just showing the amount of damage he has, but can he go 1v3? He flickers defensively. Dark Knight Falls comes through. Yaga on the hunt. Not sure if he wants to follow this through. It's a bit too much of a risk. He sees Sakai's though. He's gonna go for him. The pincers, they come through. And that was probably worth it for Yaga, but not for the team.
I mean, there's some value there. When you're getting pushed on, when you have a 4K deficit, a trade is a trade, especially if it's on the opponent's jungler. GK got the best that they could, honestly, out of that big defense. A little bit of action on the purple buff.
Whoa, Zeno so close. Whoa! I'm not sure why he went there. Another SOD. Here comes Innocent. The Spear of Malaysia again lands it. Finds Quinnock. Aizen's tanky enough, but the turret, it'll get shredded down a little bit further here. They don't have the waves pushing in up top just yet, so they'll clear him out. A big play from SRG off of the interesting decision there from GK.
Yeah, Zeno should not have gone for that. GK definitely choosing to pick fights at a lot of the wrong times. The fact that they were able to keep their inhibitors was good.
All right, they've only got a few guys left, but they're gonna lock it down. Shen trying to keep them at bay, clear out the minion waves. Top base turret's gonna go down here. Bottom one is left. They're gonna go focus on this next, but everyone from GK is up. They should be able to clear out the minions. That they do, and SRG has taken pretty much what they can for now.
Yeah, the fact that SRG still ended up getting those inhibitors is because of the huge mistakes done by GK. And SRG's been capitalizing on every single one. Fine, you want to come too deep? We got an answer for you. And that answer has been Cram. That answer has been Stormy and Innocent. When it's time for GK to run away, somebody always gets caught by the Spear of Destruction. Somebody always gets caught by the RWM. And this is what we were looking at from Stormy. This is what we were looking for, at least, to hold on to those RWMs and make sure the timings are correct. And instead of using it as a big team fight mechanic, he's using it as the net, right? He's using it as something.
Yaga. Oh, Dark Knight Falls, but Innocent, he spots him out. It doesn't matter. Innocent picks up another, and the team fight is getting decimated in the jungle. Another SOD. He doesn't miss. And Zeno falls. Aizen could be next. Last one for GK. And they just get wiped off the face of the map with SRG.
They don't need a Lord. They got a wave of minions coming down the mid, a 7,000 gold lead, and death counter's too high.
Too high for GK. They're going to have to scrap this one up and go next because SRG came through in game 1 in this elimination match.
Definitely a tough start to that game for SRG. Another pick to throw them off their balance, but they held it together. And as the game went on, the lead got out of hand for GK. Things got a little too crazy for GK, and SRG kept their cool and took the victory.
Again, man, there was an attempt there, do something unique in the draft. Interesting in the draft, gold lane Hellcurt. You could see where it could work. There was uses for it, but essentially you have no way to even contain Innocent. Whether it was Innocent or not, if it was just a Moskov has free reign to do what he wants across the map, and you have to kind of deal with that. The macro threat that Moskov had in comparison to what was going on as a team just was too much to deal with. And again, when you have someone like Innocent who's, I don't know what his accuracy is on those spears, man, but they just seem to hit 9 out of 10 times.
We need a percentage on that, honestly.
Something like that. And, again, you have tankier heroes on your side for GK between the Uranus and the Belric, but it just wasn't enough. A lot of the times they were initiating into this fight and they would just get decimated more quicker than not because of the firepower that was packed in to this lineup of SRG. So go back to the drawing board for game 2 because this didn't work. The early game was better. I feel like they were actually able to maintain, the game and not lose this crazy lead, but GK's got to come up with something else here, Trex.
I mean, I get it, right? Game 1, you try something because if that something works, it puts you in such a huge advantage for the rest of this series. It's a mental game, and GK was not able to pull it off. But even more of that, SRG was able to keep their cool through it all. Let's see what our panel has to say about that. Rain Day, take it away.
Thank you, Trex, and Naisu, great cast on the first one. This was an interesting game, but you got to say GK Esports had moments where they looked much better. 5 kills after their time with YG, who got 55 kills against them. Now they added 11 to the tally, so technically doubling their overall efforts and effectiveness, but it wasn't enough against SRG, who I feel like, Brigitte, this is just my take, I want to hear yours, just had a win condition in the Moskov and in the Harara, and their team fights really came together very well.
Yeah, and on the other side, it was very specific for Yaga, who had to go up against that win condition you mentioned, which was Innocent on the Moskov, because I feel like Yaga and what he's been through in the first series, in their first showing here in MSC, was something they do not want to go through against. Yeah. So they picked up a very aggressive gold laner, a very unique gold laner at that. And you saw the intention, you saw it work to a certain extent at the beginning, but again, for a more sustained team fight or for the long run, I think they lost sight of how they should have played around the certain lineup.
Yeah. LaFell, I mean, when you go to that matchup specifically, it is kind of tough because, Helkert wants to get in and wants to stop Vision and kind of reap through the chaos. But Moskov, if he's your person you're trying to shut down, one knockback and now your whole plan is like delayed, and that delay could be it doesn't work anymore.
I mean, the crazy thing is we'll have some time with the Telestrator later because in this game, funnily enough, the thing that I got to talk about the most is actually the map because that's what Selangor Giants used to defeat GK. And here's the thing, it's not that GK does not have ways to stop it. It's just that somehow they weren't able to just because Innocent, he himself was invisible in the map. The moment he shows his face, sure, he dies. He made that one mistake, but then never again.
Yeah, you would think that GK would have a less harder time finding Innocent because they had 2 assassins. They had such high mobility heroes and even a Uranus who could just pretty much, you could rely on him to control the rest of the map. And he's the guy who could just split up from the rest of the members. Actually, 3 of them, like either of these 3 could just go and take their separate ways from the team, but it still didn't work out.
How'd you feel about Cram? I feel like his Paquito is pretty impactful.
Very much so. Honestly, Cram, I will talk about him a little bit more during the analysis later, but he was the reason that Selangor Giants can change their game plan mid-game to actually make it so that Innocent gets to a point where he can start carrying because for me personally, I saw plan A, and I would say the first 5 minutes, they saw plan A cannot work. Okay. They switched to plan B, and instead, Cram has to be the one getting all the attention, and after that, honestly, smooth sailing.
Yeah.
Cram just did not hold back that game. I feel like there was this one instance, even when I was watching, that he was already caught by 2 members. They were trying to poke him down. They were trying to threaten him out of the lane, but he stood his ground. He just stayed there, hid in the bush, and was ready for a potential re-engage if ever GK actually wanted to go for one more round. And that's the thing about Cram. He's a very aggressive XP lane, and the Paquito, I think, allows him to really play the kind of playstyle that maybe we've been missing in that first series that we saw from SRG.
And it was really interesting to see the results of yesterday's performance, or not yesterday, but the day we saw Selangor Red Giants fall earlier on because the Belleric gave them so many issues. GK prioritized the Belleric this time around, guys, and it doesn't give them any issues. And I think that's just SRG know we need to have an answer for this. The Paquito worked really well to give them the space, but LaFell, I want you to break down what you saw in that game.
All right, Brigitte, I trust you for this one. So we're gonna be looking at it. I'm just gonna stop. We're gonna look at the draft here, and I'm gonna take some time because we're gonna be looking at GK's draft first, where the idea of this Hellcat was to shut down the Moskov because based on previous matchups, they know that the Moskov will win against Link. So they need an immediate answer, and that answer was this Hellcat, which this is why we're gonna see in the game how it really changes. But before that, we gotta talk about how Selangor Giants approach the draft because they have 1, 2, and 3 independent laners, meaning to say that when the game goes above 5 minutes, you can have them solo lane, and then that can attract a lot of teams. But in this game, Sakai's was not a solo laner. He was the one actually starting the fights. It was more on Cram as well as Innocent to be in that lane. We're going to be looking at some clips here where in the first clip, we'll talk about how great the Yaga on this Hellcurt is, which by the way, it's a very toxic Hellcurt, you know, with Master Assassin, Rupture, as well as the Execute, just to make sure he actually gets the kill. Because as we're looking at the positioning here, you can see that Sakai's is supposed to have a flank angle because his job is to actually have and engage with the stun. And then look at the rest of Selangor Red Giants. They're just trying to establish some kind of box just to make sure that Sakai's is out of this box and he's dealing with everyone else. But you can also see that Zeno and Yaga, they're off to the side, aiming for Sakai's because they know he's going to be the disruptor. And then eventually, they will go for Innocent. But first things first, it is going to be Sakai's. We're going to be playing the clip just to see how they execute this. Kill Sakai's because they know his positioning is going to be outside of the square of influence. And then after that, even eventually killing off Yumes. This is where the draft works really well. And then we can see in a different clip here, this is where I want to show actually the minimap. As we're looking at the minimap here, you guys can see that okay, never mind. You can see that Cram is all by himself, right? And he's been doing this for the good 10 minutes of the game. Yep. He's all alone, and every single time again comes up to him, he never dies. That's the big thing because we're looking at the minimap and see that the rest of the team, they're always together. Look at Innocent's positioning on that Moskov. He's close to the Eve, and even Sakai's is close behind. So the entire game, they made into a 1-4 split where it's supposed to be the Moskov. But remember, Moskov did die that one time, so they changed the plan. Cram is the one going for the solo lane. And then after that, we can see here, this is where we start to see Selangor Giants win when they split up the fight. And that's why, Rainday, you were talking about the Belleric. Belleric is good in a big fight. So don't have a big fight. That's right. Separate it. This is where Innocent had that lucky win where he found Yaga before Yaga was able to take him out. And then we saw in the team fight, things got much easier. Look at this. Already the Wrath of Dryad already been used, but Stormy is already out of the way. Even though Aizen is chasing him, but this is the position that Stormy wants. As long as he's not captured, he is not chain CC'd, he's able to deal the damage because in this position, he's the one with the most amount of damage in the team. Where the analysis is done, but if we look back into the items, we can see that Sakai's was using Queen's Wings, so his build is not full damage. He's built more like a fighter, surviving as long as he can. So his job, look at this Sakai's build. He has 2 Spell Vamp items with the War Axe as well as the Queen's Wings. He's not about assassinating people. If he gets it, great. But if he doesn't, that's not his main job. He's just there to distract. The damage is coming from Stormy, Cram, and Innocent.
Yep. SRG were just so efficient. I think this was the most
Thank you, production, by the way. That was amazing.
Hey.
Great job.
Great
job to you and Brigida.
How about the mic holder?
You are the
She's
best.
barely almost sweating right now.
Yeah. Later, I'll make sure that you don't have to stand up and that you'll just have to sit down while doing it.
No, you stand up after this.
Okay. No.
Oh, wait, hold on.
Okay.
Hold on, that's too much.
Going back, yeah, I agree. It was a very effective play from SRG this time because I feel like in the last few games we saw them try to split things up. They weren't consistent in doing so. It was like it was eventually almost always a point wherein they had to still resort to team fight, which again highlighted the impact that Belleric could potentially have.
Yeah.
So in the scenario, I think they found a way finally around it. So it might be one of the picks that they're willing to give more so than the others we saw banned, which still remain a question to us, by the way. Why the Harley, right? Why did they take that out and what could be the reason behind?
I honestly feel like they're going to play this option, right? Play 1-3-1 and then eventually become a 4-1. They're thinking against a Harley, they cannot win the side lanes. Right? Against a lane, they can outplay that. So I think that's just going to be the strategy coming in from Selangor Giants. They're going to play the map instead of the straight up team fight.
That's a really good point. I mean, they've obviously come in with a plan, and sometimes taking a loss gives you the most amount of information. We talked about it. Even when you look down to Entity 7 and Team Liquid PH coming up as well, a lot of people surprised at some of the loss, but also there's a good chance to learn something valuable, and you might say invaluable, if this is the beginning of another SRG run to finals. Because if you're going to give it up, you need to know how to deal with it. They certainly definitely found a way to deal with it, but the question is now in game 2, will they give it up? Will they go back to the same? Will they let GK Esports switch it up, or will they have another plan of attack?
I mean, here's the thing. I feel like GK kind of read into it with the Hellcurt as well as the Link pick. It's just that the execution wasn't there. So I do wonder if GK wants to change it up just a little bit. Because Langway Giants, for better or for worse, they're showing that they're not interested in team fights. They're going to be playing the side lane. So I think more and more teams are going to catch it. And this is going to force Langway Giants to basically adapt. But here's the thing. This is an elimination match.
Yeah.
The fact that if you lose this or the next game or the next match, you're eliminated. So this is actually a pretty tough situation for both teams, GK as well as Langway Giants.
Yeah, especially for GK, because really, you pointed it out. I'm not sure if they want to go for a similar approach in terms of just picking a very unorthodox lineup into SRG to potentially catch them off guard, or probably, you know, like shock them to a certain extent.
Did it kind of feel like they were maybe trying to catch SRG in something and go versus playing to their own strength and finding a win condition?
Kind of, yeah. Because I think it was something they observed. But that's the thing, like you get to observe it from one team, but you have to also acknowledge that that team is definitely going to learn from it.
Yeah.
So they're less likely to replicate the same mistakes that you saw from them, though you could definitely consider it. SRG this time showed that they were not the same team that we saw 2 days ago going up against Pro Esports.
And this is my question, and they answered it already. You got to ban the Moskov or deal with what made that first thing do. But again, it's reactionary to what has worked. We'll see if that continues with the Fanny and, of course, the Marcel band on the other side of SRG.
Honestly, I like the ban here coming in from GK because they're betting out the Moskov. The other gold laner that can play the strategy that Langway Giants already did was the Claude. Those are the only real two marksmen that can go play the side lane. They can go for a fighter. There are quite a few fighters that can handle the long lane well. But right now, with this Moskov ban, with this Harara ban...
Interesting.
Freya might eventually be let through. The Paquito will get through again. So, yeah, SRG, they're banning out the Harara. Do they just go all in and ban out that Ling as well?
I think you have to ban Atlas here.
Who Atlas is also a pick you got to consider,
Because they're also leaving the Eudora open, so there are just so much trades that they could play around if ever they do leave that Ling. And if they hand over the Atlas, then maybe they can also consider the Beleric for themselves. So I think there are just so many trades on the board right now.
Yep.
SRG might even consider a throw ban at this point if they just really want to let all of these things open.
Keep something open.
Yeah, because at this point, I feel like it's either Ling or Eudora, because I feel like the rest you can kind of deal with.
Yeah.
Even if they pick up Atlas, you can pick up Beleric, Valentina, and then suddenly you're looking pretty strong, vice versa. Or maybe even try to ban out of Valentina and then ask
Harley,
the question.
It's Harley.
I mean, like, in a way, it opens up the draft.
And it does keep them, you mentioned the only other people that could do that, maybe the Claude. Claude's still open. That was actually banned by SRG to prevent a counter to the Moskov that they wanted it to go. But now that they've revealed that's what they want to do, they're going to keep it open. Maybe they can do that since the Moskov is banned.
Yeah, the only thing here is GK. I kind of feel like out of all the picks, I'm actually feeling that Eudora is probably a very strong early pick, but instead they go for the Ling. Might be a mistake.
Eudora Atlas.
Yeah, exactly. Langway Giants can go Eudora Atlas or Eudora Beleric, whichever is their pick.
Yeah, whichever they want, honestly, because either the Atlas or the Beleric, I feel like would be really great tools already. You have so much ways to force out a Purify, and then GK might settle with just a Purify gold lane as well, which... We're not entirely sure if they will revert back to a marksman gold lane either.
True.
Earlier, again, you already saw them going for an execute Hellcurt in the gold lane. So.
Honestly, the fact that Innocent was able to survive for such a long time is actually a, I would say, proof of his skills as a marksman gold laner.
He just doesn't miss the SOD.
No, I was saying that immediate play that we saw, I was like, that was amazing. They skipped the Eudora, they go Valentina instead.
I'm not sure how much I like this. And I'm guessing I don't.
Why is that?
Because
nothing to steal? Or does it stop something from being picked?
It's the Occam's razor. Sometimes the most obvious pick is the right one. And the obvious one here should be the Eudora.
Right.
And the fact that they did not pick it up is very interesting. Because as of right now, they don't have a real way to stop the Ling. I mean, like Atlas, if you can catch him, sure, but you can't. It requires skill and luck.
Are they opening up something on their side? I mean, the glue comes in.
Must have a plan in mind, right? 'Cause
Yeah.
I think if the Eudora does get locked in by GK here, which they don't, okay,
Take
then
the
that's when
quad.
they might have to change
Ooh.
something. But
Yeah.
even GK just let go of the Eudora entirely and say, we have something else in mind for our mid lane pick.
This is very interesting because GK right now, they're drafting in a way that Selangor Giants wants to play. So they're asking Selangor Giants, do you want to fight fire with fire and play a 1-3-1 comp? Or force Selangor Giants to play a team fight comp, which they have been avoiding for quite a while. But no matter what, they at least need one. So maybe the Paquito gets picked up again, handle the long lane, either deal with the Ling or deal with the Moskov. Deal with the Claude.
Yeah, because I think it will enable like whichever option SRG wants to go for. If they want to go split, if they want to go team fight, the Paquito works
Or
both
pick up
ways.
Nolan. Barats is available still too.
Yeah, to help out in. Yep, they pick up the Paquito.
Makes sense.
Because again, they need someone to deal with the silent. Because if Paquito gets banned, I think the only other option might be a Benedetta, but that one has so many room for errors. Like, it's very easy to mess up that lane.
Could get punished real quick. So now we at least get to see the XP lane for SRG, and they again have not revealed to us the jungler yet. So GK might want to really focus on narrowing the hero pool here for Sekais later on in the bans. But SRG,
Yeah.
what mid lane picks do they not want?
Eudora.
You know?
Yeah, ban out Eudora probably.
I have a thought here. We saw that build. I mean, it was Assassin pick, but it was pretty utility.
Yep.
So is a utility jungler a thought here for Sekais to kind of mix it up?
I was considering that if the Eudora was locked in for GK, but they didn't lock in the Eudora, and honestly, maybe.
Yeah, honestly, that's a very good insight coming in from Rain. They might opt for something like an Akai instead.
Yeah.
And letting Innocent to perform. And I feel like GK, they're reading into it. That's why they're not becoming the Eudora. They're even betting out the Brody. So, hey, you might be onto something here.
This could be interesting. We saw Barat's jungle once, still not banned. Akai was used really well also.
Yeah, though there isn't a Mathilda really, but I don't think we're seeing the Mathilda as a requirement to the Barats anymore.
And still Melissa.
Oh yeah, Melissa is
Available,
also there. Surprisingly, again, like I said, we had a 13-minute game where the Melissa did over 100,000 damage.
Yeah.
That's way more than I would ever anticipate. And they're still not banning. If they don't ban the Eudora,
Okay,
now they ban.
There's Eudora.
Maybe they're just messing with the head of Costa Rica. Be like, hey, we may pick it, we may not. Because they are on the red side. They have last pick.
Yeah.
They can really play with the minds of GK here.
Yeah, so do they take out another safe gold lane? Oh, they
And there's
let the
Melissa
Harith through. Instead, they decide to pick the Melissa. Well, in the words of Innocent, he already described the Melissa as a very safe gold lane anyway. So,
And I think there's no more safe gold lanes unless you want to consider a Bruno with a House Claw where your healing is just enough to survive. But even then, that's not a guarantee.
yeah, so it's
that's not a
probably
guarantee.
another Harith carry option here for SRG, unless they want to go something unique or want to flex the Paquito in gold.
It could.
If they do that, they go for the Yi Sun Shin. But going up against a Ling as well as a Claude, I don't think the Yi Sun Shin will have a good time. It is an option, just may not be the best option.
Yeah. Because at this point, it's just the Yi Sun Shin left that you could really consider. So,
wow, great call there.
Yeah, they go for.
Yeah.
This is looking to be a Paquito gold given this Yi Sun Shin pickup.
Yeah. I mean, again, going up against the Ling as well as the Claude, how Selangor Giants can win this one is they need to have mid prio and then hope that Sakai is on this Yi Sun Shin is able to get one level ahead of the Ling and secure those turtles and then try to snowball off of there. Because when the Claude has 4 items, when the Ling has even 2 items, this Yi Sun Shin needs a lot of help for the Paquito as well as the Atlas.
Yeah, but you're already stuck with an Atlas Valentina, so GK might have the upper hand here in terms of determining what the matchup is going to look like. We don't know if the glue is going roam or EXP, but they could flex that too because they Okay, they flex it.
Oh, they even have the
unique
Valir.
hero.
So the Valir is good at denying, I would say, everyone from Slangway Giants. If they want to go in, Valir will just push them away. And they even have Esmeralda to say, if you put Paquito into the EXP, the Esmeralda can deal with this.
Here,
GK, this is another way to draft, and it looks very effective.
Yeah, it looks very cool.
I like
hot.
GK looked very cool and hot because of the
Cool
Valir.
and hot. Look at that.
Yeah, it's hot and cool, but
Well, what's going to be the cool hot pick from Innocent?
should be EXP. Should be EXP, right? If they don't want to put the Paquito against the Esmeralda in the lane.
They need someone to deal with this Valir, so someone that can dive. Yuzong, a Lapu, Dyrov just to deal with the Esmeralda.
Oh, wow.
This is very interesting.
It's only been Falcon's PH using the Dyrov.
I think the last time...
I don't think it won either. It didn't, no.
The last time Kram used the Dyrov was MSC 25 during the group stage, and he won that one, but that was the only time he used in that competition, so...
Wow.
Quite a long time since he's used the Dyrov, especially here in International.
Who gets the edge from you guys? Quick talk.
This is... Okay.
GK sound very cool to look very cool to Moy.
I think GK is easier to execute.
All right, we'll see who executes here. SRG trying to go 2-0 and keep their tournament hopes alive to get back to the grand finals. If GK Esports lose, their key will be crushed. It's all on the line here in game 2 as we send it back over to Naisu and Trex.
The pressure is on as we jump into the land of Dawn. SRG 1 game away from securing a victory and moving forward. GK just trying to tie things up here. This is Trex and Naisu bringing you the live action in this game. How we feeling, Naisu?
Well, you know what? It's pressurous, Trex, because GK also already burning a flicker early on from Shen. We know how this mid lane goes. Obviously, as a glue, you can go ahead and heal some of this back up, but yeah, I think the pressure is there definitely at this point in the competition. GK is feeling it, but I like that they're still willing to bring something unique to the draft. Now, we saw that in the last one. You know, the Hellcurt kind of worked for a bit till it didn't. But now the Valir. Valir solves a lot of the points here that SRG brought to this draft, and I think them themselves bringing out the Dyroth, who, you know, as our panel, our studio mentioned, hasn't found the most success, but it still makes sense, especially against this matchup against Aizen with that Esmeralda. This is, you know, one of those picks that ends up working real well in terms of that matchup. But now, when it comes to the team fights, how can that help things out? He's really putting pressure there on Aizen, but, you know, first turtle is where we see just that threat.
Yeah, what's going to be big for Kram is keeping this pressure up, maybe securing a kill in this early phase. First, second turtle, going deathless, and making sure you get that scale on. Kram has to be careful on a hero like Dyroth. We've seen it before. If you start to take a death or two too early on, you fall off quickly, and at that point, you're just a useless hero.
Yep, little check here in the mid, but again, because of the nature of the compositions, you're not going to see too much action until the first objective comes up. It's really big for SRG to have that Fatal Links. They make an attempt here on Aizen, but again, as an Esmeralda, really difficult to take up top. Kram, though, has level 4. Tempest Blade's already going to be used. Shen's low. Again, doesn't have the flicker, so he's got to go to the turret. It's Kram that does get punished. Aizen gets a double off of that.
Yeah, a little too deep for Kram there. We saw what he was going for. He even gets almost all of his health back, but then still taken out with just a massive burst of damage. And literally right after I say it, you don't want to take too many deaths early on. It happens. Luckily, it's flying clouds, so you're not going to lose too much from an early game death like this.
Yep, and SRG still has really good control of, you know, the map, the presence that they can give with this lineup, and as you mentioned, flying clouds. So even after that, they do end up getting the objective. They secure themselves the turtle. Looking at the replay here, brought to us by STC. Again, this was an attempt under the turret. Kram buys quite a bit of time here, but it's, again, Aizen's very patient. Mind you, on this Esmeralda, he's able to just kind of sweep in there, get that first blood, get that double kill, which will really help him now in this lane against Kram for now. So Kram might need this help just because of that 2-kill lead. So they're going to go for it. Aizen brought to half health, but popped the Purify.
They want that kill on Aizen so bad right now. In the past 3 minutes, they've gone up to that lane twice now just to put pressure down. Back on that replay, I gotta highlight Zeno real fast. The guy drops the Tempest of Blades. Instead of going for all the swords, he backs off for a second to sidestep the Dyroth ult. and then re-engages, hits 2 swords, gets a bunch of damage. Eisen gets the final blows, but Zeno definitely very mechanically gifted in that last team fight. Now, SRG's been making plays across the map. Up on the top side, Cram.
Oh, they're going for Cram. Now he picked up the blades there, Trex. He gets them this time. Good punish up top and a whole lot of gold going over.
I was just about to say how GK wasn't playing the off lanes too much, playing a bit more defensively against SRG, but now they're finally finding their movement across the map. Quinnock and Shen stuck down in this mid.
Fatal Links able to pick one. Shen very quick to take out here, and that's what you're going to expect. Every time that Fatal Links is up, maybe even the flicker for Yumes, he'll go make a play, and that's about what SRG can play around. As they were mentioning, throughout the draft, they got to build that lead over on this YSS for Sakai's. Now, bottom side, Yaga going to be the focus, popping the blaze and duet. There's 3 SRG giants here, though. Innocent will pick that one up, but Sakai's gets punished. Zeno able to find one. Flicker from Stormy. Safety to the turret, and now Innocent should be able to get away here. The ultimate's already popped. He had to pop the flicker, though, and Yumes, he'll have to be there for safety, but this is going to be a turtle fought for GK.
Yeah, without that flicker, Innocent may not be able to do much to help out. Zeno will get that turtle. Right now, both teams just looking for pickoff after pickoff.
Oh, Shen. All right. Shen's fine.
Be good.
Yeah, he's going to be fine. He burned the battle spell again, though.
Yeah, so a lot of battle spells down for the side of GK. SRG, with only 2 kills on the map, still applying pressure, but GK with almost 2,000 gold lead, even after losing second turtle. It has dropped a little bit down to 1.4, but still the pressure is on. But this is similar to last game. SRG sometimes needs a little bit of time to get things going. They like to look for that 6-7 minute power spike. I'm also excited to see how Innocent plays in the Paquito. It's no longer Cram on it.
Yeah.
And it's so normal to see Innocent on these marksmen, right? On things like the Moskov, things that he can dance around. So seeing him on the Paquito this time, I'm excited to see if he's able to apply the same amount of pressure that Cram did last game.
Yeah, Cram was able to do it last game. I think so far, one of the best gold lane Paquitos we've seen. Hold on, Innocent, speaking of, okay, he gets away. Was from Siggy Boom, right? From Aurora Gaming. They really made that work perfectly. And so Innocent being up 2 kills, he's got that momentum going on the Paquito. That's going to be great for them, but they got to control the map here as that tier 1 down bot gets taken down by Zeno. This is what you expect of the Ling. He's going to continue to push the map. Quinnock popping the flicker himself. Some more action here in the mid. Whoa, Innocent got solo killed on the bottom side. Good play there from Zeno, man. Now picking up the Haas Claws off of it.
As Zeno has been on fire, even in the last game that they lost. Zeno still made some amazing plays. A couple bad ones too, but here in game number 2, he seems to have gotten some of the rest off. He's finding solo kills. He's able to lock down Honest Innocent on the top side.
Cram, not going to be able to escape this one. Yumes, too late to the party off that flying cloud. GK has found the footing in this one, Trex, for game 2. They've got a composition that's really hard to play against. SRG looking to lock down Shen, popping the flicker. So he's still going to be fine. This last turtle's up, though, and right now GK will make their way for it. Conceal's already going to be used now from SRG to push them off the turtle. Ooh, looking for this engage. Stormy holding on here, too, up on that front side. They'll just face off for now, though, as buffs are going to be secured by Zeno.
Man, GK, like you said, just looking for plays all around the map, but here at the turtle, little action.
Oh, they're going to go for it. Again, the setup, Quinnock gone so quickly. Yaga firing off the backside, though. It's a split fight. Now Sakai's trying to get some work. He falls, and Zeno gets another kill. He'll heal back up with the Haas Claws. Rest of the team still going at it. Now Cram looking for Zeno. Can he catch him? He's quite slow, but he gets retried. So Zeno should be able to get away.
Zeno gets away to safety. More action on the mid side, though. Blazing Duet.
Blazing Duet already used here. Looking to take out another. Yumes falls, and GK further building the lead that they have. Forget the turtle. We'll take the bodies.
Giant after giant tumbles right now. It's 9-3, 5K gold lead. And GK are looking at securing another turtle to cement their advance in game number 2. Last time SRG was able to keep things at a minimum, but this time the tourniquet is gone. They're bleeding out. Is there an opportunity? Innocent, we got to see something from him, but the problem is it's a tough game for a Paquito. You got the glue.
Eisen's there. Okay, he canceled the recall. He's there to go ahead and supplement Yaga here. Falling Star unused. Oh, Zeno! Under the turret, the rest of the team's gonna get caught in the jungle. They'll fight. GK wants to take it to them as Sakai's falls. Cram trying to get away, but there's 4 members here, and Aizen leading the charge. Meanwhile, Zeno will push mid. GK Esports has total control right now.
All right. A little bit of a Fatal Links used on to Aizen there. Does pop the Purify, but at this point...
Popping that Purify.
GK...
Shout out to Leo.
GK, shout out to Leo. Pop that Purify. GK making their way in, making their way downtown. And it's not looking good for SRG. Like I said, Innocent's going to have a tough game, man.
I was about to. It went right
Wait for the
there.
Lord.
Yep.
Wait for the Lord.
Wait for the Lord.
So as I was saying, we wanted to see Innocent do great things, but you know, we can't count him out completely because the problem is this is a tough game for fighters. This is a tough game for the composition that SRG brought. The moment we kind of called it, we said, big chance YSS can come in and then they go for a double fighter-fighter. But the problem is before they even did that, they lock in the YSS and then the Quinnock comes in and we just know, ooh, this is going to be tough for a big fighter composition.
100%.
You see the Valier, you see the glue. Those are things that are just going to give Cram and Innocent a hard time in this game. And it doesn't give the space for Innocent. It doesn't give the space for Stormy. And at that point, how do you even counter this? And every time that someone's been on their own, GK has been all over the map. Zeno's been finding the 1v1s. And the rest of the team is finding pickoffs as well. So SRGC is getting slowly backed into this corner.
This has been amazing kind of recoup that GK has done in Game 2. I mean, they really had to go back to the drawing board after Game 1's win with SRG. Now for Game 2, this is a bigger lead than what SRG had in the previous one, and GK has total control. Now, if you're looking at this 9,000 gold behind, if you're SRG, you know, you're almost in that attempt where we just got to go for it because it continues to slip through. And even so, even being down this much, GK will still take things at ease. They'll slow it down. They need that purple buff for Zeno, and they'll just wait because if SRG overcommits into a fight, Trex, they could get destroyed really just because of the economic lead right now for GK.
I gotta say, this is something so many teams have really stepped up to the plate on in terms of this MSC. I haven't seen that many super big brawly matches. A lot of teams have been willing to take the Lord slow, been willing to dance a bit, play the macro game, even when they're 8,000 gold ahead, right? Yeah. They weren't trying to rush things. They know that at any point, SRG is still a threat. Sometimes a dog backed into the corner is even more dangerous than one that's on even footing right now.
Think about a giant backed in the corner.
Exactly. GK respects that. They know what they're dealing with, they know the enemy, and they know they have to approach this meticulously.
Right now, they'll have to do that on the defense. Once that Lord comes up, it's going to come down the mid. They still hold on to maintain their shields right now in the base, but those are definitely going to pop here, if not all 3. So they're going to have to hold this on. And, you know, when you look at this composition, you got to think, too, how good is that base defense with this kind of composition for SRG? And it might be okay, but it's not the best. You know, you have to expend a lot, so they go for a play. Anyway, this makes it better. They take out Yaga. And now Lord will charge in the mid. They're preoccupied here on the bottom side, though. Quinnock throwing out the fireballs to slow them down and burn them slowly. Lord finally goes down, but not before it takes out the mid base turret. So GK, that might be all they get because they lost Yaga. The Flicker are going to be burned too. SRG, do they want to go for this fight? Quinnock taking a ton of damage. There's an Abysm Strike. Sakai's able to find him, but they get caught in the jungle again. They forgot about Zeno. They forgot about the rest of the members of GK. And they're still here now, focusing on the bottom base turret. They're going to lock down on Innocent with a 1-2 punch in the shields, but they get shredded through anyway as GK picks up another and a base turret.
Once Yooms misses that Fatal Links, SRG had no reason being there because now GK's at their base.
Stormy tried to clear it out, but not enough. GK will hold on to their hopes for MSC and take us to a Game 3.
The pressure continues to build. SRG is stopped in their tracks. GK brings it to final game match 3, and they do it cleanly. It wasn't just a, it didn't even feel like a close game, honestly. GK completely just has control, and I think it all started in the draft, personally.
The draft, I feel like I don't know. I don't know if there was a last-minute call to change things up, over for SRG's side or what exactly happened, but the Valier was also just a big part of this. Aizen, mind you, too, on the Esmeralda was phenomenal. When we first saw Aizen, a couple years ago when he was back on Lil Gun and, making a name for himself, I remember he was one of the players to stand out. And in this game, he standed out for GK with the rest of the squad here to follow through just because, again, they had to come together as a team, play around the Ling, supplement that so that Xeno can do his thing. And, this was really a team effort for them to get to a Game 3 after how quick of a game and devastating a Game 1 was against SRG. So, and now Trex, it comes down to it. When you got that one game left for either of these teams to move on forward for MSC, I don't know. Do you still bring something new out or not? There's a lot to question here.
A lot of questions. Hopefully the panel can give us some answers. Rain Day, how we feeling over there, guys?
That was a good one to leave to my experts because Brigitte Lefel, this was a game that, had the emotion behind it. It also had the impact behind it. GK Esports knew they were going home if they didn't win. And so guess what they did? They won. Now it's a best of 3, turned into a best of 1. Next game, continue or you're out. Welcome back to the panel. My name's Rain Day. And Brigitte, I will leave this to you. You kind of like GK's draft. It proved to be more impactful. What was the difference that you thought, and then how did it show up in game?
It's funny because I just said, their draft really looked cool.
Yeah.
But there's a deeper meaning to that.
Yeah.
It's mostly because of the way that they managed, I think, the mid-duo matchup, really. It mattered the most because it was something revealed to us very early on. And I know that there was still a flex factor in terms of SRG's lineup. We still didn't figure out that the Paquito was actually going gold up until the later portions. But it was just, I think, the moment they brought out the Yi Sun Shin, that's about it. That's all GK needed to really wrap up their draft and secure a winning matchup for them that could really favor them in the long run.
Lefel, I want to know your initial thoughts as well. Are you surprised by that or kind of went the way you expected?
I was not surprised because when you were asking which draft looks good, and I said that, GK's draft is easier to execute, and that's kind of a way to say that. I would say SRG, they overthink that.
How do you make that work, basically?
Because here's the thing. You know that there's a wall in front of you, and yet you're trying to charge against it, right?
Yeah.
Because it's not that GK hides so many good picks. They already shown the strong heroes that they have, but then Slang Rejai is like, you know what? We can deal with that. We're gonna use heroes that lose against your heroes and hope for the best, and that you just can't do that here in MSC.
Yeah, too good, high quality. It's like
your counter is on the other side, and then you pick up that hero. Like, what?
Yeah, even
a lot of missed opportunities.
Yeah, even logging into Daira last pick, I feel hurt this lineup much more than
they could have picked Eudora.
Yeah, because what?
They could have picked Eudora.
Oh yeah, that too.
Earlier.
And even the fact that they went for another damage XP lane was just really focused on matchups and winning lanes, when in fact they needed to buy time and create space to farm because they settled with the Yi Sun Shin, which is a scaling jungler, and Lefel was very vocal about him not liking the idea of the Paquito being flexed just to make room for a Yi Sun Shin. So it demanded so much more win conditions for SRG to pull off. It demanded that Sekai's actually got all the space in the world, which obviously GK did not hand over to him.
And you have Cram, who has such a good game on Paquito, and you kind of draft towards this idea, but the reality is it would be better if you probably had Cram on Paquito again and you figured out a way to keep Innocent feeling comfortable. And it's not like they didn't have options. The Harith was available.
Yeah.
I mean, here's the thing. Rain Day, this is an interesting fact, but Slangoray Giants only has win on the Moskov.
Wow.
When they don't have the Moskov, they haven't won a game.
You know what? That makes a lot of sense, though.
Yeah.
But I think it's deeper than, if we take it one level deeper, right? It's the Moskov. But when you have a Moskov, that means Innocent's comfortable and he's impacting the game. And that also, because he's doing that, is opening space for Cram to also impact the game. And if you have two of those things, that's kind of a winning, I don't know, formula, strategy, right?
Yeah.
Is it the character though, or do you think there was a way they could have outdrafted that?
No, honestly, I think
better?
that's been the playstyle for SRG. The playstyle that's been working for them. It's really focusing on the sides, making sure that the sides win, and leave it to the sides to open up the map rather than the mid doing it for them. So it's ironic it's ironic to say it because it's a marksman. You would expect that's a marksman you should protect, but if it's a Moskov, then you don't really have to do that much for him because most of the time you have to not have him alongside you. And there will be an SOD anyway, so he can just catch up to the team fights when they feel like it's already necessary for him to participate. But for the most part, now that it's taken away and you have to see Innocent on a Paquito, technically it is similar because you kind of can do it in terms of the same approach, but the fact that they had to focus so much of their attention on just Sekais and Sekais being the sole carry of the game, I think really hurt them a lot because that was shut down by GK and they had no other fallback to resort to.
I'd be curious to see Yisun Shin's win rate.
Hasn't been great.
I think it's quite low. I'm not sure if I've seen him win, actually.
I don't think so as well. I don't think Yisun Shin has won as well. Part of the reason is because he needs time, he needs item. Because he's basically a marksman, right? And we see in the current meta right now, if you need time, there's not enough time for everyone.
Yeah. Well, let's see what you put together for us because you got another Telestrator segment. LaFell, Brigida's going to hold you.
I can sit down?
Yes.
She's letting you sit?
Well, I'm at
must
the
have done
edge
something
of my
well during the
seat
break.
anyway. So, yes, we have to pay attention to this one because I agree with Trex where he said, this is one true to draft. Well, let's see here because let's remind ourselves what are the first picks for GK Esports. Ling is pick number 1. And then later on, they picked up the Claude as well as the Glue, pick number 2. So this is no longer a surprise, right? So let's talk about why the Ling as well as the Claude pick is good. Well, just like SRG, they like to play the side lane. So this opens up the map for them, which we will see in a clip later on. But also what is weird here is that we see this Yisun Shin, we talked about him earlier, but he was picked number 4, meaning that you've already seen the Ling, you've already seen the Claude. Now, why does the Ling as well as the Claude counter the Yisun Shin? Well,
great question.
Is single target. He can only hit one person at a time, right? And the thing is, he has also one dash. So he cannot escape that much when you're going up against opponent that is basically much faster than you. And, you know, lo and behold, Ling is much faster than you, and the damage of the Yisun Shin can't kill him before the Ling kills him. And the same as the Claude. The Claude can ignore all of your defense. No matter how many friends you have in the front, he don't care. He can just dive in. So this is already a non-factor. And then, as we look even more, they early pick the Valentina, which probably is just to make sure that the Atlas pick does not get basically countered. But the thing is, you already see the problem of the Ling, right? Shouldn't you solve this problem first with the Eudora? So that was a question mark. And then the piece de resistance, this one, the Valier. What good is he? Well, see this area? This is all Valier. If you're out here, this is already looking like an ice cream cone. You guys cannot do anything against a Valier. Valier is basically the mage equivalent to a Melissa, right? You create an area where no one can get in. So now, let's look at all the juicy clips here. What I want to show is actually the mini-map. See how Selangor Giants, they're in red. Look at how close they are, right? This is like 5 minutes into the game and their draft wants to team fight. But then, we'll see what happens. Just ignore Selangor Giants and then look to the side. This is what Selangor Giants has been doing. This is unprotected, right? You see this? Zeno is solo farming. He's grabbing the turret as early as the first 6 minutes of the game. And then all the while, SRG, they are getting what? Nothing. They're not getting anything. So this is already losing the macro based on the draft. But then we're going to look at the later stage of the game. And the one that I really want you guys to focus on is this, right? The Valier is here. And yet you see Selangor Giants, they are here. They're all separated where there's a clear line that the Valier is making saying that you cannot cross this line. If you can't cross this line, then you basically cannot fight anything. This whole area right here is controlled by Valier.
Nice rectangle.
And this happens quite a lot of time. Imagine one hero denying that big area. That's huge. That is amazing. The fact that Selangor Giants had no real range lost them the game.
Great segment, LaFell. Great analysis as well. And Brigida,
and great Mike Holder.
Well, I've considered reaching over and going, do you have anything to say about
Which one?
Just whatever. I just wanted to get involved in holding a mic to you.
Okay. So for me, thank you. This is how it feels like to actually have the mic. I would say really the Valier was what made a big impact in that game. I agree.
Okay, that's enough. I think that's
Sorry to the
hold.
sound engineer.
You did that for that long against him, with him?
What?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah,
wow.
did you see me switch my arms
Yeah.
like mid?
It's okay. Even nice to struggle.
Really?
Yeah, he was like, now I see why.
I was wondering why you're reaching over with your right.
I feel better now.
She's getting sore. Listen, I do want to hear about
if you
that.
hang out with
though.
me, Brigida, we're having a workout. Wait, what? Pause. But you know what I mean.
Pause, LaFell. What the heck?
Yes. What?
What the heck?
Okay,
Valier.
You haven't gone to the gym yet.
Yeah, I don't.
Jom lah. Aduh, hai dini.
Valier, Brigida. You were making a point. I interrupted you. I apologize. I'm trying to get you back to that. If you don't have anything to say on it, that is okay. I can move us on to a different conversation.
It's okay.
No, I really feel like GK 100% won that draft.
Yeah.
And I don't know whether Selangor Giants anticipated that or they were just as surprised. But hey.
Salutes to Coach Costa Rica.
GK won game 1. And now there's a real possibility Selangor Giants being one of the favorites gets eliminated here and now.
Game 2 victory for GK, bringing it back. SRG started strong, and now they are potentially facing a do-or-die situation. But they've been there before. They're kind of comfortable here. M6 saw them do it again. And we'll see if this is just another part of their story or if this is the end. Remember, the winner of this will advance to the lower bracket between Onyx and Aurora Gaming. We'll see that game come up a little bit later, but either way, challenge is just beginning.
It's like from bad to worse.
Yeah, I know.
It's like, hey, congratulations, but also it's gonna be pretty tough. By the way, Selangor Giants, they are first pick here. GK is on the second, Expanded Rivers, and Selangor Giants, they already banned the Eudora as well as the Harley. And the Moskov has been banned out. So I feel like Selangor Giants, if they want to play how they usually play, which is those side lanes, they might have to consider picking up the Ling early and then later on picking the Keto. Because, by the way, ladies and gentlemen, we have a sub here. Looks like Sakai's will not be playing in game number 3.
Oh!
It's going to be Uni substituting for the jungle role. So
wow. Wait.
I don't know whether the draft is going to change now with Uni playing or not.
What's happened here, Brigida? Your reaction tells a big story, but we can't see it on broadcast.
I think it's just more on my emotions of being shocked and disbelief that it's not Sakai's playing in this do-or-die match.
Let me ask, because I'm coming in and wondering, I've not seen this before or in this moment in MLBB. Does this mean Sakai's wasn't performing? Does this mean they feel that Uni can provide a hero pool that's better in this matchup?
There can be an angle where you could consider that, but also maybe SRG just wanting to switch up the plan overall, because there might be some difference between their playstyle when it's Sakai's and when it's Uni, and that is something we will actually get to figure out here as we get to see the draft and how does this change the draft for SRG, because they went for very similar bans. The Hirara is open again. We can see Uni on the Hirara if they want to consider that, but you have the Ling option as well, and they banned out the Eudora.
Yeah, at this point, it really is your own flavor, because Uni can definitely... Well, I haven't seen him use the Hirara because it's still a very new pick, but you know, when the Ling was meta, Uni was pretty good because in Malaysia, Sakai's is the #1 jungler and Uni was the second. But honestly, after MSC, it looks like Air 44 might be taking the #1 spot. We'll see how Uni performs in this one against GK, because again, this is elimination. This is very serious.
And this is nerve-wracking as well. If you're Uni, all eyes are on you. But the good news is they let the Hirara through this time around, and I think that is a big part of the win condition. And remember, 73% win rate. That went up in game 1 as they won with the Hirara yet again, and the Ling lost. So now, we'll see if they can improve upon it with a response pick of the Freya, finally let through, and on the side of GK Esports alongside Zushin.
Yeah.
I would say this is pretty smart because they pick up the Freya because that's what they want, but they also pick up the Zushin because if it's just a Freya, Selangor Giants will reply with the Phoveus. But now they're showing a Zushin, and an option of a Hylos can come in later, and that will completely deny that Phoveus. So they're asking Selangor Giants, do you want to take the bait? Do you want to pick up a hero that can deal with the Freya? but then basically be useless against everyone else.
Or do they deal with it differently? Because I think the Belleric is also still an option for SRG.
Yes, true.
So if they just don't want to match it, which SRG have been doing even in game number 2, right? They went for a Dairoth into the Esmeralda. It's a very straightforward approach. Then maybe they can consider a Belleric. So, they get the Brody Paquito.
Well, they want to win the lane here. Brody is one of those, and I think the Paquito is also a takeaway because I think Brody, there are some tanks that he can deal with or fighters in the gold lane that he can deal with. A Paquito, not so much. So what we're waiting to see is that Brody, kind of just like Moskov, he has a stun with his second ability, and if he wins the lane, level 1, level 2, he can freeze the lane, deny a lot of minions, and basically win off economy at that point. So Selangor Giants, this is a different way that they're drafting right now.
Yeah.
But still with the identity of having very strong side laners.
Yeah, still playing around their sides, I feel. And Uni might just change it a bit because we haven't really seen his playstyle yet.
Yeah.
We don't know the kind of jungler that he is. We know for a fact that he's on the Hirara, but how does he activate the sides, right? That's something we are yet to see. At least SRG now saved their mid duo for last, so they can also really capitalize on that. But now we're heading into the bans and they're just about to lose out on more options. The Eve also taken out by GK already. But SRG can respond too. There are still roam options they probably don't want to go up against. The Belleric we also mentioned, they might want to consider that taken out. But they focus on the Esmeralda. Yeah, you don't want to add more counters to your lineup.
Valentina, most likely not. I mean, my thought is, I haven't seen Valentina have the same impact that I think the players have been hoping for. I haven't seen her be the win condition. She's a good pick, and she's good on paper, but I've seen so many other picks be the difference. I'm curious if they let her go. Both teams, she's been picked before in game 2. I'm curious if they let her go here and they look for a different mid option.
I guess, mostly depending on what the 4th pick for GK is gonna be, maybe, because at this point it's just really nothing that you get to take your ultimate. Right? More so, the range is also gonna be lacking again to a certain extent. Although you have the Brody, and honestly, Brody is probably one of those marksmen who just really thrives when it comes to range. But other than that, it kind of might limit them a bit more if they go out in the Valentina again without knowing what the EXP is going to pick. If it's not just really going to be a heavy duty ultimate that they can pick up. But there goes the
Did they like
ban.
the Valir? That's the other question. Did they like it? And they say maybe we want to consider that as well. Belleric banned?
Into this lineup, I think it'll be...
I think it's usable. But I wonder if they want to go for something else because right now, Selangor Giants, they have the damage, right? They're not lacking in that department. They just need utility. They need some kind of crowd control. And ultimately, you want a mid laner that can survive a Ling as well as a Freya. I think that's going to be the more difficult puzzle to solve. Like, you have picks like the Valir, which can honestly help you against GK's lineup. But once you use your ult early and you don't have your flicker, then most probably you will die.
I agree though. It might be one of the safer picks like the Valentina against the Ling. But I think there should be much more considerations other than that.
It really is just the crowd control here because the mid lane is also going to be pretty important. They pick up the Hilda here, which might be a bit dangerous. And now the Kimi. Okay, so now I see the idea from Selangor Giants, which is we have more muscle. We just charge forward and we just show that we have better mechanics and damage in the early game. But now you know that you're going up against Freya in the gold lane. That's going to be tricky. We'll see whether Selangor Giants will gank the gold lane a lot or try to help out the EXP. Either way, they have a side lane that wants to win that and destroy the turrets early. Selangor Giants, high risk, high reward kind of draft. But I would say it's much easier compared to game number 2.
All right, well, you heard it from the panel. I don't have to say much more. You know the stakes. A best of 3, now a best of 1. The winner moves on at MSC. The loser, their key is crushed. It's GK Esports and Selangor Red Giants ready to battle for one last time here in Paris, France. And let's send it over to your casters for Game 3, Naisu and Trex.
This is the final move in this game of chess between SRG and GK Esports. Let's jump into the land of Dawn as the pressure builds. Naisu, the final sub, the final draft. Uni comes in to try to make things work for Selangor Red Giants. Thoughts on this?
I don't know, man. I think everybody probably reacted the same way around the world watching this. When it comes down to that one game, you know, sometimes you have to take that chance. Sometimes you have to take that risk. As amazing of a player Sakai's is, you bring in someone new into this lineup to make something happen when it comes down to one game. You can already see the aggression coming out from SRG just to take a camp. Quanok gonna deal with some damage sitting at half health. He's gonna be fine, but SRG more aggressive to start things out. Wow, flicker burn too. So it's still going for mid.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not... Ooh, Uni actually able to still get that. The retry was a little early from Zeno, and he's able to get his own camp, but I'm not against completely the aggression that SRG is bringing. Sometimes in a game 3 like this, both teams take it slow, but SRG says, no, we're gonna hit the gas, we're gonna try to catch them off guard, and that is how they are playing this right now. The Kimmy pick, another throwback to old metas along with this Hilda. And the pressure's on. I've been wondering when we're going to see the Hilda. I'm wondering if they're going to use it in your typical way of let's harass Zeno, let's harass this Ling, let's try to get in GK's face as much as possible.
I think especially if you're SRG here and you're trying to take something from the last game, it's, you know, how do you contain or at least get rid of Zeno? Because, you know, last game he was able to go ahead and scale up so well on the Ling. And, you know, the panel mentioned this too. It was so interesting to know some of the facts between those top two. I feel like they're the top 2 pick jungler heroes right now. That Hirata being at 70+%. You know, the Ling sub 50, I believe it is. But hold on, mid lane, there's some action. Yaga taken out of this. And they'll able to go ahead and pick up a kill. It's a bit of a trade, but the objective for GK is the focus now for the first turtle. It's going to go over to them.
And so Innocent actually gets the solo kill onto Yaga. Down in bot lane. Stormy goes down in the mid side, so a trade for trade. Let's take a look at that replay down on the boss side. Yaga gets ganked by Yums and Innocent. So even with losing, ooh, very close call, but even with losing that, still it's 1-1. Turtle goes over to GK. Small gold lead.
Yeah, small gold lead to work with either team. You know, they can't let this gold lead get out of hand once we get to that mid game. And you know, if you're looking for picks across the map, that might be some of the best cases that you can go for if you can't fight for the objectives yet. An early kill too, going over to Innocent does help, of course, with that Brody. You know, you get the Blade of Hepsies locked in early. You can start to go ahead and build on that. It is going to be a bit of a difficult lane for him, just because, again, you got a Freya to work against. For Yaga, you know, he's running that Warcry emblem, so that's why you want that space to work with. That's why the hero that Brody helps really deal with that.
All right, so things have kind of slowed down after the initial few minutes of aggression, or maybe not just yet. A little bit of action in the mid. Everyone should back off. Nothing too crazy to happen, but no.
Oh, they're going to go for it anyway. Whoa, the beacon was gone, and Quanok next. Shen, the next to follow. Zeno's here, though. Tempest Blaze dropping down. Going to be looking for Cram or anyone he can find, and Zeno goes on through with the Tempest of Blades to pick up a kill for himself.
Zeno continues to be the bane of SRG right now. It's been, what, 3 games of Ling, and every game he seems to step it up a little bit more and more. And you know, this was an amazing play. SRG backs off for a minute, but then they look for the re-engage right after the beacon's about to be done, and they're able to catch him. Luckily, Zeno finds a moment of saving grace, able to get the kill onto Cram.
Yeah.
So it's still 2-2. Both teams continue to go blow for blow, and that's been the story these past 3 games.
So far, it's been such a interesting series for this one. You know, just from game 1 to game 2, how one-sided for each team it was, and now at this point, you know, relatively even as we get our way to the second turtle. And you have SRG trying to get this secured already, as Uni's going to go ahead and work on it. Meanwhile, mid lane, there's going to be a fight breaking out. Quanok already burned the beacon. Both gold laners going to make their way. Zeno goes in, but SRG will win the retry. But can they win the fight as Cram is taken out? GK might just be happy with 1 kill. Zeno going for more. Stormy will keep him at bay. Unless Uni wants to re-engage in the mid lane, goes in and gets the damage out. Yums is there, but still not a follow-through to get GK down.
All right, so Hunter Strikes start to fall in maybe a little bit late for SRG. We just saw Uni get his. Cram gets his after death. maybe just if they could have got that a bit sooner, we would have seen a little bit more damage, a little bit more possibilities. Luckily, SRG still gets the turtle in the midst of the chaos, but Cram now 0-2. In game number 1, this Paquito was the thing that brought them to victory. And with the start that it's have, GK's learned that, listen, we don't want to let that happen. We need to make sure we focus down, and Zeno is making a job of that. We do see the Sky Piercer lock in for Innocent. So he hasn't been able to get stacks off it just yet, but if more kills can start getting locked in for him, this Brody can start to become dangerous.
Yeah, they got to deal with this. Beacon used. Cram, next target, flickers defensively. Rest of the team trying to help him out, but Cram, nowhere to go. Another kill picked up. And Humes, unfortunately, not able to help him stay alive. So GK, they'll continue to do this, Trex. Look for pickoffs, look to play around that beacon from Quanok, and it's working so well for them for now.
SRG, this game, not really waiting for the power spikes to hit. Yes, Cram got the Hunter Strike, but still, you can't just go in like that, especially when you are behind, especially with the composition that GK has. I think the goal should have been to wait just a little bit longer, maybe another minute or two to really start trying to make those plays happen, especially since he's already taken 2 deaths, and now it's 3 deaths. So hopefully Cram can kind of back off a little bit, slow it down, wait for your time to shine. It's what you did in game number 1, and it's what you're going to have to do in game number 3 to get this victory. GK, on the other hand, just need to keep capitalizing on these small mistakes.
This is one of the difficult things, though, to do, you know, when you are a Paquito that is, you know, you've died a few times, you're trying to figure out how do you bring that value to these team fights and, you know, turn the tides of them. And unfortunately, when you're down, it's a little bit harder to be able to do that when you have the lead. So now some ultimates being thrown out here. Turtle's up, and you don't have a traction pulse now for Stormy. They could still fight even without it, but it's going to take some master fighting here from them to be able to pull this off. GK's really been playing around their ultimates really well, just like they are now. Hume's really low. Zeno waiting for that window of opportunity to jump in. Might just try to go and steal this turtle here. Goes in and makes it happen. And now Stormy on the run. The rest of GK just happy, staying disciplined, takes the objective, and goes elsewhere.
Even though it wasn't exactly straightforward, SRG backs off a bit during that turtle fight because they know Aizen is coming with that Throne of Ruin. And if they stayed for that turtle, getting caught by that would have been detrimental. Could have been an end game type of fight.
Oh no, they're gonna collapse down here. They're looking for a kill on Aizen, but he's able to get away. Now Zeno joining the fight in the mid, gonna go for Uni. Uni trying to use the iframes to get out Temps of Blades too. He's on the run, and now mid lane, Cram finally will take one down, and they get a second as Shen falls. SRG finds some breathing room.
SRG right now is just the perfect example of punching your way through your problems. Even, I mean, seriously, they're behind. They take that fight. Exactly, they take that fight, and I'm like, guys, what are you doing? But somehow they just keep on hitting and hitting and hitting, and eventually they do come out on top. This fight didn't look good for them at first, but Innocent is now involved. They're a full 5-man, and that's what they needed to win. Back on the main screen, another fight, and they're coming out on top. They get the kill onto Yaga, and GK is finally getting pushed back.
Oh man, SRG off of one team fight somehow find a swing in their favor. They're now approaching these tier 2 turrets of GK. It all happened so fast too for GK to deal with, and now they're trying to scramble here. Shen, half health, he has to watch the tier 2 fall, and you got 19 seconds for that lord to come up.
All right. SRG now with a 2.5K gold lead. In just a matter of about 45 seconds, they have completely took this game into their hands, and it's looking reminiscent of game number 1. And Cram continues to show that on this Paquito, even with a death or 2 or 3, I can still pack a punch. And Innocent was the sleeper build all along, hanging out in the gold lane. And we were waiting for that moment for him to get involved in these fights. And now the damage is there as well. He's got the Sky Piercer. He's got two stacks on there. 2 kills worth of stacks on there. He's feeling himself right now. And SRG, this is going to continue to scale upwards and upwards.
Yeah, those stacks really are something to worry about. They're going to blitz this Lord, going for it. A Gleams comes through. Uni, SRG gets the Lord. They're going to be able to collapse down on the fight. A couple flickers on the defense from GK. Cram looking for the reinitiation. They're going on Shen. Shen has nowhere to go. Another stack for Innocent. And they find a double. Add another one to Innocent Sky Piercer.
5-0-1 on Innocent. Shen sacrificed himself to make sure that Zeno can get the purple buff, but the fact that Quinnock falls after that might be a little bit too much for GK to hold on to. It's a 5K gold lead, and a Lord is coming soon.
Oh, this was worked so well. Again, they blitzed it. They tried to go in for an attempt. They're knocking on the base turrets now, too. Back in the live cam. Traction pulse already thrown out, sending GK back to heal up. They're going to defend this Lord push. SRG with a swing in their favor. Uni jumps in, bringing down half health bars for GK. They're going to collapse down anyway. Krabs in the base, punching, looking for Yaga. Finds him as well. Takes out Aizen. SRG, they brought out a new Titan. No, a new Giant to the mix. And they move forward for MSC, keeping their dreams alive.
SRG continues to brute force their way through this bracket. They take some losses, but today they move forward on to their next opponent, GK Esports. They put up a great fight. They tried their best. They brought the Giants to game number 3, but with a quick change, a quick flex, SRG take the victory.
Hey man, that was a risk in itself, but it paid off. And it felt a little dicey there in the early game, mid-game. GK, hats off to them, man. They really put up a fight against a team like SRG, you know, who's accomplished so much. And again, a lot of people probably question the switch in to bring Uni, but hey, it ends up working out. He played this Harara really well, allowing the team to shine, allowing Innocent to get the stacks that he needed on the Brody. And you know, it just ended up working out so well for them. Sometimes that's what it takes to move on to the next stage of the tournament. You know, when things aren't clicking, things aren't working, where do you go from here? I mean, this was such a great initiation too from SRG and the team. Mind you, how much Cram dealt with in this game, how, you know, he has 0-3 at one point, but still punches on through this game, and they punch on through to move forward.
That has been what this MSC is all about. Persevere, punch your way through, adapt, find a way to flex your way to victory. On stage, we got an interview.
SRG being able to survive their first elimination matches of the group stages in a 2-1 win up against GK Esports. Right now on stage, we are with Uni, who got subbed in later on in the game. Hello, Uni. How are we feeling?
I'm feeling so speechless because I just play one game and then suddenly so easy win.
Wow, easy win. Okay. We are getting started here on stage. Uni, first of all, talk to us. Coming into MSC, a lot of the people were saying that, you know, SRG has what it takes to probably win back the championship, right? But what happened? Why did you guys start off so shaky? Is it the meta? Are you guys having a problem adapting to it?
Maybe we just behind with the meta because we're trying to adapt more. And then, yeah, maybe just lack of comms like that. Yeah, I think that's that.
Okay, you said that previously as you guys entered the tournament, you guys were a little bit behind on the meta, but what about now? How are you guys doing now? Is it better? Have you guys found your footing? Has Uni found your footing in this meta, in this jungle patch especially?
I'm also not sure about that because I rarely play in training, and yeah, I just keep learning with the team, and we all the teams trying to adapt with the meta as fast as possible. Yeah.
I agree. All the teams here in MSC are definitely trying to adapt to the meta as fast as possible. But let's talk about your next opponent. Now, your next opponent, I'd like to think it's going to be a tough one because you guys will be going up either against Aurora Gaming or Onyx. Whoever it is, it's definitely going to be tough. So how is SRG going to prepare for that matchup?
I think after this, we're just going to go on our training back, and then we just focus on our enemy. We don't care our enemy, who is them. Yeah, we just play as a team.
Just play as a team and just play your game. Any message to the Malaysians watching at home, Uni?
Thank you for our Malaysian fans that keep supporting us, whether we lose, whether we win. Yeah, thank you guys.
Now, I'm pretty sure a lot of the people were on the edge of their seat watching this first series of the day. But with that, boys, come join me up on stage. I have a question. Who wants to crush some keys? Uni?
No.
Okay, let's go. Come follow me. Let's go. I guess Uni is going to be doing some key crushing on his first MSC tournament. All right, come on in, boys. Are you excited, Uni? This is going to be your first key crushing moment.
I don't know.
Okay, only one way to find out. All right, Uni, you may head to the front. Go on. The key is already in the key crusher. And Uni, all you have to do is press the lever. 3, 2, 1. There you guys go, ladies and gentlemen. Selangor Red Giants has officially ended GK Esports' journey in the MSC at EWC 2026. All right, pull the lever back. Ooh, that was a cut. Let us show it to the camera. There you guys go. That is GK Esports hopes and dreams at MSC shattered. That's it from us. Throwing it back to you guys at the studio.
Well, SRG continue their run in the elimination bracket, and it's GK Esports for Meta who will be going home, but not after a valiant effort. In Game 2, they turned it around, sent us to a best of 1. You got to say, it's still not over for Meta. We still have Team Falcons representing the region, but overall, GK Esports, they did well. Just not good enough against SRG, who found their answer and maybe that little bit of momentum or spark that they needed in the substitution in Game 3 for Uni, a story that many, I'm sure, are already talking about, will be talking about for the rest of the day, maybe the rest of the tournament if he continues to play. My name's Rande, joined by Brigitte and Lefel here back on the panel. Lefel, you got to talk about this because this is a huge moment that we just witnessed.
I mean, first of all, I feel like me and Brigitte, we both share the same consensus when we say, like, sometimes in interviews, it's okay to lie, right? You don't have to be so honest,
It's
you know?
okay. It's okay to hide a bit more.
Yeah. You know, be like, oh, I just came in, it was so easy. Oh, that's some shade disguise. But also, I would say in that game, that reminds me of a beautiful quote from an amazing reporter called Eterna, where she says, isn't it great when you don't have to use your brain? And that's kind of draft game number 3, where it's all we just go forward. And that's the best plan we got. And then just keep on pushing.
It's nothing you have to overthink about.
Exactly.
Nothing you have to overthink about. Just go.
You see bad guy, you hit bad guy.
You go bad guy.
You see friend, help friend.
It started with Stormy on Kimmy as well, which was super cool to see. I mean, here's some stats that are pretty interesting. When you look at Paquito, 2-0 when Cram played him. 2-0. Won both games on Paquito. The second game they played Paquito, it was on Innocent. And Innocent, when he's on a marksman in that gold lane, he's 2-0 as well. So the fact is they found a way to, I think, change what went wrong in Game 2, get everyone comfortable again in Game 3, and that ended up making a big difference. Another win for Harara as well.
Yeah.
Oh, by the way, let me just very quickly, Selangor Giants has to hope so hard.
Yeah.
They're not going to fight against Aurora because we see that their early game is not there.
Yeah.
Right? And they, like Team Liquid, like to scale up. That is Aurora's specialty. Their early game is the best in MSC so far.
Yeah.
So if somehow, some way, Onyx wins, Aurora goes down, I don't know whether SRG has enough time to get their early game the same level as Aurora. Because at this point, I feel like no team can have the same early game as Aurora.
Yeah, I agree. Although Uni did say that they're not really going to pay attention to who they're going up against.
They should.
More on, it's more on them just focusing on themselves because, as you mentioned, I think based on their first 2 series, we've observed which works for them and which doesn't. And it's mostly on the draft, which we kind of see a pattern that it's really just the marksman working out for Innocent here and there, mostly the Moscovs, and then Cram on the Paquito and stuff like that. But now that
we have a change in lineup, which we don't know if they'll be sticking with this throughout, then there has to be some work done to polish some things here and there because you, again, never know what to come up against.
They put themselves in a really interesting position if they don't keep Uni, because you solve a problem, and maybe it's matchup dependent. We don't know what the conversation was between Sakai and the coach and who made that decision and how, they said, well, maybe Uni just needs to come in for me. Maybe Sakai volunteered. We don't actually know. However, I do think that when things work, you have almost, in my opinion, the onus of responsibility to try to keep it working. You don't want to stop your momentum after you found it. And it feels like they did have a very easy time on the Harara back when Uni was there. So if that's the meta, if that's what you're going to be playing, it may be nice to see. And as you look at these damage stats as well, I mean, no wonder, second in damage, I believe overall in the game, only to Stormy, who was on that Kimmy.
I do have to say, outside of the game, the difference between Uni as well as Sakai's, I would say Uni is a better shot caller. He has a very good idea of how the map looks like even when it's dark. And then in game, Sakai's is the guy that's willing to sacrifice himself to get 3 kills. But Uni, he will play it more safely, which we saw in that game where there's multiple times GK went all in onto Uni and he was able to escape death multiple times. And maybe that's where GK really wait, hold on, this is not what happened in game 1 and 2. The jungler dies here, but this time they don't die. And then you're like, wait, what's next, right? That might be just enough to throw GK off.
Yeah, because honestly, I think at least for the lineup, SRG might have read through what GK wanted to do every single time. The approach that they had during a T fight more or less started with Aizen.
Yeah.
It always had to be off of a really good Throne of Ruin from Aizen and then the rest of the members eventually going in. But if it's not for that, then they more or less have been read by SRG, I feel, because I think it's been Uni who's been a bit more creative with the angles. Again, with the Hirara, I think it's something you can really afford to do because you can just go in and out and also through very unexpected corners as well. But I guess GK was also able to read through that and prepare for this potential switch up that SRG eventually showed us.
When you have moments where a team has your game plan, typically, and I relate this to the football world, the soccer world, I played that growing up in my life, and that was football. Yeah,
just
sure.
Want to let you know.
Sure thing.
Football.
All right, football. Especially in France, how can I not? I think the interesting thing is you need a little bit of creative individual brilliance to break through it. And at the same time, when a team is packing it in and they don't want to let you score, and that's their strength going for a tie, the second you do score, that changes what they have to do. They've read you, but now they're struggling because they have to play offense when they wanted to play defense all game. I think Uni might have come in and had a little bit of moments getting in, getting out just barely with individual brilliance, and then that opened up this team fight that maybe shouldn't have been opened up with SRG's lineup.
Yeah, bowling is amazing, man.
I do like to bowl too.
Hey, that's great.
I have my own bowling ball. Do you?
Oh, really?
Yeah,
No, I don't.
I have two. Custom made and everything.
My favorite sport is Mobile Legends Bang Bang, you know? More pay, please.
Guys, is that a sport? I mean, it's e-sport. I'll say that.
Yeah. Although I do have to say, again, Sangway Giants, they won, but they're not out of the fire because there's so many things they got to fix, Brigida.
I agree.
Brigida. What?
Brigida.
Brigida.
Yeah, thanks, Leifel. I don't know if it's enough time, though. I don't know if it's enough time.
Okay,
It's,
we'll see.
Less than 24 hours because I think they're having their next match tomorrow. Like all other elimination matches are happening tomorrow. So let's hope for the best. Hopefully, though, this has been enough learning experience for SRG moving forward.
We'll see. It certainly was an experience for GK Esports. Maybe didn't end the way that they wanted, but of course they found a way to bounce back. Got to hold their heads up high for that game too. We had a chance to have an extra interview with Shin talking about what it feels to have his key crushed and what this journey meant to them.
We're backstage now with Shen. What happened in that match?
I mean, we kinda.
You can talk into the mic a little bit.
We kinda we're playing good. Everything was good. We kinda rush every set. Kinda rush, you know. That's why the game get out of the hand, you know.
Okay.
That's the problem.
So that was game 3 or from game 1 as well?
I think game 1 and game 3.
Game 1 and game 3.
We kinda rush a bit.
Okay, because in game number 2, I think that was a valiant effort. 10,000 gold lead for you guys. You guys are definitely on the right track. What is it? Was it a communication error? Was it a shot call error? What made it so rushing.
Yeah, I think we always like good with the draft. After that, we moved to the gameplay. I think everything was like comfortable to play, and everything was good. Everyone doing his job, so it was good. You know, it was a good match for us. Yeah, that's it.
Are you okay?
Yeah, I'm good. I'm good.
Is everyone fine as well?
Yeah, they're fine. They're fine.
They're fine.
That's sad because we could win, but yeah, I mean it's fine.
You were very close. You were very close. What lesson did you learn from this match about you guys?
I think to be more calm. You know, it's like we don't rush everything. Like we just we just fight when we need to fight. That's all.
What did you think caused it? Was it like the adrenaline rush?
Yeah, I think it's like we're winning and we like wanna fight. So it's like kind of like this.
There's definitely a lot of things that you can learn from this match, and obviously we're very excited to see you come back onto the international scene. That was a very valiant effort. Thank you so much for being here. Is there anything else that you want to say before you leave?
Sorry for today, guys. I hope you enjoyed the game. And next time we will do our best, to make you feel better,
Okay, once again, thank you, and we're throwing over back to you guys.
We appreciate you, Shin. Not easy to do those exit interviews. Obviously, you're feeling the emotion. You haven't even had time to process it. Then Eterna is making you nervous when you're in there, so I understand it. But thank you so much. GK Esports, they go down. Sillinger Red Giants continue. They'll have another match, which will be elimination or their chance to be promoted into our knockout stages. Coming up next, Yangon Galacticos take on Pro Esports. Nobody's going home here or with Onic and Aurora Gaming. These are the 4 best teams in Group B so far, and they are looking to prove who are the best 2. So there'll be a lot on the line just on the other side of things. A win in these games means at least $100,000 going in your pocket after MSC. So you could be happy about that. Again, Entity 7, Team Liquid, one of those teams going home. Lower bracket game to end the day. Gosh, it's going to be a lot of fun, guys. I cannot wait. Make sure you get your pick'ems in for what you think is going to happen in this next matchup. Yangon Galacticos, they've been playing really, really well, but can they stall? Can they change? Can they outdraft Pro Esports? Because they have been one of our top teams also. We'll find out a little bit more on that after these 2 dance. We'll actually give you a dance break because this is what they're like off camera. Now you're finally seeing a little bit of it. Thank you, Jib, for catching that as well. I've got some fun people on the panel. We've got some fun coming up in Acecraft. If you love the game, well, guess what? There's a new way to play in co-op. We fly together. Check it out. We'll be right back.
A lot of people are haunted by their past. I'm inspired by it.
They're not just playing for themselves, they're really playing for their entire family.
They have defeated their demons! They have crushed the curse! He thinks he can come in here and play my game! He knows nothing! Let's go!
Tyler 1, you're done.
Raw energy, half and blow the house down! This ain't no regular thing. I came for the ring, you know what I mean. You see my name in the lights, better get right, I'm champion.
We were there. For every click, every clutch, every respawn. We were there for the years of grind. And we're here. Now. The proud founding partner of EWC. Powering the biggest event in gaming. Shoulder to shoulder with the world's best. Making history. Greatness deserves a stage. Lenovo Legion. Reach your impossible.
Greatness deserves a stage. That's why we have the Lenovo Legion Gauntlet here, Stage 3 at EWC 2026. And by the way, if you want to be involved, if you're here, maybe you're going here and then going home, maybe you've been watching the games online on our YouTube and Twitch channels, you can literally become a co-streamer and earn prizing. That's right, based on how many hours you get watched, there are certain tiers of prizing you can earn for your community, engaging in your co-stream, being a part of all the action, whether it's at the Lenovo Legion Gauntlet we've got here, the STC Arena, or the Kadia actually Gauntlet, where we have the Battle Royale Arena where I started this show. All of these stages are great ways for you to cover the action, be a co-streamer, and maybe even level up your stream and the prizes that you earn. Make sure to scan that QR code and check it out if you want to be involved. Welcome back to the Lenovo Legion Gauntlet. My name is Rain Day. I'm joined again by Brigida and LaFell, and they're very, very professional.
I do got to say, I don't know how she does this. It's so hard sitting like this.
I can't even, it's not.
You need to move forward a bit. You have to sit on the edge of your seat.
It does get easier.
This is a really good point because I have to talk about pain. You know, this is for me. I saw Shiver sitting in this moment for Dota 2, and she crossed her legs. Okay, she crossed her legs and she held the tablet on her lap. So I'm just like, okay, this will work. If I hold this for 30 more seconds, I'm gonna fall off my chair. Okay, this is not functional. So I don't know how they do it. Brigida, you got the cross leg buff. I mean,
we're too big.
LaFell, I mean, look
at my thighs.
It's the soccer thigh, the football thighs. Oh, he got hurt already.
No,
too strong.
There you go. I'm too strong.
I don't know. She's been kind of winning the fights you guys been having off stage.
We don't reveal that.
Okay, sorry. That's too much. Well, can we reveal a little bit of how this is going to work as you guys continue to do the Macarena? I'll take over from here because we have a very important dynamic to be determined. You know how we have those upper bracket winners, right? We're going to see one in this next game show up. We're going to have another one in the following game. When you reach the upper bracket, you are going to be ranked based on your ability to go 2-0 and have a total fastest game winning time, which means if you won every game in 10 minutes, well, 4 games, 40 minutes, that's going to probably be the fastest time. But let's say one game was 20, one game was 15. Well, another team who also qualifies, if they have a lower average time, will beat you. Now, let's say there's a crazy scenario, guys, and they have the exact same time in terms of winning every single match to the second. Well, then we will have the single fastest match victory be the time. That will be the decider if it goes there. I can't imagine it going there, but that is how you'll do it. And what's the point? You get to choose in that order who you play against. And LaFell, I know you've been at other MLBB international events. It's working differently. You can choose from anybody in any group.
I do have to say though, based on just my memory, I feel like the fastest should be Aurora. They had a game below 10 minutes, and then even after that, it's like only in the teens. So I feel like if they're able to get a quick win over Onyx later on, they'll be first pick. And I gotta say,
they keep it up,
I gotta say, having first pick to choose who your opponent is gonna be, that's gonna be a huge advantage. Huge. Wait. Huge.
Yeah.
Huge.
I agree. Huge. You know why?
Why?
I don't think you want to choose anyone, honestly, from the lower bracket.
You don't want the Group B ones.
Yeah,
the Group B's.
No, maybe not, right? Whoever gets to advance, honestly. So, like, any choice will be difficult.
Yeah.
Either way, you'd probably want to choose where you feel would be more efficient. How?
Rain Day,
I love it. No, I will say something here. Game 2 coming up. Let's start moving our way into it. We're having a lot of fun today. Yengo and Galacticos, they're going to be jumping on with Pro Esports, and this is the rise of the challengers. 2 dark horses, one will rise above. But if you've looked at the way that they've played, Brigida, they don't look like dark horses. They're not playing like them. 2-0s for these teams. They have been dominant in their showcases so far.
Yeah, Pro Esports pushing SRG to the limit, and their jungler being such a standout player too. You see the highlights from Coily on the Hirara, and I must say it's very MVP deserving if we ever get to actually label an MVP per series. But on the other side, I don't think you can just talk about Coily. You gotta talk about Han. Han has also been an exceptional jungler, especially in the current meta. And it's interesting because Yangon Galacticos seem to have a really decent grasp of the meta, other than the fact that you're expecting them to be very unorthodox. But they're coming here into MSC with a not so out of the meta play style just yet, because every single time I look at Blink, I just can't help but think like, is he going for something unique?
Yeah, exactly.
Is he going Hellcurt? Because we saw the Hellcurt in GK instead
Hellcurt,
earlier today,
Natalia.
right?
What if somehow there's like a Eudora role? We don't know.
Oh, we'll never know.
And I believe these two teams played against the teams we just saw, right? They were the ones who took out SRG and GK Esports, which ended up being pretty evenly matched. I mean, especially after that sub, which changed the dynamic, maybe that would have been a game that went 20 minutes towards the very end of game 3. So both of these teams on the upper side very well could be matched up also.
Are you okay, Ring?
She is. Regina okay? Did something happen?
Be professional, guys.
We're
be professional.
Oh, God, I can't join you. I wish. I got to last all day up here. You guys get to leave after this series, so I have to take care and pace myself. Yangon Galacticos, their squad comes in. You mentioned Han being able to be a star jungler. That has been the focus so far with the Lings, the Hararas, the Fannies being banned. Will Han continue to have that impact? Yangon Galacticos and their road to EWC is hoping to prove successful. If they can get a win here, it will be everything they hope for and put them on the road for even more.
Yep, it's a really great showing.
We start Young Galacticos on MSL Season 1. After we lose in M7, all of us, including the player and the coaching staff, decided to do better. I think we can win this one because of the mindset we adjust and the maturity of all the members of Young Galacticos. They are expecting to be a champion. If we achieve top 4, it's mean a lot in terms of the pride of Myanmar, because back then on M2, Myanmar is one of the top teams.
As now, Borbing scores, have they done it?
They have done the unthinkable, and now they make history. The first Myanmar team to make it towards the grand finals of the M2 World Championship.
Bringing the Myanmar back on the top 4, it's mean a lot to the people. As a foreigner, what makes me decide to stay on Young Galacticos is because of the dreams of the players. After losing on M7, I think I am accountable for their dreams. I really want to show them that esports can change life.
I feel like such a great showing for Myanmar, honestly. If you take a look at the performance from YG's over, why are you laughing?
Oh, no.
Okay. No, because honestly, right? You see the games that they've played, they've all been very dominant. On top of the fact that
I need to take off my glasses.
Ying and Kaize.
Yeah.
Still deathless.
You know what?
Yeah, that was a really good point.
We love you,
kind of a long point,
Never
too.
change.
You might not have caught all that on broadcast as well, but
I said a lot.
It was special. We do have a chance, though, to talk a little bit about pro esports as well. This roster setting up Coily against Han, but you've also got Sorry, I'm Felix, which I love that one. He says sorry before he jumps in and has to kill you. That's a great matchup. We'll see. Their road to EWC also was lit with fireworks, and it's landed them here at one of the biggest tournaments in MLBB esports. We'll see if they have what it takes to move on past their opponents.
You want to say anything about this?
Pro Esports start in MPL KX Spring Split 2023. We qualify from Challenger Cup, and I joined since the beginning. And after 6 seasons, we finally become the champion of MPL KX Season 10.
Wiley! Wiley! Triple kill though, Lin! Maniac! The grand final! Pro Esports is the reigning champion for MPL KX!
When we win MPL KX, of course we are excited because we've been having this dream for many years already, and it's our first time winning, and we qualify to play on international stage, which even make me more happy and excited.
Your mastermind, lift the trophy!
After we winning, I feel so impressive to come back to EWC because like since last year I didn't make it. Right now, back to the EWC feels so impressive.
See you soon! Now on to Kenji! It's a double kill for Seoul, and it's a 2-0 clean sweep for See You Soon! The Cambodian Owls will fly onward again.
Because like last time I come here and I just make it to top 5 and top 8. So for the best player that I had, I think we can make it to the grand final.
In Pro Esports, we are like a family. We have a good bonding, so I'm pretty confident with them. They always talk out to me like, it's okay, don't feel pressure, just enjoy the game. For us, it's like a dream to represent our country. Not many get the chance to do it, and when we have the chance, we gotta do our best.
អរគុណអ្នកទាំងអស់គ្នាដែលគាំទ្រ Pro Esports ហើយកុំភ្លេចគាំទ្រពួកយើងនៅ EWC 2026
While that key insight in that slow-mo shot, it is not up for grabs just yet. These teams are not facing elimination. They're facing something even greater, a chance to get that much closer to that $1 million first place prize as LaFell and Brigitte get serious, ready to go.
Oh, yeah.
Yep.
We got to start talking about this matchup, guys. I mean, quick thoughts after seeing those two roads to get to EWC. You know, Cambodia representing their country, Pro Esports said. I mean, that's a big deal.
I agree. I think for the longest time we're so used
You're
to
a big
seeing
deal. Thank you.
CFU on the international stage, but it's always been a struggle for them to make it far. Though they did get some upsets and very close to getting upsets a couple times in the previous internationals that we've seen them. The confidence and the way that you hear Pro Esports talk about their team and each other, I think that says a lot about the amount of practice and the amount of connection that they have already established. Because I know this is a new lineup for them, but the fact that they're quote-unquote family, like they have really good bonding, and you see that reflect through in-game, I think that adds to what makes them a huge threat here in this competition.
I mean, Yangon Galacticos in Myanmar, again, you talk about the regional representation. It's not just your team. It's not just your organization, which you have a lot of esports from the same place. You don't really have that here. You have maybe one or two max. LaFell, this is a huge opportunity to say, well, we got at least $100,000 in top 8 if we win.
And again, this is where there's a lot of layers when it comes to the motivation of all the players. Because just like you said, Rain Day, there's one for yourself, there's one for your friends, and then your family, and then your organization, and then your country, maybe even region. Like every single win gives you more motivation than the next. And as we're going to jump into this, I can't help but talk about the comparisons of their day one, about how Yangon Galacticos was able to have a very strong game against GK Esport, where we saw Pro Esport had to try to defeat SRG. That was all 3 games. And SRG also struggled against GK. So based on this square, it does seem like Yangon Galacticos, at least after day 1, are the stronger team.
Well, it seems like we have an audience that agrees with you, LaFell. 65% for Yangon Galacticos in the Pick'ems results. Pro Esports get a good 35, though. Brigitte, that's not like out of the park.
No. And I'm glad it's closer now, because every time it was significantly favoring another side, we always just get upset. So I don't think we can define like who will be the underdog specifically here in this matchup, which really makes it a must-watch.
Well, trying to learn about this meta and so much involved in this one is all that we can do to help put these two teams together. Dark horses most likely considered here. But will they continue to be? After a performance against each other, they may just find themselves in a position, as you get a little double Rain Day up in here, to support the dream that they come in. Myanmar and Cambodia about to take stage.
Thank you very much, my friend Rain Day. I mean, double Rain Day, that sounds like a good day to me, but we've been having a great one so far. SRG surviving, they continue on. GK's run has ended here. What do you think about that game, Rose?
Ooh, that game, I feel like everybody was on the edge of their seats because honestly, SRG was so close to bombing out of the group stages, and I don't think anybody saw that coming.
This is what we get here, right? It's the MSC 24 champions that had to fight for their lives in the low bracket in group stage just to show you how competitive MSC is. That's what we look for. That's what we're here for.
Yes, sir, Milosh. So with that, we move on to the second match of the day, meaning the winner of this match goes to the knockout stages. Ladies and gentlemen, join me in welcoming Yangon Galacticos. This is a team that wants to bring the glory back to their region. Will this matchup keep them one step closer to making their dreams a reality? 2 teams and 1 ticket to the knockout stages in this matchup.
Who doesn't love a dark horse race? With 2 generational junglers, one on every single one of these 2 squads. So let's just bring out their opponents. Please welcome Pro Esports. The crowd has said it, you can hear it, and it's from one dark horse to another. Let me tell you, their stable is stacked, and they showed it versus SRG. Add to their talent the fact that this is a perfect storm for a Cambodian team to make the knockout stage once again. I think the recipe for success is all laid out.
Ooh, Milosh, this is going to be a very spicy matchup with that. Boys, you may actually place your keys. And of course, to the captains, don't forget on that little handshake, a fist bump. Or heck, will it even happen, Milosh?
Just whoosh away.
Who knows?
Fist bump.
There we go. Once again, this is the battle of the dark horses. One advances to the knockout stage and one falls for a tighter shot at the knockout stages. That's it from us. Throwing it back to you guys at the studio.
Thank you, Rosa Milos. The dark horse race continues, but again, like I prefaced, anybody who's been watching these games and these 2-0s should think anything but that these two teams don't have a chance to win. Their success has not only happened in their region, now they get to do it representing themselves on MSC's stage at EWC 2026. And as we continue to highlight the conversation between who will be the best jungler, which assassin king will reign supreme. We've already seen Prince's stumble, I would say, earlier on in that game. And we've also now got a chance to maybe claim or crown a new king.
And honestly, after game number 1 of Pro Esports going up against SRG, I can't help but really root for Coily, because it's one thing to do good. It's another to actually have a tough game and then clutch it at the end and then closing out the game. So I'm really looking forward to both these teams, especially because personally, I don't consider them dark horses anymore. At this point, they're contenders.
They're actual contenders.
Well, coming up in this shop, you have a chance to grab that new interactive effect. Rhino Day is live. Make sure to grab your cool stickers. What do you call these guys?
Emotes?
Emotes, yeah.
Emotes. So emotes in the shop. You could spam them in your games when you, would get a triple kill, a maniac, a raid.
Or just do it just to show people that you got it.
Before you start laning, just to be like,
As soon as you get in.
As soon as you get in.
Yeah, so what you do is that you clear the minions, you stand in front of your opponents, you recall, and then you spam the emotes.
Yeah.
Okay, great.
That's the MLB
Good analysis,
culture.
guys.
Show your aura.
Show your aura.
Aura farm.
Yeah.
The more emotes you have.
Aura garden. Nah, it doesn't work that well.
Or a garden, or a farm.
Anyways, in this game, I really feel like because we know that the junglers is going to be pretty crucial. Funny enough, I really feel like we got to look at the roam matchups, because both the Belleric as well. I mean, like, as much as we want to build by saying that the roam is, I don't know, expanded, because honestly, there is quite a lot of heroes you can use in the roam position, but just by how good Atlas and Belleric is, there really is no reason not to pick them up if they're open, right?
So much roam heroes to expect, especially if you're talking about Blink, but at the same time, he's just only been on the Atlas and the Cho. But you could argue the same. PP has only been on the Belleric because we've seen that spammed throughout the 3 games they went up against SRG. So we haven't seen much explored just yet. I think the most creative they've been in the draft so far was really in the EXP lane. Because Yangon, they've never used the more common XP lane. It's always the Barretts or the Ruby that you really got to see from them. So that's maybe something we're looking at. We know for a fact that Yangon can be creative, but where and until or only which heroes are they willing to be creative with?
Yes, that's a sentence.
And it was a sentence that I liked the first part of, which was that Ruby was a hero we did not see involved in this last matchup whatsoever, because they were really focused on the Moskov, and they were focused on what was working in terms of banning the Harara, the Ling early on, the Fanny. But maybe we do see a different priority here, especially when we start to get towards the later phases of the draft and ban, where the Ruby does either come out or it gets taken away, and that opens something else.
Well, we're looking at the map here. So far, I feel like for both teams, Flying Cloud should favor them quite a bit because they like to fight, but now Dangerous Grass. And this is what I bring up every single time we're in Dangerous Grass. Sometimes you go autopilot, but where you forget that there's a new grass on the map in front of you, and your opponents might be waiting in there.
But LaFell, realistically, for someone saying, hey, what's going on? This is cool. What's some MLBB? They're in Paris. Let me check this out. Dangerous Grass, like, what does this really do in terms of changing your draft or your pick? Do you ban around it, or is it just something that once you get what you want, you play around it?
It's something that you can utilize an advantage in the draft. For example, you have burst heroes. Since there's more grass, that means there's less vision. With less vision, some people might forget that someone's hiding in this bush, and you immediately kill them all. So picks like the Eudora is good. Picks like the Hilda, where she gets advantages when she gets into a bush, also does pretty good. Catching heroes like the Saber, the Chos, the Kadidas.
Pickoffs.
All of these pickoff heroes love dangerous grass.
I love that. Ling and Belleric banned, Freya and Atlas banned. Do you feel like YG say, PP, what else do you got? Because they take the Belleric away right away.
Yeah, they
no
saw,
Atlas and no Belleric.
Yeah, they saw how comfortable they are actually with these picks. So it's great. I think now that we're in dangerous grass, it's all the more reason for them to just go more creative. Go crazy with the picks. There are multiple options out there and potential for pickoffs. But the Valentina ban.
Interesting ban. Maybe just to open up the draft, trying to force Pro Esports to ban out the Harara, because if Harara is let through, you know that's going to be first pick.
So it's both the Belleric Atlas and the potential Ling Hirara banned out.
Actually, no. Maybe YG just picks up the Eudora first and be like, yeah, I dare you to pick up Hirara.
That too.
That's a good way to do it, but I feel like this sets up a good thing for YG, and this is where you want in this part of the pick. Because obviously, if you get the Harara, great. If not, you get the Eudora, most likely to counter. So they feel pretty good. I think that the question is, if you give Han the Harara, you still have a Fanny you could prioritize.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, I forgot about that.
On the side of Coily.
But that was Yangon who also used the Fanny recently.
Oh my
Mars,
God, we forgot.
Forgot. I mean, rarely picked up, right? So now they can pick up a Eudora +1 plus the Fanny.
Oh.
And the Phoveus. That's very interesting. Didn't thought the Phoveus would get picked up this early, considering that there's quite a lot of EXP that can fight against a Phoveus.
Yeah.
Like the Alice, Uranus.
You just probably be a bit more careful with the gold lane pick, given this. You already have a Phoveus and a Fanny to deal with, so...
Wow.
That takes out probably a Harith option here for YG.
Or play double fighters.
But they can do that too, honestly.
Right? They can play double fighters if they want.
But if they go double fighter at this point, then the jungle options are...
I think a Hirara is still fine, but maybe the mid. It needs something like a Kimi or something. Whoa.
Maybe no double fighters.
Hero.
Whoa.
Coming up, it's the Fredrin.
This feels very pre-patch.
Yes, that's the best way to put it. This feels very pre-patch. Pro Esport already having a proactive kind of draft, and then YG, a lot of control. Like basically every single hero here has a way to start the fight and control the fight. When it comes to a Pro Esport, just like, I'm cooler than you.
Yeah, I think a Lilia looks
Patrick
good
is
here.
cool.
Oh, Glue. Yeah.
Why did that?
I thought you were shouting out Patrick. Patrick.
Hey, you know what? Patrick Production is also cool, all right? Coolest guy ever. He's the kind of guy you buy ice cream for.
But he means the SpongeBob skin, Patrick, that Glue gets to be in game.
Well, they banned out the Arlot still. Well, again,
weird,
it's Arlot Fredrin, yes, but...
I mean, like, they already have the counters for it, so... Yeah. I feel like they should have banned something like an Atlas, right? Atlas, Uranus, because they do well against the Phoveus.
Ruby's still available, but not necessary now at this point.
Yeah. There's just so much threat for the mid lane too for Pro Esport. Like you could pair a very annoying mid lane with the Glue. I think there's still like the option of
Eudora is still available.
Lilia Eudora. You mentioned that as well, but the fact that they took out an Arlot, is there just something they don't want to break formation?
And look at this, YG, they ban out the Eudora because, again, even though they don't have an assassin just yet, you just know the EXP is going to be a damage dealer, the gold laner is going to be a damage dealer, and having a mid-trio like Marcel and Fredrin always in front of your face, Eudora has an easy time to stun both of them. Eudora will disrupt them quite a bit. And now even the Barats gets banned out as well. So they're drafting in a way that makes sure that their EXP laner gets to win, but again, there are options here. It almost looks like they want YG to use something like an Alice or Uranus that's, you know, I would say not super front-heavy tanky. Like the tankiness of a Uranus as well as the Alice is from healing, not necessarily because they have a lot of HP.
But speaking of that, I think Pro Esports are yet to pick up something to deal with the massive HP that could come through for YG. Like they don't have Shred necessarily just yet when it comes to the team fights.
The Moskov, you pointed out, is still going to be available, yes. But since YG are not going for an assassin, might they be a bit more comfortable to pick up the likes of a carry again?
Maybe, honestly, maybe.
Because you know that it's not going to be an assassin. The roam is a question, the XP lane is a question, so that's only probably the next consideration that they're looking at before locking in their goal lane.
What's this? Let's go pro. I'm fan of PP. Oh, he loves PP.
Oh.
Claude. Which is, I mean, very good. Very good. We've seen Claude prioritized in almost every game so far today.
And this game, there's not necessarily a hero that counters Claude just yet.
Yes,
as a matter of fact, the Claude already counters the Gourd, right? So that's also something here where Pro Esports, they have a good dive hero in the Fanny as well as the Claude, and optional dive with the Glue as well as the Fulvius. So this Gourd shouldn't have a good time, but hey, who knows? Maybe YG creates enough space.
Yeah. And what does YG lock in for their gold lane and their XP? Yeah, Paquito is still up. Oh, though it's gonna go into a Fulvius.
It's not great, but hey, ignore the Fulvius, then you're good. Moskov gets picked up here for YG. Should be able to deal with the Fanny, and to a certain extent, the Claude and the Uranus gets picked up. Like we've been talking about, a good fight against the Fulvius. And overall, this kind of draft, you need a front line, because the Marcel is more of a support than a tank.
Okay.
Right? You still need a front line.
Pro Esports just need their mid laner. I think there are just a multitude of options out there. The Lilia still there. If they
Lilia sounds great.
Lilia sounds great in this lineup.
Even Valir is going to be super annoying.
Yeah. Previously they used Vexana. I don't know if they want to go for that again.
Vexana ban.
Oh.
So yeah, I feel like Lilia and Valir are two very good anti-tank options that they can go for. Honestly, I'm good for either. If they want to increase another unique hero, they could pick up an Aurora.
Oh.
I like me an Aurora.
Has not been seen for years at this point, but they pick up the Zetian instead. So
unique.
They want some scaling when it comes to the late game in case the Fanny doesn't work out.
Guys, in terms of execution, who do you think leans towards it being a simpler job to get it done?
I don't know if I'm just more used to seeing the Fred and the Gourd and how simple the lineup of YG is, but I feel like definitely mechanics-wise, it's also the easier to pull off lineup compared to Pro Esports lineup right now.
I agree. It's just that I would say Pro Esports, they're scaling. Maybe they're able to outscale, but that one is more of a matchup in the gold lane.
Well, after the last 3 international tournaments for Cambodia, they've got a new representative who's looking to finally make it into the knockout stages. But will it be Yangon Galacticos from Myanmar, who shut down their dreams and maybe have a little bit of a story to tell for themselves? We'll find out as we begin game 1 of our second series of the day. It's all upper bracket for the next 2. Let's send it over to your casters, Naisu and Mirko.
Thank you so much for the breakdown and welcome, ladies and gentlemen. It's our second match of the day here. This one, not an elimination match. It's to find out who's going to move forward to get to that knockout stage. Will it be Yangon Galacticos or Pro Esports? Both teams, Mirko, have been looking darn good. These drafts, though, a little bit of a throwback. I feel like now that we've been through so much versatility and flexibility in the draft, this looks a little more standard.
It does. It looks a little bit more of what we are accustomed to, right?
Yep.
I do think it's kind of weird, though. I mean, the panel already pointed out, but the fact that Pro picked up the Phobia, still, though, banning out the Arlet. And YG really seems like they're going back to comfort, something that they used to win MSL Myanmar. Back again, it's Han on the Fredrin.
Fredrin in the jungle is just a very different change of pace, you know, from what we've seen so far. A lot of assassins duking it out, but now you get a Fredrin, which, you know, makes sense with the lineup because you can play around that durability that this gives you. You know, if you take a look at the emblem setup too, you're playing with a lot of speed with the Marcel, obviously being that kind of annoying support slash roam that he is.
Coily, goes in now, the cables as well, shreds him down. Han will fall first blood over to Coily.
Whoa! I guess is that a statement of, hey, you're gonna pick a Fredrin, well I'm on a Fanny. This is the assassin meta. Is that where we're going right now?
I guess. Coily straight into the orange buff set up by P. But dang, I didn't expect that damage, bro.
Yeah.
Straight up, walks up, well, flies through, and gets, even though Han was able to secure level 4, he wasn't able to tank up that damage. Now trying to steal this away from Coily. At least he gets a bit of compensation.
Okay, yeah. You know what? At least something. Turtle's up, though.
both junglers have those retributions ready. They'll get in position for this one, but Young Galacticos is going to go ahead and get that space to work with. There they go.
Mystic Gush going to tear PP down with Han. Locking him down. Coily forcing to flicker out. Now Han's going to get caught by the Phobius of Felix. It's everybody disengaging. Ying still holding this angle. Back to level on the board.
All right, so a bit of a trade. No one going to get the turtle just yet. Jungler is going to grab their buffs for this one. We'll take a look at the replay by STC. Great setup here, you know, to go ahead and capitalize that Mystic Gush, utilizing the Fredrin kit, but you get a lockdown, and you can see how dangerous it is for Han, though, because if he's, you know, in this vicinity of the rest of the team fight, he's actually shredded down quite quickly. It's just not tanky enough just yet.
We gotta take a look at the items right now if we're talking about how Han can actually like deal with Pro, right? He's on the way to the Dreadnought armor. I feel like he should have just rushed that straight up. He went for the Ares belt first, a bit more HP, trying to play around with the passive and then Praetor's Wrath. Let's see if it works out.
Felix on the turtle.
Yep, just walking out. This should be free.
Yep.
No purple buff on the hands of Coily. A straight up red tree now is Sa. Has to flicker out. Good taunt though. Brings Felix in for the shoulder bash. The Dark Wave lands and then Praetor's Wrath is right there, but Felix is able to sustain for a bit as Coily jumps into the back. Ken with the cables. Tears through Kaiser. He gets another with the cutthroat. Big double for Coily. Han isolated and it will be fed over to Kuzin.
It looked like it would have been okay for YG on the way they went through that. Oh, sorry, Felix. Ying? Okay, he doesn't have enough damage, but yeah, the idea was there, but you always have to remember when you're up against a Fanny that being caught in those choke points around the walls, around the jungle, is not where you want to be. And, you know, just after getting that objective, that turtle, then all falls apart here. This was going so well, but then look at the back line. Coily has all the room to work with, just lines them up and is able to go ahead and swing in, pop that damage out while everybody else gets cut off from each other. So that's really good game sense coming through from Pro Esports and the rest of the team.
Also a bit of a whiff from Blink. That golden hour was supposed to keep Kaiser from getting initiated on, but it only found Kaiser. Gave Coily the opportunity to just wait, go for those cables, and find the double.
Yep.
This is the reason we don't see too many Gords, too many Heaves now in this meta, right? It's just, if you don't have Flicker, you're dead.
They had their moment, you know, and that, I guess that's one of the things as we gone through the days here for MSC is that development of the meta. And yes, some heroes that just feels like just weeks ago were doing so well are obviously struggling in a sense, but this is something that I would say Young Galacticos, if they get to, let's say, a late game and you get a little more durability to work with, if you're able to go ahead and play around the golden hour from Blink, then, you know, that's one of the cases. Plus the Moskov, still a power pick in that gold lane, able to move through. You do have generally a safer laning phase to deal with that Fanny, you know, from Coily approaching. But that's the thing. It's more so of Young Galacticos really trying to hold on. You can see Brute Force Breastplate now picked up for Han. That's going to help him a little bit to deal with that kind of burst physical damage that's coming through. Second turtle up, though, as YG gets space to go ahead and work around this. Coily in the base can go ahead and swing in here anytime he's ready, but it's just a stare-off for now between both, fighting for this space.
One thing you got to take into account if you're Pro is Sanji in the bottom lane here on the Moskov. He's chosen the Bargain Hunter for a reason. He knows his job this game is just to farm out. No pressure here. Han's going to be able to take this for free with Retribution. It's going to be the Mystic Gush now on P, but he's able to flicker out now as Kozin gets caught by a ton of big bonk as well. Great Fury of the Phoenix in the bottom lane's a 1v1, and it will be Coily to pick up the mega kill to stop Sanji from scaling on the Moskov.
You got to give it to Coily and the rest of Pro Esports. They know that, okay, objective, Turtle's going to go over to YG. We might as well find something else. It looks like he's going to be able to get the turret down nearly. Yeah, should go down here. They trade out a kill and a turret. As we look at the replay, once again, this was a really good decision from Coily. Again, he has all the room to work with, even pushed back by the Spear of Misery. It doesn't really matter. He's able to go ahead and find the kill.
I was looking up top, the taunt landed on Kuzin, then we saw the Fury of the Phoenix. So in our eyes, it was like, oh man, Sa popped that a bit late to save Kuzin. Turns out it was a call from Coily probably down below to go for that kill on Sanji. That's why the Fury of the Phoenix was tying for the pickoff on Sanji rather than to save Kuzin up top. Blink though. Golden Hour, the SOD lands as well. PP gonna be able to actually walk away from the Appraiser's Wrath now as that's a shoulder back from Felix. A flicker out, away from the Mystic Gush. Coily with a jump in the cables. Pro, great disengage.
Yeah, good use there. Again, to keep him at bay. Coily had an angle to go for, gets stopped in his tracks. Golden Staff here picked up by Sanjeet as they continue up the top.
Here the Phoenix appeal for Kuzin as he gets away with BMI, and Felix finds to pick up a Ying. Dives on the turret, picks up the kill on Kuzin. Now he's taken very low, still able to sustain. Again, the missing projectile saves him, but Coily walks up, finds the unstoppable now with the cables onto Blink. It's Han with the flank on top. It's a big bonk, and that's going to be 2 for Han. Coily, though, wants another. A triple responded over for a double. Kai's with a missing projectile and the gush onto P.
What a bloodbath from that top lane. Both teams able to get multiple kills as we take a look at the replay brought to us by STC. Again, Fury of the Phoenix is great. And look at both junglers. They have their moments here. Han cleared out that mid lane. He makes his way up to the top. He sees multiple health bars low up on this tier 1. He sees his moment because he knows Coily's having his own. So might as well go in for this. Gets that double, but essentially will go down. And also really good response from Kaize to come back and get P down with that Mystic Gush. So this trades across the board, which will all ultimately lead up to setting up for this first Lord here now that it's up. So this is, again, just a fight to see who has that better team fight. And you've got one jungler on the side of YG who's pretty stationary, you know, more of this bulwark front line, while Coily is everywhere. He's 7-0-1 right now. And pretty much if he finds one of the backlines of YG, it's almost an instant guaranteed kill for him. So they have to play around with that in mind. A little bit of focus here, knocking down some of the tier 1 turrets up top. Coily.
Dude, against a Moskov, usually you'd see Fannies hesitate a bit, you know, like kind of think twice about going in. Coily against a Marcel and a Moskov walks up like that, or again,
flies around like that. Again, it's different in the hands of junglers like Coily. Again, he makes his way through this team fight.
Coily! Oh my god, the lethal ignition! What a god on the Fanny! Coily again with the cables. No fear in his eyes.
Oh man, fighting for this Lord. As I said, goes to the back line, he's able to get a kill. Now with the numbers advantage.
Felix the walk up again, the slam slam, the pass from P. That's a mount already. That means the Lord is going to be free again. Han
he's so
trying desperately to get through. Coily's taking a bit of damage now. Goes for the cutthroat as well. Blink with the golden hour. Oh, he saves the game. Han walks up. Goes for the red tree, but it doesn't land. It was still the golden hour. The red tree went over to the member of Pro. Goes with the pickup on the Lord. Now it's a big taunt on the Felix and slams on the pass comes through, but Felix gets around in front of pursuit. Almost takes Blink down with him.
Ooh, that would have been way worse if Pro Esports did not get that Lord. Kozin was able to go ahead and secure it, I believe, just in that midst of that fight because Coily went down. That's also a big shutdown, though, taking out Coily like that. So for now, Yangon Galacticos, they found a little bit of momentum to work with. They should clear out this Lord relatively easy. And now some of that gold starting to build up, starting to go in their favor. Sanji's got the items mainly that he needs at this point, and the rest of the team is starting to get tanky enough to deal with it. It's more about the execution part, the micro part when it comes to these team fights. The biggest threat here, too, is Kaize on that gourd against Coily. If he's taken out and he doesn't have a flicker and he doesn't, have that whatever defensive item he decides to go with, that's just unfortunate because your whole game plan is I'm gonna get a stun off, Mystic Gush real quick, get some people low, and build off of that. But he knows he's gonna be a target, and so now for YG they have to adjust these team fights.
And it's just so sad to see the golden hour now 2 times. First time was okay, that was just unlucky by Blink. Second time, miscoordinated by Han and Blink. Right, the golden hour was there, it delayed the Lord. Coily was already dead, but Han went for the red tree. Because the Lord was still in golden hour, the red tree went to one of the Pro members, and that's why Kozin was able to steal it away.
Yeah, once again, Marcel, that golden hour is so valuable, but at the same time, sometimes it can backfire in a way that you don't expect. Now it's pretty much even across the board, except for the fact that you got a couple extra turrets for Pro Esports off that Lord take, off that Lord push. Helps open the map a little bit for them, but they still have plenty of time to go ahead and find something here. You've got some pressure on this purple buff.
Uh-oh, they're gonna all in on P. Flicker out of the Appraiser's Wrath and a Mystic Gush already. That's gonna be Coily with the damage. Oh, the mount as well. Big Fury of the Phoenix. Onto a choke point. Han with a taunt. Onto 2. Ying still trying to buy some time as Han pops P.
Okay, they fight back again. It's been trades all game long for the past 12 minutes here. And you're seeing it too. Now because of these items falling into place for Yangon Galacticos, you can't find whoever you want aside from the Gord. Kaize, for Coily to go ahead and get, you know, because just again, you have enough durability at this point, and you have to start to rely on your both gold laners to turn the tides of these team fights. But you'll see it here. This is a team fight comes through. P surviving this is also crazy. Good use of the defensive flicker, staying alive, and then he mounts up and brings back into that Fury of the Phoenix blink. So really good timing there, but Han also gets his revenge. Again, he had a tough start to the game on this Fredrin, but so far he's really found footing.
And the gold lead is non-existent for YG versus Pro. We should have expected this coming into this matchup. YG with a dominant game against GK to make it here. Pro with a crazy upset victory over Selangor Red Giants. Both trying to fight for that qualification to knockout stage. Han holding on a neutral objective, jumps on P. No flicker, Mystic Gush, and then Brazer's Wrath to take him down. Now Felix gonna get caught by the taunt as well. Sanji clearing out mid. Kozin doing the same thing, but the wave up top is good for Pro.
Oh, they're gonna fight for this Lord here. It's at half health. They know they're down P. They're gonna just blitz this Lord though for YG.
Han's trying, the golden hour's placed down. Oh, Felix! With a steal on the Phobius! With the help of the Fury of the Phoenix, how did that just happen?
Was that just a dark wave? Like,
no way, we gotta get a replay on that. What?
We have to see it. Again, that Fury of the Phoenix really helping. They're trying to hold on to this mid turret, but man, another Lord.
Uh-oh. I thought he was gonna pay for his sins, but no. Flicker, get out of jail free card, Coily.
Oh, he's here.
He gets caught in a frozen moment. Oh my God, it went a crown. Perfectly timed by Kaize. A bait away. Coily wants part 2 with the cables. This time trying to bait out a battle spell.
That's actually pretty big though. The Winter Crown being down at least is something as they approach the base. That's what they want to play off of this Lord here now that everyone's going to be up. But again, at least for the Gord, at least for Kaize, he still has Flicker. He can just kind of post up in the base, help clear things out. The fight for these buffs though, man, P taking a ton of damage too. Kozin trying to take down a tier 2 turret. Lord makes its way up top now. Oh. Coily gonna be stopped here. Clearing out the Lord. This might be all they get. They do get some damage done to that top base turret, but still, YG's base defense and their composition will clear things out relatively quick. So, I mean, based how things have gone for the last couple Lords here, it's got to be the retribution for the next one, man. It's going to be so important for either team to go ahead and secure that, to get this momentum as we look at the items coming into place. There's even a big difference gold-wise between the XP laners, but Sarion Felix is actually doing a really good job of just kind of being that front line that he needs to be on the Phobius.
This is why even after those nerfs, the Phobius still finds itself at a pretty good spot in the draft, right? Still prioed, banned in the first phase, especially with the Assassins coming back into meta. Felix, though, he's had a tremendous game on the Phobius so far. That Phobius steal, it shouldn't even be possible. Again, I would have loved to see the instant replay there. How did he get his hands on it? Because it didn't really look like Coily was in a position to steal. Han had a free retry, it almost looked like.
Yeah, again, at this point, that retribution battle needs to come down between the two junglers here for this next one, but both teams have been showing that they will go for pickoffs if they can. It's a bit of a tough game, I'd say, for YG too, just because you got to keep tabs on Coily. Where's he pushing? Where is he going? As you look at the difference here between the XP laners, what they've been able to go ahead and secure, of course, for each other, but Ying can essentially do the same thing. We saw that in the earlier team fights, you know, being that front line for them. He can help kind of give that vision too. Phobius, though.
Whoa.
Oh, hold on.
Trying to cut him. Nice try.
Yeah, he's able to get away just fine. Again, you got to keep tabs on Coily. Any Fanny like this is going to play that move, but YG has the same option with Sanji.
That's the thing. There's still so many ways they can play this against YG. It's not like they're going to lose out on that far lane. They have a Moskov and a Uranus to play on those far lanes to match the Fanny. Heck, I think they might even be able to clear it out. Oh, wait, Kozin can't be standing behind those minions like that, man. The piercing damage of Sanji starting to hurt.
Yeah, it does. Mystic Gush already dropped down too.
Wait.
Okay, that's some key ultimates down for YG. Did Pro Esports just get the upper hand for this Lord take? They're going to make their way. Coily already got his buff. They're going to try to zone out the rest of YG.
He already pushed in the bottom lane. So now it relies on Sanji to land at SOD. PP in the back, trying to zone him away. Coily with retribution again as PP was able to zone him away as the golden hour comes through, but the SOD landed. There's no way he takes it with 4 members corralling over that landed SOD. Han mounted on, now brought back to the team. He's still able to escape for a bit, but the pass is right there again. A big bonk lands onto Coily, baits out the rose gold. Pro should just be happy with the Lord. Blink wants a bit more. Ying now walks up Kozen, trying to punish Flicker out from Ying.
Okay, this just has to be a disengage. They got the Lord to deal with. You're seeing how much of a push and pull it is for both team compositions now at this stage of the game to really execute it properly based on the ultimates they have, plus those battle spells. Once again, with that Lord coming up, again, this isn't the evolved one, so YG shouldn't have a problem potentially even holding on to their base turrets. Maybe they lose one on this, depending on how Pro Esports plays it as they clear these waves out. It's a little troublesome for Pro Esports on approaching this because, again, when this Lord is dealt with quickly in those waves, those powered up waves, you might even just get a tier 2 mid lane off of this. I mean, they're looking for their own window of opportunity, but it's even difficult for Sarion Felix to be the one to jump in or P. And it looks like that's just going to be it. The Lord is cleared out easily.
That's one advantage that YG have, right? Like, when it's outside of the base, Pro definitely have the advantage. They can go from different angles to attack this front to back, to break the formation. But when YG are defending, there's no chance you can break that formation. They're playing under those turrets, right? And that's why with Sanji and Kaize, as long as these two are still alive and those frontliners can just hold in front with the towers, there's no way Pro can actually siege them down. They're gonna have to win it through a team fight.
Yeah. This one, Coily, get a couple hits off. It might be the best thing you can do, you know, just playing around Coily, get a couple hits on the turret, do it on the other side of the map, because they both know they have to just play around Lord. The pick-off potential starts to come down to, can we use a conceal? Can we actually find someone out? But then the teams have been doing such a good job at just going to be in there for each other, answering the call if some pressure comes through. Good little take on that purple buff, though, Coily.
Ruthless on the fan. Use the cutthroat to secure it there. And yeah, it just seems like Han's been losing out on these red tree battles. Nice to on the veteran.
Hey, man. At least if he can get it for the Lord here, it's going to be 30 seconds
over
quality.
quantity.
Yeah, exactly. You know, and that one will be evolved too. This is a very different game one than what we've seen so far throughout MSC, especially, you know, you're reminded once that Fredrin gets picked up and a lineup is kind of built around it, this kind of utility jungle concept, it's very different, bit of a different pace. Pete?
Just walks out of there, blink. Frozen moment, Felix walks up, that's Sa with a massive Fear of the Phoenix. Toilets over the ankle, big golden hour. How do they utilize this? In the midst of it all, he's giving the slam again from P. He's able to flicker out to safety, now it's Coily. Looks for an angle to go with the cables. Just trying to bait those resources from YG. Again, nobody falls. Just a flicker burnt for Kaize and P.
And a flicker for P.
Ying.
Yep. It's all this battle of resources at this point. Coily, as hell of a start that he had in this game, he knows that he can't just throw himself into the arms of YG. And so he's going to continue to push down that bot, it looks like. At least cut that wave through. YG's going to make an attempt on this Lord. It's half felt right now, but Coily will be here in time to face off.
He has no flicker. They know it. They're going to try to burst him down. The taunt lands as well. P's able to survive. Oh my god!
Oh.
The rebound with the Fury of the Phoenix. Good golden hour in the back line, but Coily's able to buy so much time. Sanji caught in the dark wave. Now the blazing duet from Kuzen.
Oh, Sanji.
It's all up to Sanji now. He's going to be caught with a slam and a pass with a nature and also the immortality buy. It's an immortality buy for Coily as well. Dark wave lands. Sanji's still there. Ying trying to buy some time. As Blink is in a 1v1 against Coily. It's an all-out fight everywhere in the map. Again, Coily trying to chase Blink down. He's running away. He finally gets cutthroated and assassinated up top.
Oh, I thought that was a nice block, though. I thought it was going to land on Coily, but man, they bought some time, but Pro Esports, they want to go for this tier 2 turret. They want to take this purple buff out.
Wait, they don't go Lord. They reset the Lord.
They reset the Lord. I have to go. Let's look at this replay again. Started things up with the Mystic Gush over here. This fight breaks off into 2 areas. Collapsing down, golden hour used into that Fury of the Phoenix. Meanwhile, also a real cam. It looks like Pro Esports is going to secure themselves that Lord there, but you know, that was a fight that was dissected on through. And that's one of the things that Fanny will do too. You know, you were able to go ahead and split the fights up, focus on the right targets. Golden hour, it just feels weird in some of these instances because it's like, it's clearly there to stop the momentum of a fight, but sometimes it ends up just kind of splitting things off in an odd angle for YG.
So now it's back to the defense of YG. They have a good composition to defend, but Pro have an evolved Lord now. At 22 minutes, it's a different kind of Lord. Wind of Nature for Kuzen. Bootless at this point for both of the gold laners.
Okay, clear out these waves. Lord is up top. It's going to get that charge in. Taking out the base turret. YG has no choice but just to let that go. They're going to have to deal with the Lord, clear it out. Potentially losing some more base turrets. Conceal's going to be used from Pro Esports though.
Double top from Han now with the force play as well. Coily with a jump in the back line, but it's going to be the winner crown again. Flicker round, Blink shredded to pieces, but he gets the golden hour. All base turrets taken out now as Ying buys the immortality in time, keeps himself alive. Han! With a big taunt on the Brazier Strap, but Kozen was able to Wind of Nature all of that physical damage.
Okay, YG lost the base turrets, but it's okay, they're still in the game. They've got some more waves to deal with here, and knowing that they're down Blink, looks like Pro Esports still wants to go ahead and potentially end the game here.
Ying again, pops into Consecration, baiting the mini waves over to the right side of the map. Sanji clearing it out. Kaise no flicker. He needs to play far back. Pro are still lingering. That's a pounce! The Mystic Projectile landed. The BMI gets Kozen out, but the Rose Gold was already procced.
So that's all they get. Pro Esports off that evolved Lord will take down and strip the base of those turrets. Taking the disciplined route, even amidst the lead they have, it's just YG still able to fight up. They're still able to do well. This is where we start to see the item swaps come into play. Winner crowns even being picked up. You've got multiple across the board here for YG. Wind of Nature sitting on Sanji. Sanji has been doing a great job just staying alive because he's so pivotal for them to actually be able to stay in this game. Kaise as well, very happy with his Mystic Gush timings, but he's got to go in a way where we saw in that last fight where he pops the Winter Crown, he Mystic Gush. It's still being used even when he's frozen, but again, it's better for him to go ahead and do that in the base. But this time, now 24 plus minutes in the game, this Lord, I don't know, man. If Pro Esports able to secure it, even with this kind of defensive lineup YG has, I don't think you can defend against that. Coily still pushing in that bottom wave. He knows it's going to force someone from YG, force Sanji to go clear that out, respond to it.
Holy moly. Even with the guaranteed slow push, Coily decides to shove it straight inside the base. This means Sanji's going to have to deal with it. And he shows up on the map. Kozen utilizing the position to go on to Ying. He has to win a crowd. Pops in the Consecration. That's the Fury of the Phoenix. Baited out already by YG. This could be the angle. They've reset it, and Sanji has cleared out bot.
Yeah, he's cleared out bot. He's handled the waves really well. YG, this is a Lord dance as ever. Still half health on it. Fury of the Phoenix still on cooldown, so they don't have that right now. And Han's tanky enough to go ahead and sit here, like we've seen so much before on this Fredrin with an immortality to go ahead and just take up the shots. Blink jumps in.
Golden hour doesn't land on anybody. Felix is able to evade right now as he lands the Dark Wave, but Coily's gonna go up top. Mystic Gush and a big appraiser trap. Coily in the base. Blink trying desperately to go back into the base to save it. He gets there in time, but Coily has a few minions on it. Now it's gonna be the SOD that lands. Sanji gets Coily down. His first kill of the game, and it's a massive shutdown. Both junglers though will be taken out.
A last-ditch effort from Coily to try to make something happen, knowing that the Lord was secured by YG. Really good timing against Sanji. Might have been his first kill, but it was an important kill. Might be the one to potentially win them the game here. They've got a really strong, evolved Lord to march down this mid lane. Now, 45 seconds for Coily to be up. Can Pro Esports delay this further? And without Han, the same thing. Is Ying going to be the guy to go in and tank this, lead this, or will it be Blink? He's got a golden hour that he can play around with. The game plan here might just be to knock down some base turrets.
Mystic Gush already on Felix. Golden hour catches 3. No follow-up though. Felix is able to escape. That Fury of the Phoenix from Sa buying them a bit of time. Now can they clear this Lord? Base turret I think will surely fall. Sanji's on it already. But hold a second, after that charge, it doesn't seem like YG have the resources
one hit
to push in forward even more. It's just going to be the base turret taken by the Evolved Lord. Pro, again, able to defend through the wins they got all the way from the start of the game. Those base turrets on the side lane, nice.
Yeah. So Pro Esports, mind you, again, they were up quite a bit, 7,000-ish gold. Again, at this point, it's more about switching the items, but they did lose that lead that they had. They also lost a base turret off of that. So YG now in a position, now in a seat to actually go ahead and be in a better position to win the next Lord fight. The biggest thing for Yangon Galacticos is literally just dealing with whatever Coily is going to do. He's the only guy that can push the opposite side of the map. And Sanji so far has been the guy that YG has counted on to deal with it.
Ooh, dude. This is a
down.
very squishy Patrick in the face of Mystic Gush late game.
Yeah, it's definitely hurting. A flicker down is something for YG to play around with. Some big waves down bot that they're going to have to deal with too here, but it's just playing around each other because they just know that if Coily jumps into this backside, even on Kaise, and gets a winner crown, that's value. Everything comes down to pop in battle spells or defensive items now that we get this point. You're going to see these potions being picked up now too. 28 minutes, man. This has to be, if not our longest, one of the longest so far for MSC groups. Fighting for this Lord up. It's going to take some time to go ahead and take this one down as both teams get in position. A whole lot of immortalities to play around too. Sanji clearing up that bottom side. Conceal's going to be used. Pete pushing out Han here. And just fighting for this space right now. Pro Esports trying to control this space around the Lord, but it's just too much to hold.
That wave bot is just so annoying for YG. Constantly gonna have to send someone down below. SOD nearly lands. Blink was the one to give him vision for that attempt. And that's where the mechanics come through. 28 minutes.
Yeah.
It's the macro, obviously, but you have to be clutch in these moments. You have to be the one to make the play to win the team that game.
This is like the most macro game we've seen so far. I feel like one of the biggest ones too at this point.
Well, Coily.
Game one, Coily is just going to go ahead and sit down to that bot side, but look who's rotating down. Sanji and Blink. Mystic Gush already used. Lord's going to go for a bit of a reset there.
Oh, that is a big whiff. Coily stays for a bit too long, gets caught by the Spear of Misery from Sanji.
It had to be also that snapshot, right? I mean, they got him on the wall there too, that spear. That is a huge pickup, and now without Coily for 60 seconds, a whole minute, YG cleared out the waves, and they know they have the space to work with for this Lord. But Mr. Gush.
All in onto P. Fear the Phoenix, P. Immortality down already, Blink now coming in as well. Good taunt, and the pierce from Sanji. Ying taking very low. Kuzi gonna be looking for the play. Flickers in the Blazing Duet and the Wind of Nature as well, but Blink is able to get out of the way of the Blazing Duet. Felix, 3-man Dark Wave, has to flicker out. Big bomb with a missing projectile. Goes in as the Immortality, but he's gonna go down to Ying. A big bonk sends Han, or rather Felix low, but now it's Sanji with Wind of Nature. That's an Immortality already down. Assault's gonna get flickered down, but he buys the Immortality in time. Wind of Nature, everything with the Wind of Crown as well, but it won't be enough. It's a big wipe for YG as they come back in game number one.
Talk about a defense from Yangon Galacticos to hold on strong even when down for the majority of that game. A composition built around base defense. Well, you see exactly what that can pull off here. Really good timing, really good game sense to make that play in the bottom lane, find Coily, and then make something out of it. They knew that they either had an option. If we get Coily out, we could probably just get the Lord, and if not that, then we could just win a team fight. Not having that threat anymore, and so Yangon Galacticos knew what they had to accomplish. They did it perfectly with this lineup. Took some time. They really had to buckle in for as we look at the highlights from STC with this one. Again, very strong showing though from Pro Esports. Coily on this Fanny, phenomenal, but eventually it kind of falls to a different point of the game. You know, you're not able to go ahead and just swoop in like this, get kills. Han really held on, built up that durability, and you know, you got to give it up to Yangon Galacticos to hold on together.
YG winning this game with an unorthodox composition.
Yeah.
We have to say this. This is meta. A few patches ago, this was the best composition you could go for. But in the current meta, we've seen more assassins in the jungle. Coily had an 8-0 start to the game.
Yeah.
Yet it was the utility jungle of Han. Yet it was them coming back through crazy steals, honestly, crazy mistakes as well, but then adapting and downloading the pro movements as the game got to that late stage.
We knew this one was going to be a good one, man. You know, I'm expecting it to be a 3-game series. Both teams just have each other's numbers. They're playing so well around each other, whatever they decide to draft. You know, and again, it's all about that execution factor, and it was executed really well by Yangon Galacticos. So let's go ahead and throw it over to the panel to see what they have to say about Game 1.
Thank you guys so much. Great matchup there to kick off our second series of the day. It was Yangon Galacticos with the defense of time that somehow, some way stalled out the efforts of their opponents and made them think that maybe that Fanny, that assassin, isn't at the top of this meta if we let Marcel available. The other news that I want to give you, 4 games Marcel has been let through, 4 wins. Might need to stay on the ban list from now. Welcome back. My name's Rain Day. Brigitte Lefel joining me on panel. That was the longest game of the tournament so far.
Yep, it was. And it was off the back of a really good defense. It's a Moskov and a Gord who was just always defending until the very end. And I think I really want to credit a lot of it to these 2 players just because of the fact that I don't think this was Han's best game. So it's amazing how they're able to stall it. That's the word. Stall it long enough.
I mean, you mentioned Han. I want to get your just initial thoughts, and I'll start asking about that matchup.
No, I mean, like, here's the thing. You came in, I would say, at the right meta where there's a lot of assassins, where the game is pretty dynamic. But imagine this is basically our life for the past 2 years, where tank jungles are a thing.
This is it.
Almost every game goes above 20 minutes. Because something about tank junglers, they can just hold on for dear life until eventually you make one good play, and then you win that way.
30 minutes and 2 seconds. I said the longest. Well, it says 1 on there, but maybe it was like, 1 and 59 or something, hundredths of a second. I think this was really a good showcase of the matchup we highlighted with Coily and Han. I think Coily actually played quite well, but also I think there was, like you maybe had mentioned earlier, just this meta's past, a glimpse of what your life used to be. Maybe that's just not, maybe you just can't let that be played in this meta. Maybe you have to force assassins in this meta, otherwise you're in trouble.
By the way, let me just say, look at the buffs there. How many times Han has been denied of the buffs? The orange buff, he only got 12, and then Coily got 17. The purple buff only got 15. Coily got 17 again. And look at the objectives as well. Like, I gotta say, 4 Lords was taken by Pro Esports. Only 1 from Yangon. So this is a really not a great game for Han, and yet somehow, some way, again, with the Gord as well as the Moskov, they were able to hold out long enough until that moment finally came for them.
Yeah, I agree with you. There might be a bit more question as to whether or not this pre-patch quote-unquote meta is still actually effective currently. Because I don't even want to point out anything about the draft that we saw from Pro Esports, because they were able to really make it work.
Yeah.
They found the early game, secured it in their hands, and you saw highlights after highlights, especially from Coily. But it just boiled down to that one mistake down bottom around the 28 or 29 minute mark, and eventually another one from one of their carries, Kozen too. So these were the 2 players who could just not afford to go down, but in that sequence, it was the both of them who unfortunately had to. And you could no longer defend that siege if you were Pro Esports.
It was a style that they ended up needing to draft around, having seen the Fanny come out, the talent of Coily, and he put it to great display. He showed how effective that character could be, but it wasn't enough. Leading the entire time, Pro Esports stumbled at the very end. YG maybe made them stumble, and they got the win. Game 2 is upon us, but Lefel, before we do that, break down what you saw in Game 1 that led us to this longest game of the tournament so far.
So I agree with Brigitte, we don't have to look at the draft too much, but I feel like we still have to talk about 2 things here. The reason why I say when it comes to the late game, it's going to be a skill matchup between the teams is because if you go to the late game, the Moskov as well as the Gord is amazing just because they clear the lanes very fast. The Moskov has an added advantage where even while he's clearing the minions, he can attack enemy. In comparison to what Pro Esport has, I would say the weakness of him trying to end the game was having the Zetienne. Zetienne is pretty good at sieging, just not enough, I would say, firepower to make the Uranus, worried, to make the Fredrin worried. So the front lines really don't care that much getting attacked by the mage, hence not giving time for the Claude to actually attack the turret for himself. So now we're going to be looking at some clips here. We're going to look at the early game, and this is the effect. One of the reasons why, yes, I'm standing up, but as long as you're comfortable, right? one of the reasons why we don't see a lot of Fredrin is because he has been nerfed in the HP department. Rarely do we see this when Fredrin starts off in his own jungle, and look at how fast Fredrin got bursted down. And in that moment, we even saw Fredrin get level 4 first, and then the Fanny. So not even had a level advantage, and yet the damage is just you know, he can't sustain it. And then going for the second thing here, this is honestly just glazing the Fanny of Coily, because look at this situation. I feel like for all of the Assassin players, they know how difficult it is, where if we're going to be looking closer into the minimap here, you can see that the Gourd as well as the Claw, they're protected. They're behind a wall. They're close to the turret. This is a situation where you don't really see Assassins going in for the kill, and yet you look at how Coily uses this entranceway. Like, there's not a lot of situation where you can go through here and be safe. The only reason why he is safe is because the rest of the front line are here. There is zero protection down back. All of the damage dealers are here. Thank you very much for telestrating this for me as well as Brigida. Look, he just goes. There's no protection. And this is why that sequence was amazing. But then as we go through, some mistakes start to creep in, where this is, I would say, the first mistake coming in from Pro Esport. We have to zoom, and we also look at the highlight circle here. Look at how low Coily is.
Yeah.
He should not be anywhere close here, because the thing is, the Lord does true damage. Even though this is 9 minutes, the Lord doesn't hit that hard. You still got to respect it. During this time, the golden hour was used trying to stall, but this is where we got to say, unfortunately, Han, not just Han, the entire team does not utilize the golden hour very well, because they use most of their abilities during the golden hour, and by the time, you know, expires, it kind of doesn't get used anymore. So this is the first mistake coming in from Pro Esport. They do things differently here. They could have ended the game much earlier. And then this is basically the final one, where this is one of the rare times that Han finally gets a win around the Lord, and that's like 25 minutes. And then at this point, this is where winning really counts on skill and a little bit of luck, because Coily was trying to end the game here, but then as he's reaching forward, he got hit by the SOD. Man. Look at how perfect that hit really was. And then Coily was next to the base as well, so he will get stunned up if the SOD did not hit. I don't know about you, Brigida, but do you feel like Coily could have ended the game?
I feel like he can. Thank you so much, Rain Day. There's a world where he can, especially as you could see. What is that? You could see how it's just taking a bit more time for Kaiser to go in. He doesn't have the Mystic Gush either.
Yep.
So he can only rely on basic attacks.
He honestly could have ended the game, and I would say those are the two mistakes that happened for Pro Esports, which is the Lord at the 9 minute of the game, as well as at the end of the game, they just don't have enough firepower to actually end it.
She couldn't let her card fall. I get it. It's okay.
It's okay. Thank you.
We're moving and grooving over here. You know, this could have been a standing.
Hey, this is our whole stage.
This is our home.
We can stand if you want.
We sit, we stand, we do it all here at MLBB. What a fun, game.
We're a fun bunch.
Again, this is such a fun bunch. You guys are obviously fun, but this game is so fun. It's so great to dive into it. I've loved coming from Apex, right? I mean, we're so focused on the game and where the game goes, how it evolves, how it grows. We are fans of that. We want the best for that. This game, it just the sky is the limit. Obviously, so big around the world and so many great communities who are involved in it. Games like that. If you're a fan coming in and saying, it's EWC 26, I want to check out MLBB. Maybe it's my first time checking out this game. That is one of the reasons why you say, wow, this is fireworks, and I can just jump on this right away, maybe play alongside, grab your phone, grab your tablet, jump in, bang, bang, let's do it. I love it.
Become a bang banger.
Yeah, become a bang banger alongside us.
Let's go, man. I'm having a blast. I know you guys are as well. Let us know in the chat if you're having fun as well. Any co-streamers also. Hopefully you guys are enjoying this event. Flying Cloud will be where we set up the stage for our second matchup. It was all Pro Esports until the very end. And I guess that's my biggest question to start with this second draft.
Yep.
Did it go right and you executed wrong? Do you try to keep up that playbook and say, listen, there's little ways on the Lord fights, on these little moments where we could have won that game, so let's not deviate.
No, if I'm Yangon,
really get a big takeaway from that game. Even if I won.
Yep.
Even if I won, I wouldn't want to put myself in the same position because you worked too hard for that one win that was the longest game of the entire MSC too. And I think that's enough to show you that it's not going to work against the lineup that Pro Esports could potentially put out. But this
Look at the change.
Yeah, well, you're still seeing respect from Pro Esports nonetheless. They would rather not have them pick up the Fredrin again.
Yeah, but the thing is, there are other tanks. I mean, not that I want to see it, right? I want to see the assassins.
Yeah.
But also, I do want to say, like, for Pro Esports, in terms of answering what Rainday is saying, it's kind of like the only mistake they did was not ending the game.
Right.
Everything else was perfect, right?
Right.
Where personally for me, I would just say, you know what? Glue and Phoveus, you guys don't matter. Dive into the turret. If you die, you die. But let me end the game, because that's, I would say, one of their mistakes. They should have just been brave enough to sacrifice some of their members and then ending the game. But again, going up against a Moskov as well as the Gort, it's kind of difficult to end the game. But now the Freya does get banned out. Hirara is still open, same as multiple other heroes like the Eudora, the Zushin. Quite a lot is still there.
I mean, I think the good thing that's happened here. Oh boy, we probably did not expect this. But you know what? It kind of gives you an insight, doesn't it, Gita, into like how comfortable PP probably felt on that
Sorry, I
Bellerin.
just saw it.
Finally.
They probably were like, that's kind of how we've been winning. That's where we feel comfortable. So we should just prioritize that.
Yeah, I feel like it's a finally moment here for PP because a lot of their playstyle really revolved around having a really reliable Belleric in the middle of everything, and that hands over the Hirara to end the Eudora. But I'm thinking this is something they should have expected, right? The fact that they went for the Belleric means that they should have pretty much expected this, and at least they can draft around this hero again, which worked out for them.
Yeah. They don't actually have to change anything. They get PP more comfortable. They get Coily back on the Fanny if they want. And they can start looking at other lanes, try to secure maybe their mid if they want to do that.
I'm just thinking here, like, they're letting go the Eudora. Do they want to go for tank jungle again? Because there is still a few heroes that's pretty viable, but no, they go for a Yi Sun-Shin instead and a Ruby.
Whoa.
Randy, for now, I don't think Yi Sun-Shin has won a game yet.
Hasn't, no.
So, I don't know how to feel about this one, especially this early. Right, you're showing your hand quite early here.
Yeah.
Because even the Ruby, and it's not like you're seeing a dive comp per se from Yangon just yet, but it seems like Pro Esports have built on their catch, have built on their capability to just...
It looks like for Pro Esports here, they just want to build a castle around Yi Sun-Shin, right? Have a lot of utility and then let him free hit.
Well, think about how long that game was, right?
Oh, yes.
The ability to scale, having an answer for late game. Yi Sun-Shin does suffer early, but late, that's where he's going to shine, right?
And Hirara, not like a Ling or a Claude, can dive in super fast. She can still dive in, don't get me wrong, but not the same way. And now having the Barats, where I think that's a pretty good answer to what Pro Esports has already shown, because when Barats gets the max stack of the big guy, he does have some resilience, meaning that he doesn't care too much about crowd control. He does care, but not too much. So that's a good way to like just be a front line for the team and waiting for your opportunity to go in. I'm gonna say YG is drafting pretty sound, and Pro Esports does seem like they're showing new-ish things here.
Yeah, I agree. It's also making me wonder, because I think the probability of us seeing a double fighter lineup in Pro Esports is pretty much very high.
Yeah.
But for YG, on the other hand, who are showing a Hirara right now, I'm wondering, and a Barretts too, I'm wondering if they're planning to even consider that route as well. Because if they do, then that's going to make things... I guess that's going to allow them to play around the Hirara, yes, but the range, I think, is going to be a problem.
Melissa. I feel like Melissa would work well against the fortress that Pro Esports is building.
Yeah. As of the moment, they still have that option. They can pick it up.
They banned out the Carmilla. Interesting. We haven't seen a Carmilla just yet, so maybe they got some information about what's going on with Young Galacticos here. Right now, they can pick up their gold lane if they want, because they don't have the gold lane as well as the roamer. And I feel like showing either or doesn't exactly expose your draft too much. Because it's not like, oh, you show Melissa, I'm going to pick up something like a Farsight to kill you. There's multiple ways to deal with a pick like that.
And you know that the Yi Sun-Shin is going to the jungle anyway, so there's less things to worry about. It's, at this point, really just a potential...
What if Yi Sun-Shin gold?
Oh.
I don't like it. But hey, who knows?
Oh.
Ixia. Okay,
Unique hero.
Another new pick again.
Okay,
We're going deep here.
if they're going double fighter, then the other fighter has to be a backline.
Yeah, like a Lapu, Benedetta,
Yeah.
Yuzong.
There has to be someone to reach that Ixia because, well, it can
I think
also be the
CC
mage.
is okay. I think CC is okay.
Yeah.
If you want to put CC gold, but Ruby EXP against Barats may not be a good matchup there.
Or if they don't want to do that, then maybe the mid lane too can compensate for the range, for the reach.
Eve probably is the safest.
Yeah. We don't see much Farsas currently, so
We see one loss, but we've seen one.
let's see. Oh,
All right, they pick up the Vexana as well as the Uranus. I feel like Vexana.
I like this.
Vexana has one win.
But do you remember how I was mentioning that she is pretty tough against Eudora? In my limited experience.
I mean, you're not wrong.
But I'm just saying it's like a matchup that does okay, which it means you're not going to get behind and you might be able to pressure her out so she doesn't get ahead.
Another element to the fortress. Just add a Lord as well. Right? This is a clear fortress for Yi and Shin. This is a, I don't know, walking battalion? Walking? Not all of them walk even.
It's a strong vanguard for sure. Last pick coming in from YG.
it's all for Coily now.
Synonymous with Myanmar at this point and trying
the
to do another
Matilda.
historic run. The Matilda. Wow.
So
another unique hero.
A lot of defense coming in from Pro Esports and Yangon Galacticos. They have a lot of ways to approach the fight. I gotta tell you, Brigida, I do not know how to approach this draft.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna look at this like a fan. This seems like a fun game to watch.
Yes, it does. I think it's just very specific for Yangon. They can go very specific with their targets, but Pro can go a little more heavy on team fights for this game.
Well, I'm the pro analyst. I know exactly what's going to happen. Vexana's going to beat Eudora in mid lane. I can't believe you guys don't know it. My Grandmaster rank games, I already figured that out. Okay, let's send it to two guys who have a better idea of what might take place here. Game 2, trying to tie it up. Nice, Mirko, what's going on?
Hey, we appreciate that, Rain Day. You know, I see you climbing the ranks there, but let's go ahead and jump into this one. It's me and Mirko to bring you the action right now. Again, it's interesting drafts across the board. Another unique pick. Yangon Galacticos, last game paid off with patience because they turned the game over on its head, got the victory. Now, Pro Esports, I like it, man. This is all playing for your Yi Sun-Shin. Maybe that's what it's going to take, Mirko, to get him a win because, yes, the YSS hasn't really won anything.
Nope. Been used twice already. P already has to use a Revitalize early as well. At least there's one thing, right? YG technically only have one frontliner. So if Pro want to go front to back, they technically don't need to deal with too many tanks. The thing is, it's a barrage with the help of Matilda, though.
I was gonna say, you know, it's one thing to have one frontliner who can just go anywhere. You know, that's with the help of the Matilda. And even so, if I recall correctly, the Matilda can also do some interesting things with a Nixia pick, man.
Yep.
You know, drop down that full barrage and soar on through. So I feel like for Yangon Galacticos, the upper hand here, aside from just Sanji. Okay, that was all right. Burn the flicker. One of the upper hands that I was gonna say. Oh, hold on.
Whoa! A Purify out. First blood for Hans still, despite the Purify from Felix.
So that's an upper hand, getting the first blood, but it's also just, again, mobility options that they have to play around with this composition. Taking a quick look at the emblems, you can see where they're going with this. Again, the Matilda is going to have a whole bunch of mobility to work with, and this being Flying Cloud also kind of brings everybody back to the team fights really quickly. The Barrett's being the one tanky guy, you can see him. You know, he's got the tenacity, he's got concussive blast, he's on the tank emblems. Ying knows his job for this one.
Koza's going to be able to take that gold crab away from Sanji. Obviously already won that lane earlier, but Sanji can just walk back up in Flying Clouds very easily. That's the thing. Doesn't matter if you really bully your opponents here this early on with the Flying Clouds map. Oh, big chomp by Ying, spits him out as well, gets a stun, and look at the peel from the rest of the team. Felix able to stop that from happening, the pick off on Coily, but he's a bit too low to participate around this turtle fight.
Yeah, I really like that sound effect there, Miko. That was a good one. Now for the turtle, fighting it off. Not sure if they're going to get in range. Han gets the turtle secure.
Okay, circling Eagle. Oh, not on Sa. He was already a free kill, I'm guessing, for Blink. YG go up 1,000.
Up 1,000 gold because they've got a couple kills in their favor. A turtle, a little bit of extra gold off these gold platings too. So this is all really starting well for Yangon and Galacticos. And I think that's why even our panel was kind of mentioning this with the composition that Pro Esports brought to the table. You know, playing around your YSS, you've got enough bodies, I mean, even an extra one with the Eternal Guard to protect you and give you space. But if you're not able to go ahead and utilize that and let Coily get farmed up here, scale up, it's going to be really difficult for him. I mean, look what Han is doing to Coily's jungle.
Hey, if he can win on a utility jungle in this meta, imagine what he does on a Hirara right now.
I wonder how he feels after going from a Fredrin to a Hirara.
Hey, to be fair, I think Han's just chill with it, man. Like, I don't know how many heroes he has in his pool, you know? Like, we've seen him on a Fanny as well, and then the Fredrin, and now it's going to be the gank onto Kuzen onto the bottom lane. Oh my god, the full barrage as well with the guiding wind. Kuzen still able to stay alive for a bit, though. Good Eternal Guard on Blink, but he's able to flick around and gets the guiding wind out away from the roots of P.
Able to get away off of that, too. I mean, that's dirty to see, but yeah, makes it work. Again, they said this is going to be a fun composition to see in motion. Well, there it is. You do something like that. Looking at the replay brought to us by STC. Brings it a little bit too far, you know, but still able to cap out a kill under the turret, and then good flicker usage there to stay alive by Sanji, and then guiding wins on out from Blink.
That's a tilter, bro.
That is.
After losing that close 30-minute game, this is usually what happens, you know, after you lose a close 30-minute game, it might be a quick one in game 2. We saw the Burmese fans earlier.
Yeah.
Up on stage. I got my sound effects approved, by the way, by the king.
the king yourself.
The young man from the Philippines.
Yo, shout out to the king, man.
Shout out, man.
We'll see you really soon. And now for this second turtle. Up here, Pro Esports has control of it, but they wait for Coily to get in range here. Little poke back and forth right now. Both teams, Ying playing up that front side. There's the Mount Shocker.
Pulled in the Dino, the Eternal Guard as well. Bull Barrage comes around. The red tree is good for Coily. Dives onto Han, untargetable for a bit. Able to escape with the help of the Flask of the Oasis. So it ends up being a big win for Pro finally. XP and Turtle.
Yeah, that's something they needed. At least get the objective secured. You don't want to let this scaling happen even further for YG. Up 2,000 gold at this point. That's a Sky Piercer also picked up for Han. They're going to go ahead and just keep Kozen back here. You know, one of the things too, speaking of this, hold on, circling Eagle.
Oh, stun. Oh, God. Oh, God.
Yeah.
I was going to do the caca, but...
Welcome to the Thunderdome. We need a thunder effect, man. I don't know how it's going to work. I don't know if Leo's going to approve that one, but
that one's not.
He'll come up with something better. But that is the interaction that you can expect. One of many that Yangon and Galacticos can go ahead and play around. And so for Pro Esports, you know, that's one of the hard things about it is like, what way is YG going to approach our fight? You know, or they more so just kind of have this universal, straightforward approach. We saw it where they're able to go ahead and bully off Yangon and Galacticos off of an objective. But even so, if that ends up being the case, you know, once the Lords come to play, the approach is going to be different.
So Pro are just going to take it slow, but YG scaled pretty well as well with the Ixia, right?
Yeah.
So, I mean, we're just going to have to find out again. A 2,000 gold lead for YG. We've seen massive gold leads turn around in very, very good games like yesterday, Falcons Meta against IG. They held like an 8,000 gold lead. IG were able to come back through forcing Falcons Meta to make mistakes.
Seems to be the case, you know, whatever team makes these mistakes kind of gets punished on them. The teams so far that have been competing throughout MSC, they all do that really well. Once they see an overstep from the opposing team, they're able to go ahead and punish it. Now this is also just the nature of the compositions you have, you know, with Eudora. I mean, there's a reason why the Eudora is picked up so much. One of the top picks right now in that hero pool. Last turtle, though, again, playing around that stun that you have, the mobility that Matilda brings, YG will wait for their own moment.
Kozen. Oh, the chomp missed. Ying's going to be pulled back as well. Oh, great taunt to read the flicker too. But it won't be a kill. They're just buying time right now for Coily to get his hands on it. But Han walks up. Great CC from the circling Eagle of Blink. To steal it away now, Han locking him down for Sanji to get a few shots on that full barrage. PP with a walk up, a taunt that doesn't land. And it's the combo, but it's a Belleric.
He should be able to get away from this, right? Hold on.
Revitalize, taunt. Oh, he picks up the kill with a basic attack through the CC chain.
How many stacks does Han have right now? Can we take a look at that? I mean, I know he picked up the Sky Piercer, was it a couple kills ago? Let's take a look at the replay here. This looked like it would be so good for Pro Esports, but Blink with that Matilda coming through on the circling eagle, and then Han able to swoop on, get that, and then capitalize a kill. You know, this is one of the things you got to watch out for. We've seen it before where Hirara gets like max stacks on the Sky Piercer, and next thing you know, you're gone, you know? And so Pro Esports, even if they want to buckle in a little bit for this, it might be one of those cases where you don't want to wait too long just because of the scaling that's happening here with YG. Now, bringing it further, you can see, okay, couple stacks. So 2 kills off of that when he picked up that Sky Piercer, but it's that threat now, that threat of just kind of almost lining up the kills too easily for YG to capitalize on.
Even then, when they're trying to buy some time for Coily to get his hands on a neutral objective, it's just so difficult because they don't really have CC on on Felix. So all he can do is really just stand up front and hope that YG get intimidated by the aura of a Uranus.
All right now too, look at this pressure.
Ooh, again, no CC from Felix, he can't chain it. So I can drop down as much CC as he wants to.
Yeah.
But as long as it's not going to be followed up by a Mountain Shocker, an I'm Offended, or a Don't Run Wolf King, Han's going to be good, bro.
Yeah, Han's got a lot of space to work with, just by himself, basically.
Han.
Yeah. And Han can do this. Han can do this. As this Lord comes up, they get in position. Again, some of the ultimates were used in the previous fight, but they should be back up for this, depending on how Pro Esports stalls this out.
Whoa.
Oh, Mountain Shocker used.
Oh, good usage.
Not as welcome.
1v4. Oh, spits him out, gets on top! Now, I'm Offended coming through as well. Response over, Kuzen able to pick him through, but Han's able to pick up the kill. Now he goes back in. Onto Kuzen! A double for Han as he outplays Pro completely.
Oh, man. Sorry, I'm Felix is going to survive. P as well, but 2 members going down for Pro Esports, and Yangon Galacticos will make their way to secure this Lord. A little circling eagle here to keep Coily back again. There's still an attempt, it looks like, from Pro Esports.
How do they want to play this one? Kuzen is down. Coily doesn't have enough damage. Han gonna go in. Wait a second, Han. Oh, he baits him everybody into the full barrage. PP taking a flicker in from Sanji. And Han with the red tree now as he walks back up again and he picks up the godlike. YG up with 5,000 over Pro.
That was such a good bait from Han to go ahead and utilize that. They know they have a full barrage in the hands of Sanji. And so just line up Pro Esports into it. And you know they want the Lord. I mean, look at this replay here. Again, Han popping that winner crown.
What a bait.
And just following through the full barrage. And then comes in, help clean up. After getting the Lord, that's a whole lot of value for YG off of that fight. And now Lord in the mid lane, they're knocking on this tier 2.
Full barrage. Oh my god! Kuzen just got bleeped out of the game.
Welcome to the Thunderdome, basically. Lord charges in. Oh! Okay, Purify used. There's the shields. They're going to pop in mid and bot. Asanji is still down there right now. Down Kozin for 10 seconds. Pro Esports just has to let these turrets get whittled down here. Han's walking in that wave up top. They're trying to hold on to this one holy defense shield. This is such a problem, man. I mean, even alone, if you go too far forward, if you're Pro Esports, you're going to get stunned. Or you're going to get Circling Eagled, or you're going to get Daytona's Welcome. Like, this is what I'm talking about. There was so many options that YG can play around with, and that's what's gotten themselves almost this 9,000 gold lead.
And it just seems like the Yi Sun Shin might not be it in the meta, bro.
Yeah.
Like, he's done... it's not Coily's fault. It's a pick. He's done nothing in this game, right? Farming up.
Oh,
ow. Finds him, as we were talking about, throws him back to 3! Ying, what a play on the barrage! And now it's Han on Kozin, trying to find the kill, the stun lands, and it's a basic attack that gives Han a double. Now on Felix, can he get it? His hands on the 80 stacks of the Sky Piercer! Han with a triple to send Yangon Galacticos to the knockout stage of MSC at EWC 2026.
What a dominant game 2 for Yangon Galacticos after an endurance test in game one. They just came in to this one with a different game plan, and my oh my, did they execute it well. Talk about draft diff for this one, and just execution. Again, Yangon Galacticos, familiar names across the board for the most of us here that have watched international MLBB, and they are a team that just does it so well in so many different ways. And they're definitely going to be a force to be reckoned with in the knockout stage, man. Again, that mobility that Matilda brought to this, and I mean, to make an Ixia work, Mirko it's insanity, but it's the insanity that I'm really liking with our meta.
No front line except for Ying, but that was already enough. And again, we saw those moments come through again. Naisu, full barrage, pulled back by the guiding wind. So many times here was just them corralling onto Ying, but then forgetting the plot, everybody else having the time to deal damage, to pick up on those sacks. And once Han got the first 20 sacks, it almost seemed like it was over.
Yeah, Han did again. This Hirara, there's a reason why it's 70% win rate.
Why?
Plus, 70% plus. Because you do things like this, man. I mean, Han was what, 10-0-2 by the end of this? You know, multiple stacks. But also the Eudora. Like, if you get Eudora and Hirara right now, it's almost like, okay, what are we going to do against that? Because even when you thought you were able to get away, look at that. Boom, stunned. You have nowhere to go. Han can just kind of swoop in, clean up that kill. And, you know, sorry, I'm Felix. He's sorry, but Han's not. He goes and gets that triple. So it's just phenomenal execution here. We're going to have to throw it over on stage, of course, with Milosh for our interview.
Hello, my friends, and yes, congratulations, they advance on. It's Yangon Galacticos. What a performance we had, especially that game one. What a long bout. Sanji, thank you very much for joining me on here. That game one was incredible, a 30-minute back and forth between you and your opponents at Pro Esports. I want to ask you, why did you pick the Fredrin to be on your lineup? Because it's mostly been kind of redundant at this point. What was the plan behind it?
Sanji အရင်ဆုံးတော့ဂုဏ်ယူကြောင်းပြောလိုပါတယ်ပထမဦးဆုံးပေါ့နော်ဒီ Pro Esports ပေါ့နော်ကိုယ့်ရဲ့ပြိုင်ဘက်ဟာလာဒီလောက်မိနစ်30ကြာခဲ့တဲ့အချိန်တာအရှေ့ကြာဆုံးပွဲပဲဒီမှာ Fredrin ကိုဘာဖြစ်လို့ရွေးခဲ့တယ်လဲဒီအနောက်က debut ဟာပါလဲ
Fredrin ဘာလို့ရွေးခဲ့ဆိုတော့ကျွန်တော်တို့ ਨੇ ပို့ပြီးတော့အဆင်ပြေမှထင်လို့ပါကျွန်တော်တို့ player ဟန်လဲသူ Fredrin မှာ confidence အများကြီးရှိရဆိုတော့ကျွန်တော် Fredrin ကို pick ခဲ့ရပါ
The reason that I picked Fredrin was this one will be match for us and one of our teammate Han experienced a lot with this Fredrin.
It worked out really well for you. Now, this was the longest game we've had so far here at MSC, but how do you bring it back? Because there was so much back and forth in that game. How do you bring it back given the pressure that there is in this game on you?
အဲ့ဒီတော့ဒီပွဲဟာပထမပေါ့နော်အကြဆုံးပွဲဖြစ်ခဲ့တယ်အဲ့တော့ဒီလိုအရှုံးကနေပြန်ပြီးတော့အနိုင်ရအောင်ဘလို့မြန်ပြန်လုပ်ခဲ့လဲ
ဘယ်လိုပြန်လုပ်လဲဆိုတော့ကျွန်တော်တို့တယောက်ကိုတယောက်ယုံကြည်ပြီးတော့ပဲအကောင်းဆုံးဆော့သွားတာပေါ့ဒိန်းနေ defend ပြီးတော့ပဲ
We trust each other and then we fight back together.
And it was honestly a beauty to witness. Now, you're the only Sanji that's qualified, the first one and the only one so far that is qualified to the knockout stage. We've all seen the Spider-Man meme between all of you here. What does that mean to you?
အဲ့ဒီတော့ဒီ Sanji တွေရှိတဲ့အထက်မှာပထမဦးဆုံးပေါ့နော်ဒီ qualify ဖြစ်ခဲ့ပြီးပြီအဲ့ဒါဘလို့ရှိပါလဲ
ဘယ်လိုရှိပါလဲအရင်ပြောပါလေ
I'm so happy.
Should be, definitely. And on top of that, you're the Myanmar representative. What does that mean to you also as a representative of the region?
အဲ့ဒီတော့ဒီ data အတွင်းမှာ Sanji တွေရှိတဲ့အထက်မှာဒါမြန်မာတဲ့ပထမဆုံးတစ်ယောက်ဖြစ်လာတာအဲ့တော့ဘလို့ပြောချင်ပါလဲ
ဘယ်လိုပြောချင်လဲဆိုတော့ကျွန်တော်တို့ကအခုနှစ်ပွဲနိုင်သွားပြီးတော့အရင်တက်သွားတာဆိုတော့ကျွန်တော်အရင်တက်သွားတဲ့ပုံစံမျိုးပါပဲအဲ့လောက်ပါပဲ
I would like to say that we have won 2 games already and then so I'm the first one who is in the next match.
It's a great thing. Is there anything you'd like to say to all the fans that are watching you right now and also for all the teams that you'll be facing off against in knockouts?
အဲ့ဒီတော့ဒီ knockout team မှာပေါ့နော်အစစ်မှာဘာတွေပြောချင်တယ်လဲနောက်တစ်ခါဒီကိုကြည့်နေတဲ့ fans တွေပေါ့နော်သူတို့ရောဗာမြန်ပြောချင်ပါလဲ
နောက်ဒီမဲ့ knockout stage မှာလည်းကျွန်တော်တို့အကောင်းဆုံးရှင်မြန်သွားပါမယ်ကျွန်တော်တို့ဆက်လက်အားပေးပါအောင်လို့ပြောချင်ပါတယ်
I would like to say in the next match on the knockout stage and keep supporting us. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sanji. Once again, qualified into the knockout stage, it's Yangon Galacticos. Congratulations to you, Sanji. Thank you very much, Coco, for joining us on our interview. We'll send it back for Desk. Have a little chat.
Thank you so much, Yangon Galacticos. Make it through, and $100,000 at bare minimum for them as they advance to the knockout stages. That's going to be a fun one, but we'll see who waits to join them as we have another one coming up in just a moment. Welcome back to the desk. My name is Rainday. I'm joined by Brigitte and Lafell. Brigitte, that was a game very different than game one.
Very different.
But
Very.
the same result for YG.
Yes, I'm happy to see and hear from Sanji. Because I can still remember your joke about rumor has it still goes on.
It's still going on. It was that funny. She's still thinking about it.
Yeah, I still think of it. And it's great. It's a great showing. I think whatever we were thinking in game number 1 about YG and them probably struggling or having a slight misunderstanding or being behind of the meta, I could just disregard all of it now. At this point, I'm just thinking it's mind games. I told Lafell, I think it's just mind games.
Yeah, it might be, Lafell.
Yeah.
Fantastic analysis. Thank you.
Anyways, honestly, like, it's nice to see Hein going on that assassin again. Because on that Predator, I think even he was like, Coach, no more. First time, last time. And then the barrage though. Let's talk about the barrage though. It was so good.
It's close to a quack. It's close.
It's close. Hey, you know what? Technically, it's a giant chicken, right?
Oh.
Because it's a dinosaur. Yes. Dinosaurs are giant chicken, and chicken are like ducks.
Is that how it goes?
He always does his research.
Wow, that must be proven. That's got to be proven at this point.
Because the T-Rex
distant ancestor.
Yeah. Because the T-Rex doesn't have skills. It has feathers.
Oh, well, we just figured something out. And at this point, you can hear the crowd excited. Yes. I think that's a Kelra excitement as Onyx takes the stage. He's mogging is a word that was used to describe him, and certainly I would agree. This one, though, maybe mogged in game. YG 17-2, a 12-minute game. A big important thing about this, guys, that we have to consider, that's a short game. That's going to help them get a higher seed in terms of picking. And, if they, obviously, however, guys, I think it's also balanced out by the first game being 30 minutes from now.
I don't think it's going to help as much.
One of the shortest and also the longest, so it's moot.
I mean, like, here's the thing. I feel like something to consider is that you don't want to be like number 3 and number 4 in this selection, right? Because number 4, you don't have a choice.
Yeah.
Right? Number 1, number 2, I feel like you still have some solid choices. But then number 3 and number 4, you will have like champions for sure there.
Yeah, but that's if it comes down to the shortest single game time.
Yeah, exactly.
Because if there's no tie,
with that 30-minute game, with that 30-minute, I don't know.
There might be 3 or 4 after that one. I'm like looking at it, 30, 20, 47. That's like 22-minute average. That's not so great. However, that is an indication that maybe these upper bracket games, we're going to see another one here. You saw Onyx, you see Aurora about to take the stage. That is going to be another tight contest with 2 metas, 2 ideas, 2 strategies that maybe lean towards longer games themselves, Brigitte.
Yeah, we've had long series. The first one, game 3.
That's what she said.
This one, not necessarily game 3, but it feels like we had a game 3.
Yeah, it does feel that way.
Yeah.
30 minutes.
Honestly, like, this is going to be such a good game to watch in the green room on the sofa while having lunch.
Eat some lunch.
Right?
Come on.
Or together with the audience.
No. No, green room, lunch. That's going to be good
with Aurora, though, can you, I mean, it might be 9 minutes.
What? You can eat lunch?
With like a Raphael Amid again? Maybe, who knows?
Can we eat lunch? I don't know.
I saw someone. Did you see that?
You know what I want here? Guys, you know what I want at the venue? I'm just going to say it. It's personal preference, ice cream.
Oh, that would be so good, bro.
If there's any way we could like have an access to ice cream. Yeah. I mean, that would cheer me up.
Speaking of ice cream, Aurora Avalanche, though, I don't know how Onyx can deal with that because Aurora, they finished the game so fast. Like, what do you have to look out for? Rafa mid again?
That's right. Something like that, something crazier. He said they weren't done. There's still more.
Yeah.
Brigitte, but what could there be? I mean, we've seen these meta changes happen so fast, but also it feels like in the sets they're happening very slowly. The one pick is trying to counter this other pick. We're really getting to that point in this tournament so far that chess is being played and we're working on just your approach to the game, not really understanding the pieces.
For me though, I feel like it's mostly really on Rosa that we're seeing all these surprises. I mean, ever since it's always been Rosa. So if they actually
The Selena.
go for an upgrade and show us something new in a different role as well, then that's gonna make things a lot more difficult for Onyx. Shoutouts, I see Coach Yeb right now.
A fighter in the mid.
Let's break down a little bit, guys. I think maybe a learning lesson there. If you are pro, you do get to go ahead and play again, and that is a benefit for you. You don't have to worry about being out of the tournament yet. But
yes,
I keep going back to that Belleric first pick and leaving Hirara and Eudora to YG.
Yeah.
I feel like although it was a comfort pick, that was probably letting too much go. And in hindsight, it seems like it was.
Yeah, I really feel like that Eudora is very pivotal to deal with all these assassins. Like, do it with me,
No, you can go.
No, I was doing this and then you follow. You gotta commit now.
Okay.
All right?
Go.
Yeah, there you go. So I feel like Eudora really has to be respected, even first pick. Like, you may not have a good Eudora game by having a lot of fighters as well as assassins jump onto you, but you kind of don't want to fight against Eudora. I feel like that's the biggest problem. Not that you don't have it, but more like your opponent has it.
Yeah, and imagine they were too free. They brought out an Iksha.
How come everything turns into a dance move with you two?
Yeah, I'm suddenly starting to become a choreographer. After
You
all
are.
these
You're both learning
This
very
is a
well.
weird brother-sister situationship, you know?
Yeah. Situationship. Hold on. All right. Well, I think it's time to move on to today's schedule. We're getting wacky up here on the panel, as we like to do here at EWC. Yangon and Galacticos take a 2-0. This was the game Brig was talking about earlier, saying, I think this is the one that can go 3 games. It kind of did.
It kind of did.
It kind of did. But the one before actually went 3 games, and that was Selangor Red Giants and GK Esports. Well, we see another surprise here. I think many people are thinking it could be quick with Aurora Gaming and how they surprised Team Liquid PH. But if you know Onik and you know Kelra and that squad, plus their fandom here at EWC in France, rooting them on, I doubt that is going to be a game that they give up very easily.
I can hear the screams. You could see it written on all their papers.
There's another fan right there. Boy.
One who will be seated here in just a bit.
Yeah, he might have access to the stage. Oh no. Oh no. We're going to change out our panel pretty soon as well. Make sure if you have your idea of who you think is going to win in this Onyx and Aurora matchup, or even Team Liquid PH versus Entity 7 later on in the day, get your pick'ems in. You have the chance to earn $300,000 of your share of prizing just by participating. And what's the worst that can happen? You're wrong. It sucks to be wrong, but hey, that's c'est la vie, right? We're in France. You can be wrong about some things. At least you participated. Coming up after this, we're going to change out our panel. We've got Onyx and Aurora, another upper bracket match. It's going to be a brawl, and I know a game that's pretty good at brawling, Street Fighter. Oh yeah, and they're doing something with MLBB. Check that out.
Human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
thinks he can come in here and play my game. He knows nothing. Let's go!
Tyler Wine, you're done.
Raw energy. Half for half and blow the house down.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Lenovo Legion Gauntlet here at EWC 26. We've got MSC action all day long. 2 series down, 2 to go. And this one's another upper bracket match, which guarantees the winner of a spot in the final 8 and also $100,000. Something that you can be very happy about leaving Paris, France with. For the loser, they're still alive and they will face off in an elimination match later. But of course, I'm joined by 2 amazing panelists to talk about all the storylines that'll be developing. Renmar and this time, Gideon, my man, off the desk, joining us on panel. I'm gonna start with you. How you feeling, brother?
I'm feeling really good. You know, these past couple of days have been really interesting, seeing some of the highest highs for some of these teams, the lowest lows at the same time. So I really got a good scale to what's been going on, at least on the ground, for a lot of these players.
Renmar, too, this has been a game where we've seen developments across the scene, these 2 series. Yeah. I mean, that first game between YG and Pro, 30 minutes, longest game of the tournament. We've seen some mistakes. We've seen some great drafts. A lot to talk about.
Oh, yeah, definitely. And still the meta is so wide open. Like, a lot of people were wondering, hey, can we get, like the global ban and picks? We don't need it in this meta. There's so many options, so many permutations to consider. And at the same time, it translates to some really great action as well. It's not just all about the picks, it's all about the drafts. Teams are balling out this MSC.
Yeah, I mean, this is honestly a tournament that to me has given us a little bit of a surprise, Gideon. But it's continued to kind of balance out, in my opinion. Have you felt that we've caught our footing here, or do you feel like there's a little bit more to go?
I think there's a lot more to go, actually, because especially when you're casting the first couple of days, you're expecting a lot of these teams to come in with their comfort picks first, put their best foot forwards, make sure they get the games that they're looking to win, and then solidify their lead. However, I think we've seen that as of right now, the meta is way more open, as Renmar mentioned, and a lot of the draft starters, they're not linear anymore. And I think that's the biggest problem. A lot of these teams here today are still adapting from the day before. We've already seen 2 different variations as we've seen the past couple of 3 games. It's great.
Adapt to the adaptation and just keep going. We'll see what mutation of this meta shows up. And speaking of what mutation shows up, because that's benefiting certain teams that are ahead of the curve. If you are ahead of the curve in terms of your win, the upper bracket is not settled once you get there. It's settled how you get there. So if you are one of the teams like we just saw, Yango and Galacticos making it to our upper bracket, you're going to have a total time that it took to win your games. That total time will be compared against the other 4 teams that make it 2-0 without losing a game. And the fastest total game winning time will have the first pick of the other 4 teams that qualify, having had a loss, 2-1 in our elimination matches, who they want to play in the knockout stages. So essentially, you get the fastest time, you win the fastest, you're going to have your first pick of who you want to play in your quarterfinal. The lowest time is going to be given their quarterfinal in the 4th position, which Renmar means there's another layer of drama, spice here in France for MSC.
Yeah, and it fits the meta so well because teams are encouraged to go faster. Teams are encouraged to not really wait for a certain point for their winning condition. They want to get their winning condition as early as Turtle 1, as early as the first few kills in the first 3 to 4 minutes of the game, and then you snowball from there.
All right, well, it's time to bring up our Crunchyroll story of the day. And of course, when you take a look at it, this gives us some nice highlights, but this one is done with the GOAT, now with the Sky King. We've seen Carl Teasy and Team Liquid, the GOAT, find their way into an elimination game. Maybe something that they'll be able to work on. We'll find out in just 1 series from now. But it is up to the Sky King here on this stage to prove that he has maybe the main narrative in this tournament.
Yeah, because now people are looking at TNZ based off all of the rumors and the scrims, quotes from the players. They're all looking at TNZ as the best jungler right now at MSC. Well, you can ask Niall. Niall would say, well, I'm number 1.
Yeah.
But a lot of other players would definitely say TNZ. And yeah, it's interesting in the
in a meta in an MSC where you have Carl TZ, Sekais, Kyrie, Kyle TZ, all these fantastic junglers around the world. TNZ, who's always made a name for himself every international, now it's much more obvious that you really have to watch out for TNZ.
He might just be the hitman here. He's already found one headshot already on Carl, and I mean, luckily, you know, there's still a second chance for Team Liquid side, but I think against the Sky Kings, until we see Kyrie on that Boxia, he might have a shot, he might not have a shot. I want to see how they force it in a meta like this that's so rigid.
One of the interesting things about these two teams, and we saw it before, is that everybody had a game plan that worked. We saw a lot of 2-0s in these upper bracket runs to get here, and Aurora Gaming was no different. But Onyx has had their own traveling fan base. They have had some incredible moments with this roster. But Aurora is not anybody that you can just sit back and say, okay, let's show up and play. You actually almost have to expect the unexpected, Renmar.
Yeah, that's what I'm expecting. The unexpected. I want to see a very tailored draft again. We saw the Rafael in mid lane the last time from them. I want to see if they have something like that prepared for Onyx, that Coach Midnight and the team come up with something very specific to deal with the Sky Kings.
All right, well, Onyx Esports, let's take a look at that roster that's showing up as well. We've got a chance to see Lutpi, we've got Kyrie, and one of the main stars of this, Kelra. I mean, Mog is an understatement for that guy. Had a great interview. The fans were cheering for Onyx. Let's hear a little bit more about them before this day's match.
Eterna here, and we are now with the Gold Lane Standard, Kelra.
Hello, everyone.
You're still the Gold Lane Standard, right?
No.
What? What do you mean, no?
For me, the real gold standard is OHEB. Still OHEB.
Okay, still OHEB. Still OHEB. All right, but you know, you are still a very strong gold laner. I think a lot of people still consider you the gold lane standard as well. And you're up against a very tough opponent too as well.
Yeah.
I heard in scrims they're very strong. Is that true, or is Aurora strong
it's
in scrims?
100% true. True. It's 100% true that 100%. Aurora is very strong in scrim.
Why? What makes them so strong, Kelra?
For me, it's because of Chensi and also Rosa. They give Chensi more space in game and their aggressiveness.
Speaking of Rosa on the Selena last year at MSC, I know you're under a different banner, you're under Onyx PH, but they beat you in groups.
Yeah, I want to take my revenge with Kyrie right now.
Take your revenge with Kyrie against Aurora?
Yeah.
You have something to say to them?
Oh, just good luck and have fun. Chensi, let's play basketball after this match. And Lunar, let's play basketball again.
Again? So you played basketball already together?
Way back in M6.
Oh, who won? Okay, I think he lost. He won.
I won.
Okay, Kelra won. But what about this match? Who's gonna win?
Let's see.
Let's see.
Be humble, sit down.
Earlier on, you mentioned Kyrie.
What?
Do you think Kyrie is on par with Tianzi in the jungle position?
Kyrie, Chensi.
Okay, so Kyrie's better than Tianzi. But little bit.
But a little bit.
Okay, little bit. So, coming into this, you're confident?
100% confident.
Is there going to be a challenge for you?
Yes.
There is a challenge. What's the challenge?
Chensi's Hirara.
Oh, Tianzi's Hirara. I don't think that's going to be let through. So, good luck, Kelra. Thank you for this interview. We're going to throw it over back to you guys.
I would have loved to see that basketball match. We have a court here at EWC.
Yeah.
I mean, we can get some shots up.
Hopefully, they got to watch out. Kelra is really good at shooting three-pointers.
Yeah.
Like,
the humility was there, though. He didn't want to say that he was the winner, but he had to correct Eterna, right? Yeah. He had to correct her.
I also love the fact that he only talks in statements. It's just factual every single time. He doesn't pose, he doesn't give you any kind of space to be like, oh yeah, I'm going to... No. This is
it. That's it. I love that confidence.
Yeah, and strangely enough, even though he hasn't been with King Kong and the team for some time, he sounds a lot more like King Kong now. Or maybe they sound like each other. I'm not sure.
Well, when you look at that team, obviously they've got to go up against an opponent that's been surprising everyone. And we thought, can it be the Sky King now that goes down? TNZ has been a threat, but so has Rosa, bringing out that Rafaela and Coach Midnight as well. Even Lunar got a call out. I mean, you know, the only person not mentioned is Pagu here. This is a team that we need to see. And when you put this team together to get here to MSC, their journey just beginning. Now they have a chance to make it into the knockout stages and do it by taking down some of the best.
Türkiye şampiyonu Aurora Esports oluyor. Daha fazla. O zaman şampiyon Aurora Gaming.
We are Aurora Gaming, 3 times champion of Mobile Legends Turkish Championship.
Selangor Red Giants throw Aurora Gaming down to the pits.
Bu zamana kadar katıldığımız tüm turnuvalarda birçok güçlü ekiple karşılaştık ama açıkçası beni en çok oynamak istemeye teşvik eden ekip SRG şu anda. Çünkü yaklaşık 200 senedir sürekli onlara kaybediyoruz. Hiçbir şekilde win alamadık.
For us, it's hard to beat SRG because they used to adapt a bit better than us. I hope this time it will be different.
M8 Türkiye'de olduğu için MSC bizim için önemli bir hal aldı. Çünkü M8'de bu MSC'de gerçekten başaracağımızı düşünüyorum. Kesinlikle çalıştığımızın hakkımızı vereceğimizi düşünüyoruz ve kesinlikle bize karşı güvenen herkesin de güvenini kıracağımızı düşünmüyorum ve kesinlikle bu sefer birinciliğe oynayacağımızı düşünüyorum. Finale kalacağımıza inanıyorum.
I want to prove that we can compete against the Southeast Asian teams and we can actually be the strongest team.
To do everything they can to defend, but Aurora Gaming have locked on the base. What can they do against this force of nature? The upset of the day happened. The champions go down.
To all the fans around the world, Aurora fans, we want to prove that we are very strong and we want to make you guys proud. So keep supporting us, guys, and keep watching.
Well, Turkey very, very happy with that result. Aurora Gaming looking to continue. Rinmar, with everyone knowing you're putting up a surprise, I mean, can you keep surprising people?
I still think we can, and I still think they can, but for a lot of people, I feel like if this was at any point in time, it would be very unexcited. But I think it's one of the first rare times where we've seen Aurora Gaming is leading a prediction against Onic.
I think there's
amazing.
It's some really good arguments here. I think that this is one of the few times that Aurora Gaming are coming into this with the perfect storm. I mean, our international at the end of the year is going to be in their home country. So this year is going to be huge for them. On top of the fact that the meta actually supports a lot of their players in their previous history. They played it before. So they've got a backlog and plenty of wealth when it comes down to creative drafts.
That M Series being held in Turkey. What a great place. A stop off normally when we head to Riyadh. However, this time around, it's all Paris, France. Aurora Gaming representing Turkey A, trying to keep surprising their opponents, and they'll face off against Onic, who want to represent not only the yellow, not only the fans here in the building, but their shot at taking down the team that looks untouchable. Will Kelra really claim the gold standard in this matchup? Because if he's going to do so, it puts Onic in a dangerous position. Getting ready for our third series of the day, $100,000 and a spot in the top 8 knockout round on the line. It is Onic versus Aurora Gaming, both 2-0. Somebody's going to lose, so let's kick it off.
Thank you very much, guys. And oh, wow. First up, before we even talk about match 3, let's touch on match 2 because the first game went on for half an hour, the longest thus far in MSC. But the second game, it flew by in a blink of an eye.
It was clear that the first game was kind of the big, I guess, the piece that broke the camel's back. Because in a moment like that, you're thinking, all right, a back and forth 30-minute, there's no way we can continue having this for game 2, for game 3, and that was indeed the case. It's so exhausting mentally to keep that up game after the other, and honestly, it just worked out well, right? Myanmar moves on, we get to see them in the knockouts, but that's for later, Rose.
Because now, in the present, we are gonna be watching the third match of the day, where we will see the Sky Kings going up against Aurora Gaming. So ladies and gentlemen, join me in welcoming Onic! The Sky Kings are here to claim their knockout stage ticket with a meta that they are oh so comfortable with. Is that enough to push them through the day?
All right, the Sky Kings, not bad, not bad. They're great in their own way. They got fans here even all the way in Paris. There's always somebody looking to cheer for Onic, but I'll raise you one. On the other side, a team looking to prove themselves. Please welcome the King Slayers, Aurora Gaming! Word on the street is that these guys are an absolute menace in scrims from how we saw them send the Liquid Cavalry packing. Our current MSC champions, Aurora, are not slowing down anytime soon. A win here isn't merely a spot in knockouts, it's proof that they are a contender to be feared at MSC 26.
This match will be a menace. This match will be chaos, and oh boy, will it be fun.
That's all we're looking for here, so please, Aurora, please, Onyx. My friends, you may place your keys, take your seats, and captains, remember, quick handshake before getting into this one. Rose, if you ask me, this could even be a final in its own right, and we're gonna get here. There we go, respect between both of our teams. Let's see, will it be the Sky Kings? Will it be the King Slayers? Our panel, break it down.
So exciting to be in a moment like this at MSC where the fans are ready, the audience around the world is ready, the players certainly ready, and I know my panel is ready. Rinmar, Gideon, it's time to break down this draft, start talking about what these thoughts could be, what else could catch us by surprise. Could be a performance, could be a lineup. So many different ways.
I think first starting off with Aurora, you have to look at the gold lane in Sigiboom. Great on the Freya, great on the Paquito. That's one thing that Onyx needs to look at. Next, of course, you're going to be trading around the centerpieces in the center of the map with the Romid trio. But then you also have to consider, wait, what are they fielding for Rosa? Are they really gonna go on with the rumors that we've been hearing that there are some teams still considering fighters even in the mid lane and then just shifting around there? Is that a knockouts thing? Is that gonna be a group stage thing? We don't know. It seems like the more we talk about the draft and consider the permutations, it's more difficult for Onyx to think about Aurora.
I agree, but we have to listen to, what not only the fans have said, but what we have on data so far. So far, the permutations when it comes down to that mid trio has been devastating. Do you attack the jungle? Do you start attacking the supports? The big Belleric Atlas Valentina trade is still up in the air, and I think right now Coach Midnight is already thinking about it in his head. How could I either blind pick or have flex picks in that particular area to keep teams on their toes?
2 champions, 1 pick. Make sure to grab your My Champions pick in-game right now. 5 winners, 10,000 diamonds each. Scan that QR code. Events live until July 27th. Good points they're getting in as well. I mean, talking about that Atlas and that Valentina conversation. Also, I think it's just a matter of how far do you go into the assassin pool, because we started off with Hirara and Ling, and then we started getting Hirara Ling bans, and now we've gone into sometimes Marcel's, which has a 100% win rate after being let through 5 times, to the Fannies being much more allowed versus they were banned earlier on. And we're even seeing YSSs which have a 100% loss rate every single time. So Gideon, I think, still trying to figure it out on that backside of the assassin bans too.
Well, I think the backside of the assassin bans, it really just boils down to whether or not Hirara is in play or not. I think Yishin Shin into the Ling has been a matchup that a lot of these junglers have faced off before in previous metas, that it becomes somewhat a little bit more comfortable. And honestly, the matchup hasn't really changed in terms of item progression or even power spikes.
But is it tempo? Is that the problem?
I'm glad you mentioned this. I'm looking at Remar. Both of us agree. It's all about tempo. That's why everybody is looking to pull yourself together on that flicker just to make sure you're just 1 second faster, just 1 moment quicker to catch you off guard.
I could be in the club, though, that is asking, may we no longer see Claudes in the YSSs? I don't know. It's just not doing it for me in this meta. The YSS feels cursed. The Claude has less than a 30% win rate right now with multiple picks, and there are 2 very talented gold laners in this matchup. You have Kellera, you have Sigiboom. I know they could do a fantastic job with the Claude, but I feel like in this meta is such a dangerous spot for him right now. Hell, even Onyx was able to bring back a Granger and make that work. I'd rather see that right now instead of the Claude.
Well, these early bans are going to set the tone, and what they've done is answer at least one question. Marcel, not allowed. Neither is Atlas or Hirara or Zushin or Paquito, which has been kind of a flex potential gold lane or EXP laner that's picked up in that second phase most often. Atlas a first pick, so is Marcel, and obviously Hirara. So it leaves some things open, Gideon. What's your thought?
This is an interesting opener because from the get-go, I think that J-Way has already figured out, hey, we want to make sure that we can, start to alter some of these matchups. As much as Midnight is saying, you know what, the Belleric Atlas trade, CW is telling them, you know what, let's take it 1 step further, right? We're going to get rid of Hirara. Now, do you want Ling or Freya? This time they go for Fanny, but that just means that it's less likely for them to go for the double fighters.
Yeah. So let's see now where Onyx will be putting the pressure on. They don't need to pick the Ling right away. That could show up at a red 3. Just don't consider the long time to carry carries anymore, no more long farming, go fast as well. Something maybe to make it comfortable at the center of the map. I mean, we've seen some surprise Selena, surprise early Chose as well from both Vitality and Onic in the past. Whoa, they picked it up right away. They didn't need to wait, and then they went ahead and picked up the Eudora. I thought they'd want to pick up maybe one of their roamers already.
You don't want to play with your food, because I think what may end up happening is they're worried about 2 bans or 2 picks from Aurora that would force them to have to change something in the EXP lane or roam before it gets banned out. And so they're prioritizing having the Ling just to be safe.
You're killing it. You're killing it, Raina. You're absolutely right. And now instantly we see from Aurora's side, right? They're still going to try and fight for that tempo. And a lot of it is really going to boil down to how fast you can actually clear that mid wave. Now we have Selena, probably going to have Season Hunter as well to kind of speed up the leash. So not only are they going to get that Fanny like extra fast coming out of that jungle looking for a gank, but at the same time, at least with the Selena, you have that vision of where they're going to move without having to commit too much.
Yeah, this is MSC 2026, not 2025, right? It's Kelra in Onic going up against Fanny and Selena. I saw this last year already. That was the matchup that was getting referred to in the interview with Kelra, wherein it was Aurora then who were able to surprise Onic Philippines that time. Were they ready for this to show up already? Because it feels like you're just getting reminded of the ghosts of your pasts. There we go. I like that. Coming out early, Badang. So what I expected that might come out earlier, well, I thought it would be the Cho, this Badang with all the dive. Of course, we saw how great the Badang was up against the Fanny when it was picked up by Vitality against Falcons PH. Great pickup.
Yeah. And I mean, it's so much has already been shown just from the intentions in the banning phase, right? Again, we've seen a lot of red sides not actually go for the Paquito ban, and not to mention that Midnight is taking the authority of saying, you know what, I will be the one who bans on Marcel. I will give you that free ban on the off chance just to make you go for this Eudora. Because he went for the Fanny straight away without hesitation.
Yeah, so now you have to look at the gold laners. Cho gets banned out by Onic. You still want to consider the Moskov, the Brody, both still in play here. Both great against the Fanny, but then this Uranus, I think, is putting a big question mark for Onic in terms of their overall damage profile, especially early on if they want to fight for the major objectives, because you have the Uranus there. Aurora, rightfully so, take out the Brody. I wouldn't be surprised if that becomes a Moskov ban later on, so you're really dwindling down the picks that Kelra could pick up. That would be great against a lineup of Aurora.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense here, and I think even for Onic, they understand that even if they do end up having to play against the Belleric, they can either ban it out now or look for something that utilizes Concussive Blast to kind of help them clear that wave. Because so far, based on what we've seen, Selena's kind of by herself right now, and the only other thing they have to worry about is single target lockdown.
Yeah, we saw one great combo from Vitality, the Badang, and the Melissa that is also still in play here for Onic if ever they want to pick it up, because you know you're up against a Selena that would want to get close. Once that arrow gets hit on the Melissa, if ever the rest of the team is going to collapse and they have the Badang with it, we saw that a team that's just rolling through with the Fanny up against a Melissa might not be enough. They will leave that open. They take out the Esmeralda instead.
I feel like they're trying to set up for potentially Harith here, right? They know that the EXP lane is kind of out in the open, and more importantly, they've got the Uranus as well. They just want to make sure that it doesn't overlap. I do want to see this Melissa, though. I am interested whether they want to go for red for Melissa or they're going to wait up till the very end once they got the final confirmation.
Could be until the very end. They could also be thinking of damage profiles and considering, are we crazy enough to pack a Granger up against a Fanny? We do need someone with a Sky Piercer, if ever, to start giving difficulties for that Uranus. But can you even start snowballing kills around that, considering that there is a Fanny? That might be one of the conversations that Onic is having right now.
It's early game stuff, but like, I'm thinking about the late game as well, because at this point, now Melissa doesn't really have much contention anymore. I don't think there's actually a quote-unquote winning matchup, thanks to, CW getting rid of both Freya alongside with the Paquito, forcing Aurora to kind of play, you know what, we got to start team fighting, but majority of the heroes don't scale, and there's the Harith.
They needed that to match up with the Melissa. Minotaur as well, very good at the initiation. We'll see if they have enough peel, and that's the conversation too going on the side of Onic. What are they going to bring to round out this lineup?
I'm thinking maybe an Alice would be their last best bet. Alice versus Uranus in lane, and then you also have the AoEs to mess up with the Harith. If ever, wherever the Minoan Fury is, that's where you drop your Throne of Ruin so that the team fighting is a little bit more awkward for Aurora. I do like the Harith and Minotaur getting picked last. It's one of the heroes that, despite you not having a ladder reach, Minotaur covers a lot of space with the Minoan Fury that would make Melissa quite troubled but not countered.
Yeah, I think there's also an argument for, even Phoveus to a certain degree, right? Do you want to have a strong side lane or a weak side lane or something that is contestable? And it looks like they actually want to go for something contestable, right?
Interesting.
They want to fight, they want to engage, they have it all in this package within Sora.
Wow. Honestly, looking at the lineup, you could cover up the names. It would be hard to tell who's who. Except so far, Melissa has just been great so far in this tournament that it's hard for me to lean away from the Onyx draft. Maybe it's really just because of the Melissa's record right now that I'm favoring theirs a little bit more. But don't get me wrong, Aurora has answers.
Well, this is going to be a matchup between the jungle and really between all the roles here, whether it's Kyrie or TNZ or whether you got Kelra and Siggy Boom. It's a matchup of even coaches and minds and maybe just the leading edge to MSC. Who knows what to play a little bit better than their opponents. Both teams have knocked anybody who's challenged them back down to the floor. One of them will take their first blow today. One will move on into the knockout stage. Let's get it started and send it over to your casters.
Thank you so much, panel. Here we go. This is the most anticipated match of the day. It's the battle for knockout stage. One whole match. Could be 3 full games of this incredible matchup to send us one team to the top 8, the last one.
I mean, Aurora has just shot into the limelight, and now they're going up against another huge, fierce opponent, Onyx. Another favorite for this event. Can Aurora take them down, or will Onyx show that they are still champions in their own right?
TNZ early on already. Trying to go in. Whoa!
A lot of damage. TNZ falls. First blood over to Kyrie. Maybe biting off a little bit more than he can chew.
That was very much TNZ-esque, but not the TNZ you would expect here after that match against TLPH, where we saw such a clean TNZ. Getting a bit too feisty early on could work, could also bite you back in the butt. Emblems though, we gotta take a look at the checkups here. Bargain Hunter already to pull yourself together for both Minotaur and Melissa. It's also the Wilderness Blessing here for Rosa instead of what we've seen from Moreno, the Bargain Hunter, or even the Season Hunter for a lot of different Selenas.
Keyboy doing really well with these walls though. Even that earlier catching TNZ, the wall just came out of nowhere, able to stop him. And Kyrie immediately capitalized on it. We just saw it once again to slow down Pagu, to, if you're going to come into our jungle, be ready to possibly be taken out. And that is what Onyx has already shown Aurora.
We got to take a look at the bigger picture as well, though, for Aurora. They have the 2 lethal ignitions. One burst, one good arrow could send Onyx back a lot, but I think Onyx just have the counters here. Missile arrow.
Speaking of arrows, a lot of damage on a Keyboy. Brings it down to about 20%, but Kyrie maybe looking for the re-engage here. TNC's there as well.
Whoa.
Wants to dive in, not going to fully commit. Aurora's learned their lesson. They're going to kind of take things slow.
No purple buff just yet for Kai. It's going to be delayed quite a bit here. TNZ should be able to get it before Kyrie, and you can already see Rosa here trying to maybe force out a retribution, but knows that it's a bit too risky to go all in. Arrow lands.
Oh! Rosa takes the purple. Very well done, but Lunar taking a lot of damage. Loopy able to get the kill. TNZ wants to engage as well, but look at the damage. Keyboy tries to stop him. TNZ can't be stopped. Gets the kill on a Loopy, but now Pagu in a little bit of danger under the tower. Kyrie doesn't want to let him get away. Tempest Blades does come down. Kyrie in a bad position though under the tower. Has to back out, but Keyboy wants to chase it as well. The response, Keyboy bites the bullet for diving too deep.
No purple buff on the Ling, and you can see instantly a massive mistake, I'd say. In those blades, he couldn't catch all 3, or even couldn't catch 2. Caught 1, and that was about it. We take a look at the skirmish again early on. It was TNZ going in a bit too aggressive now in the bottom lane. Live view. All right, TNZ doesn't go for the kill. But then it starts off with the purple buff being stolen away here. Keyboy as well wanted to go for the pick, but this is why the Minotaur is so good at making you miscalculate. You can see a bit of frustration there for Keyboy. The heals from the Minotaur, it gets bigger as you get lower.
All right, so each team has now made their small mistakes and recovered from it. Gold at a standstill. And it's still first turtle. We're almost 4 minutes in, and the first turtle has not been taken. Blade does get locked in for TNZ. Going to be able to see a little bit more damage for this turtle.
The thing is, Trex, and I think for a lot of the viewers, man, we are so used to seeing tank jungles that they usually just don't retreat for their buffs. For Assassins, I think their buffs, purple mainly, is more important than these turtles. So As Kai, I think you gotta be a little bit more concerned about your purple buff. You need to take it away. If it's getting threatened, retreat. It's all good. Aurora, though, with those 2 kills up top, will be able to pick up the neutral objective for free. And now it's back to a level playing field. Oh, what an arrow there. Crazy angle.
Sigiboom and Kelra have been going head-to-head. The range on Kelra is almost matched, honestly. Sigiboom's, even with being outranged by the metals, he's still able to kind of keep up in this lane.
Lunar.
Down on the top side. Lunar may not be able to get away from this. Tempest of Blaze does come down. They're able to collapse on him. Loopy gets the kill. Tienzi's got to get out of town. Over to safety. Another kill into the Book of Onyx.
Onyx is playing it so slow, trying to read out Lunar's movements, and so far they've done a good job at doing that. Abyssal Arrow lands again for Rosa. Just a bit of poke onto Keyboy, but it's all about that right now, Onyx. They know there's only one lane right now that they can really punish, right? In the mid lane, it's just the Minotaur and the Selena way too good at escaping. Did Tienzi get that one? I believe Tienzi did with the Retribution. Kyrie's Retri was still off, and now he goes for yet another invade. Tienzi. Sans though.
Nice knock up, a lot of damage. Sans goes down. Aurora able to find pick after pick in there, constantly just testing the waters, pushing in, looking for any target. Arrow comes low. Kelra in a little bit of trouble at a tower. The go away does come out. Rosa doesn't have another arrow to fire off, and Pagu can't connect.
No wonder we've heard shouts for Aurora being #1 with another team, and scrims, dude. They're so good at taking these awkward fights. Onyx built a composition that wants to go in, that wants to just dive straight. And it's really good at countering the Assassin jungle as well with the Eudora and the Melissa. But if Aurora find a way to split Onyx up and take these individual 1v1s everywhere across the map, it just gets so awkward for Onyx composition to react to it.
And it's all about the positioning for Aurora right now. Even Pagu coming in, keeping vision. We talked about splitting them up, and then we have Rosa in the river shooting out these arrows. One does connect onto Loopy. Tienzi decides not to get involved. Pagu making his way up as well. Another arrow comes down, lands on a Keyboy. Keyboy in a lot of trouble, will fall. Rosa now gonna reposition. They claim the turtle pit, and Kyrie has no way in. Tienzi wants to find a target. Kyrie's forced to Finch Poise, and now Onyx is backed off to the jungle.
Rosa on the Selena, an absolute beast. We saw them knock Onyx Philippines down to the lower brackets of the group stage just last year in MSC 2025, and it was also with Rosa on the Selena. Look in mid.
A lot of damage. Loopy trying to defend. Big Minoan's Fury on multiple members.
Whoa.
Into the back line. Tempest of Blaze does come down. Kyrie able to find Tienzi. Loopy very low, but still survives. But Rosa gets a kill on Sans. Rosa looking for more. Looking for another air to shoot out. Decides not to do it as Pagu and Rosa back off. It's Tienzi for Sans. Onyx wins out on that one.
Crazy skirmish. Kai's recall gets canceled. Now Lunar wants to go for the cut.
Ooh, Kyrie under the tower. Not a safe spot. Does have full energy. Should be able to get away from this to safety. But the tower will fall on that top side.
Again, it's Aurora just making these moves proactively around the map. Yeah, they went in under that tier 1. It was a bit of a mistake, but it was a risk that they were willing to take to push their lead even further. They didn't lose too much. You gotta remember right now that even if Tienzi dies, Lunar, or even Sigiboom, they're not gonna give out any bounties. It's all about Rosa. He needs to stay alive, but the others can dive. They can pull out these gambles. And Onyx are still behind. A whopping 3,000 gold behind. Kelra's not given space to actually farm out, and it's because of these arrows again from Rosa.
Not only that, but even when Onyx able to get a kill, they find Tienzi earlier. Aurora's movement on the map has been so crucial. They find both offlane towers. They're consistently hunting for this mid lane tower. They aren't only evening out or winning the skirmishes, they're winning on map play. Just truly have become a whole new into this MSC.
It's all about defending the mid lane right now for Onyx. Damage control, trying to get space for Kelra to farm out. Haas Claws built up by Kai. The Flask of the Oasis as well. The Origin secured by Kai, his own, but he's still falling behind a whole level down of Tienzi. Onyx gotta look for a big set, but even then it's gonna be very, very tough for them because Aurora have ways to deal with it. You get a stun on Sigiboom, Rosa, Tienzi, then you're gonna get AoE'd by Pagu. There's the healing as well that just keeps them alive.
Kind of want to see the items on where Kyrie is in terms of gold compared to Tienzi.
Just 700 gold behind.
Not too far behind. Definitely still capable. Loopy as well, holding his own, actually ahead of Lunar right now. that could be the big play. Keyboy sets something up, and those two can output the damage. Not to mention, Kelra has been free farming, hasn't taken any deaths. It's definitely not GG's for Onyx just yet.
Nope. They can definitely scale with the Ling and the Melissa. They will have enough damage later on to actually pull out a comeback. But Aurora, they're pretty good. They've got pretty good scaling as well with the Harith. Even the Selena when it comes to map control. If they continue to pushing these turrets, take away these tier 1s, Onyx will be choked down even more. They're going to be forced to suffocate inside of their own base. And that's what Aurora are trying to do right now with a massive lead on Rosa and Sigibuma conceal into the mid lane. And an arrow that lands.
Does land. Loopy kind of walked into that one though, but Tianzi to the backside. Looking for an angle, gonna walk into Keyboy. The wall does not come out. He's able to safely move. Loopy force a dash away. Onyx positioned back into their jungle as Aurora takes over the Lord Pit. Watch for Loopy and Sands, looking for an angle in as well. Kyrie forced up to the top side to try to defend the tower. This could be the play for Aurora to burst down this Lord. Tianzi will get caught by the fist crack. A lot of damage. Everyone piles on top of him. Ooh. But he's still able to get away. Onyx now in a little bit of trouble. Sans on the backside, taken out by Sigiboom. Zwan's forces dropped, and now Loopy will be shredded down as well. Rosa finding that kill for himself as Kelra tries to pop off. Doesn't have to go away. Caught in the midst. Kyrie able to find Sigiboom. Tianzi finds Kelra. It is hell in the land of Dawn as Keyboy tries to get away. But Aurora comes out on top once again. Tianzi goes back to base, and the Lord is still up.
They're just too good in this meta. Oh my god. The healing coming in from Pagu with the Minotaur and Tianzi with the cleanest cables to get away from Kai, who's hunting him down with the Finch Poise, even with a purple buff. And you can see that delay from Tianzi got Kyrie into such an awkward spot because he already used so much of his energy to use the Finch Poise to try to chase Tianzi down. Then Aurora through that skirmish, really just utilizing a sustain out. Oh, these guys.
Live game, thought we were still in the replay person.
These fights have been phenomenal. Great steal by Kai though. We're seeing the glimpses of that M3 Ling Kyrie that really shocked the world with his crazy pattern. Again, reacting to the moves around. Shout out to Seer there, shout outs to him. Biggest Aurora fan in the building.
I like to see it. Both junglers right now, Tianzi able to get out of that fight earlier, getting hit by the fist crack. No purple buff, this is true. Ooh, maybe we get the anime battle right here. Kyrie, Tianzi does not have vision on him. He's gonna go back to safety. Kyrie's not gonna force it, he's just, I mean, they know. They know. Either one to probably, oh wait, no, Tianzi's like, let's do it. Back in the mid side, a little bit of damage, they're able to take the tower.
An intense game of MLBB with the Lord still up top. Aurora taking things slow. Abyssal Arrow lands onto Kelra. Not going to bait out any of those battle spells just yet. Kyrie sent into the bottom lane again. 2 holy shields. Oh, it's down right in the 12th minute.
Very well done. Loopy takes a lot of damage, forces dash back. Pagu comes in with a big Minoan's Fury. Able to get the pop off. Tianzi finds Loopy into the backside. Kelra and Keyboy also taking a lot of damage as Sigiboom drops in. More damage onto Kyrie now. Kyrie looking for an angle in as Kelra gets free shots from the backside. The Lord has broken through. Aurora decides to back off. Lunar still keeping vision as the rest of the team moves back, waiting for the next wave. There's no mid side. They're waiting for that minion to drop. Onyx has lost an inhibitor as another wave comes crashing down the mid.
These arrows are landing like it's a point-click stun. Sans!
Tianzi takes him out. Kelra forced the dash back. They've broken through. Still 2 towers on the bat side, but Aurora doesn't want to let up just yet. Lunar backs off. Rosa keeping an angle, waiting for those arrows to come through.
And this is what I was talking about, man. Aurora, they have the scaling when it comes to map control, especially if they get these turrets. Another arrow lands on Kelra. Mans has no damage on minions right now, and the Abyssal Arrow will just constantly keep on coming. And so they're going to have to react to Pagu Lunar up front, and then the arrows. Loopy.
On's force does drop. Sigiboom wants to go in.
The arrow
puts out a lot of damage on a Loopy. Another arrow drops, and Keyboy drops as well. Sigiboom with a double kill. Tianzi under the tower. Sans has no way to escape. It's Kyrie against the world, along with Kelra. But the damage is just too much. Rose into the back line. He wants Kelra. The go away comes out. He dashes back. Aurora not done just yet. They got one more inhibitor, and Sigiboom finds Kelra. Aurora Gaming under the tower, take out Onyx and take game number 1.
Rosa on the Selena. An absolute masterclass from Aurora Gaming. We've heard the shouts. We've heard the rumors of how strong they were in scrims. And they're doing it, they're pulling it off on stage. Clearly the number one thus far.
Aurora Gaming just looks better and better every game we see them play.
Dude, it looked like Rosa was playing with Eudora's second skill with the range of Selena.
It's definitely disgusting at this point. And every one of them, you've got Rosa, Siggy Boom, played an amazing game up against the gold standard. TNZ, even after taking deaths early on, was able to pull through and still be a menace.
Midnight Parating Handa. We're gonna throw it back again. Towards us.
Yeah, towards us.
Towards maybe a few words from our boys. What do you think about the early game though, right? A few mistakes. TNZ went in a bit too aggressively onto those waves, onto the creep up top. They took a fight under tier 1. But then everything just fell in place.
Aurora continues to surprise us. And I think after this match, we can no longer be surprised. We just have to know that Aurora is the real deal at this point. They are aiming for not just the top 8 finish, they're aiming for a finals right now. Still 2 games to go though. Onyx played a good start, honestly. Keyboy was able to do well at a few moments. Everyone kind of had their moments. But Rosa on that Selena, even at the end here, just hanging out, knowing that even if I don't get the kill, I am a nuisance with these arrows.
Is it crazy to say, but this team gives me vibes that I haven't seen in a long time. Prime Onyx Philippines of M6 vibes, no?
Okay.
No?
I see, like M6 Onyx Philippines when Kelro was on the team, finally gets the World Championship. I think Aurora Turkey, though, still has like so much of their own identity. Like,
they do.
They really do.
Rafael Amid.
Rafael, that's what I'm saying. They're still able to pull some of these crazy picks. It's the same Aurora that I feel like we've always been seeing. It's just more polished and better.
That's crazy to say, right? Because all this time, it always just feels like Aurora, they've been good. They've been kind of like creating the meta here and there. They were the ones that started the Harley as well at M7. But they were always so close, yet so far from being a top team. By top, I mean top 2. Because clearly, I think in the world, they're always going to be rated as like a top 4, top 8 kind of team. They will always be the ones to make it to knockout stage. But now they look elite.
They look like monsters. I'm speechless, honestly, by it, because I think a lot of us came to this day wondering, was the other day just a fluke?
No.
I mean, we heard good things about Aurora, but can they keep it up, right? Can they take out not just a Filipino region dominance, but also a Indonesian dominant team? And they have now defeated both.
Damn. I mean, I'm stoked to see it, man. I always love to see these new regions, pop off. Earlier, Yangon Galacticos, off of a disappointing M7 run, doing a really good job and now making it to the knockout stage already, being one of the first 4 teams to qualify into that top 8. Now Aurora going through, I think, the hardest first 2 matches you could expect from a team in the group stage, going up against TLPH in their first match and then having to meet up against Onyx ID. Speaking of Onyx, though.
Speaking of Onyx, I think we have a guest. We have a guy, a dude.
You know him?
I've heard of him.
You know him?
I don't think I've ever done an interview with him before.
That's cool.
Oh, there he
Hello.
is.
My guy, King Kong. How you doing,
Hello,
bro?
guys. Hello. What's up? What's up?
What's up?
King Kong, first question, man. Instantly, I gotta ask you this question, right? You see the meta right now. You see all these assassins. You see the Selena in mid. How sad is it that you're not here, dude? Because it really feels like it's your meta.
Very, very sad.
I bring that up first.
I gotta bring that up first. Playing assassins.
What would you have done in the meta, though? Like, would you have dominated this scene?
I don't know. I guess we'll never know.
I guess we'll never know. Any tips for the sister team, the brother team, Onyx? Did you watch that game? How we feeling about it? What went wrong?
Oh yeah, I watched.
Give us your viewpoint.
Game 1. Advice: maybe just be aware of Aurora's early game dominance, especially the first minute of the game. Earlier, I think they were aware, but it's just that Rosa's Selena. Mind-blowing.
It is mind-blowing. You know, you played with a very, very good Selena as well, one of the best in the world. You know, any advice to deal with a Selena for Onyx, or maybe just, yeah, for Onyx?
Advice for Selena, maybe... let me think. 1 second. I think just ban it.
Just ban it?
Just
straight up?
Just ban it.
Just ban it.
Makes a lot of sense.
No advices, just ban it.
Just ban it. Okay, that's the advice for CW and Yeb. Let's see if they actually take that into game number 2. But now I want to ask your thoughts on Aurora Gaming, because they have looked phenomenal right now, right? They beat CLPH.
Very phenomenal.
1.
Yeah.
Very phenomenal. And now they're on course to actually getting a 2-0 win against Onyx ID. So thoughts on Aurora?
Thoughts on Aurora? Actually, our preparation for the next season, every time we have a scrim versus Aurora, our scrims convinced me that as of now, TNZ, best jungler, TNZ.
Whoa.
Mechanically.
Best jungler.
Best jungler. All right.
Better
man.
than you.
Yeah.
What about you? Yeah. Would you
Better than me.
Wow.
Better than me. Yeah, if I will base on our scrims, because we don't do scrims with Team Liquid, Team Falcon, so for me, yeah, TNZ.
All right then, man. Thank you so much, King Kong. It's always a pleasure to have you on the mic, man. Always great, always charismatic.
Thank you so much. Thank you
nice
so much.
hair, by the way. Good Oreo hair. You call it out.
Thank you so much, Sir Mirko.
Thank you so much, King Kong. And with that, Trex, I believe we're gonna throw it over to a segment.
Yeah, Brigida's got some confessions.
What confessions?
Let's see.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by Play.
This is Confessions with Brigida. Brigida, I have been told that you are the nicest member of talent, so I've got to go easy on you. Is that just is it all just a bit of is it fake, or are you actually?
I don't think so, or it's probably because I'm a bit quiet, honestly.
Okay.
So they probably associate it with being nice, but at the same time, I think I'm nice.
You seem nice to me. I've known you for 3 days, and you seem lovely, which makes this even harder. Okay. I need to use my hand for this one. What does this mean to you?
This means a little. Like when you try to use body language, right? You say, "Oh yeah, it's a little."
But does it not have reference to something in particular?
Yes, it does. It does. It's I think referencing a birthday greeting photo I made with someone. Yeah. So I was making a pose. That's the reference, Chris.
But what did I don't understand why. What did this have to do with anything?
Same question. I don't know how it got so big. It was just a birthday greeting. Right?
Right.
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 So I hear. I heard Khalid has a new name for his ultimate as well.
What is going on? Where are these questions coming from? No, he did not change his ultimate name. It's still Raging Sandstorm.
Check it again. Make sure you got it right.
Raging Sandstorm.
Okay. Who's your favorite minion?
This is so... Okay, my favorite minion right now... it's
See,
Bob.
I don't know them. You're going to have to explain.
Bob. Or maybe Henry. Or James. Since the new movie just came out, guys. Please check it out. Wow.
We're not promoting movies. Okay? We're not doing that.
Okay.
It's not what we do. I heard you're a big BTS fan.
No. I'm not. I like girl groups. I like Twice. I like La Seraphim. I like aespa. I like ITZY. I like Eugene's.
It says that you look like Momo?
Do I?
I
probably hasn't checked.
I don't know.
Yeah, but that's an honor to be considered someone who looks like her. She is my bias. So I probably try
Or my makeup is probably inspired from her.
I maybe need to start redoing my makeup to make me look like somebody.
I can do it.
What kind of thing do you think what would work?
Maybe eyeliner?
Bit eyeliner, yeah.
Eyeliner?
That's for the next one.
We'll try.
We'll do that for the next one. Do you normally open the MLBB chat on stream?
No. I don't. Whoever made these questions, I am going for you, I swear.
You will have your chance at revenge, don't you worry.
Okay.
You will have your chance.
Thank you.
Brigida, thank you so much. Are you still going to be the nicest member of talent after that, or?
I still am.
Good.
We always stay good, we always stay nice. Nothing can change that.
Good. Keep it that way.
A lot of people are haunted by their past. I'm inspired by it.
They're not just playing for themselves, they're really playing for their entire family.
They have defeated their demons. They have crushed the curse.
Welcome back to the series of this day. Aurora Gaming in the lead against Onyx. 1-0, dominant and undeniable. The force of nature that is the Northern Lights continue to shine bright. Let's see though if Coach Yeb and Coach CW will have something ready and in store to answer what has been a very problematic Aurora for the teams that have faced them. They look too damn good. Renmar and Gideon still here to call over the draft.
The baseline of what everybody's expectations have been shifted. I am sure the pick'ems are going insane right now, and not to mention that this map reveal might actually be extremely important to what the next plan might be coming from Aurora. We get dangerous grass this time round, and luckily it wasn't the flying clouds.
Yeah.
But maybe we might have something new.
Yeah, for sure. If it was the cloud, then I think it would not have boded well for Onyx, because I think some of the more unique picks in the metagame does arise out of flying cloud because of how fast you can quickly come back into the fight and into the map. So I feel like maybe it's really just because I have a lot of doubts about the hero. But I think it is warranted to deprioritize the Eudora. Because when you rush it too early, you end up going up against a Uranus that you won't have enough damage for, or you're lacking reach. And the problem for Onyx, they didn't have enough damage for Lunar's Uranus.
Look, I think, of course, Lunar's Uranus was going to be a little difficult to get through, but that early game actually went exactly how Onyx wanted to go. But this time around, the adaptations are starting to come on in. They're still going to get rid of the Paquito, but of course, they're putting Selena as a priority here on blue side.
Yep, that is a very worthy ban. I think Rosa's impact in the previous game was undeniable. Arrow after arrow, and you were pointing it out to me behind the scenes, the trap placements were perfect. Constant vision reading. And I think maybe that's why Onyx just couldn't get a footing in the game 2-3 minutes into the game. After the first minute where they got the kill on Tianzi, good. After that, it feels like their map movements were just red nonstop.
Exactly, and that's why it's always important, because information allows you to make better decisions at a faster rate. And Aurora will always able to assess, well, or at least assess exactly where they need to be. Oh, hey, top side, we've got 3 traps there. We just saw Fanny Abaddon. We got to immediately start moving over to the purple buff side and start stealing away resources. But this time round, at least for Onyx, a lot of respect is put on Aurora. Getting rid of not only Selena, they make sure that Fanny is out of contention.
This means the Ling and Herrera trade is in effect. And Aurora will keep it open. Which one is it going to be, Onyx? Are you going to get the Ling or are you going to get the Herrera? Because you know Aurora will get the other. It's the Herrera for Onyx.
Yeah, knowing Kyrie, I think Herrera makes a lot of sense, especially considering that they're working a lot on the early stages of the game against Aurora. But then we jump back, right? What is going to be the next opener? Because now that we see the Atlas go away, a lot of teams have thought, maybe, all right, if we go the Eudora, that's one way of playing it. We've already discussed how we don't exactly want to kind of lean into it just yet. Maybe wait for Red 3, maybe arguably even Red 4. But Belleric has been a guarantee every single time.
I'm okay with the Belleric. I'm gonna pause on my dogging on Eudora for now, but let's see how they'll be able to translate that in game. I think I wouldn't mind a Uranus or Esmer, something like that, really early on. something that demands a really good damage profile to give it a lot of difficulty so that you force out some early, faster scaling heroes from Aurora. You can save your roam pick for later and adjust it in the second phase. You still have quite a wealth of options depending on which way you're going through. Uranus is the pickup, one of my wish lists.
All right.
See if they'll keep that up.
Let's see if the second part of it is going to complete themselves, because we've seen a lot of blue sides reveal their lanes super early, but this time they're making sure that they have a little bit of everything, right? We've got our EXP already set. We've already made sure that we at least have single target lockdown in case that Ling shows up here on red 3. And I think that Aurora needs to make some difficult decisions here, because Tianzi isn't going to get an assassin. Then what does the team kind of pivot towards to? And I think it has to be Sigabum at this point.
Yeah, still going to be the Ling. Comes in at red 3. You're now going to be looking at the priorities for the gold lane and the EXP lane for Aurora, unless they're looking to shift that Belleric into the EXP lane and then surprise with a roam pick that we aren't expecting it later on. Meanwhile, for Onyx, pretty honest already, you know that Cho is going to be going into the center of the map. And then you're waiting for their mid and their gold laner.
Oh, really great ban here.
Good ban.
Yeah, I mean, I'm expecting Esmeralda on the side of Onyx side just to kind of, free up some space here and make sure at least Lutpi is going to have a much better matchup to try and control this lane. They knew that Paquito was kind of out of the question, and thankfully Freya got banned out for the side of Aurora. Now Esme, the expected ban. We come back to Aurora one more time. Is it going to be heavy? Maybe even a Lilia? I feel like, unfortunately, Lilia now, her HP is just way too low against these assassins, against these burst mages. It might not be worth it.
Wonder if anyone's cooking up something unique here. So far, though, we can still expect the usual options in gold to pop up. You could even think about maybe Aurora is still considering the Harith, knowing that you wouldn't expect something like a Glue to show up. The Vexana in its range plus its AoE would have been detrimental for a Harith. Maybe if you take away a million, no? Okay, they'll take out a Brody. So you still have Moskov, Harith available. Claude, maybe I'll have to reel back a little bit into what I said about Claude earlier. He still might be viable here.
I think it's something that Onyx might have to pick up, because I'm feeling like Aurora is trying to set up for another Harith matchup into Melissa. That might be what they're trying to repeat here for Midnight side. I am interested though. Onyx, getting rid of the Barats, get rid of the sandbags, and now all that's left is going to be the Alice and the EXP. If you're still looking for a means to not only engage upon your opponents, but not to mention that there's like a decent amount of iframes. We don't get the Harith, but at least the Claude gets locked in for Aurora.
Yeah. If Aurora will make this work, they play Claude, they play Ling, they play Eudora. I think they need a little bit more tankiness in them, a little bit more sustain would be great. Meanwhile, for Onyx, at least you get an honest matchup in the gold, and you can field any of the usual picks. They do have dive, so if you want to go for something like the Itcha as we saw earlier, it wouldn't be worth it.
Yeah, there's a lot of things that could go wrong here. I'm thinking whether Valentina might be worth it just to steal the Wrath of the Dryads, but really it's kind of tough overall, right? Because you're still not going to be able to get the correct battle spells out of certain targets, and I think Eudora never is going to take Purify ever, especially with the meta, the way the meta is shaping. Moskov, as you called it, has already been locked in to deal with the Assassin instead of the Melissa matchup, so now we get the Hilda at the very end to round things out, and I'm liking this a lot. I really thought the Hilda might end up onto Onyx side, but with their opener, there was just kind of no way.
All right, you get two aggressive roamers that field around the map, and hell, the Aurora draft, they were blitzing right through it. Gideon, last thoughts about the lineups?
Last thoughts about the lineups. I'm going to say that this is a lot more even than I thought it was going to be, but most importantly, Lunar on this Hilda is going to have to do a lot of work, especially in the early stages of the game. That Uranus has full control. So, you know what's strong side, you know what's a weak side. Maybe that might be enough, but that mid, that's number one.
Aurora Gaming at the cusp of history to make it into the knockouts. They already took down Liquid. Will they take down Onyx in a sweep as well? This is game number 2. Will Onyx force game number 3? Drex, Mirko, let's go!
A back-to-back win, a back-to-back clean sweep from TLPH to Onyx would certainly put them up there when it comes to greatest performances for a team in a group stage, but we'll find out here. Onyx have some solid answers as well, and just like Gideon pointed out, it is much more even here this time around.
Yeah, this seems like a much more straightforward draft from both teams. It's honest, it's simple, the game plan is there. There's nothing cheeky, there's no crazy Selena, there's no weird healers on the field. I'm excited to see how Lunar decides to rotate. How much is he going to harass from the CXP lane?
All right, quick check on the emblems again. It's going to be the Bargain Hunter this time for Kelra on the Moskov, trying to get that item power spike. Quick Suns!
A lot of damage on Hassan's first blood already, but Tienzi in a little bit of trouble. Keyboy will respond with a kill of his own. Jungler for mid lane. Feels like a win for Onyx, and now Kyrie's looking for more. Dashes in the mid side, gets some good damage on Rosa. Pagu as well, but Kyrie can't get the finish. But still, they may have to go back after this lane.
Keyboy.
Kyrie once more! Pagu falls, but Keyboy gets the kill.
Deja vu to game number 1. It's Onyx who strike here early on, getting the lead 2-1. Last time it was a 1-0 pick up on TNZ. And just like in game number 1, it seems like Aurora are going to have to force, or are going to be forced to climb back in this game already. No purple buff on the Ling, but everything still is relatively calm, right? Some pretty good picks here and there.
Yeah.
Just that.
I mean, overall, they're going to go back and forth. It's the same thing we saw last time. Like you said, last time it was 2-2 in the first 3 minutes. Gold sitting at a standstill. TNZ, just like last time, takes a death right in the beginning of the match. Can he recover like he did last time? Kyrie, though, it's sad that those kills had to go into the pocket of Keyboy. 2-0 and 0 would have looked a lot better in Kyrie's hands, but still, a win is a win in the Book of Onyx right now. Turtle is up.
Tempo-wise, Aurora have been able to keep up with Onyx, and the thing is, with Rosa staying alive earlier in that skirmish, he'll be able to get level 4 before Sans. Sans has gone to the XP lane, soaked in the entire wave, and still isn't 4 just yet. He'll get 4 very soon. But that means Tienzi will almost a steal. What a crazy SOD to be sending there. Sans steals the Wrath of the Dryad. Lunar again with a tempo in the bottom lane. Onyx on the turtle.
Yeah, Lunar's going to have to try to make his way up. Tienzi is looking for a possible steal here. Lunar is going to try to open things up. Kyrie still able to get it. Tempest of Blaze does come down right next to Kyrie. Kyrie takes a bit of damage, forces the top side. Rosa falls to Loopy, but Tienzi also low, and Keyboy gets the kill. Onyx finally responding in game number 2 as Pagu falls. Sigiboom comes in with a blazing duet, but unable to get the finishing blow on any members of Onyx. Keyboy still chasing down Lunar. Loopy uses the flicker, gets the final hit. No, it's Keyboy who dashes in to finish him off.
A big win from the Sky Kings, this time on Turtle number 1. They learned from their mistakes. It was an insane utilization of the untargetable by Kai again to react to Pagu with the Wrath of the Dryad flicker combo. Then he outplays the situation, gets away, and baits everybody into this skirmish. Kyrie with the retribution and the play. And now it's Onyx who are leading with tempo and gold. Great reaction though from Sigiboom. He did rotate quicker. Kelra was right behind him, trying to rotate over, and that's why Sigiboom couldn't stay for a bit longer for Lunar to deal enough damage over on Keyboy, and then the dive happened.
Yeah, at this point, Onyx has taken a decent lead. Still no kills into the pocket of Kyrie, but Loopy being 2-0 and 2 on this Uranus can be a problem. Yes, they have the hard lockdown with Pagu, they have the small stun with Rosa, but still it doesn't feel like enough to deal with a well-fed Uranus, and Loopy's going to start harassing into this jungle. He's going to start becoming a problem for TNZ, a problem for Rosa.
Despite that win for Onyx, the lead is still pretty much non-existent, just a 1,000 goal lead between the two. TNZ still level in XP against Kyrie despite dying 2 times. And it now comes down to who utilizes the Wrath of the Dryad better. Sans has been on it 24/7, always, after getting that level 4, stealing the Wrath of the Dryad over. Kyrie with a jump up top.
A lot of damage. Sigiboom might not be able to get away from this. Use the BMI, and in comes TNZ. Just to try to ward him off. Keyboy is there as well. The disengage is clean from Aurora.
That's a massive win for Onyx. They were able to bait out the Purify, a Blazing Duet, and the Tempest of Blades with the Retribution as well. This should be free for Onyx, but it's always awkward. Rosa.
Boy, trying to get the knock up, will go in, gets the kick, but it goes the wrong way. Well played by Rosa, but another utility gone. Flicker off the map for Rosa. Loopy now harassing them away. They know they can't fight for the turtle. But Onyx doesn't just want the turtle, they want a little bit more. A lot of damage onto Pagu. Wrath of Druid does come out from Sans. It's enough to buy time to take out Pagu. Kyrie gets the kill, and Lupi continues to zone Sigiboom and Rosa away.
A stack on the Sky Piercer for Kyrie. He wants a bit more now as Sans rotates over to mid, but that is a Hilda. Lunar's still going to be able to survive right now as Pagu wasn't... Oh, wait a second, a dive perhaps? No. Lunar gets away, the SOD thrown into the bottom lane, but TNZ is still able to clear it out. Purple buff gonna be threatened now. Onyx know what they need to take, but they will play it slow. Sans in mid!
Sans takes a lot of damage, Lunar gets the kill, and now Aurora's gonna just, I mean, at this point, they just want their purple. You guys are in our territory. They don't want to fight. They're just trying to gain some ground on the map.
And this is where you get to see Rosa and Sans be a lot more vulnerable than in previous metas against tanks. If you walk up too aggressive, which is both their tendencies, you are going to be punished. This isn't the tank meta where you can actually just stay up front and then just escape. This is the assassin meta. You get caught, you're dead. Keyboy setting up for something.
Keyboy looking for a possible kick, lands it on TNZ. Kyrie gonna be able to get the final blow in, and that's another kill into the hand of Kyrie to stack onto that Piercer. In the mid side though, Lupi taking a little bit of shots. Whoa! Kyrie goes down, Sigiboom able to get the kill. As Lupi tries to move in, but Kelra with an SOD into the back line, forcing them under the base. Lupi flickers in, and Rosa goes down. Kelra getting the kill, and now Lunar's in a bad spot. Keyboy looking for the knockup. Pagu also hiding under the tower. Onyx are moving on to that tier 3 in the boss side as they push Aurora back once again.
Oh my god! It's so beautiful to watch. Chaotic MLBB, but amazing nonetheless. Aurora trying to respond over by being proactive after TNZ got picked off, but then again, it's Onyx improvising their way into a teamfight win, just playing and threading the needles over these turrets, finding those skirmishes, and literally just brute forcing their way into a teamfight win.
And that's what it's been for so many games. We saw it in the last series, SRG able to brute force their way in, and now Onyx showing that they can go toe-to-toe, play the same type of game as the others. Last turtle on the map, Aurora probably won't even be able to fight for this. They just want to go for their purple.
Nope, I think they're gonna have to give this away unless TNZ finds a miraculous steal, but on Cho, on the hands of Keyboy, I don't think you're gonna try to actually walk up there. There's been a couple of times already where he's been caught by the Jeet Kune Do. Keyboy just has a way with the Cho whenever he's up against an assassin. And that's why TNZ, the man who's been popping off all throughout MSC, is now 0-3 against Onyx ID in game number 2.
Yeah, Aurora can't really start these fights at this point. They have to kind of let Onyx come to them and look for the bait. They have to get Keyboy a little bit too deep, or Sans a little bit too deep, to where they can respond and envelop the enemy. Onyx, on the other hand, has been able to catch Aurora off guard time and time again. Lupi gonna take a couple shots, should be okay. Doesn't have the consecration right now, but still not a huge problem. Oh! Into the backside, TNZ with the Tempest of Blades, does land down onto Kelra. Kelra's able to backstep, a lot of damage back onto Lunar. Kyrie, the dragon jump in, a nice way the dragon. TNZ goes down. Every time Aurora tries to make a play, Onyx responds quicker, and there's Keyboy, lands onto Pagu. Zoning the rest of the team back, they're able to get another kill. It's double for Sans. As Onyx advances, Holy Defense goes so down, but in the backside, Keyboy once again setting up the fight for his team.
What a play, Sigiboom able to still get a shutdown, but Keyboy goes in with the Jeet Kune Do, baits out the flicker from Rosa, but finds the Jeet Kune Do on Pagu. So at the end of the day, it's still a forced error. They're still able to utilize all of their resources well enough to punish Aurora and their awkward movements. It really comes down to these members playing as individuals. You gotta win those 1v1s. It's been a lot of 1v1s across the map in game number 1, but now Onyx have read it. They finally are able to adapt to the circumstances that Aurora have put them in, and Aurora, they're the ones who are struggling to even find a structure right now. That's gonna be their first structure in the game. Turret tier 1 down below, but TNZ's a level down on Kai, about to be 2.
And look at Keyboy in this bush. Sigiboom needs to be careful. May get caught out here. And I feel like so much is on the shoulders of Sigiboom right now with the game that TNZ has had. He's just not able to fully pop off. He has been a target for so long.
Holy moly.
Sigiboom, on the other hand, still has the ability to scale up But to be able to do that, you need Pagu, you need Lunar to be able to set something up for the team.
I'm surprised Onyx aren't just blitzing the Lord right now, knowing that Kyrie is 3 whole levels ahead of TNZ, and they have Moskov to play out in the side lane. But they're gonna take it slow. Aurora are the ones holding the Lord, but look at Kelra up top. This is a bad move.
Kyrie forced away. A big kick by Keyboy with the Wave of Dragon onto Rosa. Rosa's gonna go down. Kyrie able to get the kill. Now Pagu also caught in between 3 members as Loopy in the backside zones them all back. Kelra up in the top side, chipping away at this tower. Roars is trying to defend the base. Now look at the damage on TNZ. Tempest of Blaze comes down, but it's just not enough. Songs into the backside. Lunar, Aurora are scattered as Oni close in onto the base to tie this game, tie this series. But they gotta wait for another wave. It's Lunar, 4 seconds on the clock for Rosa, 8 for Pagu. Can they bide enough time? Can they hold the defense? Onyx knocking at the door, another wave of minions comes out. Pagu's there as well, doesn't have a Wrath of Dream, but look at the big stun, look at the damage from Rosa. Aurora Gaming live to go another day as Lunar dashes in, gets pushed back, and Onyx has to run away at this one.
That was a bit of greed from Onyx. They got everything. Yes, good plays by Aurora, but Onyx stayed too long when the Lord was up as well. They could have backed off, went straight for the Lord, but instead they tried to double down on the end and they got caught. That's the thing. That's the beauty of this meta. Doesn't really matter if you're 8,000 gold ahead. One mistake can set you back, and it almost did. What is that damage? It's a whole 1,000 gold difference in the mid lane, yet Rosa was able to burst down these squishy members of Onyx. Oh, Aurora really wished for TNZ to be up right there, dude. That would have been the dream for the burst to come through, TNZ to respawn just on time, getting the pitch poised. But even then, Onyx still have an 8,000 gold lead. They have that far lane control, and they're going to try to burst this Lord.
Even if Pagu had the Wrath of Dread in that split second there, he was still waiting on cooldown. All it took was a couple more seconds. That could have gone horribly, horribly worse for Onyx. And I think this is why they've been taking it slow. This is why they've been careful at their approach in these fights, because at any moment, the combo play is there. We're down to 12.5 minutes, and Aurora still has some ways to respond.
So now we got to talk about the wave clear. Honestly, not too good for Aurora. In a way, usually when you have a Ling, you can actually split these minions apart. You can stagger the waves just by clearing the side lane. But with a Moskov on Onyx's hands, with a 9,000 gold lead as well, don't really think that's going to happen. Onyx are going to be able to handle all 3 waves. So Aurora, they might have to lose all their base turrets if they want to survive in the game.
All right, Aurora going to be able to defend down the mid. They clear the tower, but a Lord is coming down the top as Onyx moves on to the boss side wave. They want to try to crack another inhibitor. Keyboy dashes in with the G-Kundo. A big stun from Rosa. The ult doesn't quite connect. Kyrie able to phase out. Aurora defend the tower. They move on to the top Lord, and Onyx get nothing in that push.
Wow. Still a stellar defense. I really thought that the base turrets would go down with that Lord, knowing that they have so much tempo in the Moskov as well, but Aurora, they've already used the Rector Keyboy!
Gets the kick, but is it enough? Tempest of Blades in the backside. A lot of damage on Loopy. Loopy tries to dive in. He's forced to flicker out. Kyrie in the backside. Gets nice damage on Pagu. Finally gets the kill. TNZ taking shots from Kelra as Kelra dashes in, and Kyrie's got his back. Siggy Boom with a blazing duet on Loopy and Sans, trying to chase him down, but Loopy's on his back. He BMI's back, but not before he gets the shutdown.
2 whole shutdowns for Siggy Boom. They lose out on their 2 base turrets in the sides. But my goodness, did everything fall right on top of Aurora. That was perfect. Keyboy missed the Way of the Dragon. He didn't get the right target, didn't get the right angle. But look at this crazy move by TNZ. I mean, a tad bit of luck, obviously. The fact that the piercing spears didn't get him. Oh my God. That was a clencher for sure, even for Siggy Boom here, who had to walk past following through the BMI. Back last second, 2 members down. Onyx now on the defense. Aurora back in the game. Trex, 10,000 gold leads in this meta. It doesn't really feel like the normal 10K.
It doesn't at all. Big SOD doesn't connect. Aurora getting their second structure of the game.
Oh my God.
At 15 minutes in and hanging on a prayer right now. But showing that at any moment they can still outplay, and Onyx has to respect it.
And now it's back to that slow build. It was Winter Crown earlier for Siggy Boom. He sells it, gets the win in nature, knows just how much there is of a threat from Onyx when it comes to the physical damage. Kelra scaled up completely. Kyrie on the Hirara, a menace. Shut down, but still a menace. Not as many stacks on the Sky Piercer, but that survivability of his. Now Aurora,
the key boy.
Do they read it out? Do they do housekeeping properly, right?
Pagu's
done it.
doing it, but it's already on Rosa. He's already looking for the kick. Rosa flickers, stops him. D-Boy makes the whip, but it's an SOD from Kelra. Able to still find it in the back, but wait, Kelra's in trouble.
Oh my God.
Able to wind of nature, very clean. He backs up, he sidesteps, but he's still pushed against the wall, and he finally goes down.
That's not worth it. Kelra for Rosa is not worth it.
In trouble. Lunar, maybe in a bad spot as well. Kyrie able to pick him up. It's two members down on the side of Aurora. Pagu, Siggy Boom, trying to defend. Sans moves on. Pagu goes down. A double kill for Kyrie. TNZ, where are you? They need you. You gotta get back to base.
Up top, Siggy Boom clearing out the wave. Final baser of the game gonna be falling. Keyboy.
A lot of damage. He will go down. Keyboy finally gets the kick. And it's Siggy Boom. 6 seconds on the clock for Rosa. Siggy Boom may not be able to do this alone. He doesn't have a blazing duet. He doesn't have the damage. He's trying to defend. The base is low.
He's cleared it.
Rosa's back. And Kyrie's down.
No way.
Aurora still holds on. The iframes are there, but Onyx wants to end it. Can Rosa do it on his own? And Lunar's back up. The base not down yet, but finally, Kyrie and Onyx tie the game.
What a game! What a series to the end of that push. Rosa keeps everybody on the edge of their seats. Onyx still though, holding on, utilizing the leads and pushing through with the iframes to touch from those Suns. Kyrie said it in an interview. This is our meta. And to level this series 1-1 in a battle from a promotion to knockout stage. Yeah, that's exactly what we needed. That's exactly what we anticipated. My goodness. What a good game of MLBB.
What a good series. We still got one more to go at this point.
I want 4 more of those.
Yeah, just give me the best of 7 at this point. Let's just keep it going.
Oh man, God. That was just beautiful, beautiful, beautiful MLBB, man.
From both sides, even Aurora defending for that long, trading off. Rosa comes back up, Siggy Boom hangs on, but Onyx did not want to they didn't want to turn around. This is all or nothing right here. We're either finishing this or we're losing this.
There were no breaks. They took it out, right? There was a nitro button and they definitely put it on. The gear from 1 to 6 as well after that first turtle. And it was Aurora playing on the back foot for such a long time. It's impressive, honestly, how they were able to turn things around for just a bit. Especially here. It just came down to hero plays after hero plays for Aurora to stay in the game.
That game was only, what, 18 minutes, something like that? It felt like a 25-minute game.
Dude.
It felt like that game had me on the edge of my seat throughout the whole thing. And I mean, so many great plays. Siggy Boom here, able to save the base. This is when they had a slight entry back in, but here's the end. Rosa up, Kyrie gets the immortality, Winter Crown's back, able to get to safety, iframes out of the shot, Keyboy Loopy re-engage, and iframes the Forked Lightning once again.
The SOD landed. We're gonna throw it to the panel to dissect this game and break it all down.
Man, that was a fun one. Onyx tie it back up, and we go again. Best of 5s coming up soon, but best of 3s for now. So we turn it into a best of 1 to tell us what the story will be, who's moving on, and for a match that has about at least a minimum, if you win versus if you lose, $40,000 on the line.
Oh boy.
That's kind of the way it should go, huh, Rimar?
Yeah, I love the show that we are getting. Yeah, clearly that was a one-sided on the game, but Aurora on the defense. But Keyboy went into this game with a mission, man. He wanted revenge, and he got it.
It's some hot stuff. Honestly, some of the best Hiraras we've seen so far, the best plays that we've seen so far, and really high caliber decisions that are being made from both sides with compositions that honestly, one mistake should have been kind of over for.
It was a lot of like base holding almost and continuing. Gideon, was this on in your mind more of the fact that Onyx was making a moment that shouldn't have been a moment? Or were they needed to be more aggressive? Were they less patient? Was it just really good defense by Aurora, even though they should have died in some of those earlier moments? What do you think about those base defenses, how they kept going?
Well, I think a lot of it just really boils down to how you kind of envision your opponent, right? I think they understand that Aurora is coming in really, really hot right now, and if they drag the game out any longer, the higher the possibility that maybe they were going to drop the game afterwards. Obviously, there were some moments where maybe the most correct play was to go down to the Lord, but why risk it when TNZ has been this close every single time to stealing away neutrals?
So just pushing and pushing, saying we got to end it now. This is it. We throw it all against the wall. It worked. I mean, it was great to see Onyx bounce back, and Rinmar, I know you got some plays that you've lined up for us in terms of how that game went. What did you catch when you were looking at game 2?
Well, I was looking at the draft first and foremost. Gideon and I had some very important discussions about it. Looking at the draft, of course, our priorities over the side for Onyx. We both really liked that the choke came out early. So the orders have been a little bit twisted, but then just keep in mind, all right, Gideon, I need your help out here. All right. You don't need to put your armor on me, but I like it. So
I like it too. It's great vision. Somebody take a photo of this. Smile.
So the Cho actually came out of the first phase alongside with the Hirara, and the pick that I really liked coming out of the first phase was the Uranus. Onyx knew that Aurora needed to pick the Ling at the 3rd slot here, and that's exactly what they did. Because if they wanted to match the Esmeralda into the Uranus, they can't. If they prioritize the Esmeralda over the Ling, they're losing the Ling, and then suddenly they're down on Assassin. They needed to rush the Ling at red 3. They banned out the Esmeralda later on. Now, I feel a little bit vindicated with my, I wouldn't call it hatred, but dislike for picking up the Claude and the...
Yeah, you do.
Eudora early on.
It doesn't work.
Especially with the Uranus up, but... Gideon made a fair point that it was the Cho coming out early that was really good. You want to hop in real quick as to why you really like the Cho coming out?
Because the beautiful thing about the Cho is that it forces a lot of gold lane matchups to be skewed in one favor or the other because of Flicker. Sometimes, especially when you're facing off things like Harith, or when you can get run down by someone like Claude, having Flicker is the make it or break it in that laning phase. So here, especially when it comes down to first phase Cho, there was a lot of value because you see Sigabum now has to take Purify.
Yeah, all right. So now let's go back to the first play that I want to break down here. This was like the first big team fight for Turtle number 1, if I'm not mistaken. So this got stretched out, and you can see the difficulty here for Aurora when it comes to fighting, especially with the presence of the Uranus around. You see how much hell Lutfi is giving them with the movements that he's making in the fight, but then most importantly, the impact of Kiboy on the Cho. Those two together early on gave a lot of problems for Aurora in the team fights because of the single target lockdown of the Cho, the AoE that he has, and if ever Aurora miss their timing, miss their opening in the team fight, it's going to be the Uranus slowly punishing them with the creeping damage that he provides. And the final play that I would like to break down, if ever we don't get to see the really awesome final fight in the Siege, is this one. This was the dagger fight that solidified the lead. See, Kiboy, again, starting it out, marking TNZ, marking Aurora really well, and that forced Aurora to respond. But with Kyrie holding the bush, he would get spotted out in AoE, but watch out for Sans coming in with a Valentina ult to get the kill there onto Sigibum, and then Kelro landing the SOD in time to join the fight and deliver the dagger. That was the win that solidified the lead and the win for Onyx.
I hope it was Onyx, otherwise we're here for no reason. It's a 2-0 to Aurora. Just kidding. It's Onyx. They tied it up. It's 1-1. And, that was a great breakdown, Rinmar. And also, you mentioned Mozkov, and that's SOD, and the fact that he has played such a big role in this tournament. It feels like it's been the decider in so many different games, whether it's been the main thing or whether it's been that extra thing that just pushes them over the edge, especially with the Hararas, with the Chos, as this instance you said. Valentina worked out pretty well in mid as well and kind of like stabilized for them. And, I just wonder, what do you think? The lane continues to go down in win rate. We see the Harara go up in win rate again, Gideon. Do you really think it's that matchup? I mean, other question, how do you enable the Ling enough to where you start moving this around back in the other direction?
That's a great question. I think a lot of it comes down to priority, right? That's why we see a lot of these highly defensive plays coming out from a lot of teams who is like, oh, you know what? Because Hirara is actually so good at clearing these waves early on, especially at level 2, they look for these fights. So it's a game of rock, paper, scissors. It's either I invade, you defend, or I attack your mid lane, try it, make sure I get some battle spells, or maybe I trade junglers. Either way, it's about punching above your weight and getting as much of value as you can with as minimal discounts as possible.
Yeah, the tradings early on, especially for those picks, is going to be really quite difficult. I think Hirara is just such a really great pick. The multiple iframes that you get, the multiple dashes. I know Ling has a slightly similar kit, but again, it's the difference in what happens if suddenly one of the main pieces you need around to help support the Ling. We think of Ling as an independent hero, as an assassin, but it does need some help as well. It needs some sandbags. It needs someone to help crowd control and peel for itself if ever it decides to finally join in with the Tempest of Blades. But what happens when the Hilda gets taken out early? What happens when the Bellary gets taken out early? It gets difficult for the Ling and Tianzi to start making a move of when to go in.
It feels like it just has a higher floor than the Hirara, right? I mean, in terms of being able to execute it, I would say. I think I might have reversed that in the way that I was trying to explain it, but you need more elements to make sure your Ling is absolutely dominating the way that a Hirara feels like. If she's a first pick, there's so many different ways that we're seeing lineups built to exploit what she does well, and she's getting the job done. I mean, you can't have a 75+ win rate without that, right? You have to be flexible. So it seems like maybe that could be a priority going into it in terms of, even though somebody gets Ling, somebody gets Hirara, is it really an even trade anymore?
Yeah. I think it's the acceptance of, I'm going to play for the later stages of the game and Hirara wants to play in the early stages of the game, right? It's very clear identities when these jungles have to actually battle against each other, because even so, there are some pros and cons, right? Despite Hirara having 4 abilities at level 2, Ling can cross the map in less than 3 seconds, right? You're giving away pressure for extra strength when you are playing this Hirara. So that's why it really boils down to that mid lane. And I think that a lot of teams have started to recognize right now, hey, if we can influence the lane with our picks, Cho, very good example of this, to force people to take out Purifies, I think then it starts to open your mind to what other options you have of what truly is strong side and weak side.
Yeah, so we might need to revisit the importance of showing up Cho a little bit earlier in the draft, as Gideon pointed out. For me personally, the type of mid laners that you have and the damage profile that you have, looking at the opposing EXP laner. If Eudora's up, I really don't like to pick it up if the Uranus is around, if the Barretts is around.
Yeah, Onyx coming back from that first win. We thought Aurora was going to continue on doing what they did, early, quick success, and now Onyx has forced Siggy Boom, and the first time Aurora's coach, Midnight, to come up with another plan. This is their first loss of the tournament so far.
I think at this point, maybe they just go for the trade. They go for the Ling Hirara trade. They gotta ban one of those options.
Ban one of those out, pick it up, and then force the other to play a different kind of assassin?
Exactly, because so far blue side first picks have been very interesting when it comes down to like whether or not you're going to get one of these assassins. So the 2 predicaments that we're currently in, the Hirara Ling, on top of the fact that, you know, Atlas, Belleric, and Valentina are still highly contended. Now that we're adding Cho to the mix one more time, I think now, especially with both of these teams who heavily depend on both Ziggaboom and Kelra, there's more priority for the supports to go up.
With the rivers being the map that we're playing now, you're gonna have to commit abandon to Freya at some point. You always expect with Freya in rivers to always join Turtle One. That's a given. If it's not gonna be the Freya, then it's a really fast rotating gold laner to see if they can build an early lead, similar to the Claude that might want to join in, or a Moscow, you SOD in for Turtle One, and then you just walk back right quick through the river as well.
Well, the Atlas and the Marcel taken down, Fanny as well. Onyx and Aurora kind of trying to throw it all on the line here.
Yeah.
This is kind of interesting, right? So Onyx have respected, you know what, Fanny, Selena must go every single time. But then you come to Aurora side on blue. This time they made sure, you know what, we're going to do exactly what you did in the previous time. We're going to ban out the Marcel. We're going to give you that last option to decide whether you want to do the trade. And yes, they do go for the trade. Hirara gets banned out. I wouldn't be too surprised if this is going to be a Ling and then trade for Cho.
Yeah. Onyx would want to get the Cho, and they have an option to go for the utility jungle if ever. There are still a lot of assassins on the board. You could still consider bringing back the Harley, but of course, as we discussed earlier, the Freya trade is active, and Aurora would rather go for the Freya. They can play the flex. They have options for it. They don't need to rush showing it whether it's going to go into the EXP or gold.
Interesting. Interesting. It just means that they're more confident in that in comparison to giving TNZ an option or trying to expand the pool just a little bit more, which means that Onyx at this stage need a decent amount of peel. They could go for traditional counters, but that might reveal too much early on.
Yeah.
I think it's going back over to the Eudora once again.
You think Aurora is going to be crazy enough to go again with that Rafael in mid, Barrett's XP, Freya Gold?
They could set it up. They could set up for it, but they need something that like hard skills in that jungle, and without the Harara early on, I think now they need something else to kind of fulfill that position. Ooh, Pack.
Ooh, an early Paquito. Now that's interesting. So I think they're also opening up their options as a flex in the gold. So if ever that Freya goes gold, then you send the Pack on over, and then at least you get a fighter trade in the gold lane.
So that means the Esmeralda, Ruby, Trigger Fingers need to be there. So let's see whether we find any of those indicators in this draft. Then, if you're already getting rid of Zushin, I would have imagined that they would look for something a little bit more peely, right? Or at the very least, the Cho at some point of time. It makes a lot more sense now for Aurora than earlier, now that they've shown the link. But even so, I still think that there's a lot of value in it.
It also makes sense to take out the Jushin if ever you're going to be going for like a full dive, because you guys do not want to get like all crowd controlled up in the air by Jushin. So that might have already been a tell by Aurora that despite this looking like a flex, this could be a close to mid-range style of composition for Aurora. And yeah, here we go again with the Uranus coming out early. They get the Belleric. I wonder if they're trying to bait out and signal to Onyx like, hey, commit a ban into the Rafaela in the second phase. We did it before, we'll do it again.
It's a tanky lineup right there as well. A lot of frontline and presence. We mentioned Rivers rotating will be on the docket.
Yeah. And the interesting thing is that they're trying to... I feel like they're trying to get in the head of Onyx because within the draft lobby itself, they got Rosa to pick up the Uranus. So it's like sort of telling Onyx, hey, maybe you want to consider that this might actually be going to a mid lane, and then we're going to be pulling out a lot more surprises. So draft lobby in-game,
interesting
mind game stuff going on right now by Aurora, potentially.
Yeah, it's putting Onyx in a pretty awkward position because last time they didn't have to worry like too much about certain things, and they were also actively banning out the Paquito. Now they kind of have to take it away to deny options. But now, once again, you get this Eudora, and the same problems are going to occur. It's great when you're trying to peel away this Freya from you before her ult gets ripped, but even so, that pressure we've seen many, many times, you lose that out fast.
It is a question of sticking to what is good, what is available, and trying to make it work, but also it's a question of how can we not get surprised. Eudora is certainly not a surprise, which means maybe Aurora expected this. You would have probably thought, okay, Eudora Ling available, so that's probably what they'll go to, but do they have an answer, something sneaky?
I'm thinking whether or not this could be a potential Kimmy angle as well. That's another thing that I'm scared of.
Yeah.
Oh, they're banning out the Guinevere just to make sure that these neutral objectives are going to be less easy to contest for, especially since you have anti-CC with Violent Requiem. Esmeralda, really good ban here. And this is an admission from Midnight. It's like they recognize that both sides could actually lean into the double fighters.
Yeah. So now, that might actually be a bit of a reveal of where the Uranus is already going. Because if you ban out the Esmeralda, it makes a lot of sense that the Uranus is going EXP, the Freya gets sent to gold, the Belleric is at Rome, so now you're just waiting for mid and jungle. Because I was thinking, I wonder if Aurora drafted something
that would be a surprise.
Yeah, exactly. Like, is it crazy flex that the Belleric could still go XP, that the Uranus could still go jungle? That's what I'm thinking, like, is Uranus jungle going to be up to speed to the lane? And then I realized, no, it's going to be way too slow.
Is Uranus, Rome, Belleric XP, Freya gold an option?
Uranus, Rome, a little bit kind of funky.
It would
but
be
Belleric XP definitely good. Oh, they banned out the Rafaela.
I love it. I love it. This is a position that Midnight wanted them to at least say, hey, recognize me, look at me, right? Get rid of the Rafaela. And now that you've committed to it, I want to see what the conversion is going to be at the end of the day, right? Because, again, Midnight's got a lot of plans, and at the same time, he's shocked us in the first couple of days. If he's got something else in that pocket of his, I'm interested to know why.
I do like this. Double Fighter's been talked about, but we'll see if that ends up becoming a reality for either of these teams. Still on that final ban phase for Aurora. What will they take away?
Oh, they got rid of the carry. That thicker lineup is going to be a lot more. It's going to be real hard to get through. And now that they've already locked the Eudora for themselves on the side of Onyx, they don't even have the option of Gord to lean into after to try and deal with the frontliners. What does that leave us with? There's not a lot of good support options here as well. I mean, you can sort of go Badan just to like slow peel stuff, but after game number one, I think that Keyboy is going to have to take a step back here as they get the Barats.
Yeah.
I wonder, are they crazy enough to send that Uranus to XP? You pick up. No. The Ling is throwing me off. I'm thinking if there's any room for a surprise, like Mathilda somewhere, an X-Borg somewhere, but then with the Ling, you're gonna get slowed down in your jungling if you try to go for something cheesy in the jungle.
I'm gonna be honest with you, Matilda is looking real good for either side.
Really?
Yeah. Oh, they go for the YSS.
Man, guys, a little controversial here.
Oh, the Low Yi.
And
Wait a
not
minute.
a unique hero. Here we go.
Interesting. So they want map pressure to be able to kind of, if we're a little bit slow on the turn, the Loyi is able to teleport multiple people at once to a target location. Yes, it is reveal, big whoops, but it's still a way to kind of maintain pressure. Oh, I lose priority? Doesn't matter, I'm still there.
This could be an interesting approach and a different way of thinking for Aurora. Onyx, you think they expected this one? I mean, final pick, they have a chance to respond, but I mean, first time we're seeing Luyi in this tournament, and YSS again has not won a game, been played about 6 times. This will be the 6th. We'll see if that changes here.
Let's see if they'll make it work. You see some cursed options so far, and I think this will balance things out in terms of like the cursed option curses, I guess, with the Eudora getting picked, knowing that the Uranus is still open, the YSS getting picked, knowing that it's going to be a little bit slower because there's the Barons on the other side. Oh, interesting choices, but with the Low Yi, this might be the X factor.
Whoever flickers first loses.
Yeah, pretty much.
Well, it's going to be a flicker battle. This could be over in a flicker as well, because you see these two teams, how good they are, how effective these drafts can be. But only one is going to move on into your knockout rounds. One will still be alive and will join another elimination game. But for game 3, it needs no hype added. It's a big one. Onyx trying to take down Aurora Gaming. Let's send it over to our casters, Mirko and Trex.
Here it is, the final game of the series. It's Mirko and Trex to bring you the action of this game 3, and conclusion awaits us. The climax, here we go. I'm not ready for it, Mirko. I'm not ready for it. We got a Lu Yi. Midnight's either cooking or overcooked with this one, but so far he has been a chef in the draft. Let's see if this one is going to pull it off. Mirko, any thoughts on the way this draft turned out?
Okay. Just against these very low-range targets, the Low Yi makes a lot of sense, I'll be honest with you. Back in the day as well, when it comes to the utility jungles, man, like the Barat's over, everybody who wants to stick together, they kind of get countered by the Low Yi, right? So it's AoE damage that Aurora are playing around. And they have a very good front to back. If they can somehow get the tempo, which should be kind of like the win already, just based on the composition here, on those side lanes, they can play around Rosa early on. So we'll find out. Again, it's the Wilderness Blessing with the Brave Smite Rosa. Even though he's on the Low Yi, does a lot of good damage on Onyx composition, still got to get that safety net, man. A little bit of sustain. Tenacities across the board as well, though, but nothing too crazy aside from that.
Kyrie does use the Retribution on that Litho Wander, wondering if Aurora's going to try to capitalize and harass onto this orange buff, but Onyx already smells it coming. They're going to move in, try to push Aurora away. TNZ might want to get involved in this one. A little bit of damage on a Loopy. Nice Mountain Shocker, good stun. Kyrie takes a lot of damage as well, but they all get pushed onto the tower by Loopy. So well done to disengage by him. Aurora's forced to back off.
And that's what I'm talking about, man. These melee targets clumping up together, it's just so good for Rosa to find the constant yin-yang reactions on him. And it's gotten them a free Golem.
Yeah, they should be able to get this one. Let's see which way it goes. TNZ actually does. Oh, TNZ down! First blood, I think that's 3 games in a row. First blood's on to TNZ, but Rosa does find Sans a quick trade.
Hasn't been the best 2 games for TNZ, man. Onyx really have set their sights on him. But Rosa has done a good job taking down Sans. Now it's 1-1. Tempo up top for Aurora. So TNZ should still be able to get the orange buff and make it in time into the turtle. So let's see again what happened here. It's just Sans with the flicker in, dude. Gets it, shut down, a stun. Kyrie, just Cherry on top with the Tempest of Blades. But it will be traded, so not the worst. Still really good for Onyx, but not the worst for Aurora.
And Aurora is not, whether it's game 1, game 2, or game 3, they're not going to stop their style of play. And that's that early aggression. That's exactly what King Kong was talking about in an interview. They have to watch out for that first minute or 2. And Onyx has been dealing with it well. Diversion play up to the turtle. Kyrie's already there, forced to back off. A nice pullback from Loopy.
Good stun.
Nice stun on Loopy as well, but a nice stun from Sands as well. Rosa trying to get involved with the yin-yang overturn, but not able to land. TNZ able to take the turtle. Tempest Blades does come down. Rosa able to flick back. The Keyboy's in a little bit of trouble. TNZ falls to Loopy, and now Loopy drops Siggy Boom. They're going to try to move on to Kelra. Kelra might not be able to get away with this one. Enough damage, and Kelra goes down. A double kill into the hands of Siggy Boom.
TNZ is nothing but a bait to reel Onyx in for the rest of the team to corral over and just pounce. Siggy Boom with the rotation, similar to Kelra. Kelra had the instant rotation first, but again for Siggy Boom, it's about waiting for those resources to be depleted by Onyx already from the rest of the team for him to come in as the main carry. 2 kills over, now the gold lead as well. They even got the neutral objective with that turtle earlier, so man, Aurora really cooking. Maybe that's how you make the Yi Sun-shin work. Every other team, they pick the Yi Sun-shin, they play around the Yi Sun-shin. Aurora like, this is the Yi Sun-shin, he's a support.
He gets the turtle, he dies, then we kill you, and that's just the goal. You know, but honestly, this has been the start for TNZ in all 3 games. Even in game 1, he got hit by Keyboy, died very early on. So I don't think we completely count him out. Yes, right now on a YSS, you don't want to have 2 deaths this early, but at least this time Siggy Boom has something. They have other heroes to rely on this game.
And I really gotta say, man, very underrated member of Aurora, right? Everybody talks about TNZ, Rosa, even Pagu at M7 because he was the newest member, but Siggy Boom, just a constant growth from this man right here. From his debut on Aurora, actually from his debut in S2G at M6, to then joining Aurora. He's now all alone, but that's why Freya's meta, you know? Never really out of the meta since M7. Thank you, Arfi. I hate you, kinda, a little bit.
I like the Freya. I like seeing it. It's fun to watch. It gives us a little bit of taste in the gold lane. But you were mentioning Siggy Boom, and the fact is, yeah, a couple of years ago, would we have said Siggy Boom's going toe-to-toe with Kelra in the gold lane? Nope. That growth right there shows how far this team has come. But Onyx has the talent to match it, has the talent to snuff it out. Keyboy works his way down, gets caught by the yin-yang, will have to back off. Loopy taking a lot of damage as well, may not be able to get away from this. Siggy Boom gets a knock-up, and Lunar gets the kill. A nice taunt on to Keyboy as well. Keyboy able to dash away to safety, but Aurora get another objective.
And the diversion again, sending them over to orange buff.
Kyrie isn't even gonna try to contest it. Wow. They know there's no chance.
Hey, it's just so good from Aurora. Dude, they're, you get reactions!
That's it. Bada bing, bada boom.
Sanj just got cooked. Again, he's been getting cooked.
Kyrie gets an orange buff though. He steals one back. So Kyrie's constantly being proactive on the map. Boom. Now, Siggy Boom up against Kelra. Siggy Boom up against Kyrie. Siggy Boom up against the world. Looking for the next target. Kelra might not be able to get away with this. Siggy Boom along with Lunar now. And down they go. He buys the time. Who is this man?
That man, Siggy Boom. Really puts the boom at MSC right now with the Freya 3-0-1 in a 2v1. He likes those odds, just go straight through Onyx. Lunar with the backup, Immaculate. Now another diversion, tier 1 in mid, tier 2 down below. They're moving, they're flowing, they're grooving.
They're in flow state right now. Aurora has achieved perfect flow state. They're 4K ahead, it's game 3. And normally in a moment like this is when teams start to crumble. But Aurora's just getting stronger.
No way.
Rosa, able to flick back. One more shot. Kyrie, can Lunar chase him down and at least even the playing field? Lunar doesn't have a flicker. Kyrie should be able to get away.
He gets out.
Wait.
Oh, was it close? You thought that was a conceal, bro?
Hey, wait, no, that's Keyboy.
Looking at how chaotic the game has been, how many flanks we had in the last game, I don't blame you. For a second, even my eyes deceived me. I was like, yo, is that
Who's that?
Is that Belric? No, it was Keyboy, just to conceal to help him in case the chase went a bit too far. But Aurora, 4,000 ahead, TNZ gets away. Onyx trying to tie Keyboy.
Ooh, Keyboy does dash in, but TNZ's on phase because of the Traceless. Keyboy now, Siggy Boom on to Sans. Keyboy gets the knockup, but Siggy Boom doesn't want to let him stop him at all. Keyboy will fall, and now Siggy Boom's under the towers. Loopy's taken out up in the top side. Bring me back to the other tower. What are they doing? Lunar finds Sans, and Siggy Boom goes back to base safely.
Not even close, baby. Siggy Boom. Wait, Kai.
Kyrie with the Tempest of Blades, looking for TNZ. Kyrie still steals the turtle, but he loses his life. Was it worth it?
I don't know. I don't know if that was worth it. He took the purple buff as well. They got the turtle. It really comes down to how Aurora are able to convert now off of that kill. Because Kairi got the purple, I guess there's not much resources in the jungle to take away from him. That very clearly should have been a free turtle for Aurora, so I guess if we look at the conditions, sure, it's pretty worth, right? All right, it's the only thing they can get. It's the only thing they can
At least
get.
you got something.
They got something.
That's what we're looking at. Fair enough, fair enough. Lunar on the Uranus this time, you know,
Who's
last
gonna
time.
deal with this guy?
Nobody. Nobody. They have they got a little quick sun from Suns. They have the big knockup. They do have crowd control, don't get me wrong. But are you going to waste all of that on Uranus when you got Siggy Boom jumping around?
Nope. Uh-oh. No purple buff this time. Yenzi.
Kairi with the back and forth. Will not get taken down, but Siggy Boom's there. He's forced to jump off the wall. Pagu not going to chase him down. Back in the mid side. Onyx just trying to defend.
Yenzi is up in levels. 3 whole levels up against Kairi. Remember, folks, this is a 0% win rate Yi Sun-shin that he's on right now. No other team has made the Yi Sun-shin work.
I've seen worse odds.
You've seen worse odds, yeah. Again, Onyx, it almost seems like they have the... Oh, good seal from Pagu. San's gotta be careful, he doesn't have flicker.
They're trying to bait something out here.
Pagu's on him, Pagu's on him.
Loopy won't be able to get away, but look at Keyboy with the knockup on it too. TNZ though still finds Loopy and they're all dashed in. Pagu falls, Kairi trying to dash back, but he gets pulled in once again. It's a double kill for TNZ. It's a full team wipe. Aurora, the holy defense. They need another wave. They shouldn't be able to end it here, but wait, they still have the cannon minion.
Lunar tanks it!
This is bad. Lunar taking the shots. That saves the cannon minion.
Oh my God!
Aurora are gonna move on to the base. Can they finish it here? Another team crumbles. Another team falls. And Aurora walks over into the knockout stage.
First it was Liquid, now it's Onyx. Aurora with a statement, a declaration as they make it to the knockout stage. Winning on a Yi Sun-shin that looked unwinnable. 0% win rate before TNZ got his hands on it. The Loyi, another pick by Midnight Parating Handa. Siggy Boom with a performance of a lifetime on that Freya. And in the backup of Pagu, the tank of Lunar. Impeccable. MLBB from Aurora Gaming, one of the best to do it. One of the best group stage runs ever. TL, then Onyx, are you kidding me?
There are no more excuses. There's no one saying, oh, they're overhyped. Oh, it's a fluke. Nothing like that. Aurora have just taken out two of the biggest teams in MSC back to back cleanly, performing perfectly. Wow. I mean, who's next in the chopping block at this point?
I don't know, man. At this point, Aurora, it almost seems like they're not scared to go up against anybody. You meet the first two teams on your opponents, the first two teams that a lot of people thought were the favorites to win it all. Well, guess what? Coming into the knockouts, Aurora are the favorites. Let's get an interview with TNZ on stage.
Yes, my friends, Aurora Gaming have done it. They advance to the knockout stage. And we're blessed to have Tienzi on the side here with us to talk. Look, Tienzi, I'm just going to lay it out straight. What makes Aurora so good right now? 2 huge wins to go into knockout.
Aurora'yı şu anda bu kadar güçlü kılan nedir? 2 çok devasa bir galibiyet aldınız.
Sürekliliğimiz ve Midnight sayesinde olduğunu düşünüyorum.
I think it's our continuity and also thanks to the Midnight, our coach.
He's been doing well given your compositions. We'll talk about that in just a second here, but everybody's been talking about it. Is TNZ the best jungler in the game right now, especially in this meta? Do you believe that that is the case? Are you the best jungle player right now?
Not really. Yeah.
So humble, why?
Yani bence diğer jungle'lar da fazla iyi ama bu iş takım oyununa bakıyor, o yüzden iyi değilim yani.
I think the others are also great, but this is also about teamwork, so I don't want to just focus on myself to say that I'm good.
Very good, very nice and humble. Now, it is a team effort to advance to this level and make it to knockout. How do your teammates also play around you in that jungle to enable you to farm as much as possible, to prepare yourself for the big team fights and eliminations like we saw in Game 3 here, where you were very effective as a team?
Ve burada ekip olarak çok etkili oldunuz bu gördüğümüz eliminasyon eleme maçlarında. Ve ekip seni yani bir sonraki maçlarda nasıl destekleyecek? Daha etkili bir şekilde rolünü yerine getirebilmen için.
Daha iyi olacağını düşünüyorum. Böyle komplarda jungle oynarken rakip takım çok fazla jungle'a fokus atıyor. O yüzden oynaması da biraz zor. Biraz daha iyi oynamam gerektiğini düşünüyorum bir de.
Yes, I think it's going to be better in the future in the upcoming games, and I think that it can somehow be challenging to focus as a jungler in these types of games because we get a lot of focus from the opponent team on my role as a jungler.
There's a lot of focus on you. You're able to clear it. Now, one of those reactions, I guess, especially in Game 3, was you bring out the Yisun Shin. Was that a reaction to something that Onyx were setting up in Game 2?
Burada şimdi Onyx'in ikinci maçta, ikinci roundda yaptığı şeye bir reaksiyon olarak mı Onyx'ini seçmiştin 3. roundda, 3. oyunda? 3. oyundaki seçimine nasıl bir yaklaşabilirsin?
The Yisun Shin specific.
Çok fazla jungle kalmamıştı zaten. Ban yemişti. Oynayabileceğim en iyi hero'yu seçmeye çalıştık.
I tried to select the best hero that we could play because there were not many junglers left.
Very good. Very good. It works out very well for you. Now that you've advanced, right? Aurora is in the knockouts. You've took down two teams that really are incredibly tough to make it to that spot in the top seed of the group. Do you feel that you're no longer a dark horse, that people are looking at you as true contenders for the crown here at MSC 26?
Evet, şimdi çok böyle başa baş geçen yoğun rekabet gerçekleşen maçlardan sonra yani senden ne bekleyebilirler? Yani bundan sonraki maçlarla ilgili olarak artık yani bir dark horse olarak görülüyordunuz. Yani beklenmedik bir şekilde çıkış yapan bir ekip olarak görülüyordunuz. Ama artık hani daha ciddi bir rakip olarak kendinizi kanıtladığınızı düşünüyor musunuz?
Kanıtladığımızı düşünüyorum. Uzun süredir de Dark Horse değiliz yani. Diğer STR takımlarla birebir olduğumuzu düşünüyorum. Diyeceğim bu kadar.
Yes, I think we have really proven ourselves with the game that we have played at so far. I think we have also not been a dark horse actually for a long time, so I think we are very much comparable to the other teams in that sense.
There you go, seeing yourselves as one of the greats. Thank you very much, Tenzi. Congratulations, teşekkürler. There it is. It's Aurora Gaming advancing to the knockouts. What a story. Onyx, they're going to have to work through it. Panel, what do you think of that?
I love it. The Turkey A representative getting ready for Turkey and the M Series. We'll see what happens all the way over there. But right now, we got a tournament that they just advanced the knockout stages in, and that means $100,000 at least for Aurora Gaming. That's not a bad game of MLBB. And I love the humility as well. I'm learning that that's kind of a bigger conversation here than, some, I'll say it, braggadocious pros that we have in other esports. Yeah. It's kind of a pleasure to see the difference, and also the fact that everybody is really focused not just on themselves, but the fact that this is a team effort. And yet, in the same face, Renmar, the second that the comment Dark Horse comes out, he says, whoa, wait a second, whoa. We're not quite, I think we're very comparable. And so, yes, hesitant to take too much of a leap forward, but if anyone puts them down where they don't belong, they're ready to correct it.
Yeah, so something I'd want to share about Coach Midnight, he's the type that if he knows he has players that have an ego, he would want that ego to thrive in a healthy fashion.
Sure.
But he also understands that if he looks at his team and sees, okay, maybe they're not about the ego, but they're more about looking at their efforts together as 5, as 6, including the sub, like what they can do as a whole team, then that's what I'm going to be focusing on. So it's good to see that these players, historically, they have also always just been very humble as well. And to see that thrive now and be really damn good in this meta, it's a sight to see. We've seen them grow up over the years, Gideon.
Yeah, no, Tenzi, he always had that jawline. It only gets sharper every single year. Same can be said about Rosa. Everybody on this squad has history, and I think.
I thought you were gonna say a jawline.
I mean, I was gonna say that too, but I'm waiting for the M Series so that everybody has got that cut. But overall, I think it's really unique to see Aurora in a position where they've not only gone through multiple iterations of their own lineup, but they are finally settling into themselves, saying, this is it, this is the moment, this is the culmination of an entire region working together to get to a 15-4 score pre-10 minutes against the Sky Kings.
I mean, going to a third game, it's going to hurt their overall time. But I mean, if you go to a third game, you want it at least under 10 minutes.
Yeah, and at least they were able to clear that out. And it was fast, it was clean. Clearly, you knew that Aurora Gaming and their conditions early to mid were clear. They can play around their Freya, they can play around the disruption of the Uranus, and Lunar was definitely a presence to be felt just to set up for TNZ and the Yi Sun-shin eventually to climb up. And TNZ was given some difficulty here by Onyx. He was targeted, his rotations were somewhat slowed down, but it wasn't ever completely disrupted to the point where it felt like Aurora had no movements. With the Freya on board, with Uranus on board, even if the Yi Sun-shin's movements are nerfed, the side lanes can flow the game, the tempo of the game so much better.
Let's not forget about the logistics problem here. Oh no, my jungler keeps on dying, what do we do? And now you're really utilizing Rosa here on this low E, being able to not only teleport you from buff to buff to save you the walk time, but always continuously reaching further and further on those conversions when they do actually get those picks. And that's why I really love seeing Loyi come back in this particular game, playing from behind instead of ahead for the first couple of minutes of the game until they really started to ramp up and hit the nitrous button, because then they took everything.
Gets me excited about when we start heading to best of fives. I mean, that's going to be fun, because then you're going to have adjustment after adjustment. Now, after what we just saw was a great and first time seeing Lil Yi that worked out for Aurora Gaming. Renmar, I want to get your thoughts. You've got some Telestrator lined up for us.
Yeah, okay, so we're not going to be looking into the highlights of the game specifically here a lot. We're just going to go back into the draft. I marked here for you all what the first three picks were on both sides. It was Freya, Blue 1, and then Belleric 2-3 alongside the Uranus, and then the Paquito as the first pick alongside the Eudora, and then they picked up the Link. Again, okay, maybe I wouldn't once push the issue about picking up Eudora when the Uranus is open, but I feel like the pick that actually delivered the death knell was, well, two of them specifically. You get the Barretts over here, which would eventually get picked up at the red 4 slot, if I'm not mistaken, and then the Loyi that Gideon got to mention. So the interesting thing about the Loyi, besides the fact that with what Gideon mentioned, with it being able to deliver the team around the map faster if ever the Yi Sun-shin's rotation was nerfed, look at it from a team fighting perspective. You have the Paquito in the gold lane that I feel like was decided very early on by Onyx, but then there was a reaction from Coach Yeb by the end of the draft where he realized, man, I need to pick to round this out. They picked up the Minotaur, because in every team fight, once they were all fighting as 5v5, there was so much difficulty for the Paquito to get close. Even the Barretts didn't feel chunky enough up against all that shred and the burst that the Loyi has. Then it got to the point where Freya has damage, Yi Sun-shin has damage, and Oni cannot fight comfortably. They're fighting under a lot of crowd control. They're fighting under a lot of damage. Look at the composition of Aurora, and you can just imagine how much of a nightmare it is to deal with that if you are the Paquito. There is just way too much to deal with. And if you are one of the main damage dealers, like I needed 3 circles just to make the point really felt that the Paquito would have struggled in every team fight. Add to that as well, if you cannot get the early game domination that you need with the Ling and Eudora, you're not going to get a good bridge into the mid to the late game. And what stops early game dominations most frequently? It's lineups that have the Uranus and the Belleric. Those are tempo stoppers for lineups that want to snowball fast.
That's an amazing breakdown. Thank you, Renmar. And thank you for the attempt to hold the microphone, Gideon. He just went by himself there.
He ripped it. He ripped it.
He didn't like your hug before?
I didn't realize that. I was like, oh yeah, I was holding my mic. Thank you, though. Thank you.
Hey, man.
I was in the zone.
I'm just a bench warmer here.
Today's schedule coming up on your screens in just a moment. We are almost done. We've got one more series, and this is not an important one at all. Just kidding. It's Team Liquid PH, who are your champions of last year, going up against Entity 7. Ooh. The GOAT, Carl Teasy, will he find a way to come back after a loss against Aurora Gaming and stay in this tournament, or will this be the end and we will guarantee a new champion? Entity 7 has a lot to prove, considerably the underdogs in this matchup. However, Gideon, we have seen A lot that we didn't expect in this tournament so far, so no one's counting anyone out yet.
Absolutely, but it's about the level of polish coming into this tournament, and so far Team Liquid has shown that they're a little bit behind on what they were going to. Well, I don't know if it's they're behind or whether they're like holding back on what to show in these tournaments. Because remember, our format isn't like, oh, we go through a round robin of a group stage. No, it's immediately, you got 2 lives, you mess that up, you don't get a second chance. So I think Entity 7, if we need to see something good, first off, foundation and polish.
All right, well, let's make sure you guys are watching because you can get your pick'ems for that final match. If you haven't done so already, before it gets going, let us know who you think is going to win. Is it going to be Team Liquid PH? Is it going to be Entity 7? We will follow along with the fan vote and give you guys information on where it stands before we head into game. Before we do that, we're going to get the teams back on the stage, take a little bit of a moment away right now and let you listen to the Saudia radio comms from yesterday's matches when we come back, our final series of the day.
草没人啊，一个瓦伦而已。来，我把它挤出来。
你到这龙血得看呀。
可以看一眼。哎，来看我啊，我这有人啊，哎，没踩。
哎，跟过一个。
哎，等我被动结束，我可以看啊，我可以看。
没有，看一下。Go, ultimate。
这边。
Sorry, may ulti. Ada mana, guys? Pan, bantu sana, Pan. Aku tak ada mana. Aku boleh sekali label, yo. Tutup batas satu. Aku recall. Buruk macok. Aman. Aman. Atasnya gua ditutupin Uranus sih. Gua bagi dulu ya. Kau buat chestis kapan? Aku nih brute force dulu. Biar buat chestis ah. Oh anjing. Yes, sure. Кайся, дальше фармите. Мид. Даем черепах, да?
Да. Просто байтаймите, фармим.
Я готов на ней. Чекан будешь? Не. Можешь пушить чекан, я зоню.
Я понимаю. Я иду, кид.
Парень, мы точно не можем? Херара, блядь, одно хп бегает. Я даю все скиллы.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by play.
16 games across 4 weeks, all in pursuit of one goal to represent your nation and lift that trophy. The Esports Nations Cup in Riyadh this November. Make sure to tune in and support your nation. I can't wait. That's going to be a lot of fun. Apex will be there. I believe MLBB will be there as well, right?
Hell yeah.
Okay, that's going to be a good time. Welcome back to the panel, guys. Rain Day here with Renmar and Gideon. We're talking the MLBB final series of the day. We've seen 3 so far. It was Aurora Gaming who just got the victory, and now we turn our attention to the winners of last year. Team Liquid PH going up against Entity 7. I would say, Renmar, it is a significant upset despite, you know, even great competition of Aurora, to see Liquid in an elimination match this early. But if any team has the ability and the experience to bounce back, it's certainly this team.
Yeah, I mean, they've already gone through a lot of hardships over the years, and when it comes to their tournaments, of course, they do have that DNA to bounce back. And we do have this very specific thing about Liquid. We call it Galit na Liquid, which is angry liquid,
right?
Yeah, angry liquid. When they come from a loss that they least expect, suddenly they bounce back in the next series looking like killers.
And that is something that Entity 7 should be kind of afraid of. I mean, you got to play your own game, Gideon, but like the fact that you're going up against the caliber of players on Team Liquid PH, it's got to mean you can't just play your own game, right? You got to be aware of who you're playing against.
Oh, absolutely, 100%. Especially, you know, at least there's a lot of material to kind of look through to see how Liquid is going to play in the first place.
True.
And I think that, unfortunately for Entity 7 in that region of the world of the Americas, the Scrim partnership and caliber of practice that they can get there in comparison to coming to this international and seeing who is available to play, it's going to elevate them no matter what. So I think this is a great experience for Entity 7, but at the same time, if by a chance of God, or if they have a new plan to take down Team Liquid and it works out by winning this series, God, must that feel so good.
LATAM representative, even though they're representing the totality of the Americas right now, they took down the NA rep, and this is the first time LATAM has been on this international stage. It's exciting because, of course, MSC has brought us many exciting things as well. And there's Team Liquid arriving, the GOAT, Carl Teasy. You know, there was a lot to dissect about the loss, but there's also a lot to dissect about the history of somebody who knows exactly how to get the job done on any and all international stages in MLBB history. So, again, so many big narratives. We're going to have to somehow focus down on the little things, though, as this meta is still, again, surprising people here and there.
Yeah, I wonder if Liquid are going to approach this similarly to how Falcons Men approached their previous game, wherein they forced the meta to go back into something just a few weeks back with how they got through the wildcards, trying to force to bring back those utility jungles. Will Liquid have evolved in the, what was it, 1 or 2 days since we last saw them? And then suddenly show off that, okay, no, we are definitely up to part of the meta. We just needed a little bit more time. A lot of questions that I'm excited to see how they're going to answer.
Yeah, and especially seeing, well, I've been in the scene for a very long time, and Aeon, an ex-player now turned coach, seeing him smile walking out of that bus makes me a little nervous. There's only 2 times I've ever seen him smile like that. One, when he was already looking to win a championship locally, and the other time is when we saw an absolute destruction of a Malaysian team versus a Singaporean team that he was playing on. It's the exact same look, and it's already making my spine just crumple up and fall.
I thought number 2, you're going to be like, you know, eat McDonald's or something, eating some type of burger. I was like, yeah, he always smiles when he gets his thing he likes. But at the end of the day, that's a great storyline to pick up on. He's going to be going against Entity 7 and want to make sure that smile, unfortunately for them, is wiped off their faces if they have anything to say about it. Latin America, of course, the ability to prove themselves on this major stage would be massive. But just getting here is an accomplishment. Here's the road that they took to EWC, and it was anything but easy.
Yo me uní a Entity 7 en esta MST Amber Season 1 porque Akashi y Baggy me llamaron. Después fui con Shin y Hidden Bush. Este roster es similar al de la M7 con Black Sentence.
Oh, now just 2 members. Down goes Detective. And ladies and gentlemen, we have Black Sentence.
Com a junção que teve da América do Norte e América do Sul, eu acho que elevou o nível das duas regiões em si, porque a gente não se jogava junto contra. Eu acho que a América do Norte é uma região bem forte, inclusive tem players que já ganharam o MSC, então elevou o nível de todo mundo e a gente consegue chegar mais preparado para jogar o stage internacional.
Este es el momento en que esa llave se convierta en de ustedes. Esa llave va a ser con la que ustedes abran la EWC.
Norteamérica y Sudamérica no han encontrado un avance porque creo que deberían mejorar los tratos por parte de las organizaciones hacia los jugadores, como también apoyarnos más y dejar de odiarnos entre nosotros, porque al final somos una región y hay que apoyarnos mutuamente.
A última vez que eu joguei evento internacional foi o M5, acabamos não indo tão bem, mas eu acho que deu para pegar bastante aprendizado, pegar bastante experiência internacional de evento presencial. Eu acho que dessa vez vai ser diferente.
Yo creo que este roster es mejor que el de Black Sentence porque con la experiencia a la M7 fue muy buena, como también la sinergia que tenemos con el nuevo equipo es muy buena.
A Onyx é um grande time, estão sendo campeões faz bastante tempo na Indonésia, tem jogadores muito bons, ainda mais que entrou o Kelra. Eu acho que eles são muito fortes nas lanes, eu acho que a gente se pegar alguns heróis que tem pressão no começo de jogo, eu acho que a gente pode lidar bem contra eles.
Para todos mis fans, espero que puedan apreciar a este nuevo y mejorado equipo gracias a la nueva competencia MCT Amer.
Eu acho que os fãs podem esperar bastante coisa de nós, mesmo que caímos contra time forte e se ganharmos caímos contra o atual campeão do MSC, eu acho que eles podem esperar bastante coisa da gente.
High expectations for South America here.
Yeah, they are looking to show off a little bit more of their playstyle. I feel like they got the short end of the stick. They went up against Onyx, now they're going up against Team Liquid. Against Onyx, they tried to bring back what made them work out and get success in Amber, but the problem was it looked like they were drafting 2 metas behind. They were drafting before even wildcards, and even though they got some of their picks, it was picks that we were thinking it's not the picks that we're looking for now. So maybe they learned a lot from Onyx. They said they learned a lot from their previous experiences. Hopefully they learned from the Onyx matchup.
Well, honestly, I think they've got a lot of ambition going behind them because it's totally understandable from their POV that it's like, not only are we looking for organizational support and the fact that, you know, they've combined the region to raise them up, but they have yet to have that amazing international finish to show, yes, this region has what it takes to play against the best. So again, this may not mean much for a lot of people out there, but for those players up on that stage facing up against Liquid right here, right now, if they could take even one game away from them, that could put that extra chip, you know, that one extra chip to say, these boys are worth investing in. And that's what I'm hoping that this game and this series raises up the region as a whole.
Yeah, and we started off the day with a result like that. We didn't expect that it would get to the point we were wondering, is GK actually going to eliminate Selangor Red Giants? What if how we started off the day is how we're going to bookend it? What if we get to the point where we're wondering, I can't believe NTT7 might be close to beating Liquid. This is the MSC where surprises come every single day, every single match. I'm not going to completely turn off the idea that NTT7 might come running right out of the gate.
Yeah, you can't. You can't do it because, again, you have expectations and sometimes you just set yourself up to be surprised. On this side, though, we have to look at Team Liquid PH. And when you look at this roster from Sanford to Sanji to JP to Teddy to the GOAT, Carl Teasy, who back at MSC 25, I tried to say this in a different way, but said, yeah, I've done it. I've accomplished everything that can be accomplished. And accepting that honor is a very good thing for him to say, this is where I am at now. Where can they go from here? Because as defending champions, of course, they have high expectations and high hopes. They're going to work their best. But what if they learn from that earlier loss this week? We had a chance to sit down and talk with Sanji about it.
We're now here over with Sanji. It's so good to see you again, Sanji.
Yeah, good to see you again.
Good to see me again. That's great. It's mutual. So Sanji, we didn't get to talk to you after your match loss yesterday. What did you think happened in that match?
I think we're surprised. Their drafting is so good, and now we're very confident.
You're very confident now because I think a lot of the casters, especially the ones on the panel, they were talking about the early game. I feel like TL usually dominates the early game, but Aurora gave you kind of a hard time. And your upcoming opponent, E7, likes to play the early game. So what do you think about that, Sanji?
Now our enemy is like, we read is like, and before we face entity, we have a scream, and we know that's their gameplay, and they love the early game. And Aurora, we're not having the info. That's why we lost.
Okay, so you didn't have a lot of info on Aurora, but upcoming against E7, you're confident?
Yeah, I'm very confident.
Very confident. So talking about the picks, you mentioned some surprise picks, and I think a lot of us were also very surprised. Rafaela mid lane, Sanji. What's going on in the mid lane?
I don't know, maybe a lot of heroes came back, and I think even if you pick like Angela or like Matilda, I think it's okay.
Okay, so there's a possibility for those two heroes to come back in the mid lane. Have you heard about the new rumor? Fighters in the mid lane?
Yeah, I heard.
Is that something that could possibly pop up here in the meta?
I think it's possible because of the like strong mid. So that's why fighter is good also.
Okay, but do you like it? Do you like this meta? Does it suit you, Sanji?
Yeah, I like it.
You like it?
Yeah.
So are we expecting some crazy picks maybe coming up from you?
Not for me. I think for my teammates.
Okay, we got a little bit of info there. Thank you, Sanji. But after that, obviously you're coming into this. Do you have maybe a message for Entity 7?
I think good luck and have fun and give the fans the best team. Oh,
Best show?
The best show.
The
Yeah,
best show. Okay. Thank you so much. This was very fun. Sanji, good luck on your next match, and we're throwing it back to you guys.
Not enough info. I mean, that makes sense. I would say that Gideon is a real thing that looked like they didn't get a chance to play because they were just so in shock at what was coming at them.
Yeah, understandably so, right?
Yeah.
Even I was dumbfounded when I saw that lineup just come up with the Rafaela in that mid lane and absolutely just dominate the earlier stages. But I, for one, have already admitted many times, especially after M2, that I cannot doubt the GOAT. I'm actually contractually obligated not to doubt the GOAT ever because I doubted him then, and from that point onwards, it has just been uphill for me. I've been so glad that I'm standing behind Carl TZ and watching his games. He is an absolute monster for a reason.
I'm on the other side. Every time I predict for Liquid, something bad happens. Every time I predict against Liquid, they start steamrolling through their opponents. So maybe this is the time for me to say, I think Entity 7 is going to win.
Wow. Going against the GOAT, Rinmar. That's pretty surprising there.
It's just to reverse the curse. I love Carl TZ and Liquid, man.
Oh, yeah. Reverse the curse. We'll have to wait and see if the GOAT, Carl TZ, and Team Liquid PH can do what they need to do to keep their tournament hopes alive. The representative from the Philippines trying to turn this early loss into some information to grant them all they need to rise up to the top of this mountain and claim the trophy, standing in the middle of the Lenovo Legion Gauntlet for MSC. All of it on the line. As Entity 7 do it for South America, can they surprise us yet again to end the day as we throw it over to the stage to begin our final series?
Ooh. Final series of the day. But before we even touch on that, the third match of today was insane. Aurora Gaming is on fire. A 2-1 win up against Onyx. And guys, really? A 9-minute and 41-second game?
Yeah, that game 3 was something else. We got so hyped up into it. There's the comeback. Game 3 is going to get even deeper. And then there's an entire team wipe. And the game falls apart for Onyx. And that's just how the story sometimes goes. That's how Onyx crumbled at the end of it all. But that just means Aurora Gaming can advance on to the knockout stage. Sorry, that's just how it is in competition. Onyx Run is not done yet. They'll continue on in the matchups in the lower bracket tomorrow. However, we still have our final matchup for the day, and this one is eliminations, which means it's fun, which means one key will be crushed in the end of it, and one team will be sent home. So please join me in welcoming our first squad on the stage, Entity 7! The luck of the draw put them against Onyx in their opening series of the group stage. And after the loss, it's out of the frying pan and into the oven. The top team from the Americas has gone through even tougher times. And this is the moment to evolve into their final form under pressure.
Oh, yes, indeed. And now that they are on the stage, it is time to call up their competitors. Ladies and gentlemen, the Cavalry, make some noise for Team Liquid! Wow, the crowd goes wild. The Cavalry started their journey with a surprise, and now they are ready to charge and go for whoever is in their way. Whatever it takes to defend the title. Whatever it takes to defend their keys today.
And really, every single thing matters here. The reigning MSC champions are in an elimination game in the lower bracket of groups. That's to tell you how competitive MSC 26 has been here at the Esports World Cup. And it means that things will only heat up from here. Though, it is time to kick things off here. Please, Team Liquid, please, my friends at Entity 7, place your keys, take your seats. And of course, captains, prepare in. One Sanji has already made it to the knockouts. Is it going to continue here? We shall see. The fist bumps are in. All pressure on our two teams. Who can make it out? Who will have their key crushed? We'll break it all down with our panel.
Thank you, Milos and Rose. It's time to get it going. I can't wait to see whether we get a surprise on our hands, but either way, we're going to have a delightful final game that is, again, going to be great for one team and get all the emotions going in the right direction, heading towards a potential knockout stage spot. And it's going to also end with a key crush, which is tough to see. It's almost unfathomable to think that it would be Liquid PH. But, you know, when you play a best of 3, Gideon, there's not a lot of time to make an adjustment. I want to get your thoughts on just the quickness of this set, because we're not in that safe stage yet with 5s or 7s to really adjust to another secret strategy. However, happy Rhino Day, new in the shop. Make sure to grab your emotes. And want to make sure you guys are locked in on Rhino Day.
Everybody's really excited. Everybody knows what Rhino Day is. Totally, yeah.
It's when the season resets because we all turn back into rhinos.
Yeah. Every single time, and except for some people. But for the most part, I think that this game, especially seeing how confident that they're walking into this, it's already giving us information, right? Both teams have technically scrimmed against each other, so they have a little bit of info coming into this. Better yet, I feel like the major adjustments coming in from Liquid is now understanding, hey, Teddy, maybe you can put in some fighters for us, huh?
Some fighters. Maybe let's not keep bringing up your Claude. We know Claude is your signature pick, but right now it's just a little bit too tough. Just hovering around or under 30% of the win rate is the Claude. So let's see if we're going to be seeing some new Teddy pickups, maybe a reprioritization of picking things up like a Harith, which has done well as long as it's built well around it. How will Liquid turn their drafts around? Similar question for Entity 7. Again, I feel like we're watching two teams had a bit of a similar problem from their first day of matches, wherein it seemed like they were drafting a little bit, maybe like a few weeks back?
Yeah.
A month back? 2 months back?
Would you say 2 months back, or would you think that it's comfort at this point? Because I feel definitely at some point.
Oh, actually, yeah, that's a good point.
For Liquid, that game 2 against Aurora, 100% we got to go about lean back into the comfort. Entity 7, they did it right from the get-go. Game number 1, game number 2, these are all picks we've seen them play locally in their own leagues.
Yeah, but comforts have to evolve. You can't always be the one who likes the porridge too hot. Sometimes there's some days where you like the porridge a little bit too cold. Sometimes just the right amount of temperature.
You know what?
Got to evolve with the times.
I'm not gonna lie, I agree with you.
Right?
You gotta mix it up every now and then.
Growing up, we loved hot oatmeal. Now it's all about the overnight oats.
You're so right. You're right. I'm with him.
Gotta evolve.
Know. Y'all sound like men without principles. That's what it sounds like here. I'm gonna go for the hot porridge now. No. It's got to be the same every single time. And I think that more importantly, it comes down to comfort, right?
Yeah.
The level of comfort and execution, especially when you're playing at the high level, that people don't seem to understand. They're like, oh, you could play all these amazing picks, but if the player says, you know what, out of the 3, I'm only gonna play 1 out of those 3. Does that mean your pool is limited, or does that mean he just wants to win harder than anybody else?
Yeah, now talking about pools and whether or not hero pools and whether or not they're limited, I think I have to go back to what Sanji mentioned. He said like, oh, maybe no surprises from me, but maybe expect surprises from my teammates. So what does that mean? Are we going to see the surprises that Rainday's asking about through the other members of Liquid?
That's what I want to know as we see the Fanny, the Phoveus, the Esmeralda band, the Marcel, the Atlas, and Valentina.
Are they gonna either prioritize Freya or Herrera? Okay, Herrera over the Freya.
Wow, this is a lot more standard than I was expecting, to be perfectly honest. I thought maybe a slight adjustment, but man, right on the money.
My interesting awareness was Entity 7's comfort was actually not in this meta, so it kind of didn't keep up. Liquid were surprised by the actual non-meta, but like kind of counter to the meta, that it was Aurora Gaming ahead of the curve. So Liquid, they don't have a problem playing this, so they're going to be drafting as we expect. But I think the goal for Entity is to get to this meta and come present with it. So I expect that we'll see a lot more consistent stuff in this first draft without many surprises from them, because they haven't even shown us that they're playing this kind of tournament meta yet.
They took away the Atlas, they pick up the Belleric, so now once again, similar to the previous one, the roam options for Liquid are kind of, I want to say gone, but they're depleted. Now the Freya's are they just going to put JP on the Cho?
I think they might actually. They might kind of have to, but at the same time, we don't know where this Freya is going to go just yet. And I think that's the best part, that Entity 7 is playing with cards very close to their chest. But my favorite band so far, the Valentina alongside with the Atlas, to make sure that the Ling Hirara trade becomes that much more, well, I don't want to say impactful, but the weight of it is felt.
I like this too. It's really going to be a big 2-3 for Liquid.
Does that mean that they go straight into their mid lane at this stage? They could technically lean back into the Eudora if they wanted to, but we've seen how that works out most of the time as well.
I think they're deciding between Paquito and Uranus right now. Okay, they pick up the Paquito and they get the Eudora. So they have the Hirara Eudora together. Entity 7 can just safely pick up a... a Selena. Now that's unexpected. Going back to Shin, this is a pick that he's picked up over the years, and we not only regionally but internationally as well.
Yeah, which begs the question. Now that they've kind of secured their first 3, they've opted not to go for Ling at this stage of the game. I mean, the Eudora counter on the opposite end was in preparation to maybe expect the assassin. Does this mean we're expecting the pivot here? Because I feel like at least for Entity 7, they've got the guaranteed scaling from that Freya side. No matter if it's gold or EXP, we get to late game, she's gonna punch a hole in the wall.
Yeah. I think Entity 7 want to keep their options open, put that Freya in the gold, because having a Belleric and Alice together in the comp is actually going to be really tough for Liquid to deal with once they start jumping up together and then fighting together as 5. The Eudora, Paquito, and Hirara would not be happy going up against a Belleric, Freya, and an Alice.
Are they trying to replicate Aurora's draft in game number 2
it's
against
pretty
Liquid?
similar.
It's eerily similar, actually. I don't think the order is exactly the same, but a lot of the picks are starting to show up here. That means if, let's assume, put the template on Entity 7, that's the lineup that they're trying to go for. How does Liquid actually adapt? And I think this will be interesting in the second half because they're already getting rid of the Guinevere. They're trying to make sure that the other jungle options don't feel as good anymore. If not, go back to the Ling. We've already got the counters ready and set.
The show gets banned out by Entity, so they read into that. Maybe the order could have been a little bit different for Liquid, but what are they going to end up with in the Roam? Gatakacha doesn't completely cut it anymore. It's still an alright pick.
I've seen Minotaur come out.
Oh yeah, Minotaur.
Minotaur is not a bad idea.
Yeah, you're right.
But at the same time, it's one of those like trigger fingers. Do you want to like fight on a dime, or do you always just want to like wait for that big ultimate? And I think right now it's very flexible for Liquid, right? A lot of their heroes can go in and out of these fights. Yes, they can't fight forever per se, but the push and pull is a lot easier to pull off.
Last ban. I mean, Liquid already said they were able to get info on Entity, but I feel like this last ban is taking a little bit too long.
Maybe Harley?
They took away the YSS, but the Ling is still open. Are they not worried about the Ling? Maybe they're considering an Akai roam.
Akai roam might be...
That would be interesting.
Yeah, that's why they're not worried. If not the Akai roam, then maybe the Grok for JP, because you don't have to worry about the Valentina stealing the tech charge. That might be the top 2 in their list.
Yeah, that's actually a pretty good catch here. Considering everything that's going to happen, this Red 4, I would imagine, then would have to kind of reveal, the EXP lane. Baratz is going to try and lock that down. I would have imagined Alice would have been the pick, like you mentioned, but I think the Baratz more so just in case it's a double fighter on Liquid side. So it's also a precautionary tale.
Yeah, sure. Still 2 picks for Liquid, as one more for Aurora and for Team Entity 7 in response, kind of doing what Aurora did earlier on. And now 3 more picks before we jump into game 1, which will set the tone for this elimination match in our final series of the day.
Seems like they're going to be stuck with just one source of magic damage, and that's the Eudora. If they go either Akai or Grok in the Roam, it's going to be stacked with physical. They go the Uranus?
Okay.
They're going to go gold lane Paquito up against the Barretts, the Belleric, and the Freya.
Yeah, this one's tough. This one's really, really tough. And Rainday, he's got it right on the money. The Minotaur gets locked in here. And Entity 7, I'm looking at their composition. This last pick, they played this draft real nice.
Yes, really nice. And then they end up with the Moskov.
Wow. I don't like it, man.
This looks like it's gonna hurt for Liquid. Entity 7 might have walked away with this one draft-wise.
Hey, it's not over just yet. There's still a lot of micro mechanics when it comes down to like the laning phase here.
Absolutely.
I'm most interested in whether or not Teddy on this Paquito has what it takes to go up, especially against the Moskov on the opposite side.
The good news, maybe, is that even though they're seeing some good heroes here, not a total surprise for Liquid. So caught off guard, maybe not. And for the side of Team Entity 7, the fact that they are in this meta now and not playing maybe a meta you could have seen 2 months ago, it's got to feel good for South America. It's SA versus the Philippines. It is an elimination match. It's our final series of the day. Man, oh man, MSC is only getting more fun from here on out. Let's kick off our last series. It's Entity 7 versus Team Liquid PH.
And here we go. It's our final match for today. Today's been jam-packed with quality. Let's see if this one can bring it as well. Team Liquid Philippines facing elimination after, as Coach Aeon put it, getting punched in the face. Can they readjust this quick against a team like Entity 7, who, yes, I have to agree with the panel, Trex, I like the draft from them in Game 1.
Yeah, they are picking up little things that we have been seeing throughout this event and implementing it into their own strategies right now. Whereas on the side of TL, this is textbook for them, right? Yes, we do get to see KarlTzy on the Aurora, but everything else is comfort in a sense. Teddy, we had a couple hiccups the other day, right? And this time we're going to get to see him on the fighter, on the Paquito. Hopefully he's able to play through, but whoa, a lot of damage on the Begin. JP, first blood.
First blood going to the hands of JP, but nonetheless, TL scoring that first kill here for the game. You know, an arrow's going to land. Oh, good rockets too. They'll burn the flicker out from Sanji.
A lot of damage. Shin able to get the kill onto Sanji. It's going to be good for E7, able to kind of tie things up.
Okay, so E7 gets one back. JP dealing with some pokes here too, avoiding that arrow. That's going to be a very important thing for TL as they approach this. We've seen only a handful of players play the Selena currently. I'd say they're specialists more than anything. As we look at the emblems here real quick too, nothing crazy across the board. A whole lot of tankiness built in to the lineup for E7, even tenacity for Doom here. You know, you talk about Teddy, the struggles that he had, I'd say the same for Doom, you know, in that gold lane that he had to deal with against Onyx. So it's just the nature of the gold laners right now, and that's why back in the interviews, they had talked about, you know, for some of the gold laners out there, yeah, we like to play the fighters if we can, just because, again, this meta currently puts a lot of pressure on those traditional marksmen in the gold lane.
Yeah, I feel like it's got to be a little bit relieving too sometimes to switch it up, play something that, yes, Paquito is still very micro-orientated for a fighter, you know, but it's a bit more straightforward in the amount of decisions sometimes you have to make on that marksman now. Speaking of him, Teddy will be trying to rotate his way up to this turtle. Nice knockback onto JP. Sanford in the midst of it all. Brought down to about half health. SOD does connect. Tied on Bush, able to get the turtle. KarlTzy taking a lot of damage. Ooh. Teddy on the run. And Entity 7 is collapsing onto Team Liquid.
Entity 7. They gave the call there, and they're going to take more as well.
Sanford in a little bit of trouble as well. Forced to dash through. Entity 7, they get a purple. They get a turtle. They get 2 kills. They're looking good right now.
Man, what a play. I was expecting Teddy to look for that opening to go and initiate that fight. I'm not sure what the call was there, but look at the replay brought to us by SCC. Again, it looks like they're in position for this, but then they just kind of decided this wasn't the fight they wanted to take because of that tankiness up at the front line that E7's lineup gives them with that Belric and, of course, even Hide on Bush on the Barretts, plus that Freya. So, you know, and at the same time, Doom just got to go ahead and chill in his lane.
All right, on the top side, Akashi and Sanford just having a little standoff, nothing too major. And everything kind of goes back to a standstill. I'm wondering if, honestly, this might be a time that Entity 7 needs to push in a bit. You have the Barat's jungle. You have that tankiness. You have that Ube-type strat that can bully a assassin jungle.
Oh, Teddy.
Teddy takes a lot of damage, gets caught up. Entity 7 just collapsing once again, consistently looking for plays across the map.
Hey man, we talked about, you know, you pick up the fighter so you don't have to deal with too much of the bullying. You're still gonna get bullied, it's just you can survive it a little bit more. As we saw, even though Teddy had to burn the flicker, we'll see where TL looks to make a play. They're really centered around that top side of the map. Again, a part of this is, again, allowing that Harara in the hands of KarlTzy to go ahead and get farmed up. Get what you need to do. We've seen it also in the previous series where,
Beautiful play by Team Liquid. The stun, the knock-up, and KarlTzy comes in to help clean things up. A kill goes to Sanji, a kill goes to Karl.
As I was just saying, hold on. They're going to push Hide on Bush out of his jungle, so getting some back here. But that's one of the things I was about the Eudora. Whoa, Daytona's welcome.
Daytona's welcome. Gonna get him against the wall. Sanford does pop the consecration. Should be able to get away from this, though. Turtle is up. Entity 7 does back off a bit as Shin fires off an arrow.
Okay, no Daytona's welcome available. There is a Retribution, plus the Wrath of the Dryad, so they're still going to contest this. They're actually going to get in range to fight for this Retribution for the Turtle.
Wrath of Dryad does connect onto one. Hide on Bush able to take it right out of KarlTzy's fingertips. KarlTzy trying to dash back, trying to get to safety as Hide on Bush gets chased down by Sanford. KarlTzy re-engages, gets a kill onto Shin, and Sanford up in the top side. One more hit, and Hide on Bush goes down. Sanford doesn't want to let him go, but he doesn't connect. Sanford gets the dash through, but he's going to take a tower shot and fall down himself. Hide on Bush gets a kill for that one. It's a back and forth battle, but TL does come out on top of this one.
Yeah, they might have lost the turtle in that, but they definitely got the kills. And I think that's what TL wanted to go ahead and get. Again, they're scaling up Carl Teasy here on this Hirata, and Sanford goes in just to, you know, it's a bit of a sacrifice whether he went down or not, but ends up pushing them off of that space so they couldn't follow through the team fight. That's big for them. Looking at the replay, again, we expected Entity 7 to fight this with the tools at hand, but again, fighting into this whole mid lane. Penguin.
Big attack from TL here. Entity 7 just trying to defend. They don't want to force anything. Gold still at a minimum. Only about 750 into the hands of TL. Entity 7 has taken the first tower on the map. TL needs to start converting this lead into something more than just kills and gold.
Yeah, Entity 7 letting Doom kind of build up on here on this Moskov like we've seen many times. That might be a play in itself that they want to lean towards, but they're going to just watch this tier 1 turret up top get taken down. It's worked on slowly but surely, but Doom, again, a play here for them is to build it up. The problem is because of you have JP on this Minotaur, and I think his first item that he locked in was the Chastise Pauldrons to go and help with some of that attack speed. His setup plus Sanford's zoning potential is what is the obstacle for Entity 7. Plus that damage that we saw, you know, with Eudora needing just basically 2 items to really pump out that damage. The stun that comes with that, and then followed through for either a Paquito from Teddy to come through or Carl Teasy on the Harara is what is working so well synergistically for TL's lineup. But still, you know, fighting for this turtle, see if they can secure it. E7's done a great job securing the 2 turtles already. As, again, playing around this tankiness. An arrow.
Big stun does land on to Sanford. Forced to use the Consecration plus the Purify. He is a sitting duck at this point as Carl Teasy moves in as well. Nice detonus welcome on to Sanford.
Wow.
But a big dive in from Akashi. But the knockup still connects and SOD as well. Doom able to get the shutdown onto Carl Teasy. Getting some nice gold as Teddy's on the run. And E7 splits up, splitting TL apart. Sanford, the last one to go down. It's nothing but JP left. A turtle, the third and last turtle, into the hands of Entity 7.
Entity 7 is making it work right now. Again, give it to Hide on Bush to go and win the retry battle against Carl Teasy now. That's 3 for 3 for Turtles. And the rest of the team to fight into that team fight. Again, Doom has been farming his mind out, and then he just comes, joins the fight with an SOD, and helps turn things around. This is why they were talking about it in the draft. How good this composition from Entity 7 is, and how well-rounded of a profile for damage that it has too. I mean, the tankiness alone helps place things up. And then if you just follow up an arrow from Shin, it's almost an easy catch with the Daytona's Welcome, the Wrath of Dryad, and then to pump out the damage.
Now they're going to start moving into buffs, and this is what we used to see in the days of Barat's jungle. Against assassins like this with a bulky lineup, you just slowly push forward. You slowly strangle the life out of the opponent, and that's what ND7's trying to do. They now sit at a 3K gold lead, another tower falls.
This is a bit different too, just because of the nature of the lineup from TL. You know, you would think typically when you have that Claw or the Moskov like E7 have, it's like, well, eventually you're gonna hit that power spike and you're gonna be able to play for that. But right now, TL's just gotta play for each other as a team to get back into this game. Entity 7 having almost a 3,000 gold lead at the 9-minute mark against a team like Team Liquid is just insanity, and it's a statement for themselves to have this kind of draft, make it work. Now, what it comes down to, Trex, in a couple seconds, this Lord is going to come up. Carl Teasy and the rest of TL have to win this retry battle if they can. Again, 3 for 3 turtles for Entity 7. It's all broken out into a team fight too, but you saw that Sanji picks up the Divine Glaive. And someone's also got to deal with the off-map push happening from Doom. Arrows being thrown out here for Shin, giving information over to the rest of Entity 7. And so this is a tough one for TL. They've got to decide to not let that bottom wave push in and also to set up around the objective.
And Entity 7 are playing the macro game well, pushing the long lane. They've got Akashi up on the top side. Sanford does have his eye on the Lord, but it still feels like Entity 7 can slow play this. And this is a position Team Liquid's not used to, right?
Yeah.
This is a position that they have to think about how they're going to approach this. They don't have a marksman. They went for the fighter off. Teddy not having the greatest game, and how does Teddy even get to the back line right now? If he is able to get past Hide on Bush, Shin's waiting with an arrow. Doom's able to push him back.
Uh-oh, Lord, quarter to health. They're going to fight it. Conceal already used.
Easy makes his way in, but Vagine catches him, and the Detonus Welcome helps Hide on Bush. Secure it. JP goes down. He is able to flicker back at least, but not just yet. Will catch up Doom, but Doom's not going to let him go. Teddy's on the run as well. JP finally shredded to pieces. Carl Teasy, Sanji, JP all off the map as Entity 7 forces in 5 with the Lord.
Man, they get the Lord. They win the team fight. Entity 7 is now knocking on the base here of Team Liquid. The rest of the members going to be up here shortly, but they're going to lose the base shields as they're popped up top mid, and now E7 working on the base turret. They're just trying to hold on, and they're going to clear out this Lord.
Entity 7 kicking down the front door of Team Liquid Philippines. I don't think anyone thought we'd be here right now in just game number 1. They're going to move on to the orange buff. 7K gold lead.
Man, Trex, again, for anyone that did predictions coming in this MSC, have definitely been thrown off. Again, that Lord secured by Hide on Bush. He's been phenomenal in the Retribution battle. Doom as well, farmed up to the grit. Now just able to go ahead and shred through anyone up in that front line. This has been so amazing for Entity 7 to deal with in game 1. For Team Liquid, they've been in this deficit before, they've been down before, but it just hasn't been happening that often in their recent matches, in their recent stints in MPL Philippines or anything like that. But now that they're playing behind, we have to see if they can kind of adjust from this on the fly, because even if you get past this game, Entity 7 is just playing better right now.
Begin will keep vision, and I love the placement of the traps around from Selena. This is another big advantage for Entity 7, the constant vision they have on the map. Another trap goes down. Sanford's got to keep on taking them to the face, but it's fine because they can just keep this going. Look at Akashi on the boss side, ready to help out this slow push or wait for any target that's going to walk into him. 3, 1, and 6. Level 14 ahead of everyone on the other team. I mean, Entity 7 is just in such a perfect position right now.
Arrows being thrown out here. Gotta dodge those for the most part, but I think what's really difficult here too, Trex, is unfortunately with this kind of lineup, there isn't much of a surprise angle you can look for other than maybe that flicker setup from JP, maybe the flicker setup stun from Sanji. It has to be one of them, but at the same time, if they overcommit being this down, you probably are just going to lose that team fight. You know, you're not really able to go ahead and shred through for even a Barracks alone when Hide on Bush has those stacks and he's leading that front line, and then you got a Belric to worry about too. Meanwhile, how do you even catch Doom? You know, he's just been able to go ahead and free hit in the back, utilize his flicker if he needs to. Honestly, he hasn't even used it that much just because it's been such an easy sailing game so far for Doom on this Moskov. And now with Lord up, they're going to go ahead and start this one up. TL knows what's going on here, but there's Daytona's welcome.
Might have been a waste a little bit early on to Sanford. Sanford uses the consecration, able to get away. Arrow comes out. Team Liquid is forced back. Sanford going to look for the re-engage. Keep vision up. Entity 7 knows they don't have the Detona's welcome, which gives Carl Teasy a little bit of freedom, but there's minions on the base, making this a forced 4v5 if TL wants to go for it. This may not be the fight they want, but Carl Teasy doesn't want to give it up right here. Shin does take a bit of damage on the boss side. Akashi, along with Begin, are going to try to push TL back. Carl Teasy gets a little bit of damage onto Begin. Akashi going to dive down onto Sanford, and Sanford goes down. Begin with the flicker in.
Teddy's there.
Looking for 2, but only catches 1, but a big Minoan's Fury in response. Doom falls. Teddy to the backside, but E7 aren't done just yet. They're going to move on to Carl Teasy. Carl Teasy dashes back. Kashi doesn't want to let him go just yet.
Hide the combo.
This is the knockback. Shin, it's a lot of damage. Carl Teasy still under with the iframes, but he finally falls. And now it's Akashi up against Teddy, the 1v1. But Shin shows up to help the jump. Minions on the top side, 6 seconds for Sanford.
Teddy had a plan, but a boxer to a Valkyrie. The Valkyrie is going to win. And now E7 looks to cap it out.
Can they end it here? I don't know. Sanford's got the survivability. He doesn't have a consecration, but a Lord is coming soon. Team Liquid on the brinks of losing game 1. Sanji's back up. I think Entity 7 has to make the call to back off.
Oh, man. So they stay in the game. That was a really dire attempt as we look at the replay here. Teddy knew that this was the angle he had to go for. He's completely stacked up there on the combo, goes in, finds Doom, the perfect target. But again, because of the nature of how far behind they are in terms of items, this fight would have been very different if they weren't down 7,000 gold, but still, nonetheless, it's a good fight for Team Liquid to get some gold in their pockets. Again, you can still see some of the frustration across the faces here of TL, KarlTzy especially, but they still have 2 base turrets. I think the question still stands, can they actually contest the next Lord that comes up? Because even that fight was all just started up.
I mean, they do get lucky with the RGN, right? Lord will be spawned on top side. They still have a disadvantage in the long lane, but it's not as bad as before.
Yeah.
Not as bad as it was before, with the fact that Inhibitor's gone on the top side. Sanford already kind of holding positioning, but again, the traps from Salida, constant vision. Akashi just combing out in this bush. The positioning from E7 is good.
Man, you're looking at this across the board too, you know. There's not much of a difference too much across, except for the XP lane. But Sanford on the Uranus is still going to be that tanky guy to go ahead and do this. Again, part of it is given that vision around the objective. If he has to pop the Consecrate, that ultimate, it's fine. He can go ahead and sustain himself. Obviously, if he gets a little bit tankier, then he's able to go ahead and do that much better for TL. But still, most of their fights that they're going to have to win have to come through these weird angles into the team fights, or just a setup of the lifetime for JP or Sanji. But they'll buy time as much as they need to go ahead and kind of catch up on the itemization here. You know, across the board, 10 seconds for that Lord to be up here as we look at this. Once again, you know, it might take some fancy footwork from KarlTzy too. And Sanford getting a little more defense built in now for that physical defense. Lord is up. They have to get in position. And yes, as you mentioned, that RNG, at least it's on this top side where that turret is busted for TL. So they can clear out, manage these waves, but it's already going to be started up very quickly by Entity 7 here. Half health on the Lord. They'll still respect what Sanford and the rest of TL can do.
Yeah, they're letting the reset happen a few times, still taking it slow. They know they have the general push on the bot side. Entity 7 doesn't need to rush things, but the thing is the clock is ticking, and TL are getting more and more items. We already saw in the last fight they could almost break it even, and that is in a deficit, let alone when things get tied out. Ooh. This is still Team Liquid we're talking about, but the Tono's welcome does lock on to JP. Maybe not the best target, but it is a target indeed, but JP responds back with a beautiful No One's Fury. Hide on push brought down low. KarlTzy forces a dash away, but looking for the re-engage. Unable to connect on anyone. Doom in the backside, able to push Sanford away. JP trying to run as Entity 7 closes the space. They're going to go for the Lord instead. They don't want to force the fight, and I think it's a smart move.
As you're seeing through that fight, Teddy has no option to go in. You know, he might be fully stacked, full health, but if he does go in and get caught through all of that, then they lose that damage from TL. So it's just sort of this push and pull to see what they can get out of Entity 7 and see if they can make them overstep. But so far, Entity 7 hasn't fallen for it. They've done a really good job at just kind of taking their time, stalling this out. JP's got an immortality now, though, too. And so once again, they're going to wait for that reset to come through for the ultimates. Fighting for this Lord. There's a big wave of bot, though. And Akashi's going to have to deal with this. TL knows this. They have some information. Can they blitz the Lord before Akashi makes his way back up? But there's just too much of a risk. Shin throwing out these arrows, giving the vision. A stun on Van Nguyen. While Doom is here, so it's just, again, not favorable for TL right now.
I think it's a smart move from Akashi to just turn back. It's okay if you lose that tower right now. Let things even out. Akashi trying to push JP down. Brings down to about half health. KarlTzy looks for the re-engage. Nice. Big hit from Begin. Akashi able to find Sanji. JP, immortality pops. Akashi finds KarlTzy. And Entity 7 is taking him down one by one. Immortality pops on to Teddy. Entity 7 doesn't even want the Lord. They're going to go for the base.
They're going to go for the base here,
It's
Trex.
Sanford, KarlTzy still on the map. No, everyone's gone but Sanford. And Entity 7 with the upset of game 1. Take it.
They take it, man. They take it from Team Liquid. Entity 7 surprising everyone. I mean, they looked a little surprised themselves, but what is going on here? Is the meta that different? Is the drafting that different right now that it might be almost too much to handle for even a team like TL?
I don't know.
Question mark?
Question mark, dot, dot, dot.
What is going on?
That's a question mark, exclamation point, question mark, exclamation point. surprise.
Yeah.
Questioning so many things that need to be answered right now. Entity 7, though, honestly, did adapt.
They did.
They were able to implement so many things we've been seeing and make it work with their composition. And I feel like TL kind of tried to do the same thing.
Yeah.
But maybe at the wrong time.
I don't know, man. I mean, even there was a lot of these fights, a lot of these instances where you're thinking, okay, there may be room for them to engage into this fight. Even Teddy, I felt like he was really struggling to find that window of opportunity to jump in, utilize this Paquito. But maybe it was just, again, big draft difference. They couldn't actually utilize what they brought. The counterplay was there, and it was just really difficult to see Team Liquid try to make this happen. But props to Entity 7 for getting game one. Let's throw it over to the studio to break it down.
Well, with that, we see another upset. And I love how this is giving us an MSC to remember, and definitely one that has shaken this MLB world, BB world by storm. It is a Entity 7 victory in Game 1 over Team Liquid PH. And surprisingly enough, you guys kind of saw a little bit of this possibility when you saw the draft.
I don't think just a little bit. We saw it.
I mean, maybe you didn't say it as heavily as you could have, but man, this draft kind of spelled it, right?
Yeah, a lot of questionable decisions by Liquid, but instead of looking at Liquid, I want to look at Entity 7. Tremendous growth for the Amber squad. The changes that they made.
That's true.
The changes in priority, seeing that they really looked at all the games and then adjusted based on what gave them problems and what have given victories to teams. You have to clap for Entity 7 and how they drafted for this game number 1.
Yeah, really great work overall, because again, it just boils down to the numbers of the game. And unfortunately, this time around, the scaling was just so much onto the side of Entity 7 that inevitably, unless Liquid were playing out of their minds from minute 0 all the way to minute 9 and had maybe a 6K gold lead, that could have been the opportunity for them to try and close out the game. But Entity 7 said no, which is great, because now it really goes to show that the caliber and level of these different regions are closing really fast, and you have to be smart about these picks and bans.
Listen, people are ready to jump on this type of stuff, but when it comes to champions, when it comes to GOATs like Carl Teasy, you have to always consider that there's a chance. And many people saying, just go back to what's comfortable for you. Clearly, this has been an uncomfortable meta for Team Liquid PH, but it also has to be mentioned that there's just so much to be proud of on the side of Entity 7. We actually had a chance to talk with Doom, who played a fantastic Mozkov in this previous game earlier before the set.
We are now here with Doom from Entity 7 before his elimination match. So we're going to get a pulse check with him right now. Doom, how are we feeling? Everything okay with you?
Sí, solo un poco ansioso por la partida contra Liquid.
Yes, all good. I'm just a little bit anxious because of the match against Liquid.
Okay, a little bit anxious. What's going on? Is it because it's an elimination match or because you're up against Liquid particularly?
¿Es porque es una partida de eliminación o porque estás específicamente contra el Liquid?
Diría que me da mucha emoción poder jugar con un equipo que admiro mucho y nada, o sea, poder jugar contra ellos me da mucha emoción.
I'm really excited to be able to play against a team that I admire quite a lot, and so that just has me excited.
Oh wow, he's excited because he's admired them for a very long time. If you admire them so much, do you maybe have a message for Liquid before this match?
Nada, decirle que los admiro mucho, que siempre los veo y espero una buena partida porque son unos grandes jugadores.
I just want to say that I admire them a lot and that I expect a really great match because they are really great players.
Wow, that's beautiful, Doom. That's beautiful, Doom. Okay, we didn't get to talk to you after your match loss yesterday against Onyx. What do you think happened in that match?
Creo que no veníamos tan preparados como lo pensamos. Además que tuvimos un problema con el vuelo de mi amigo, que es el como líder del equipo, así que no nos pudimos adaptar tanto, pero bueno, intentamos dar lo mejor.
I think we weren't just as prepared as we thought we were, and we also had a little bit of hindrance because of one of the flight of one of our players that is basically the leader of the group. he wasn't here, and we just couldn't click on that match.
Okay, so wait, there wasn't a player that they needed. Is that what he said?
Dice que no había un jugador que ustedes necesitaban, que hubo un problema con los vuelos. Yeah, exactly. We couldn't practice because he wasn't here for practice.
Oh, okay. But you guys are not together, right?
Ahora están juntos, ¿no?
Sí, yeah. Pues, ahora sí.
Yes.
Okay, so what lacked in that preparation? Was it like comms that you had to go through, or maybe execution?
¿Qué es lo que faltó en esa preparación? ¿Les faltó comunicación o la ejecución? ¿Qué es lo que faltaba para prepararse?
Creo que un poco la comunicación, y yo no estoy seguro de mis amigos, pero creo que ellos sí estuvieron un poco ansiosos por la partida y creo que también no nos adaptamos tanto al meta, por así decirlo.
I think it's more about the comms, and I can't speak for my friends, but I think they were a little bit anxious because of the match.
Okay.
And I think we haven't really adjusted our gameplay to the meta.
Okay, so haven't really adjusted. There's anxiousness as well. I mean, it's understandable, right? You went up against Onyx yesterday, and then today you're up against TL. So everyone is handling it a little bit anxiously. Is that correct?
Es verdad, porque bueno, son equipos top, ¿no? Como uno de los mejores del mundo, ambos.
Yeah, because they are top teams, basically the best in the world, both of them.
So how do you reset? Like, who usually brings the morale of the team back up?
¿Cómo resetean? ¿Quién es el que regresa los ánimos al equipo?
Muchas veces lo hacía yo. Actualmente no estoy de la mejor manera, pero creo que de alguna manera cada uno lo lleva a su manera, porque no todos somos iguales, ¿no? O bueno, no todos son como yo en ese sentido. Que yo sí soy como más, me adapto más al ambiente, a los temas, o sea, al ambiente en general.
Most of the time it's me, but I haven't been at my 100% this time. And I think everyone takes it and deals with it in their own way. Everyone has their own personalities. And I just feel like I have this tendency to be more cheerful and to adapt through everything that's coming to me.
I love hearing it. Good luck in this next match. You guys got this, okay? Be confident, all right? Anything can happen. The meta is so flexible. All right, Doom? Thank you so much for this interview. Thank you so much for this translation. I'm going to throw it over back to you guys.
Thank you for that conversation, Eterna. Doom getting out in front in this game, never looking back here. Obviously, Teddy's still getting the damage lead, but it was all E7 from the very beginning, and this scaling, it just worked in their favor. What was your takeaway after that conversation there, Renmar?
It's good to see that Entity 7, they did learn. They did grow. It seems like they finally got that practice that they needed, and you could see how it changed, again, from drafting to what they did in game. It feels like I'm looking at a very different Entity 7 from what I saw when they went up against Onyx.
I have to agree with you as well. I think they've definitely moved in the correct direction for where the meta is kind of at demanding where they need to be. But more importantly, I think they're also keeping their open-mindedness of how to actually play that red side, which is, again, something that we're probably going to bring up in just a little bit about blue side, red side, because I think this is going to be a very important argument to have throughout the tournament. And for now, I think it's red side taking the dub for today, where yesterday was blue side taking a majority of the dubs.
Yeah, I think coming into this series, it was about 63% win percentage for blue side, believe it or not. And that was kind of a devastating fact sometimes when you look at yourself on red side and you go, okay, what can we do? How do we play this? But that's the thing. Everyone has to answer that. The longer the series go, as we get further into this tournament, you have more chances to answer that question. But right now, best of 3, it's one game. One game in Entity 7 have knocked out our defending champs at MSC.
Yeah, it's shocking, really. And I feel like what's shocking to me is, again, the decisions in the draft. For now, I think it's time we look at Liquid. Entity 7, we've already talked about them. I've put arrows on the priorities. First 3 picks on the side for Liquid and for Entity 7. Hirara as the first pick to me. As great as she is, and despite her very high win rate, I really thought Liquid was setting up for a Freya on their side and then willing to give up the Hirara, meaning that they'd end up with probably a Freya Ling together, and then they'll build around that, see whatever they could get to pick up for Teddy. But it seems like now looking at the Esmeralda Phoveus 2 bans, it wasn't to set up for a Freya, but to set up for a Paquito that they already looked at as the centerpiece for their draft heading into this game. Well, for Entity 7, they flowed with it. I did not see that Selena pickup come in, and it worked out. Despite it going up against a lineup that can heal through the damage of the Selena, what are you providing with the Selena? Vision and that little bit of burst. That means that you'd have to spend a skill from the Uranus to regain, or just make sure that he gets his passive up so that he can heal through it, or maybe a quick little motivation roar from the Minotaur to be able to regain the health that you lost. But Shin on that Selena, what he provided was really just the vision and that constant little bit of crowd control that would make Liquid hesitate. And I feel like Liquid did hesitate in picking up the Moskov in the end, that we felt like, both for me and Gideon, was something that they needed. After seeing the Barretts and knowing that you're up against a Belleric, you cannot double fighter playing an assassin that isn't even basic attack based into this. You have to respect your opponents and acknowledge that at some points you're gonna need basic attack to make this lineup work. Anything you want to add, Gideon?
Yeah, I also wanted to add that the carry bank was the big indicator that this lineup was going to be so thick and beefy that you're gonna not. It's just well done, right? It's just too much to cut through.
Yeah, and them banning out the Yi Sun Shin. Liquid, they banned out the Yi Sun Shin right there, right after they banned out the Guinevere. I felt like they did not see this Barretts at Red 4 coming. They didn't expect that a Barretts would be slot into the jungle instantly, making it such a difficult lineup to go up against for a lineup that has an assassin and 2 fighters in the side lanes, no basic attacks whatsoever.
It is a very difficult thing to anticipate all of this, especially in this position. You have to kind of feel for Liquid PH, who got up against Aurora and were like, okay, what is this? No one's played that at all. We haven't seen it still. We haven't seen that come back out. And then you go and you look at a situation where you don't have a lot of time to iterate. You don't have any other tests. And now when you get a test, you're seeing something a little different as well, although it's a little bit more on pace, guys. I mean, this is going to be a masterclass in one way, or it's going to be an amazing story. The masterclass side is Team Liquid PH went back in there for those 10 minutes, and they came up with a plan. How we're not going to get surprised, how we're going to get the edge in this draft. And Gideon, if you're that coach, if you're looking at this team with the tools you have, what does that conversation look like?
A lot of it is going to come down to how much can we scale into this game. And I'm sorry, Carl, it can't be you this time. We are dependent on the side lanes to make this happen. I'm looking at Teddy specifically here in this particular matchup, and hopefully we're not going to Flying Clouds, because maybe then there will be a time that...
What'd you say?
Oh, man, you know what? Never mind. I'm out of here. Check it out, boys.
See you later, man. All right, Remar, what's your thoughts? Just kidding.
Flying Cloud. This is not going to bode well for Liquid, knowing that Entity 7, they have the momentum. They know that they have a chance to make history here and etch themselves in the history books of MLBB as the team that eliminated Team Liquid in MSC 2026 as the defending champions. That is nuts. Liquid, Coach Aeon and Coach Snap, they are running through all the permutations. They have to get creative. We know Aeon and Snap to be very logical dudes. Yeah. They have proudly proclaimed themselves to be huge nerds for the game. But this meta is about creativity. It isn't just about the permutations, it's how creative you can get with all the numbers here presented.
Not just creative, but also getting into the minds of your opponents. If you understood their top 5 list, that helps you so much walking into this draft. And immediately, surprisingly enough, Team Liquid said, you know what? One more time. We're going to go back on that blue side. We're going to contest. But interestingly enough, Entity 7 are the ones who are banning out the Freya.
Yeah, they don't pick it up for themselves. They opened up the Valentina that they banned out earlier, and I think this might be a Valentina Belleric. Unless they're thinking about it, they're taking their time, whether or not they have, they don't need to rush their assassin. I think they're also considering what does Liquid have in store in their pocket that might come in as a surprise for Blue 2-3.
I want to say, I mean, they're changing things up, right? So if they're changing things up, I would only imagine that they want to kind of show their jungle now, just to keep it like really, really honest. Maybe give that Valentina over to TL and just overload them with really, really nasty ult to maybe unlock Akashi a little bit. But for now, at least they got the Eudora on their side. We'll see how that plays out.
I think just pick up either the Uranus or the Barretts here. The Esmeralda's gone. No need to go for double fighter. There's the Barretts, and then you... Okay, if it's not the Uranus you're getting... Oh, maybe they're... Oh, wait, no. Yeah, you can get a gold laner. It's fine. Get a Moskov or something like that.
Or Cho, just lead them on a little bit, red herring them, make them take purifies.
Yeah, that Cho was taken away in that second ban phase, so not available. This time it is available.
Oh, yeah.
The Barat's Cho.
Maybe prioritize the Cho and then adjust your mid lane and gold lane picks for later.
Liquid doing something. Kind of close to the edge you were looking for. Are we getting there?
I think we're almost there. I think now that
I like that they took the Barats away.
Yeah, getting rid of the Barats is already one thing, right? But the question is where exactly he goes into the EXP, and now you will also have to make sure that this is going to be somewhat of a dead lane, right? Because looking at the way that Team Liquid kind of wants to hold out is, can we get Carl back into the turtle site without getting messed up by like a bajillion different ults? I think the Valentina makes a lot of sense because Beleric is on the opposite side. Yeah. But right now, we need to make sure that at least the big ones, the Alices, are kind of out of the way, the hard divers.
And I think that's why they picked up the Valentina, that if ever, depending on the pick of Entity 7 and the Alice is still open, and if you cannot ban the Alice, I'm talking about Liquid here, at least they have the Valentina to steal the ultimate of the Alice away just to balance things out.
Uranus and Beleric, another very good composition for roaming and handling team fights, giving space, disrupting. You got Eudora on top of that. I like that 3.
Yeah, that was the trade up. Now,
what are the odds? What are the odds that we're going to see Uranus go flexed into the jungle? Like, we're really pushing the meta here at this point. We've seen it a couple of times.
100%. No, kidding.
But even so, it's one of those picks where I don't think Hirara can actually deal with you even at level 2.
Wow. Unless, if ever they decide to invade it, that could actually be really deadly.
Cho taken away again in the second ban
phase. It'll work out. Yeah, if the problem of the Uranus against the Hirara and farming is speed, then why don't you take away that problem just by invading? You have the Beleric and Eudora together. Okay, yeah, I think Liquid do need to watch out for that.
Yeah, even a Paquito is kind of dangerous on either side.
So this could be interesting. These 2 picks at the very end determined a lot as well, but it was already looking good last game for Entity 7 after the first 3. It still looks good, but definitely by stealing that Barretts and then having the Hirara, the Valentina, Liquid playing with a little bit more of an option in case another surprise, a spanner is thrown in the works.
Okay, with the Moskov taken out, Liquid and Entity 7 still have a pool. If ever Entity 7 decides to pick up the carry, you can still trade out Melissas, Brodies, Claudes. I think you have to be careful of when you pick up the Claude, because if you pick it up too early, it's going to be an easy Brody pickup.
I completely agree. At this stage, I think we're now stepping on like really dangerous territory for either side as they're looking to try and make sure that they get one over the other. Cho bans make a lot of sense. I agree with the Claude at the same time, but now that we're getting rid of the high loss, it will give us an idea. It feels like Entity 7 might just be leaning back into, you know what, we need that scaling marksman just one more time if we're going to have that invade, because we know which side is strong. But if mid doesn't push out, it's not going to happen.
Look at that. 4 bans towards the heroes of JP. That's 4 roams taken away. It's a lot of respect on the side of Entity 7. Are they setting for a Melissa?
I feel like they're setting up for a Melissa.
Yeah.
Melissa with an 83% win rate coming into today after 6 games. Claude, you mentioned as a counter, actually only a 33% win rate, guys, despite being the most picked.
Because,
bit of a Ling Hirara conversation there.
Yeah, exactly. If it's not the Melissa, then it's something like the Ixia. There's not a lot of dive by Liquid, because if this Barretts is going into the EXP, you don't have dive, and then you force picking up something like a God that got you for JP just to access it. But then, Entity 7 can hold off onto their gold pick for last.
I think they just need to take a deep breath here. We need to see if this is going to be an assassin, or it's just going to be something else entirely, right? I think that's the one confirmation that we need, because the Ixia is 100% possible for TL side, plus they can add the Matilda on top of it to really tie this composition together.
Yeah, EXP Barretts, Matilda, and then close it out with an Ixia. I think that's what Entity 7 is waiting for. They're trying to decide whether or not they show their jungle or their gold lane already. Yeah. It's a tough choice for them, and they're taking their time.
So they're showing their jungle.
Okay. So now the Ixia should probably be off the table, knowing that Link can actually jump into the backline and take you out real smooth and easy. That means that you would have to lean into the Claude at least.
Yeah. It's either the Claude or the Brody, maybe? Oh, Harith is
up.
Harith
should still up.
Fine, yeah. But then with the gold there, no more carry. Is it gonna be Liquid?
All tough choices. Deny the Melissa, and then get the Hilda on top of it for the extra bit of shred. I'm okay with this.
They get to roam around.
The Aerith back.
Get vision. Barrett's is going to be their anchor through the EXP. You have the Herrera. This is Roman trio dependent. Very Roman trio dependent. I wonder if there's a pick Entity 7 can pick up that can just mess everything up in the lane for the Melissa.
It's not a lot can actually do that. I would say that the Harith probably is safest. Claude would also be really, really good.
Yeah.
Just BMI on top of her, blazing duet, get it over and done with.
With such a heavy front, I wonder if Granger is viable. But then Muddles. Yeah, Granger, Skypiercer, Muddles. They're not gonna do anything crazy like a Leslie, right? No, yeah, Claude.
It's Claude.
Play it safe, play it safe.
Go past Claude. Maybe one of the points that we prepared back in the green room before this, because of the win rate, lose rate in this case, 33% when a Claude is picked up. But ironically, Teddy had been playing a lot of Claude, helping to contribute to that. Now Teddy on the other side with Melissa, who has an 83% win rate. Will this trade in the gold lane make the difference as we send it to a Team Liquid and Entity 7 Game 2, that if Entity 7 win, they will knock out your defending champions of MSC and guarantee that MSC at EWC 2026 will have a new champion here lifting that trophy. Get ready, get excited, because we're Game 2 here. History could be made. It's Entity 7 versus Team Liquid PH.
History is already in the process so far with this one. After Game 1, surprising and shocking everyone around the world watching this one, Entity 7 gets Game 1. Now for Team Liquid Philippines to move forward. It starts here with Game 2. They brought a draft that I think looks better, at least for them in this Game 2, Trex. They got to get it, and it's a Melissa. Yes, that has a high % win rate right now. I like it better than the Paquito for Teddy. Yeah, definitely better than the Paquito for Teddy. It gives the possibility to defend these big pushes. It gives some range. It adds a little more dynamic to the draft of Team Liquid. Entity 7 also comes straight forward this time. They pick up the Ling, hide on Bush on the Assassin. The only game he's been able to win so far has been on a utility jungle, and that was the Barats that he played last game. So things are going to have to definitely be a little different this time.
Yeah, the different factor here too is, there's a way for Team Liquid to approach these fights, whether that's depending on what ultimate Sanji decides to take. Most likely that Wrath of the Dryad will be the biggest value for him. Set things up around the team fight. JP provides this information on the Hilda, able to go ahead and kind of slow down or attempt to slow down Hide on Bush. Again, the previous game, Hide on Bush was just on point with the retributions. This is a challenge now for Carl Teasy to make it happen on the Herrera. Running it back, but the mid lane is also where things start.
Oh, a lot of damage on a Vagine there. Is going to have to go back to base. Team Liquid definitely controlling the pace of this first 2 minutes. But honestly, it was similar in the last game, and Entity 7 was able to find the big punch back.
Yeah.
It's when those first few turtles came up, that's when we saw the difference happening. Akashi is on this Uranus, and Uranus hasn't had the best games for a lot of teams, honestly. Can Akashi make a difference?
Yeah, that's a big question. You see him at quarter the health here. Sanford burning that flicker. He's not going to have it available. He's trying to get that level 4, so at least he's got the Daytona's welcome. Turtle's going to already be started up, though, by Carl Teasy. He'll pull off of it, though. Let it reset a bit. Some of the buffs are up. Oh, flicker.
Ooh, nice stun on to Shin. Shin going to take a lot of damage. First blood going to the hands of JP. As Hide on Bush has to work on his purple buff. Team Liquid should get a free turtle here. It is taking them some time, though. If they can clean up this purple buff soon enough, maybe they'll go for a steal. No, they decide to back off as Akashi keeps vision.
Yeah, better for them to go ahead and just secure the buff for now and not get a little overzealous around it. It's just the first turtle there for Entity 7. Yeah, they lose that first blood over to TL, but they can adjust from it. We've seen this, especially with the Ling. Ling able to go ahead and move around the map pretty quickly here. JP, again, this is going to be his job. And you can see E7's kind of dealing with it now. Whoa!
Ooh, another kill into the hands of Sanji. As Hide on Bush brings down the Tempest of Blades, doesn't connect onto Envy. Now he's going to take a lot of damage, gets stuck in a double kill over to Sanji.
Man, JP, he planted himself in that bush. And he's like, you know what, I'm going to hide on this bush so I can heal back up.
Very well done. I like your way with words, sir.
Thank you.
On the top side.
You know what? That's what you do.
That's what you do when you have this job.
But yeah, dude, it's already an early lead for TL off of this composition. You know, this is a very different start. This is the flow that Team Liquid is usually used to. And really a big part of it is just the amount of damage that they can do early on and, you know, setting things up around, again, the information that is provided by having a Hilda in the hands of JP. Oh, he could be in trouble.
Nice hit on the JP there. Wrath of Dryad as well on Sanji. Sanji's going to back off, get a couple free shots in as Carl TZ does miss the skill. Entity 7, TL, both go back to a standstill. But wait, no, Carl TZ. A lot of damage on a Shin. Is he going to go for the dive on the tower? Sanji tries to get another shot as well. Carl TZ going to move over to this purple buff. Doesn't have vision. JP's going to open it up for them. They push Akashi back. He does have the consecration. He can deal with a little bit of crowd control. TL just testing the boundaries right now.
Yeah, all that pressure for the purple buff, right? To take it from Hide on Bush if they can. But also TL can't risk it. You got to think every decision here up to this point, because you're down in the series 1 game and you're facing elimination here, you really have to stay calm and collected through this. You know, they can go ahead and kind of thread that needle as much as possible, but they want to maintain this lead they've already built. They want to go ahead and scale it up even further. The second turtle is up, and right now they're fighting for this space to work with. Hide on Bush is going to make his way here. Wrath of Dryad already used. Carl trying to run.
Carl looking for a way in. Nice then as welcome on Hide on Bush. Sanford able to lock him down. Akashi will secure the turtle as
Carl.
JP gets brought down low. Tempest of Blades does come down on Sanford. Sanford just trying to walk away behind him. Bush doesn't want to let it happen. He's able to get the kill. Back in the mid, Carl TZ's forced to go back to base, and on the top side, Doom and Teddy continue to battle it out on the bot side tower, though. JP's not going to be able to defend it. This should be a good tower for Entity 7.
Really surprised Carl TZ didn't go down there. I mean, he had 1 HP. He tried to attempt to take the turtle, but E7 able to secure it, get themselves an objective too. So for Entity 7, they pretty much just dealt with that bit of a lead that TL built up. That was a 2,000 gold lead now taken care of as Sky Piercer is picked up for Carl TZ. So if he starts to get these kills, we've seen it before, those stacks can really build up and be devastating for a Hirara. Conceal going to be used on JP. They're going for him.
JP will get stunned by Shin. A couple more free shots from Dune and he will go down. Sanford and Sanji are forced to just watch from the tri-bush. A nice terrifying onto Akashi, but he's going to continue to get vision for the team as Hide on Bush goes back to the jungle.
You know, that's the difficult part there, Trex, too. You know, you have these tanky heroes like this Uranus. Whether he's, you know, as nimble as the other XP laners, he just tanks up a lot of damage, and he can just go ahead and be that front line for you. You pair it up with a Belric, and it's nearly impossible to just kind of barge your way through the front line. Carl TZ will be able to get his buff, though. So E7 is pretty much mirroring what Team Liquid has done minutes ago when they had the lead. Now mid lane.
Nice Wrath of Dryad on Shin. Doom comes in with a blazing duet, though. Look at the damage on Carl TZ. Doom gets the kill, and Hide on Bush comes out with a Tempest of Blades, securing the kill onto JP as well. Entity 7 popping off at 7 minutes.
Team Liquid is trying to make things happen with the Wrath of Dryad stolen by Sanji, and then they get punished in the mid lane. 2 kills for E7 to scale up further. That last turtle of the game is going to be up here. Oh, we did see a stun alive cam. He's going to be able to get away, I think.
Should be okay.
Oh, they're still chasing.
Comes in. JP engages as well. Big Wrath of Dryad once again, able to lock up JP and the rest of the team. Sanford gonna come in with the detonus welcome, able to lock on to Shin. Get the spin out against the wall, and Shin still survives though.
How is Shin alive?
Bush keeps going. Sanford down. Entity 7 is pushing the Stampede away.
How was Shin alive again, TL? They try to make something happen and they get punched to the ground off the decision. That is not what you want happening with your backs against the wall in your tournament life. But for E7, looking to make history, they're a step closer at that point. Each objective that goes down, Entity 7 is looking to make a huge statement across the world of competitive MLBB.
You know, we saw them the other day, and I think everyone came in today downtied Entity 7. Another ult lands down onto Sanford. Entity 7 are controlling this game, and this is match point.
Oh man, Hide on Bush. Here's a conceal.
Oh, hide on Bush. Force use Tempest of Blades. Will be able to get away. Dennis Welcome does get wasted as well. There's nothing left in the kit of Team Liquid now for another fight.
That's so unfortunate for TL. You know, they're trying to expend what they can, a conceal, a play, trying to get the jungler of E7 down, and when you go for that, and then he just kind of Finch poisons away, that is unfortunate, you know, because what else can you find across the map? Entity 7 is doing such a good job also just protecting the core members here. You know, again, having a Belric, having a Uranus on your lineup, you can just give so much space. Mind you, Doom has just been able to go ahead and farm up on this Claude, man. 2-0-3. You know, when he hits that Trinity, which I believe he might have already, if we take a look at the items, there it is, on point. He does get the Golden Staff right around the 9-minute mark. So this is the thing to be cautious about now, because that power spike is available for Doom, and they've just been playing around the setup that happens here.
A lot of damage onto Akashi, does pop the Consecration, will get away to safety. Sanford does have the Dennis Welcome, decides not to use it on the top side. Teddy and JP just try to defend the waves. It's a tier 2 on the mid, tier 2 on the bottom, and an inhibitor standing at the top. Team Liquid getting brought down to their bones at this point. Orange buff is saved by Carl Teasy, but every time Entity 7 makes them fight for it.
Oh man, they're gonna make them fight for this Lord here. Purple buff go and taken by Hide on Bush. Carl Teasy's trying to get his. It is gonna be a reset on the Lord, but Doom will hold it there. They've got that small wave trying to push up top. That should be cleared out. Oh, they're gonna start this fight.
Kashi takes a lot of damage, pops Consecration once again. And Team Liquid still have ults ready to go along with Entity 7. It's a dance, and last time we saw this in the previous game, Entity 7 was willing to go the distance for these Lords. They don't need to rush them. They know they can slow play it. This isn't what we expected from Entity 7, but right now, they are bringing it to Team Liquid's face. JP looking for the tri-brush.
Oh, he's looking.
As Teddy's up in the top side. Carl Teasy takes some damage. Doom comes in with Blazing Duet, does not capitalize too much with that damage. BMI's back, but it does the job. It zones them away. Sanford able to get Dennis Welcome around. The Dryad comes out. Begin ready to lose his life for the rest of the team. Hide on Bush comes in, doing some nice damage. Akashi does go down. Teddy shows up. Entity 7 backs off with the Lord.
Okay, they back off. Shin's still there. Carl Teasy gonna be able to get away. Doom's just around the corner too. Did they want to go for this? Again, Lord was secured. They got one kill. But you're seeing how much of a struggle it is right now for TL for these team fights. They still need a lot of time to kind of catch up here. Once again, E7 finds themselves with a healthy gold lead to work with against the defending MSC champions here, the Filipino champions. This is such a big game, a big series for Entity 7. And everyone else watching this, look at the item different factor here as they try to put some pressure on that purple buff. From Carl Teasy, he's able to go ahead and secure it. They do have to go ahead and slow this down a bit to deal with this Lord push up top.
Entity 7 slowly taking it to them right now. A wave of minions down the mid. They're going to take this tier 2. TL on the defense. Good taunt on a Sanford. Asanji tries to come in. Asanji does have the Wrath of the Dryad. We got to watch out for that one. But there's one in the hands of Agin as well. Lord crashing in.
There's a lockdown?
Lockdown. Teddy able to get Agin. Lord does go down, and TL defend well, taking a member along with the Lord and losing no inhibitors.
It's one small step in the right direction for Team Liquid. They got to go ahead and scale up here on Teddy, especially this Melissa, again, has a great win rate so far throughout MSC. But you can see, you know, he's a bit behind. 2,000 gold, that's more than a bit, that's quite a bit of gold behind. You know, working on this fourth item. He's at least got the Trinity locked in. So that's why the damage, when they're able to go and set it up, it's there. But again, you're susceptible to being collapsed down on. You've only got your go away and you've only got your flicker. That's about it. So TL is really just, it seems like they're just trying to slow it down, keep things maintained in the base till that, you know, they're ready to actually fight into these fights right now. They just know that the power is in favor of Entity 7. They have to dissect these fights really carefully, especially with Hide on Bush on this Ling. As we've seen so far, a little bit of stun here on JP. He'll be able to tank that up. They want to go ahead and secure, once again, this buff for Carl Teasy.
Sanford's going to try to bring it back. Begin does get pushed back as well, but Hide on Bush takes the purple. Now Carl Teasy doesn't have the buff to go, and Lord is up in just 16 seconds. It's going to be a big advantage over to Entity 7. Not to mention as well, they're sending Doom up to the top side to create a slow push on the long lane. Team Liquid has to think very clearly about this next Lord.
This Lord is crucial. Approaching that 14-minute mark up to this point, Entity 7 with a 6,000 plus gold lead is in charge, just like they were in game 1. And now for this Lord to go ahead and start up, Akashi will pull it through. And Sanford, he's got to get those stacks. He's got to be that front line. They got to allow Teddy that space to work with. And Sanji's been holding on to that Wrath of the Dryad. It's going to be crucial here. If they decide to fight, that's the main thing. Quarter the health on the Lord here. Does TL go for the Lord? It's just going to be secured by Hide on Bush. So they choose to defend again.
I think that's the right play, honestly. The thing about Team Liquid's draft is they do have good protection against a siege. They can huddle up. They want to try to fight in those little corners. When Entity 7 has to come through, they'll have the Wrath of the Dryad in response. They'll have the Detna's welcome, and they'll have Teddy just getting free shots from the base. That's where they need to look for the big mistake, or that's where they at least need to buy some more time to get to this 18-20 minute mark to where gold is at a standstill.
Man, again, if this Lord making its way up top, Entity 7 with a 7,000 gold lead. Maybe that's lucky for them as they approach the base. TL trying to clear this out. Again, they've got some key items picked up. Wind of Nature too for Teddy, so they can fight this if they need to lock it down here into the base. Lord's gonna charge in up top. Entity 7 looking to take out a base turret. Conceal gonna be used here.
Conceal is used. Entity 7 breakthrough. TL's tournament life on the line. One more fight could end it all. Carl Teasy tries to look for the engage. Begin as well, entering through the Lord, crashes in. Doom forced back by the Muddles. Entity 7 just looking for towers. They know they can't brute force their way in right now.
And with that, that'll be a successful defense for TL. Yes, they lost 2 base turrets, but given the situation, how far behind as a team they are, they hold on to 1. They potentially buy themselves a minute and a half or so to go ahead and catch up. But we've seen this before, Trex. It might be one of those cases where it's like, do they just continue to let the Lord go and then try to get that miracle-based defense? At some point, though, especially when we get to that evolved Lord territory, it's almost better just to go for that play in the Lord, you know, and not let it come down to your base defense.
This might honestly be the one that they're going to have to fight for. Without 2 inhibitors, it's a very tough defense because, yes, they have the capability with Teddy now, especially having the Wind of Nature and everything. They can hold up for a little while, but it's not like Entity 7 doesn't have the dive potential either. They have the big Blazing Duet. They have Begin. They have Akashi who can harass. They have so many opportunities. And look at them now. They're just huddling outside. They're freezing lanes, but they're not giving much space.
And a big threat to just stop Team Liquid in their tracks is, again, Shin. And that's why this Eudora has been so deadly in the drafts. Whether it's Shin and just playing off the Wrath of the Dryad even, or that taunt that comes through with the Balric, that could be an almost automatic kill. That numbers advantage that Entity 7 can potentially get is what's so deadly and why Team Liquid has to pretty much just stay in their base unless they're all going to go together here. JP can spot some things out. He's tanky enough. Has that magic resistance too. So now that this Lord is up, Teddy goes and handles that wave a bit. Doom will start this Lord. And this could be a crucial one. This could be the game-winning Lord take for Entity 7 unless TL could somehow, some way make this happen. The stun's coming through, plus that ultimate from Shin already.
I think they know this is going to be drawn out, so they're willing to use it just to force them away a little bit. It's a slow push on the boss side towards Team Liquid's last inhibitor. At some point, Entity 7 knows you got to send someone over there. That's your only option. You also have to worry about top lane. You also have to worry about mid. And look at Hide on Bush. He's even willing to commit. Listen, I'm going to force this thing in. You have to send someone now. Ooh. And I'm quickly going to get back to the Lord.
And they know Teddy's got to go there. That wave pushed in. There's the conceal. They got to stop this here. It's on a quarter of the health.
Big Wrath of Dryad, and Doom comes in with a Blazing Duet, along with a Tempest of Blades. The Tona's Welcome does lock on, but it's not enough. Carl Teasy finds Shin in the backside.
Can Teddy get there?
Taking so much damage, and Hide on Bush with the double. The go away does come out, but Entity 7 doesn't want to give it up now. It's just JP and Teddy. up against them all with Carl Teasy. Entity 7's not going to force it in. They're going to go back to the Lord. They want to make this a guarantee.
Entity 7 will be able to get this Lord. What a team fight. What a macro play to push that bottom wave. Make sure Teddy got it, and he was too late to the fight. So they collapse down. Yes, TL's still going to be able to defend, but man, they expended a lot. Look at those battle spells. They're still down here. They got waves to deal with, and eventually Entity 7 will be looking to take down this base turret and take down the tournament lives here of TL.
I'm going to say this, Entity 7 better finish this here. I'm surprised they didn't go for the ending a second ago. No go away on Teddy. But once again, just to remind everyone, Team Liquid on tournament life. This could be the last Lord push we see from them. Can they make the Hail Mary play?
Oh, they're going for it.
Carl Teasy gets taken out by Shin, diving too deep. Are they just trying to buy time? Those rest of Entity 7 pushes in a big blazing duet on Sanji. The Lord connects onto the base. Teddy, 1v1 against Doom, and he gets the shutdown, the go away. Teddy is popping off right now, but is it enough to save the day as the rest of Entity 7 closes in a tempest of blades to seal the deal, and Entity 7 comes halfway across the world to prove a point, to prove that the hunt's not over.
The hunt wasn't over from the start. Everybody watching this is going to be in shock. Team Liquid Philippines will not move forward in MSC here at EWC 2026. Again, it's been full of surprises, Trex. This might be the biggest one yet.
For those that don't know, Entity 7 came from the Development League of South America, worked their way on, took the MCT champion, and now are sitting on the stage taking out the previous MSC champions.
Some people shared their thoughts if Entity 7 should be here in the tournament. Well, I'm pretty sure now it's been quieted and the doubters are not there anymore, because talk about adding one to the list, to the hunt. Tough loss here for Team Liquid Philippines and all the supporters that they've had up to this point, man, and still will have moving forward, but it leaves you wondering what went wrong. What happened here from the drafts, from the execution? Is the meta, again, that big of a difference matter and a factor now where teams are just adjusting quicker?
It's an onion. The meta is unraveling piece by piece before us, and some teams are adapting quickly, some are adapting slowly. But let's go over to the stage. Rose, take it away.
To say I am shook on this stage is an understatement. Entity 7 actually eliminates the defending champions from MSC at EWC 2026 in a sweep. Wow, first of all, Shin, congratulations. How are you actually feeling right now after doing that?
Ante todo, Shin, felicidades. ¿Y cómo te sientes después de esta gran victoria?
Sí, me siento bastante feliz, bastante emocionado. No le ganamos un equipo fácil, la verdad era un equipo que a mí me gusta mucho, los considero muy buenos y me siento bien, la verdad, haberle ganado.
I'm really happy, I'm really excited. We didn't get a win against an easy team. There's a team that I really respect and admire a lot, and I'm really happy we won.
I agree. This is definitely not an easy team to beat. So what does this victory mean for your region, you know, South America as a whole?
¿Qué significa esta victoria para tu región, Sudamérica en general?
O sea, no sé si se puede explicar con palabras, pero esto es demasiado para mi región haberle ganado a un equipo de tan alto nivel.
I don't think I can put this into words, but it is immensely big that my region won against an opponent of this caliber.
I agree. You know, I think this match is a statement that the other regions are actually beginning to step up in the land of Dawn. So I have to ask you, after your loss up against Onyx in your opening match, what did you guys actually worked on to achieve such success today?
Después de su derrota en contra de Onyx, ¿qué cambiaron y en qué trabajaron para conseguir la victoria hoy?
Yo creo que el draft, porque nosotros no estábamos acostumbrados a este draft, fue totalmente diferente a lo que nosotros jugamos anteriormente y yo creo que si ahora cambiamos el draft, sí vamos a conseguir ganar también.
I think it was mostly the draft because we weren't used to the draft we were playing, but now we adjusted the draft and I think that if we just keep adjusting the draft, we're going to continue winning.
Ooh, I like that. Very draft reliant. And I gotta say though, the meta this time around, it's crazy. So many possibilities. So of course, your next match will be up against Pro Esports, right? So how are you guys preparing for that matchup?
Tu siguiente enfrentamiento va a ser contra Pro Esports. ¿Cómo se están preparando para ese partido?
Pro Esports, no los recuerdo quién eran, pero bueno, obviamente ahora voy a revisar. Creo que sí nos vamos a preparar bastante bien. Obviamente vamos a seguir entrenando y bueno, a darlo todo.
I don't really know who they are. I'm gonna check them out right now, but we're going to definitely prepare and study them.
Okay, now perfect. Before we crush some keys and some dreams, I want you to give a message to the South Americans watching back at home and supporting Entity 7's journey here at MSC.
Quieren que des un mensaje para todas las personas en Sudamérica que los están apoyando.
Bueno, que nos sigan apoyando. Yo había visto cuánto porcentaje teníamos y no mucha gente confió en nosotros, pero bueno, al final dimos una sorpresa y ganamos.
Please continue supporting us. I saw how much percentage we have and not many people were with us, but please, those who are there, continue supporting us.
Aw, so wholesome. And you know what? Are you ready to crush some keys? Are you ready?
¿Estás listo para romper unas llaves?
Yes.
Yes.
All right, can we please have Entity 7 here? First up, who will be the one crushing the keys? Can I have a, volunteer who wants to push the lever?
¿Quién quiere?
He wants to go? Okay, let's go guys, follow me. Let's go crush some keys over at the Key Crusher. Oh my. They are now considered the underdogs of the tournament after beating and eliminating Team Liquid in defending their title. Can we please have the LED to open up so we could actually proceed to crush some keys? All right. We are waiting. A little bit of a suspense. I think everybody was really shocked at what has played out just now in the Land of Dawn. Let us wait for a little bit longer. Oh, okay. Maybe we could ask Doom, how are you feeling?
Excited.
Right now.
I love it. All right, guys, it is time to crush some keys. There was a little bit of a difficulty just now, but don't worry, all is set, all is well. You may go, don't worry. All right, guys. Entity 7, you can go closer and watch. Feel free. All right? In 3, 2, 1. Entity 7 officially eliminates Team Liquid from MSC at EWC 2026. Oh, there you guys have it. And now we could pull the lever up so that we could see the keys of Team Liquid. All right, thank you very much, Entity 7. We will see you in your next match up against Pro Esports. And of course, we are gonna show the key to the camera before we throw it back to the studio. All right, guys, there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. Throwing it back to you guys.
Well, it's not Vamos Team Vamos, it's Vamos Entity 7. South America not only gets a win and stays alive in this tournament, they take down the defending MSC champions, which guarantees this year's MSC at EWC 2026 will have a new champion. But more upon that, despite all the shock, despite 92% of you thinking Liquid PH would take the win, only 8% of people thinking what just happened on stage would happen. It is important to recognize the valiant effort of Team Liquid PH. It was a meta that didn't obviously work out to suit them, and it was a meta that they felt a little behind in, but you cannot doubt the greatness of what they've done in the past. We are sure they will be back. A big salute to all of you. I know you might be hurting right now, fans, but there is still so much more MLBB to happen. And to switch gears, guys, what a valiant performance from Entity 7. To have that loss and to turn it around in such a way. I mean, goosebumps, but also pride. Also, what do you have to add to that, Rimar? Because it's an amazing thing to see when esports gives us surprises like this.
What an image that was, and I can't believe it's the Filipino in the panel that's going to have the first word on this, just watching the champions of the Philippines get eliminated. But it was doomsday for Team Liquid Philippines with Captain America's hide-on bush. He was the one that popped the key of Liquid. And yeah, patent pending, Captain America's hide-on bush, you're welcome. It's not just Captain America, it's Captain America.
Is that the one after Winter Soldier, or? I don't know.
I'm not sure with where we are at.
Which one is that? Is that the spin-off? Or?
But this is their moment. This is their movie. I'm pretty sure that even they're wondering, wait, are we dreaming right now?
You can see that a lot of them were coming off of that like,
yeah.
I can't believe it.
Did that just happen? No, you go up and do the handshake. I don't want to do it. Who wants to do it?
Yeah.
Because the truth be told, I don't even think that Entity 7 believed that maybe, hey, this could be it. This could be their moment.
It just happened.
Yeah.
And I know with our community, we focus on a lot of what could have been and what could have been different, what could have been changed. I hope we take this moment as an MLBB community to look at Entity 7 and raise them up.
I agree.
We don't know how longer else they'll be able to stay in this tournament, but what they did today was legendary.
Hey man, it's the GOAT's gift. That's why when you are playing up against Ghost, he expects the best. And Entity 7 this time round, they say, you know what? We will rise to the challenge. We're going to take it to you.
And at first, you might have been able to say the draft. All right, they got him on game one. That draft looked pretty good. You guys both said, wow, I'm feeling a little worried for Liquid. But in that second game, it was much more even. And it was an execution masterclass from what I see. Every single moment there was a Lord that needed to be fought over. Entity 7 had areas covered. Every single time there was a potential fair 5v5, someone was pushing a bottom lane or pushing a top lane, slowing the minion wave and forcing Liquid PH to then turn around and go, wait, we can't fight this 5. We got to go deal with that. Rimar, what did you see? Because it was so many levels that Entity 7 performed well.
Yeah, it was two moments. We've already discussed the draft, and I think we can touch on the draft a little bit as the game is going on. Now, Gideon, I will need your help for this one. So there's two big plays wherein Liquid forced things that, if it went well, looks great. But the fact that Shin and, can't believe it's the two picks, the Eudora and the Claw that I've been dogging on all day long and all MSC long, that actually ended up delivering the difference. Look at what Shin is gonna do here. Sanju will go in with the Flicker IMU steal of the Belleric Ultimate, gets 2. They are gonna be able to get 2 of their carries, the Claude and the Eudora. But look at where in the map Teddy is, just a little bit too far from the start of this. Now, if this was set up with Teddy much closer, that would have been great for Liquid, and that would have been a big win for them. But as we play out the sequence, Shin is going to do something great here. Carl TZ already uses the Falling Maple. Shin flickered off to the side, and then watch here, just has the stun ready for Carl TZ. As Carl TZ comes out of the Falling Maple, Carl TZ gets stunned up, comboed, blasted, as Doom and the rest of Entity 7 can answer. Again, this was started because Liquid found a good opening, but Teddy wasn't close by. Now I have a second play that I would like to show everyone right here. Almost a similar effect. Teddy too far. Sanford decided to go with the Flicker. Detonus welcome. Finds Shin, but not Doom. I think he was aiming for Doom, but overshot it with the Flicker, instead going after the Eudora. We play out the sequence, and as you see, as Doom gets to sidestep just a little bit, doesn't get completely demolished by JP, who jumps on him, but it wasn't in the right formation for Liquid. Two of the big plays that turned this fight around completely in favor for Entity 7 was started off because Liquid, first Sanji, then Sanford, calling a fight with them not completely in position yet. Very different from the Liquid that we're used to. They thought that maybe they could drag out the fight, war of attrition, and then wait for Teddy to show up. But it's at those moments where we've seen in previous Melissa games, when you initiate, you need the Melissa ready. You need Muddles ready, and then basic attack. That's how you get your combo off. If that combo is off and the front line goes down quickly, you just have the Barretts with you. It's gonna quickly crumble to the point where you get Teddy sent back, you get, not even Sanji wasn't there for that fight. So them starting, that felt like two fights forced because they were so eager to get a win after they started feeling Entity 7 was on the way to victory.
It was really a masterclass to see how some of these team fights showed up, because you look at a team that maybe isn't tested in this way, the same way that Team Liquid PH has been tested and has proven that they can survive and pass that test, and you go, one mistake, one bad fight, this game's back even, and then maybe they win, and then now you're 1-1. The momentum's gone. But to have the maturity and to be able to acknowledge the position that they were in, but not be afraid of the moment, I feel like that's just, again, congratulations, but also we need to pay more attention to Entity 7 throughout this tournament.
Oh yeah, we absolutely do, because they were playing a much stronger game overall. Even in the moments in the clips that we did just see, there were moments of sloppiness, moments of, oh wait, how in the world does Shin walk away with 1 HP, even though Sanford was right on top of him after the Daytona was welcome. There's a lot of these moments that we aren't capturing as often as we expect TL to do. We expected them to play as clean as possible, and unfortunately that just wasn't the case, and that's how Entity 7 gets that one up on them, on top of the advantage from the draft, on top of the advantage being at match point.
Yeah, I'm going to double down on that. People have to acknowledge Entity 7 played better within the game this entire series against Team Liquid Philippines.
Yeah, it was clear to see, and someone who's new to MLBB and learning every single day, these were some of the things that just seemed kind of through the eye test, I say it, pretty obvious that Entity 7 was able to have command of that, and it shows in the results. 2-0, again, it's not easy. Team Liquid PH coming back wanting to defend their title. It's in Paris. MSC's only been internationally tournament, in outside of South Asia or Southeast Asia?
Southeast Asia.
Southeast Asia for a couple of years, and so it's a great opportunity for everyone to be here. Everyone's putting on their stuff, and when you go home, that is a moment like here. You have your key crushed. It's hard to put into words. It's not something that you enjoy, and again, hearts go out to anybody leaving this tournament, because there's a lot of young men out here doing their absolute best, representing not just themselves, their families, but their regions, their homes, their countries, and their own personal stories. So again, we wanted to talk with them. We know it's not easy to do an exit interview. We appreciate you, Teddy, for taking the time to do it. Let's hear his final words here in this MSC as he tells us what's on his mind after the loss.
It's Eterna here, backstage with Team Liquid. We have Teddy and we have Coach Aeon. Thank you so much for being here. Maybe, Coach, you could start. What went wrong in that match?
To be honest, I'm not quite sure at this moment, because we need to review it. We knew what went wrong in the first series against Aurora Turkey, but in this series we felt that both games could have been won, which is very rare for us to lose games that, we think the draft was fine, but of course we need to review it. We don't know that for sure yet. But overall, I think with this result, it just means that we didn't adapt to the meta as well as the other teams. It is what it is.
Okay, so it's more on the meta. Teddy, maybe? Do you agree? Is it a meta problem for you?
Yeah, just like Coach Ayan said, we didn't adapt on the meta faster, and we need to review it.
How did you feel about your performance personally?
Personally, I think I didn't do my best. I didn't show my best performance, since there's a lot of heroes that I practice in scrim, but it didn't go in tournament.
Okay, so if there was something that you could do better, is it the hero selection? Is it the execution of the heroes, or
it's both?
It's both. What was the main challenge for you personally as the player?
Personally, the meta. The meta change. Yeah, the meta change.
So the mindset heading into this was okay?
Yeah, it's okay.
Everyone was okay?
Yeah, everyone's okay.
Coach, after that loss yesterday, heading into today, was the mentality from everyone okay? Was like the mindset, the motivation, everything was okay as
actually
well?
we are really confident heading into
Really
today.
confident, okay.
Because after the loss, we actually did have a full day or 1.5 day of practice. And to be honest, the practice went super well. We even played some of the teams here and we did really good. And the things that we changed seems to be working. But of course, we couldn't show that on the stage today, which is something that, I felt is really regretful. But at the same time, again, we have to review because, with the players that we have with this result, I think it's fair to say that we didn't prepare the team well enough as coaching staff and, management and whatnot. So, so for me, it's something that I reflect on and learn from. Yeah.
So obviously Teddy's here, but the rest backstage, how did they handle the loss?
They're professionals. They will be fine. But at the same time, of course, it's going to be hard because we came into the tournament as the favorites before the patch, right? Obviously, with the patch dropping, just 1 week before the tournament, it's going to be hard. And it's not a small patch because it really changed the game entirely, how it was played before and after. And so it became more of a coin flip. And that's why I think we see all the favorites are also losing in this tournament. With that said, it's going to be tough because, right before the patch and also heading into the tournament, obviously we did well at MPL and Asian Games. And we were really confident. Yeah, so it's a huge shake-up. And for sure it's not easy, not the result we expected at all. So, yeah.
What are you going to tell the players when you get to meet them after this?
I guess this is something that we have to learn from. Whatever happened already happened. There's nothing we can change from it. So let's make sure that we use this to make the rest of our year stronger.
Thank you, Coach Ayon. Teddy, maybe before we send you guys off, do you have something to say to the viewers, the audience, your fans?
Yeah. I just want to say for all the Team Liquid fans and to all the Filipino fans, thank you so much for supporting us and make sure I will make sure we will come back stronger.
Nevertheless, whatever happened, you guys did your best. So thank you so much for being here. Thank you, Coach. Thank you, Teddy.
Thank you.
We're going to throw it over back to you guys.
Well, you can tell that there's a bit of a dismal, outlook on the conversation coming up. It's tough. There's really not much to say now, but they're going to review it. And, what else can you say, Renmar, after a moment like that?
It's going to be a difficult comeback. Again, we've already mentioned the Team Liquid. They've been through a lot. They are professionals, as Coach Ayon said, but it's tough. With the results that they were expecting and the results that they got in the end, I hope for the best for them and for all the teams that have been eliminated already in MSC at EWC 26. I hope for all of you, y'all come back stronger.
Yeah, honestly, I'm just Teddy, such a young player of this caliber, of this age, playing on such a high level as well, having to do a loser's interview on top of that with their coach, really showing not only professionalism, but dear Lord, he's a strong boy. He kept it together for a while.
Yeah.
Like, that was a long interview. He kept it all together without breaking. Like, give me a tear, give me something, and I would have been like, he's a human. But no, he kept it strong, and it really goes to show that, hey, the rest of Liquid is supporting him, and they're standing behind the backs of the right players. I think they're going to do it better, but for now, it's just, you got to take the L's.
Yeah, it's part of it is like, taking those losses are huge ways that you learn. I don't think you can really go through an entire career, or at least entire life. You get to a point, but then you have to learn at some point. You have to expand. You run into, this is my limit now. And, for some of these players, limits are championship titles across all major tournaments.
Yeah.
But can I keep doing it? Can I do it in a different patch? Can I do it with a week before that patch? There's always a new task. So that is life, growing, learning, and adapting. Of course, let's take a look at the schedule for today and what we have upcoming tomorrow as well to preview what's going on. It was GK Esports who went out against Selangor Red Giants. We also lost Team Liquid PH. Yangon Galacticos and Aurora Gaming have advanced to the knockout stages, so congratulations to them. Pro Esports and Onyx are still alive, but they will have to fight for their life. And that means that these decider matches are coming up very, very soon. You can see it here on the bigger graph overall. It is going to be Onyx versus Selangor Red Giants and Pro Esports versus Entity 7 to find our final four who will join the knockout stage.
That is legendary for either Pro or for Entity to make it to the knockouts, if ever.
Tomorrow in Group A, we're also going to look at the other side of the decider matches where we've already got Team Vitality and Team Vamos securing their spots yesterday. We've seen True Rippers and Ignite Gaming go home, and it's now GZG, Guangzhou Gaming, and Team Spirit who are going to be fighting for one spot, while Team Falcons will get a spot. No, I'm not a mind reader or a fortune teller. It's just that it's Team Falcons PH and Team Falcons Meta fighting against each other. So some Team Falcons is going forward. That will be the other two teams in the Final Four to join our top squads. A lot of head shaking, guys. It's a tough day. It's tough to say goodbye.
Yeah, Gideon and I are a second shift. Gideon, look at the matches that we get, man. We get Onyx and Celigor in the Falcons match.
I think it's necessary. I think, we lost Liquid today, and they already knew that, I was going to always, put my faith behind the Go, even win or loss, no matter what. They're just going to run us through the ringer one more time.
You actually said Entity 7 would win. You were trying to reverse curse, but you actually said it. Okay, with that, final thoughts, Renmar, and final thoughts, Gideon, before we head out.
It's a tremendous day. I'm happy for all the victors. Of course, I am sad alongside those who had to go home, but I celebrate those who move forward and the action that we've seen. MLBB, we keep getting in better and better.
Yep, our fans, especially those coming in from Liquid, every single time you support this team, it's not the opinions that they care about, it's your faith, that blind faith that they're going to come back. And honestly, for Latam, really happy for the Amers as well. Entity 7, I hope this region continues to grow and maybe get 2 representatives next time.
Well, some wonderful MLBB on display today, fellas. It's been a pleasure having you and all of our cast members, all of our guests as well, ready to tune into tomorrow. I hope you are, because we have even more action, more teams going home, more teams getting crushed on what has already been a historic MSC. You wanted fireworks? You got it. There will be a new champion next week lifting that trophy, but you're going to have to stay tuned to see who it is. From behalf of all of us here at MLBB at EWC 2026, my name is Rain Day, and I'll leave you with the STC recap to finish off today.